Chapter 1021 Killing. The blue cold air was the new ability of the corpse flower, which naturally came from the ice flower. After swallowing the ice flower, in addition to awakening the blood of the South China cycad in the corpse flower a little faster, more importantly, it gave the corpse flower the characteristics of the ice flower. After the frost covered the body of the man with the axe, the corpse flower vines pulled it out and directly pulled the opponent out, smashing it hard against the wall. On the other side, Yisha had already rushed forward, came in front of the man on the other side, suddenly jumped up, and then raised the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it hard into the opponent's neck. Poof! A stream of dirty blood spurted out from the wound and fell all over the ground. Then Yisha punched the man in the nose, knocking him back. Yisha frowned. He could not feel the temperature on the other person's face, and it was a little stiff. It was indeed another moving corpse. Yisha didn't care about that, no matter what the other person was. Since he wanted to kill him, he would kill him first. This was the simplest and most brutal method. Yisha bent his knees, leapt and rushed forward again, and came to the man again. The man raised the steel pipe and smashed it down hard at Yisha, who was approaching. Clang! Yisha raised the Alaskan whale harpoon and caught the opponent's steel pipe, making a crisp metal clanging sound. Then suddenly drew his sword, thrust the king's holy sword forward, and stabbed it directly into the opponent's throat. The man covered his neck. Blood kept flowing out from between his fingers, staining his clothes red, and then he fell backwards to the ground with a thump. Yisha shook the king's holy sword to shake off the blood, then turned back to look at the other man. The man was no match for the corpse flower. After being swept by the corpse flower vines and crashed into the wall, he had no time to get up before the corpse flower vines rushed forward again. Crack! Crack! The front end of the corpse flower vine made a crisp sound, and a layer of solid ice emerged on the corpse flower vine, wrapping the corpse flower vine and making it sharp. Puff! The next moment, the corpse flower vine pierced the opponent's chest, piercing the man's body and nailing him directly to the wall. Blood flowed out of his chest and mouth at the same time. Yisha showed a disdainful expression on his face. These guys pretended to be ghosts and ran out to attack him. It was really troublesome. But running directly to him to attack him head-on was not worth mentioning at all. They were not even much stronger than ordinary zombies. But at this moment, the man who was stabbed to death by Yisha made a sound of twisting joints. And then his body kept twisting and squirming, and slowly climbed up again. Roar! The man roared at Yisha. His skin gradually turned gray, and the flesh at the wound rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body swayed, picked up the steel pipe that fell on the ground, and staggered towards Yisha again. Yisha was stunned. The corpse turned into a zombie? At the same time, another man who was stabbed to death by the corpse flower vines also leaned against the wall, twisted his body, and stood up again. Puff! Puff! The blood hole in the man's chest pierced by the corpse flower vines made a series of muffled sounds, and then several sharp white bones pierced out and exploded in all directions like flowers. This scene was really strange to Yisha. A moving corpse, after being killed, turned into a zombie? One of them was staggering and looked like an ordinary zombie, while the other one even mutated and became a mutant zombie. Yisha took a deep breath, raised the Alaskan whale harpoon with his left hand, and held the king's holy sword in front of him with his right hand. Although the current situation was a bit strange, compared to before, Yisha was not under much pressure. Yisha was not afraid of a head-on battle. Secondly, Yisha had seen and killed many zombies. It seemed that everyone who survived in the end times had seen zombies. Entangle that guy, because he didn't know the strength of the mutant zombie. Yisha ordered the corpse flower vines to entangle the mutant zombie. At the same time, Yisha rushed forward and rushed towards the ordinary zombie. The zombie raised the steel pipe and smashed it down fiercely. But it was too slow. Yisha turned his body to the side and easily avoided the attack of the steel pipe. With a bang, the steel pipe fell to the ground and smashed a large piece of the ground. It was obvious that after turning into a zombie, the strength of the guy in front of him was obviously much greater. The next moment, Yisha swung the king's holy sword, and the zombie's head flew into the air. Yisha had already opened a bloody hole in the zombie's throat, and the king's holy sword slashed again, naturally beheading the zombie easily. You killed zombies. Cumulative number. The zombie fell backwards and fell to the ground. This time, I'm afraid he will never be able to stand up again. After killing the zombie, Yisha turned around without hesitation and pounced on the mutant zombie that was entangled with the corpse flower vines. The mutant zombie became extremely powerful. Looking at the wandering corpse flower vines, it smashed the wall directly, dug out a huge stone slab, and smashed it towards the corpse flower vines, forcing them back. Seeing Yisha rushing towards it, the mutant zombie thrust out his chest fiercely, and the bones in his chest that exploded like flowers extended forward and stabbed towards Yisha. Yisha's eyes were stern. And then, he swung his arm forward fiercely. The wind suddenly rose. Countless wind blades attacked forward and collided with those bone spurs. Although the platform occasionally had wind blowing through it, it was relatively closed, and the air was not circulating very well, so the wind flow was naturally smaller, which resulted in the wind blade being not very powerful, and it was actually unable to cut off the bone spurs. However, the impact was still strong, and the bone spurs were knocked off course by the wind blades, either piercing into the ground, into the pillars, or into the walls, but did not hurt Yisha. At the same time, the corpse flower vines came over at the right time, sneaking up on the mutant zombie from behind, and directly rolled up, entangled, and tied up the mutant zombie's body. The next moment, when the corpse flower vines entangled the mutant zombie's body, the cold air in the corpse flower vines overflowed again, quickly wrapping the mutant zombie's body. Crack, crack. Visible thrust appeared on the mutant zombie's body, spreading rapidly, freezing the mutant zombie and restraining the mutant zombie. Yisha also killed at this time, and the king's holy sword thrust forward and stabbed directly into the mutant zombie's head. Puff! The sound of a sharp weapon entering the flesh appeared, and the king's holy sword pierced through the mutant zombie's head. Then Yisha took advantage of the situation and picked up the sword, directly splitting the mutant zombie's head. You have killed a mutant ossified. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, alienated metal bone spurs. Chapter 1022. Something happened to the corpse flower. Yisha was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Nyepa is really lucky. Yisha remembered that this alienated metal bone spur was also one of the materials that could be used for ionization collision. In fact, making items according to drawings does not simply specify the use of certain materials, but also has a certain degree of selectivity. For example, the buttstock of the ionization collision. Yisha remembered that there were 4 materials listed, namely, the mutant metal bone, ZY alloy, 16-element alloy, and alienated iron tree. In other words, any one of these 4 materials can be used to make a gun stock. Of course, the most basic production volume must be guaranteed. You use a bone piece as big as a fingernail to make a gun stock? That's ridiculous. Is the thing made of toy? Even babies can't use it. Of course, the bones at the moment are definitely enough. Yisha pulled out all the bones from the mutant zombie's chest and threw them to the corpse flower for storage. Those bones can be used to make 4 or 5 gun stocks, which is enough for Nyepa to play with. This ionization collision gun stock is already considered to be ready. Moreover, Yisha remembered that Nyepa had already obtained the metal for the gun body of the ionization collision. Thinking of this, the outline of the sniper rifle was basically there. Of course, it was just an outline. Yisha remembered that the most difficult things about the sniper rifle were the scope and the ionization chip, especially the latter, which was the core of the ionization collision. After dealing with the bones, Yisha did not plan to leave. He returned to the metal chair beside him and sat down, before he could figure out what was going on in this place. Yisha felt that staying here honestly seemed to be safer than wandering around. He took out his phone and checked the time. 6 hours had passed. Time was faster than he expected. But according to the time, it was already night. Yisha felt that this place might be more dangerous at night. Yisha thought for a moment and said to the corpse flower vines and the little cat, "Keep an eye on the surroundings for me. Wake me up immediately if there is any movement." After saying that, Yisha lay down on the metal chair and began to take a nap. It's not that Yisha is careless and dares to sleep in this situation, or that he can sleep, but in the current situation, Yisha has no idea when the attack will come, nor how it will come. If he kept his nerves tense all the time, Yisha felt that he would be in trouble. Keeping the spirit highly concentrated for a long time would cause mental fatigue, and too much pressure would also affect his mood. In this case, let alone surviving for 7 days. It is hard to say whether he can survive for 3 days. Yisha must relieve this mental pressure as much as possible and calm down his emotions. The best way is not to think about those attacks. And don't care where this is. Just follow the normal rhythm. Eat when you should eat. Sleep when you should sleep. And fight when you should fight. As long as he doesn't scare himself. Yisha thinks this ghost place is nothing special. The ground cracked. And 2 more corpse flower vines came out from the ground. And then surrounded Yisha. Even the 2 corpse flower vines intertwined above Yisha's head, forming a roof. The little ancient cat lay directly on the sword leaf of a vine, staring at the surroundings with a pair of eyes shining dimly. That posture looks really foolproof. It's not that Yisha won't be attacked by surprise. But after putting on this posture, it seems almost impossible to attack Yisha without being alarmed. Yisha closed his eyes and fell asleep. I don't know if it was because of the continuous attacks that he had entered a period of peace. Yisha was quite alert at first. But nothing happened. So he became less alert and fell into a half-awake state. In Yisha's opinion, the key to the task of surviving for 7 days was not fighting. Yisha was quite confident in his own strength. The difficulty of this task was how to allocate rest time and not be knocked down by the tense nerves. Staying awake for 24 hours a day. Keeping the nerves tense all the time. And fighting from time to time. Even an Iron Man can't stand it. Yisha closed his eyes and fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, Yisha suddenly felt a hint of coldness. And at the same time, a slightly cool feeling on his face. And then he slowly opened his eyes. After rubbing his eyes, Yisha wiped his face. And those slightly cool feelings turned out to be water drops. He looked at the front again and was stunned. The surface of the 3 corpse flower vines was covered with a layer of solid ice. And those water drops were dripping from the corpse flower vines. Yisha suddenly turned over. Then jumped onto the metal chair and looked around. Is this the corpse flower giving a warning? No. It shouldn't be. If it wants to give a warning, there are ways to do it. The simplest and most direct way is to make some noise and wake Yisha up. Why bother? Then, why are all the corpse flower vines frozen? Did they encounter an attack? Or did they freeze themselves using the cold air? Yisha looked around for a while, but didn't find anything wrong for the time being. Then he reached out and patted the edge of the corpse flower vines. Crash! Countless cracks suddenly appeared on the corpse flower vines, spreading to the surroundings. Then, with a crash, the frozen corpse flower vines completely shattered and turned into a pile of ice flakes that fell to the ground. Yisha stared with surprise. 3 corpse flower vines were frozen to death? Something happened to the corpse flower? Yisha immediately stamped his feet, trying to call out the corpse flower. It didn't matter if the corpse flower vines were cut off or frozen to death. The corpse flower had a strong regeneration ability. Even if all the vines were chopped to pieces, they would grow again in a short time. The key is that the main flower of the corpse flower is the core and the fatal point. It must not be seriously damaged, let alone frozen to death. However, there was no response. The corpse flower did not respond to Yisha. The ground did not crack, and no new corpse flower vines emerged from the ground. Yisha took a breath of cold air, and his mind was a little unstable. If the corpse flower was destroyed, it would be a huge blow to Yisha. By the way, little ancient cat. Yisha quickly looked around. Where is the little ancient cat? Little ancient cat. Not there either. Little ancient cat was clearly lying on the sword leaves of the corpse flower vines. Yisha's eyes swept over those vines, and he did not see little ancient cat frozen in the ice. But he did not see little ancient cat lying outside the ice either. Yisha immediately called out twice, and the sound spread out in all directions, constantly echoing. But he never got a response from little ancient cat. Yisha's face turned ugly. He took out his phone and looked at it, and was surprised to find that he had slept for 12 hours. This is almost impossible, as his physical fitness and mental strength become stronger. The rest time Yisha needs is getting shorter and shorter. Usually, 3 or 4 hours of sleep is enough to make Yisha energetic, under normal sleeping conditions. Even if he sleeps very soundly, Yisha's sleep time is almost no more than 6 hours. Chapter 1023 A Pair of Eyes. Yisha took a deep breath and decided not to think about time. The little ancient cat disappeared, and the corpse flower didn't know what happened. This was incredible. Yisha didn't believe that someone could kill the corpse flower quietly without disturbing him. Besides, the ice covering the corpse flower vines looked like the corpse flower itself. To put it another way, if the corpse flower could be killed quietly, then it would be better to kill himself. Yisha paced slowly, then drew out the king's holy sword. stabbed it towards the crack in the ground, dug a hole, and then jumped down. Yisha looked around and saw a sewer. This is very strange. It's not strange to have sewers around a subway station. But it's very strange to have sewers under a subway station. When a subway station is built, sewers are generally avoided. As for building directly on top of a sewer, it is even more impossible, as it will cause a landslide. However, there are so many strange things in this ghost place that Yisha is not surprised. What surprised Yisha was that he didn't see the corpse flower. One frozen corpse flower vine had been chopped off by Yisha, and the other two had more than half floating on the ground. And a small part was located below and had been broken. The corpse flower itself was nowhere to be seen. Yisha tilted his head and pondered. From this point of view, this should be good news, right? The corpse flower disappeared, which was better than being dead. This made Yisha feel relieved. The corpse flower only left 3 frozen vines here, which means that the corpse flower only lost 3 vines. However, the problem arises again. Where did the corpse flower go? Where did the little ancient cat go? Without my order? Neither the corpse flower nor the little ancient cat should leave without permission. Even if there is any situation, they should warn me first. What is going on? Yisha was confused at the moment. But at this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind Yisha. Yisha raised his eyebrows and looked behind him fiercely. The fragmented sound came from a distance along the passage, and it was getting louder and clearer. Then, Yisha took a breath. Corpse rats. Densely packed corpse rats. Each of the corpse rats was as big as a wash basin, densely packed all over the passage, and came towards Yisha like a tide. Corpse rats were very weak zombies, even if they became huge after being transformed into corpses. They were not very powerful. But if there were this many of them... Waterfall! Yisha said nothing, and swung his hand forward violently, and countless thin lines flew out of the string rings, first rising into the air, and then suddenly making a right angle, and then falling downwards. The silvery thin line fell down, like a waterfall, blocking the entire passage. Puff, puff, puff. The corpse rats had no thoughts or wisdom at all. They just rushed forward madly, constantly hitting the wall formed by the thin lines. And then, their bodies were constantly cut into pieces. The blood instantly dyed the thin lines blood red, and countless corpses spread out in all directions, emitting a fishy smell. 1, 2, 3. Countless corpse rats died, and the corpses piled up like a mountain. Suddenly, a bang sounded, and several thin wires suddenly broke under the impact of the corpse rats, and the wire wall that was like a waterfall also cracked. Damn it! Yisha cursed in a low voice, made a decision immediately, turned around and ran. Yisha still knew the saying, a 1,000-mile embankment is destroyed by an ant hole. There was a gap in the wire wall, although it had not collapsed yet. The number of corpse rats did not decrease. In this case, it was only a matter of time before the wire wall was destroyed. Yisha ran as fast as he could, and after running about 20 meters, the rustling sound appeared again. It turned out that the group of corpse rats broke through the wire wall and continued to chase him. Yisha didn't even have time to curse, and quickly stretched out his hand and grasped the void, and the infinite bow appeared in his palm. Burning arrows! Yisha stretched out his hand and pinched the void, and imagined the burning arrows to materialize. Not just one, but a bunch. Then he rubbed his fingers, and those burning arrows were pinched into a fan shape by Yisha, and flames ignited at the position of the arrowheads. The next moment, Yisha drew his bow and put the burning arrow on the bowstring, and then flew forward. The burning arrow shot into the group of corpse rats, and a raging flame immediately burned. At the same time, because the group of corpse rats was so dense, the fire spread immediately. Even so, the corpse rats still rushed forward one after another, and actually suppressed the flames. It's endless. Yisha cursed in a low voice, and while continuing to run forward, he pulled out 2 crystal bars from the red flame bomb at his waist and threw them backwards. Boom! Boom! The explosion sounded suddenly. Black smoke billowed up, and the flames that had just been suppressed burned again, engulfing the front group of dead rats. Yisha continued to turn around and run, and after moving forward dozens of meters, he suddenly looked to the side. This was a drainage channel open on the wall, with an iron net nailed outside. Yisha hesitated for a moment, walked to the edge of the drainage channel, pulled down the iron net with force, then got into the drainage channel and put the iron net back. Just in case, Yisha used the Alaskan whale fork to cut a line on his finger. And after drawing blood, he placed 7 or 8 bloodthorn bombs near the entrance. After doing all this, Yisha began to crawl along the drain. The diameter of the drain was less than 1 meter, and there was no way to move forward except crawling on his knees. Such terrain was beneficial to Yisha. It would be great if he could avoid those corpse rats. Even if he was discovered. Those corpse rats were not small in size, and he would only have to face 3 or 5 of them each time. Moreover, after killing some of them, the corpses of the rats will block the drain. This is the best plan Yisha could come up with in the shortest possible time. If there are any accidents, Yisha estimates that he can only use the dragon transformation. The effect of Halum Yanpoking to kill the rats is very good. Fortunately, Yisha's luck seems to be okay. He crawled along the drain for about 10 minutes. Except for the occasional sound of water drops. There was no sound behind him. Obviously, the rats did not chase him. Yisha was somewhat relieved. The tide of corpse rats and the tide of zombies are the same concept. When there are too many of anything, the killing and destruction will become very terrifying. Continuing forward, after climbing for about a quarter of an hour, Yisha finally saw another iron net. Bang! Bang! Yisha raised his foot and kicked several times. Kicked the iron net open, and then jumped out of the drain. Splash! Under the drain was an underground sewer with accumulated water. When Yisha fell, he stepped directly into the underground sewer. Looking down, Yisha suddenly saw a pair of eyes. Chapter 1024 Sneak Attack. Yisha kicked out instinctively, and then a rotten head was kicked up by Yisha, flew to the side, hit the wall, and then fell back into the sewer. Yisha's face was a little solemn. Or very serious. That feeling of playing tricks appeared again. Sure enough, the rotten head kicked out by Yisha actually flew up, and the sparse hair on the top of the head suddenly floated up, and then began to burn. The flame was not red, but green, like a ghost fire. It's just to scare the children. Yisha was not moved at all. When the head was floating and crashing towards him, Yisha swung the king's holy sword and chopped it off. But at this moment, a headless corpse suddenly stood up from behind Yisha, holding an iron rod in his hand, and smashed it hard on Yisha's head. However, when the sound of water sounded, Yisha had already reacted, and he didn't care what was behind him, and jumped to the side. Bang! The iron rod swung down and smashed into the waterway, splashing a large amount of water. Yisha looked sideways, raised his foot, and swept it across the chest of the headless corpse, then stabbed a sword fiercely to the back. Puff! Just as the burning head flew over, Yisha stabbed a sword into the forehead of the head. However, Yisha's stab did not stop the head. The head continued to move forward, and the king's holy sword pierced through the head. But it also brought the head closer to Yisha. Opening its mouth, a foul smell came, and the head bit down on the back of Yisha's hand. Yisha threw his hand to the side without hesitation, and the king's holy sword flew out and nailed directly to the wall on the side. The head kept struggling and shaking, and dirty blood kept dripping down the king's holy sword. Even so, the head could not struggle out immediately, but was firmly nailed to the wall. Yisha turned around at this moment, because the headless corpse that he kicked away stood up again, waving the iron rod and smashing it hard. Yisha suddenly drew his sword. The evil eye sword was pulled out of the scabbard by Yisha, bringing out a red sword light, and fiercely collided with the iron rod. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly sounded. After Yisha held the iron rod, the sword blade swept forward fiercely, brushing against the iron rod, stirring up a golden spark, until the sword blade came in front of the headless corpse. Yisha raised the sword and stabbed it, and the king's holy sword pierced through the chest of the headless corpse, and pierced into the heart. But, bang! The headless corpse swung the iron rod without hesitation, and hit Yisha's shoulder hard, causing Yisha to stagger. The headless corpse was pierced through the heart by a sword, but nothing happened to it. Yisha drew his sword and walked away, then frowned at the headless corpse with a pierced heart. Long-term hunting of zombies has made Yisha a habit, either chopping the head or the neck. Attacks at these two positions can effectively kill zombies, but the head of the headless corpse in front of him had already fallen off. The neck and head were naturally not fatal, and the heart was obviously useless. In fact, the head was still nailed to the wall by the king's holy sword, and the headless corpse did not seem to have any effect. So, how to kill this guy? Yisha looked at the headless corpse rushing towards him, and suddenly twisted his ankle to avoid the attack of the iron rod, and then swept towards the legs of the headless corpse. Puff! Puff! As the evil eye sword swept across the opponent's legs, the legs of the headless corpse were chopped off by Yisha. The next moment, when the headless corpse fell to the ground, Yisha stepped forward and stabbed the evil eye sword into the shoulder of the headless corpse, and then twisted it hard, and chopped off the right arm of the headless corpse. Kill? No. There is no need to kill it at all. Just cut this guy into a human stick, and he will naturally be no threat if he can't move. Yisha went around to the other side, and chopped off the left arm of the headless corpse. Then, there was only the struggling head left. Yisha walked behind the king's holy sword, grabbed the hilt, and thrust the evil eye sword into it. Then the two swords moved up and down, and cut the head in two. The green fire burning on the hair finally went out slowly, and the two halves of the head finally stopped struggling. Yisha shook the blood on the sword, looked left and right, and couldn't see any difference, so he randomly picked a direction and walked forward quickly. After walking along the sewer for a while, when he reached the end, Yisha couldn't help but grin again. There was a train platform in front of the passage, and even the water from the underground sewer just flowed out and sprinkled on the rails. Yisha couldn't help but pinch his nose. If he didn't have the illusion of Jinshin, which could ignore the influence of hallucinations, Yisha would have thought that he was hallucinating. Who would build a train platform like this? Entering the train platform, Yisha looked around. Although this train platform was very similar to the two platforms Yisha had visited before, it was obviously not. For example, there were two railroad tracks here, but there were no abandoned trains parked there. Yisha tried to call the corpse flower, but got no response. Yisha could only walk forward, walk across the rails, and get on the train from the other side. However, Yisha did not notice that behind him, one by one, footprints formed by water marks followed Yisha. They were left by Yisha because there was water in the sewer. However, as Yisha continued to move forward, the water marks became more and more three-dimensional, and then slowly rose, then two legs appeared, a waist appeared, and even two hands appeared. The water footprints turned into a waterman, who suddenly appeared behind Yisha, raised his right arm, and suddenly condensed into a sickle, ready to chop down at Yisha. But at this moment, Yisha turned his body suddenly, and the king's holy sword swept backwards, directly cutting the waterman's body with one sword. With a splash, the waterman turned into a pile of liquid and scattered on the ground. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Yisha said disdainfully. "How can I not hear such a loud sound of water flow?" Yisha did not intend to investigate how the waterman was formed. There were too many things in this place that could not be explained. In this case, don't think about the so-called explanation anymore. Just chop them all off. After killing the waterman, Yisha jumped onto the platform on the other side. There was a passage in front of him, and there was a sign on the side of the passage, with a sign leading to the toilet. After looking around, Yisha walked into the passage. Chapter 1025 Zombie Tide. Walking through the passage, Yisha saw two elevators. Of course, they had stopped running long ago. There were some bloodstains on them, which had already dried up. Yisha stepped on the elevator and walked all the way to the top. A passage in front of him collapsed. Countless rubble piled up there, blocking the way. Yisha looked to both sides. There was a lounge on the right side for waiting for the train. This was actually an abnormal place. Of course, there was a lounge at the train station, but as he walked along, Yisha was basically sure that this was a train station built underground. Or to put it bluntly, it is a subway station. Why does a subway station need a restroom? After entering the subway station, isn't it directly the platform? As for the left side of the other side, it is a corridor leading to the shopping area. Yisha was even more speechless. There is a shopping area in the subway station? This is something that only train stations have. There are some restaurants, and some magazines and souvenir shops. In general, it is prepared for people waiting for the train. The things sold are very expensive, but the train intervals at the subway station are very short, so there is no need for these, and they will not be built. Yisha hesitated for a moment and chose to go to the left. There was nothing to see in the restroom. It was separated by glass walls. The glass was all broken. You could see everything in the rest stop at a glance. There was nothing strange. walking through the corridor and entering the shopping area. This place was not big. There were probably only a dozen shops, including a beverage shop, a noodle shop, a snack bar, and then Yisha saw a bookstore selling magazines and books. This was useful to Yisha. Based on those magazines and books, he could probably make some guesses, or at least determine where he was through the words used in the books. For example, if it is a Chinese book, then I am in China. Of course, it is unlikely, because the advertising signs at the train station are not in Chinese. However, when Yisha walked to the bookstore, he frowned again. There is no need to look at those books. The covers of the books are white. There are a few books that fell on the ground, and the pages of the open books are also white. Or to put it more directly, they are some blank books without even covers. Which bookstore would sell this kind of stuff? Dang. Dang. At this time, the sound of metal collision suddenly rang out. Yisha raised his eyebrows and quickly left the bookstore, only to find himself surrounded. Zombies. A lot of zombies. In the store area, zombies in construction clothes surrounded the entire store area at some point, holding all kinds of tools in their hands. Hammers, wrenches, steel pipes. Huh? Yisha took a deep breath and held a sword in his hand. Yisha didn't hate this situation. It was better to face it head-on than to be attacked suddenly. However, the dense crowds were still a bit troublesome. It seems that I have to fight my way out. When the zombies kept approaching, Yisha took the lead and rushed forward, swinging the two swords in his hands. The king's holy sword came forward, bringing out a golden sword light, while the sword light of the evil eye sword was deep red, revealing a bloody feeling. Puff! Puff! The next moment, two heads flew into the air. Yisha killed two zombies, then took a quick step and kicked a zombie in the chest, sending it flying. The flying zombies knocked down more zombies, like bowling balls. Yisha took advantage of the situation and jumped up, stepping on the bodies of the zombies, and quickly running forward. The surrounding zombies quickly gathered together, blocking the gap created by Yisha, and rushed towards Yisha one after another. The best thing to use at this time is of course the corpse flower vine, which can repel a large number of zombies with just one sweep, opening a gap for Yisha to rush out. However, the corpse flower is now nowhere to be found, so Yisha can only rely on himself. Shock wave. Yisha stretched out his hand and pushed forward, and the invisible force surged forward, pushing a large number of zombies out and violently shaking them far away. Then Yisha's outstretched palm suddenly clenched. Capture the dragon and let the crane fly. Capture the dragon in one move. Suction appeared in Yisha's palm, forcibly sucking a zombie in, and then throwing it out with force, smashing the zombie that had just climbed up from the ground back to the ground, opening a gap in the zombie group again. Yisha did not delay at all, quickly jumped out, and ran forward. However, when Yisha rushed out of the store area and returned to the front of the elevator, Yisha couldn't help but gasp. Zombies. Densely packed zombies. Those zombies directly blocked the elevators on both sides. Not only that, but the passages under the elevators were also full of zombies, pouring in like a tide. Yisha wanted to curse. He had just come in from this location and didn't see a single zombie. Now it was so densely packed with zombies that there was no place to stand. This was already the level of a zombie tide. The most important thing was, where did these zombies come from? Could they appear out of thin air? Yisha was full of confusion, but he didn't have time to think too much, because the zombies were already rushing up the elevator. Puff! Puff! Yisha quickly swung his swords and chopped down two zombies coming from the left and right, but was soon knocked to the ground by a zombie that rushed over from behind. It turned out that the zombies from the store area had also chased out. This level was completely the level of a zombie tide. Yisha's mind moved, and the wind around his body suddenly rose, turning into wind blades that pushed in all directions, chopping the bodies of those zombies into pieces. Then he jumped up from the ground. Yisha swung his sword randomly, because there was no need for any rules. Anyway, even if he swung his sword randomly, he could accurately cut the zombies. There were too many zombies around. After finally clearing out some of the zombies around, Yisha took 2 steps back, picked up a trash can next to him, and smashed it forward, knocking down a bunch of zombies pouring out of the elevator. But before he could rush out, a zombie with half of its body cut off lay on the ground and reached out to grab Yisha's ankle. Yisha raised his sword and stabbed it through the zombie's head. While retreating to the side, He pulled out the crystal bar of the red flame bomb and threw it forward. Boom! Boom! The explosion sounded suddenly, and the air waves from the explosion spread out ripples in circles, shaking the surrounding zombies away. Yisha quickly looked around, hoping to find a way out that was not full of zombies. Or in other words, whether there was a weak point where he could fight his way out. But there was none. There were zombies everywhere. Under the elevator, the store area behind, and the lounge on the other side. All of them were full of zombies, constantly pouring out. Chapter 1026 Fatal Awakening. Fuck. Yisha cursed again, then raised his sword and cut a hole in his palm, spilling blood towards the zombies. And then the blood turned into blood thorns in the zombie group, piercing the bodies of the zombies. Must leave here. Yisha frowned. These zombies appeared too strangely. Not to mention that he just walked here and didn't see any zombies at all. Take the lounge for example. It was empty, with only one entrance and exit. Where did the zombies come from? If these zombies seem to appear out of thin air, it means that they can never be killed, which is even more terrifying than the zombie tide. No matter how many zombies there are in the zombie tide, there is at least a number. The zombies in this ghost place don't even have a number. While thinking, Yisha's hands moved quickly, slashing and killing those zombies frantically, and then retreated to the side of a billboard. Yisha bent down and swept the sword, cutting off the bracket under the billboard. After cutting off the fixed bracket, Yisha picked up the billboard and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. As Yisha charged forward, the billboard in front of him kept hitting the zombies, knocking them down and pushing them away. Rushing to the side of the elevator, Yisha pushed the zombies away and placed the billboard directly on the handrail of the elevator. Taking advantage of the tilt of the elevator handrail, Yisha jumped onto the billboard, lay on it, and slid down. Bang, bang. The sound of the collision continued to ring, and Yisha used the billboard to knock the zombies away and slid all the way to the bottom of the elevator. After landing, Yisha raised the billboard and smashed it again, knocking down a bunch of zombies, and then rushed to the passage. Yisha took a deep breath, and then a layer of fine scales appeared on his body, forming the appearance of armor. At the same time, the muscles on Yisha's body expanded directly like a balloon inflated with air. Hard armor. Strong power. The hard armor can help Yisha resist the attacks of those zombies, at least for a short period of time. The teeth and claws of those zombies cannot easily touch Yisha's body and leave wounds on Yisha's body. As for strength, after the increase in strength, Yisha can easily cut through the bodies of those zombies, and no longer needs to aim at the opponent's head and neck every time he attacks. Puff, puff, puff. After getting ready, Yisha rushed into the passage without hesitation and collided with the zombie tide. There were zombies in front, behind, left and right, and Yisha had no choice. If he didn't move forward, he would die. The two swords danced continuously, constantly cutting through those zombies. In a relatively small space like the passage, the zombie tide naturally looked more terrifying. Yisha had no way to defend himself, and could only rely on his hard armor to resist. When he fought his way out of the passage, the hard armor finally couldn't hold on, and it shattered with a snap like glass, turning into countless halos that scattered. And Yisha's face was still ugly. The train platform outside the passage was also densely packed with zombies. Looking up, there were zombies on and under the platform, almost blocking the entire platform. It's endless. Yisha cursed and tightened his sword again, because, apart from this, Yisha didn't know what he could do. But at this moment, a voice sounded in Yisha's mind. You seem to be in big trouble? Yisha was stunned for a moment, and then he showed his joy. Fatal? Wake up! After swallowing the apostle's broken arm, Fatal has been in a deep sleep, or more accurately, in hibernation. Yisha hasn't heard Fatal's voice in his head for a long time. Yeah, Fatal agreed. Then, should I help you solve the current trouble first? Yisha rolled his eyes and chopped down another zombie. If you don't want to see me die here, you'd better hurry up. As you wish. At the moment when Fatal's words fell, countless black liquids suddenly gushed out of Yisha's body, which seemed very sticky and exploded in all directions. Suddenly, they solidified and turned into long thorns. Yisha looked like a huge thorn ball, and the zombies around Yisha were pierced with countless blood holes cleanly. The next moment, the black thorns condensed from the black liquid were retracted, and the zombies around Yisha fell down. The black thorns turned into liquid and quickly spread on Yisha's body, covering every inch of his body, and entering a fatal state. Roar! Yisha opened his mouth, and his mouth split open, revealing jagged teeth. Roaring forward, then he jumped up, pressed his hands and feet towards the ceiling, and the black liquid stuck to the ceiling. And at the same time, Yisha was hung upside down on the ceiling, like a gecko. Yisha heaved a sigh of relief and handed over the control of his body to Fatal. Although Yisha was still fighting, he did not feel tired. Yisha was just watching the show. Moreover, the black liquid that Fatal turned into was very sticky and could easily escape through the ceiling and walls. He did not need to continue fighting these zombies relentlessly. Yisha, I really don't know where these things came from. Let's run forward and get away from the zombie tide first. Fatal, these are all illusions. Yisha was stunned for a moment. Then, illusions? Hallucinations? I can't have hallucinations. Yisha has fantasy Jinshin. All illusions and illusions are ineffective on Yisha. Even the potion that can cause hallucinations has no effect on Yisha. Although this damn place has too many weird things. Many things seem to be explained only by illusions. Fatal, I'm talking about illusions, not hallucinations. Or dreams. Yisha was stunned. You said I was dreaming? Fatal, dreams are a subjective experience, which are images, sounds, thoughts or feelings that people imagine when they sleep. They are very similar to hallucinations, but they are two different things. Hallucinations are a kind of confusion, while dreams are a kind of information. Yisha, I don't understand. Fatal, hallucinations are false, and dreams are also false. But hallucinations come from the outside, while dreams come from the inside, which are information that already exists in your brain, and then presented directly, or after being changed. Yisha, I still don't understand. But it doesn't matter. What matters is to solve the current problem. Do you mean I'm dreaming? Fatal, there must be something that makes you dream. Yisha, can it be solved? Fatal, this is exactly why I appear. We agreed that I will appear when you are in danger of death. Fatal said. Yisha spread out his left palm, and the black liquid squirmed and turned into a huge axe. Boom! The next moment, Yisha raised the giant axe and chopped it towards the ceiling. Chapter 1027 Heartbreaking. Boom! As the axe fell, Yisha jumped upwards, and there turned out to be a train platform. But Yisha had no intention of stopping. Or rather, he had no intention of stopping at all. He continued to jump upwards, stuck his body to the ceiling, and swung the axe again to smash the ceiling. Boom! 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 With continuous roars, Yisha continued to smash the ceiling and continued to jump upwards. To Yisha's surprise, every floor was a train platform. Fatal, dreams are layered, like a three-dimensional maze, which means you don't know what you will dream about. Just like being in a maze. But the maze always has an end. Boom! The axe condensed by Fatal smashed the ceiling again. This layer is an extremely special world, as if it is a void space with nothing. Everything around is colorful, with extremely colorful colors. And in the center of that colorful world, there is a huge black flower, swaying there constantly. The colorful colors indicate the uncertainty of dreams, which can create everything, and nothing can be determined. Fatal, that black flower is a nightmare flower, which can create nightmares. Chop it, and you will be out. Yisha walked forward, quickly came to the front of the nightmare flower, and then swung the axe to chop it. The nightmare flower seemed to have no defensive ability or attack means, except for creating nightmares. With one axe, the nightmare flower was chopped in two. Huh? Doomsday train platform. Yisha suddenly opened his eyes, gasped, and looked around. This is a normal Doomsday train platform. The platform where Yisha and Yepa went to the Fire Velvet City. The Doomsday train is parked next to Yisha. Yisha touched his neck, which was covered with cold sweat, and then looked at his feet. A small black flower broke into two pieces and fell there. Is everything really just a dream? A Fatal voice sounded. It's done. Yisha, is it reality now? Fatal, of course. Yisha is now somewhat suspicious, even suspecting Fatal. After all, Fatal has been dormant, and his sudden appearance is also quite confusing. However, it is still very simple to confirm all this. Yisha picked up the so-called nightmare flower on the ground, then walked into the Doomsday train and into the dining car. The proprietress looked at Yisha coming back and was surprised. No way? Yi Sha, what no way? The lady boss looked at the time. I thought you might not be able to complete the trial mission this time. With a success rate of 50% at most. But you finished it in 3 days. 3 days? Yi Sha was stunned. It should be less than a day. However, thinking that he was experiencing a dream. Time is naturally not accurate. Besides, if it was really a dream, sitting there for 7 days, dreaming, Yi Sha would die of hunger or thirst. Therefore, the 7 days of survival were probably calculated according to the dream, not the real time. And the time on both sides was not equal. So, Yi Sha didn't care too much. Yi Sha, so, I'm really back? It's this thing. The nightmare flower? Yi Sha put the nightmare flower that was broken into 2 pieces on the bar. Yes. The boss lady. This is a very rare ancient species. You are wasting it. Since you got it done in 3 days, it means that the nightmare flower can't trap you at all. Why don't you try to bring the nightmare flower back intact? Yi Sha smiled awkwardly. His back was still wet, and his clothes were completely soaked with sweat. 3 days? I almost died in 1 day. If it wasn't fatal. Yi Sha now recalled that he was not sure if he could complete the trial mission. This had nothing to do with strength, but the fact that there was no fatality. Yi Sha had no idea what was going on. And if he didn't know what was going on, it was impossible to wake up from the nightmare created by the nightmare flower. Yi Sha had to say that this trial mission was indeed ruthless. Not to mention that the boss lady felt that she couldn't pass it. If it wasn't fatal. Even if Yi Sha was asked to do it again, he couldn't guarantee that he could handle it. The boss lady, anyway. Congratulations on completing this trial mission. Yi Sha curled his lips. If you can't find anyone to kill, just passing the trial mission will not complete this trial. What's the point? The boss lady smiled. I can't help you with this. I wish you good luck. At this time, the door of the dining car opened, and Du Lingling walked in. When she saw Yi Sha, she was stunned, then walked to Yi Sha and said guiltily, I'm sorry. Huh? Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. What? During the exam, 2 people promised to become Yi Sha's trainees, but changed their minds after becoming trainees. So Yi Sha sent Du Lingling to kill the 2 guys who went back on their word as a warning to others. Now Du Lingling has returned to the Doomsday train. And when she saw him, she actually said sorry? Yi Sha didn't kill them? Yi Sha was a little surprised. Du Lingling went with Fei Long. And he also asked the Archon to go with Du Lingling. But he didn't kill the 2 people who had just become trainees? This is no longer impossible. It's incredible. Du Lingling gritted her teeth. If those 2 guys want to kill me, they can certainly kill me. They are no match for me. I am enough alone. But someone stopped us, and Fei Long was seriously injured. Yi Sha frowned. Who did it? Du Lingling, Xia Tian. Yi Sha's face immediately showed a bit of ferocity. And he angrily said, that bastard. I haven't bothered him yet. How dare he come to ruin my business? It seems that I didn't kill him last time. So he got bolder. It's because you didn't kill him that he ruined your business. You have already made your attitude clear and tried to kill him. Naturally, we are in an irreconcilable situation. At this time, Nye Po's voice suddenly sounded. Yi Sha looked for the sound and saw Nye Po sitting in the corner drinking. Nye Po waved, come over here and talk. Yi Sha looked at the proprietress. It was indeed not good to say this in front of the proprietress. Yi Sha simply stood up, gestured to Du Lingling, and walked towards Nye Po. Nye Po poured 2 glasses of wine, pushed them in front of the 2 people, and said, Xia Tian, the guy wants to trick you. Yi Sha, what? Nye Po, don't you think about it. Those 2 idiots went back on their words. But you didn't do anything. Or you wanted to kill them, but didn't kill them. And then spread it to the ears of other flight attendants. How would those flight attendants see you? Yi Sha's face became a little ugly, and he looked more fierce. Yi Sha was not a fool, and he understood the key at once. Cowardly. Incompetent. Nothing more than that. Lack of strength. Just a name. Nye Po put his finger down. These labels may be put on you. That guy is killing your heart. Chapter 1028 Kill Together. Yi Sha's expression was a little ugly, because he had already thought of the possibility that Nye Po mentioned. Yi Sha pondered and thought about the situation. He and Xia Tian must be in a situation of life and death. After all, the dispute has already started, and Yi Sha has already fought with Xia Tian, not hiding his murderous intention at all. In this case, there is no room for easing. Therefore, based on the current situation, even if there is no reason in the previous life, it is already a dead end. For Xiaotian, it is obviously very uncomfortable to have a guy like Yi Sha who wants to kill him at any time. Then, the best way is, of course, to kill Yi Sha. However, Yi Sha is currently in a state of disdain for Xiaotian's strength. Xiaotian's strength is there, and among the flight attendants, he is probably the best. But if measured by the position of chief flight attendant, Xiaotian is not as good as Yi Sha or Gan Lin, since it is impossible to be Yi Sha's opponent in a direct fight. Naturally, some tricks are needed, and this seems to be what Xiaotian is really good at. Yi Sha even suspected that the two guys dared to go back on their words, because Xiaotian had instigated them to do so, and then tried to publicize the matter. Many flight attendants would inevitably be suspicious of Yi Sha. You know, for a flight attendant, personal strength is indeed the key. But the flight attendants under his name are also a manifestation of strength. Xiaotian obviously wanted to start from this aspect to weaken Yi Sha's strength and increase his own strength at the same time. After all, there are only 3 flight attendants. If Yi Sha is not considered, then Gan Lin and Xiaotian are the candidates. Considering that Yi Sha was tricked by Xiaotian once, it is possible that many people will choose Xiaotian for this reason. Niepa glanced at Du Lingling. She came back in the morning. After I heard about the incident, I thought about it and decided that it would be best to resolve the matter as soon as possible. This is the best way to fight back and show our toughness. So, I called her to the dining car to ask if the 2 guys had come back. As Niepa spoke, he took out a cigarette case and flicked it, then picked up a cigarette. If they hadn't come back, I was going to go there. Niepa, I didn't expect you to come back too. Do you want to go with me? If that guy named Xiaotian is still here, let's kill him together. Yi Sha looked at Du Lingling. Yi Sha was quite tempted by Niepa's proposal. Xiaotian was still alive, which was a pain for Yi Sha. It would be better to kill him as soon as possible. Besides, Niepa was right. It was clear that Xiaotian was plotting against him. How should he fight back? The 2 flight attendants could not be alive. Moreover, the sooner they died, the better. The sooner they died, the stronger Yi Sha's fight back would be. Of course, if Xiaotian was killed by the way, it would not be a question of strength or not. Once the person was dead, it would be over and done with. There would be no worries. Du Lingling shook her head. They are back. The crew mission has been completed. Niepa pondered. That's a bit troublesome. We have to wait until the next stop. Let you go with me. Her spiritual perception can help me find people, and I will handle the rest. Du Lingling, what if Xiaotian is still watching at the next stop? What should I do to protect those 2 people? I will protect them. Niepa smiled indifferently. Although he is the chief steward, I am not sure I can beat him. But if it's just killing... Niepa blew out a smoke ring and extinguished the remaining half of the cigarette. His face became solemn and gloomy, revealing a chill. Niepa, even if he summons God, he can't protect the person I want to kill. Yi Sha curled his lips. Niepa's tone was a bit loud, but Yi Sha did not deny that Niepa had the ability. Killing and fighting are 2 different things. Being able to fight does not mean being able to kill. This matter is as small as some details, including what part to hit during the fight and what angle to hit, which can increase the mortality rate. To put it in a broader sense, it is a matter of means. A piece of paper, a bottle cap, ordinary things in life, have no meaning to most people. But in the hands of some people, they can become deadly weapons. In short, fighting and killing are 2 different things. Even if we don't consider the means of those killers. Is it easy to block Niepa's long-range sniping? It's really not easy when you are unprepared. To put it another way, can you block it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, or 5 times? Niepa hides in the dark, like a maggot on the heel, and can suddenly shoot you at any time and anywhere. Even if you can block it, you will be driven half crazy if you do it too many times. Then, as long as you have a moment of emotional collapse or slackness, you will die. So, when it comes to killing people, Niepa is indeed a professional. Even if he brags, he has the capital to brag. However, Yi Sha shook his head. Not enough. Yi Sha, only 2 people died. Too few. Niepa raised his eyebrows, and a chill suddenly rose in his heart. He looked at Yi Sha. What do you mean? Yi Sha, if you want to kill, then kill them all. Hiss. Du Lingling took a breath of cold air on the side. Yi Sha meant to kill everyone. Of course. He wanted to kill all the people related to Xia Tian. Du Lingling couldn't help thinking. As expected, the guys who can become flight attendants are all ruthless and cruel. And she is far from that. Yi Sha looked at Nyepa. Gather everyone. Let's go to the next stop to have some fun. Nyepa, I think this is not a problem. But the problem is? Nyepa nodded in the direction of the boss lady. Yi Sha nodded. First of all, would the boss lady stop Yi Sha? Yi Sha was not worried about this. Because after deciding to kill Xia Tian, Yi Sha had repeatedly tested the boss lady's bottom line. Or the bottom line of the train conductor. The boss lady did not care much about this. Or in other words, although the train conductor could not fully represent the Doomsday train, there was one thing that was consistent with the Doomsday train. That is, everything was based on the law of the jungle as the survival basis. The 4 words survival of the fittest are equally effective in the eyes of the train conductor. In the eyes of the train conductor, there are 2 kinds of people. Those who can be owned by him, and those who cannot be used by him. Let's not consider issues such as loyalty for the time being. Then, those who are alive can be used by him. And those who are dead cannot be used by him. Yi Sha believes that the train conductor will not bother with him for a dead person. Besides, if Xia Tian is really killed, it means that he is incompetent and his strength is not enough for the train conductor to use. But the problem at the moment is that it is not that the boss lady does not stop Yi Sha from killing people. If Yi Sha's plan is to be implemented, it obviously needs the help of the boss lady. Yi Sha said to Nyepa, you go and gather everyone first. And I will take care of the rest. Nyepa nodded and stood up with Yi Sha. However, Nyepa left the dining car directly, while Yi Sha sat at the bar, in front of the boss lady. Chapter 1029 Dispatching. Yi Sha, I want to know if Xia Tian will leave at the next stop. And if he leaves, where will he go? Secondly, how many flight attendants are under Xia Tian's name? And if they leave, will they leave at the next stop? And if they leave, where will they go? The lady boss looked at Yi Sha seriously for a while. I don't care about your private grudges. And I don't care if he lives or dies. But it doesn't mean I will help you. You must. Yi Sha interrupted the lady boss. What price do I need to pay? The boss lady still shook her head. You should understand. I can only remain neutral. Yi Sha, why bother? What he can do for the conductor, I can also do for the conductor. What he can't do, I can also do for the conductor. It's just a few crew members died. The worst that can happen is that I have to work harder. I will take care of the task. Boss lady, you should understand. This is not the key point. I understand. Yi Sha, the key point is that the price I paid is not enough. The boss lady smiled bitterly and shook her head. She had never realized that Yi Sha was so stubborn before. The boss lady wanted to open her mouth to speak again. But at this moment, Yi Sha suddenly leaned forward and whispered something in her ear. The boss lady's face changed obviously, and she began to struggle, showing obvious hesitation. Yi Sha smiled. I said, the key point is that the price I paid is not enough. And now, I think the price I paid is enough. The boss lady stared at Yi Sha for a long time, and then nodded inaudibly. Yi Sha couldn't help but grin, and his smile was very bright. Nanlin City. The Doomsday train slowly entered the platform, and 4 crew members got off the Doomsday train and walked out of the platform. Almost in an instant, the 2 formed a formation, quickly retreated, and distanced themselves from the other crew member. Yi, you turned around. You look like you want to resist? The question is, can you resist? Almost in an instant, the 2 crew members felt an invisible force appear around their bodies, like a rope, binding them tightly. The next moment, Kong Max, who was beside Yi, jumped forward, pulled out a Nepali machete, and slashed into the neck of one of them fiercely, with the blade halfway inserted. Hiss! Hiss! A sound like sucking cold air was heard, and as Kong Max pulled the Nepali machete out of the opponent's neck, bright red blood flew out and scattered all over the ground. The flight attendant finally struggled out of the restraints, holding the wound on his neck and retreating continuously, his face extremely pale. He wanted to escape back to the Doomsday train platform, which was the only ray of hope. But he knew that this was not a solution at all. He couldn't hide in the Doomsday train platform forever. If he failed to complete the mission, he would die. And in that moment of hesitation, Kong Max stabbed the Nepalese machete into the opponent's chest. the position of the heart. A single blow killed him. Yi Yu spread his hands, and the 7-da sword floated up. Yi Yu said to the remaining attendant, "You are very unlucky because you followed the wrong person." City of 7 Hills. Compute branch building. A mutant zombie roared and rushed forward frantically, aiming at 2 men. But when he was about to pounce on each other, the 2 men dodged to the side at the same time. Puff! The sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh appeared, and then the mutant zombie's head fell down and rolled to the side. The 2 men pouted and came to the front of a glass jar. Found it. This is the Type 2 ZY virus. The mission is completed. Quickly pack the things and you can go back. Go back? Where do you want to go back to? At this time, Du Lingling's voice sounded slowly. And then she walked into the office. Behind Du Lingling, there was a huge meat mountain. Fei Long looked at the 2 men with a ferocious face. The 2 men's faces suddenly changed, and they moved closer involuntarily. Du Lingling, do you think that someone will come to save you this time? As Du Lingling spoke, she stretched out her hand and waved it forward. And Fei Long walked forward. "You 2 bastards. You made me lose the reward meal for the flight attendant. And you dared to let someone beat me up." Fei Long clenched his fists, his knuckles crackling. Staring at the 2 men, "I'm going to beat you to death this time." The 2 men looked at each other, suddenly growled, and rushed forward. Fei Long faced the blade, without even looking at it, and let the other party chop him down. Puff! The next moment, a wound appeared on Fei Long's body, but it was very thin, and not much blood flowed out. Fei Long's terrifying fat is the best defense, even not inferior to some armor sold in the treasure list. "Ah!" Fei Long roared, grabbed the other person's collar, and threw him upwards. The man was thrown out easily. His back hit the ceiling, breaking a piece of the ceiling, and then fell to the ground hard, spurting blood from his mouth. Fei Long did not stop, but took a step forward, stared at the other person, and slapped him with a palm leaf fan. Puff! The man was hit by Fei Long's palm and flew backwards with blood spurting out, unable to withstand a single blow. Du Lingling sneered, "If Xia Tian hadn't appeared last time, would you 2 have survived?" Du Lingling said, waving her hand. Fei Long raised his foot without hesitation and stepped on a man's chest. With a click, the man's chest sank at a speed visible to the naked eye, but his sternum was completely broken, and blood and saliva kept flowing out of the corners of his mouth. "Du Lingling, there is another one. Kill him quickly, and then I will take you to find cheese to eat. The cheese in the City of 7 Hills is very famous." Fei Long's eyes lit up immediately. He wiped his saliva and walked towards the remaining man. The man was terrified and hurried. "Wait! Wait! I have something to say." Du Lingling stopped Fei Long and walked up to him. "What do you want to say?" I am willing." The man stuttered. "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't go back on my word. I am willing to be the flight attendant of Flight Attendant Yi. I will do anything. The guy my flight attendant hates the most is the one who doesn't keep his word." Du Lingling suddenly drew out her sword and stabbed forward, piercing the opponent's lower abdomen. "So, he hates people like you the most. Understand?" The man's face suddenly changed, and then he suddenly roared, and he was about to pounce on Du Lingling, wanting to die together. But Fei Long's palm also arrived, with a bang. As Fei Long's palm swept across, the man's head exploded like a smashed watermelon, and countless pieces of flesh scattered around. A stream of blood spurted out from the head and neck like a fountain. Chapter 1030 Killing. The City of Celia. On the top of a building, a huge cloth bag was placed in the corner of the top of the building. Niepa huddled in the canvas bag, using it to hide his figure. Niepa hummed a tune, quickly opened the gun box, took out the sniper rifle, and quickly assembled it. In the magazine, Niepa stuffed a golden bullet engraved with a dragon pattern into it, and then filled the magazine. "Huh. I have to use a dragon pattern bullet to deal with a minion." Niepa set up the sniper rifle. "Yi Sha should really pay for the bullets." As Niepa said this, he set up the sniper rifle, pressed his body against the butt, and then aimed his eyes at the sight. According to the wind speed, humidity, distance and other data displayed in the sight, Niepa slowly adjusted, and then quickly locked his target. A woman in her 30s. "I am a small bullet," Niepa whispered softly, "my only function." Bang! The gunshot rang out, and a golden light suddenly swept across the sky, shooting diagonally towards the corner of the street. The woman turned around suddenly, and saw a 5-clawed golden dragon, ferociously appearing in front of her. Then a blood flower burst out from the woman's forehead, and her body fell backwards to the ground. Niep only finished the second half of his sentence at this moment. It can only be used to kill people. Niep stood up, threw the climbing rope from the top of the building, hung the hook, and then jumped down. After the rope dropped to the ground, it quickly disappeared at the corner of the street. In the Black Forest City, a ruined library, the little fat man leaned against the door, flipping through a magazine casually, eating something in his mouth, and occasionally raised his hand to check the time. The next moment, boom, boom, the sound of an explosion suddenly appeared, and then 2 balls of hot fire exploded in the library. The flames surged in all directions, even breaking through the door and rushing out directly. The little fat man covered his ears, looking very afraid of the explosion, and then waited for the flames to dissipate, and the little fat man patted off the black ash on his body. "Hey!" The little fat man shouted to the side. "I don't know if he's dead or not. Go check. If he's not dead, stab him twice more." Mu Jieyun jumped down from the roof, nodded, and walked into the library. The surrounding bookshelves were completely blown up. In the corner, Mu Jieyun saw 2 men, who were blown to pieces and charred. One of them was already dead, but the other was still struggling, squirming forward. When he saw Mu Jieyun, he struggled, "Save me." Then, Mu Jieyun cut his neck with the saber in his hand. Doomsday train platform. Entrance and exit. Yisha sat on a metal chair beside the entrance, with a paper towel on the side, some peanuts on the paper towel, and a bottle of wine in his hand, drinking a sip of wine and throwing a few peanuts into his mouth. Yisha looked very comfortable. "Is it really that extreme?" At this time, Xia Tian's voice sounded. Not far from Yisha, Xia Tian stood there, with both hands in his trouser pockets, squeezing hard, and his nails had pierced into the flesh. "I just sat here drinking, but I didn't do anything." Yisha looked at Xia Tian and joked, "By the way, you want to save people, right? Then go quickly. Don't delay here." Yisha looked like he was thinking about Xia Tian, but Xia Tian knew very well that as long as he left the Doomsday train platform, Yisha would definitely follow him out. And then, there would be a fight. Someone will die. Someone will live. This is a terrible thing. And what's worse is that Xia Tian knows that there is a high probability that he will be the one to die. Xia Tian felt powerless and could only repeat, "Do you really want to do this?" "Yes." This time, Yisha stopped teasing Xia Tian and stood up, threw the beer bottle out, smashed it in front of Xia Tian, and then said coldly, "I said, you'd better stay on the Doomsday train for the rest of your life. Otherwise I will beat you to death." "Xia Tian, I admit that I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you at the beginning. But we are all crew chiefs. Do we have to go to this extent for some minor frictions?" Yisha smiled, "Yes." Xia Tian clenched his fists tighter, blood flowing from his fingers. Xia Tian gritted his teeth. "Why?" "Yisha, of course you deserve to die. If you don't understand, I can say it another way. I am stronger than you. I will kill you if I want to. If you don't accept it, come and kill me." "Xia Tian, do you have to fight to the death? Are you sure you can kill me? Are you sure it's not you who will die?" "Will I die?" "Probably." Yisha casually took out a peanut, flicked it with his thumb, and put it into his mouth to chew. "The problem is that I don't care. I just want to kill you, or be killed by you." While talking, Yisha sideways his body, making way, and pointed to the platform exit. "Why don't we give it a try?" Xia Tian looked ahead. He knew very well that he had to take action. If he didn't leave, his crew would be killed. Of course. That's all. Xia Tian didn't care. Anyway, it wasn't him who died. However, Xia Tian knew very well that this would have sequelae. Just like Xia Tian had tricked Yisha. A crew member who could not protect himself would definitely be looked down upon. No one dared to follow Xia Tian, and no one was willing to be Xia Tian's crew member. After today, Xia Tian would be a commander without troops, and it would be difficult to recruit crew members. The title of crew chief would naturally lose a lot of meaning, and would be of little use. So, let's take action. Leave the Doomsday train platform and fight Yisha. Life or death? This is a multiple choice question. Xia Tian looked at Yisha, whose face was full of contempt and disdain, which made Xia Tian extremely angry. The guy in front of him looked down on him, and had always looked down on him. However, the angrier he got, the more Xia Tian retreated. Yisha's contempt and disdain could not be without reason. Xia Tian could not be Yisha. And even Xia Tian himself knew this. The atmosphere was very depressing, which made Xia Tian feel a little tormented. Then, Xia Tian retreated. Xia Tian slowly retreated, and did not choose to leave the Doomsday train platform, but chose to return to the Doomsday train. Looking at Xia Tian's back, Yisha regretted, what a pity. I wanted to solve this trouble once and for all. But now it seems that I can only wait for the next time. Yisha wanted to kill Xia Tian. He never concealed this fact. But unfortunately Xia Tian chose to take a vacation at this station. So the initiative was in Xia Tian's hands. Xia Tian could choose to leave or not. And there was no task restriction during the vacation period, forcing Xia Tian to leave. So if Xia Tian chose to shrink in the Doomsday train, Yisha would have no choice. Chapter 1031 ending. Yisha said that he didn't care at all, which was of course a lie. But Xia Tian was lucky, and Yisha had no choice but to let him go this time. Yisha returned to the Doomsday train, and his mission was to stop Xia Tian. It would be best if Xia Tian left. This battle was inevitable. Either Yisha died or Xia Tian died. Otherwise, Yisha's mission was to scare Xia Tian back and prevent him from rescuing the crew members. The rest of the things could naturally be handled by others. The guys under Yisha are all tough guys. Only Kong Max and Mu Jiyun are newcomers. Xia Tian was just a newly promoted chief steward. How powerful can he expect the people under his command to be? Back to the Doomsday train. Yisha entered the dining car and threw a cloth package to the proprietress. You have to pay for what you get. Equivalent exchange is the basis for maintaining all interests. The proprietress opened the cloth package and was very satisfied, because it contained the Noah's Stone tablet. This is the price Yisha paid. The train conductor had always wanted this thing. But Yisha refused to exchange the Noah's Stone for the liquid monster. And the train conductor had no choice because the original mission was to get the Noah's Stone and exchange it for the liquid monster. But it was not necessary to exchange it. The rules of the Doomsday train are irreversible. And the mission is the mission. And the train conductor has no choice. Later, the train conductor still gave the liquid monster to Yisha. Yisha estimated that the train conductor paid for it himself. And he might have meant to let Yisha know better and hand over the Noah's Stone himself. Unfortunately, Yisha didn't know what was going on. This time, Yisha was determined to kill Xia Tian, and naturally knew that he had to pay a sufficient price to get the boss lady to help him. Why did all the attendants of Xia Tian get off at this station? Why did Yisha know clearly where they went? This was the deal between Yisha and the boss lady. As for why it was the Noah's Steel, it was because other things were not enough to impress the boss lady, or the train conductor. Of course, Yisha had other ancient civilization items in his hand, but they were found by Yisha himself. If he handed them over, wouldn't it be revealed that he had these things? As for the Noah's Steel, the train conductor had always known that Yisha had it, so he took this opportunity to throw it out for a trade. Anyway, he had never been able to research anything, and there were other ancient civilization items that he could continue to research. Finally, it would save the train conductor from worrying about it. The proprietress put away the Noah's Steel. Remember, only this time. Don't worry. Once is enough. Yisha said disdainfully. Do you think the guy can still turn over? Xia Tian was finished. After this incident, Xia Tian was destined to be a hollow shell of the chief steward. He still wanted to turn over? How to turn over? Xia Tian is left alone, and he can just find a chance to kill him. The lady boss smiled and didn't comment on this matter. She wouldn't have any opinion if Yisha killed Xia Tian, and she wouldn't have any opinion if Yisha was killed by Xia Tian. After handing over the Noah's Stone tablet, this matter was over, because he took advantage of the holiday. Yisha didn't have anything to do, so he just enjoyed his leisure time in the dining car. Although this kind of leisure time is often boring, it's really good to enjoy it occasionally. After all, no one likes to face those damn zombies every day. Others also returned to the Doomsday train one after another, in order to hunt down the summer crew. Yisha's people also paid a lot of price. At least they used up their vacation time. For those who didn't have vacation time, Yisha also got it from the boss lady. This is a prerequisite, and also one of the contents of the transaction. If they all leave with a mission, and the other party does not leave the platform, they can only die together. After all, If they don't complete the mission, they can't come back. But if everyone on Isha's side takes advantage of the holiday, then there will be no problem. They can come back at any time. And the other party is hiding on the platform. And if they fail to complete the mission, they will die. After about 2 days, Isha's side returned to the Doomsday train without any loss. This matter ends here for the time being. Isha, in addition, everyone should have a good rest. Starting from the next station, we will be busy. About 3 or 4 stations. Each of us will have to go on missions continuously. Yi was stunned. Why? The crew mission is not for everyone at every station. But it is related to probability and the number of crew members. When there are few people, of course everyone will take a turn. And when there are more people, there will be some extra people. Even if this part is lucky, it is rewarded with a vacation period. If you want to leave, you can wander around and hunt at will. The main thing is that there is no mission burden. Yisha spread his hands. We killed so many people. We are short of people. So of course we have to work harder. This is also one of the contents of the deal between Yisha and the boss lady. Since Yisha killed so many people, the extra work will naturally be done by Yisha's people. Yi rolled her eyes. Are you kidding me? I have to work harder to help you kill people. Yisha, completing more tasks means more rewards. This stop is not for you to rest. Besides, I, the chief steward, have to perform tasks continuously because of this. What do you have to complain about? Yi rolled her eyes and gave Yisha an international gesture very impolitely. Yisha, there is also good news. I told the boss lady that my people will form their own teams and will not interfere with others. It should be much easier to complete the tasks. Nyapa, where are you going next? Yisha, Golden City. Help the deputy train conductor find something. Yisha spread his hands. No matter what. The Doomsday train is short of manpower now. Yisha also laid off a group of attendants. Although the boss lady said she didn't care, there are still some sequelae. Yisha can only perform well. After all, he has already boasted that he can do everything that Xia Tian can do. And he can also do things that Xia Tian can't do. Of course, he has to work. And it's not an ordinary task. It's a task given by Malfarian. Yisha, Fei Long. Come with me then. No. Fei Long pointed at Du Lingling. I want to go with her. Yisha looked at Du Lingling in confusion. Du Lingling laughed dryly. We found a truckload of cheese in the city of 7 Hills. Fei Long, gold can't be eaten. Yisha grinned. And he knew he was just a fat man. Nyapa, by the way. This matter can't be concealed. It will spread quickly. It's a good opportunity. Why not take this opportunity to see if you can recruit more people? Fill up the number of flight attendants under your command as soon as possible. Yi said dimly. Be careful not to get into a fight with someone. Other pursers are also recruiting people. Yisha gone Lin? There doesn't seem to be much movement from her side. Yiyu, I didn't say anything about him. Did you forget about the purser's assessment? Yisha showed a look of realization. Last time, he was in charge of the purser's assessment. When selecting new pursers, Malfarian also personally conducted an assessment and selected another pursers. Chapter 1032 showing goodwill. The little fat man was curious. Who is the new chief purser? Yiyu, Rock Samuel. Others were not surprised. This was a well-known name on the Doomsday train. Samuel was one of the veteran purser. He was not strong, but not weak either. He was in the upper middle level. He was a familiar face before. After the Battle of the City of Destruction, many masters died, and Samuel became a more outstanding one. So, Samuel was one of the hot candidates for the chief purser in this purser assessment. It was a natural result that he became the chief purser. Yiyu, by the way, don't look for Xia Yuran if you have any problems in the future. She is now a flight attendant of Samuel. Oh! Yisha raised his eyebrows. This news was quite unexpected. Xia Yuran is a woman with strength, scheming, and ambition. Yisha and Xia Yuran met in the ordinary carriage at the beginning, and Xia Yuran had tricked him. Of course, because of some things afterwards. The cooperation was quite pleasant, and Yisha didn't want to care too much. As for letting Xia Yuran become his flight attendant, Yisha had thought about it and tried it. But Xia Yuran's attitude was quite clear, and Yisha could see that Xia Yuran wanted to try to become a chief flight attendant. Although Xia Yuran was not one of the most popular candidates for the chief flight attendant assessment, she still had a chance. Yisha was not surprised that she really became a chief flight attendant. But Xia Yuran did not become a chief flight attendant, but became Samuel's flight attendant, which was a bit unexpected. With Xia Yuran's ambition, even if she did not become a chief flight attendant, she could continue to play alone. Yiyu, it seems to be related to Bai Xiling. I talked to her, but I don't know the details. Him? Bai Xiling was in the same compartment with Yi Sha at the beginning, but Yi Sha hadn't heard of this name for a long time and thought Bai Xiling was dead. After all, people die every day. Bai Xiling is quite powerful and good at hiding and assassination. But who can guarantee that he won't capsize in the gutter? Yi Sha didn't expect that he was still alive and seemed to have become a flight attendant? Yi Sha thought for a moment, if there is no conflict, let's ignore it first. And we'll talk about it later if there is a conflict. The conflict between Yi Sha and Xia Tian was seen by many as Xia Tian's desire to get promoted, and his eagerness to achieve success had already affected Yi Sha's interests. In fact, it's not that complicated. Xia Tian has always been on Yi Sha's death list. The account of the previous life will be settled in this life. It's that simple. As for Samuel, the chief stewards are not on good terms. If there is a conflict, Yi Sha will not be polite. If there is no conflict, Yi Sha will not bother the other party. In fact, it is troublesome for such a veteran attendant to become a purser. He knows many attendants and has a wide network of contacts. So it is easy to recruit people. Why did Jones recruit people as soon as he became a purser? But Yi Sha was left alone? On the one hand, Yi Sha did not work hard in this regard. On the other hand, Jones is also a veteran attendant. After becoming a purser, it is easy to get people. For example, Zhang Yu is very devoted to him. Niepa concluded, let's leave it like this for now. Put an end to it for now. In addition, after leaving the Doomsday train, be a little more careful. Although Xia Tian is in big trouble now, he can become a purser, and his personal strength is still worthy of recognition. Be careful of his revenge. It is possible that he will secretly target 1 or 2 people and kill them. Everyone nodded. Yi Sha was not afraid. He even hoped that Xia Tian would come to him. But others were afraid. Niepa might be a little better. He was strong. It was not easy for Xia Tian to kill him. But for someone like Yiyu, you have to be careful. The superhumans are very afraid of assassination. They won't even give you the chance to use your brain power. Especially since he used number 1 bodyguard Wang Likun is gone. Secondly, Du Lingling's strength would be troublesome against Xia Tian. And there were also 2 new flight attendants, Kong Max and Mu Jian. However, Du Lingling is Filong. And Yiyu is very cunning. She has set her sights on Kong Max. She took the initiative to take Kong Max with her when she killed someone this time. She probably planned to let Kong Max replace Wang Likun as her bodyguard. Only Mu Yunjia was left. Yi Sha thought for a while and said, you can go to Huangjin City with me next. Mu Yunjia was stunned. According to seniority, it shouldn't be her turn to get such a good thing. But she quickly agreed. Okay. Following the chief steward. The risk is of course low. Even if the chief steward's mission is more difficult and dangerous, it's still a reward. No matter how you think about it. Following Yi Sha on a mission must be a good thing. Yi Sha, anything else? If not, let's go. Niepa stretched and said, since there is no vacation period later, let's take a good rest this time. Let's go. Niepa took the lead, and the others also dispersed and did what they had to do. Yi Sha stood up and asked Mu Yunjia to tell the boss lady to leave with him at the next stop. And there was no need to assign her a flight attendant task. And then he prepared to return to his own carriage. Walking through the aisle, Yi Sha was slightly startled when he saw Xia Yuran leaning against the door of his compartment. What a coincidence. He was just talking about her. And this woman came to find him? Yi Sha stepped forward and smiled. What's the matter? Is there something wrong? It's not appropriate for you to find me now. Right? Xia Yuran, Samuel asked me to come to you. Let's talk inside. Yi Sha nodded. Okay. Xia Yuran's conversation with Yi Sha was quite comfortable. After all, they had known each other for quite a while. And it was Xia Yuran's own right to choose who would be his chief steward. Yi Sha, what to drink? No. We'll leave after we finish talking. After entering the carriage, Xia Yuran sat down on the sofa and took out a box and put it on the coffee table. This is what Samuel asked me to bring to you. Yi Sha didn't look at the box, but was puzzled. What does it mean? Xia Yuran, to show goodwill. Or you can understand it this way. Samuel doesn't want to conflict with you. Yisha smiled. This is interesting. The chief steward assessment is for the first 2 stops. Right? After so long. You suddenly remembered to show me goodwill? Xia Yuren spread his hands. You've done that to Xia Tian. How can he not think about it? Yisha, he's pretty quick to get the news. The conflict between Yisha and Xia Tian happened only 2 days ago. And the people sent out also came back one after another within these 2 days. Of course, what happened has not been deliberately spread. So basically no one knows about it. Samuel is naturally well informed. Xia Yuren spread his hands. I'm familiar with Yu. Anyway, that's what I mean. He doesn't want to do anything to your people. And he doesn't plan to conflict with you over the recruitment of flight attendants. Yisha, is this considered fear of me? Xia Yuren, you can think so if you want. Yisha, I'm quite curious about this. Why are you willing to follow such a person? Chapter 1033 Gift Giving. Xia Yuren, it's purely personal reasons. You won't bother him for me. Right? I don't think I'm worth it. Yisha laughed. It seems that I left a very bad impression on you. Am I so violent? Xia Yuren, don't be funny. You are quite famous now. Especially after the exam. Who among the new flight attendants doesn't know you? And if the news of your targeting Xia Tian gets out, will there be any flight attendants who don't know you? Yisha nodded. And then said, leave the things here. You can go back. Xia Yuren was stunned. But she didn't expect Yisha to be so straightforward. And couldn't help but ask, you don't even look at the things? Yisha, just consider it as giving you face. The things are just incidental. Xia Yuren, I didn't realize that I have such a big face. In this case, I have completed the task. In this case, I will leave first. Xia Yuren stood up to say goodbye. Yisha gestured casually, and then watched Xia Yuren leave. After the carriage door was closed, Yisha couldn't help but grin. Sure enough, none of the guys who can become the chief steward are simple. From the fact that he gave something to show goodwill, Yisha could conclude that he would have a conflict with Samuel sooner or later. Or that Samuel would do something that would conflict with him sooner or later. Otherwise, there was no need to give this thing. On the surface, it seemed that he just didn't want to conflict with Yisha, and used it to express goodwill. But in fact, if you want to avoid offending each other, you don't need to do this at all. No statement, no intersection, is the best way. And naturally there will be no conflict. As for the gift, it can only be said that Samuel anticipated that there might be a conflict between the two, and the gift was just to stabilize Yisha. Otherwise, if they were just not offending each other, how could Samuel think of the possibility of conflict and give gifts? Of course, it is also possible that Yisha thought too much. Maybe the other party is a cautious person. Maybe a little timid. Or it can be described as steady. Prepare for a rainy day. No matter whether it is useful or not. Show some goodwill to Yisha first. However, Yisha tends to the former. Because Yisha does not think that a man who can become a flight attendant will be so weak. Besides, Yisha knew Xia Yuren a little bit. If Samuel was so weak, how could Xia Yuren become his flight attendant? Unless Xia Yuren had the same idea as Gon Lin killed Jones and seized power. After thinking about it, Yisha suddenly felt that it was not impossible. Bai Xiling and Xia Yuren were also very familiar with each other. If the two of them joined forces to do some tricks, it would be fun to watch. It doesn't matter. Yisha shrugged. At least there is no conflict at present. You can't refuse something that comes to your door. Yisha thought for a while, and didn't think this matter would have any impact on him at the moment. So he just ignored it, opening the box given by Xia Yuren. The first thing he saw was a pair of brown military boots. Yisha picked it up and looked at it, then exclaimed, good stuff. Seiko military boots. Seiko military boots. Comfortable and durable. Can be transformed into tropical military boots, temperate military boots, and cold military boots. When using leg attacks, the power is slightly increased. And the attached skill, Go Step, fantasy skill within a 3-meter range. The speed of movement can be greatly increased, leaving only an afterimage, like a ghost, each time it is used. It takes 25 steps, and needs to be used after an interval of 3 hours. Military boots are very general. The so-called tropical, temperate, and cold zones are the classifications of military boots. Tropical military boots, also called desert boots, mainly emphasize keeping feet dry and comfortable in high-temperature environments. The lining is either single-layer Cordura fiber or special nylon cloth, which is highly sweat absorbent. Temperate military boots emphasize providing waterproof and breathable properties in humid and rainy tropical environments. They are effectively waterproof for 4 to 6 hours and can be regarded as a product between jungle boots, flight boots, and desert boots. Cold zone military boots, based on temperate zone boots, have added warmth retention, enough to cope with low temperatures and accumulated water after melting ice and snow. Simply put, military boots are classified to cope with different environments. This pair of military boots directly combines 3 functions into one, which can play a role in different environments. It is quite useful, but it is not a big deal. As for increasing the attack power of the legs, it is also a good effect. But when Yisha saw the word small amplitude, he knew that it was useless. Yisha is not a rookie, and he knows that small amplitude and small probability are very deceptive. The main thing is the accompanying skill of Ghost Step, which is absolutely a good thing, although it depends on the degree of significantly increasing movement. Generally speaking, if the word significantly is used, the speed of improvement will definitely not be less. Combined with the ability of the Son of Wind, Yisha thinks that this Ghost Step will definitely bring unexpected surprises. In addition, Samuel actually said more than one thing, and there was a stack of drawings under the military boots. Twin sawtooth sword drawings. Twin sawtooth swords can be made according to materials and forging methods. This description is a bit of a pitfall. Anyway, it is impossible to tell whether this thing is good or bad from the description. But the blueprints are like this. It is impossible to know the effect without making it. However, things that require blueprints to make are generally almost the same. Therefore, blueprints are recognized as good things. But in fact they are useless, because it takes a lot of effort to make them. And if they cannot be made, they are naturally useless. But giving blueprints as gifts is indeed a good choice. Anyway, whether Yisha can make it or not has nothing to do with Samur. But it is enough to show sincerity. After all, it is a recognized good thing. From this point of view, Samuel is quite cunning. Most likely, this blueprint can only be used as a table leg in his hands. Anyway, it can't be made. It's more classy to use it as a gift. Then in the corner of the box, there is a small bottle with red liquid in it. Holy Demon Blood Bottle, 100% dissolve any type of zombie virus. And there is a certain probability of understanding or strengthening a blood transformation skill. This thing. Yisha bared his teeth. He thought Samuel was quite cunning before. But now Yisha thinks the guy is definitely an old thief. Too smart. Or cunning. 100% dissolving any type of zombie virus. Sounds too useful. But Yisha has the Alaskan whale harpoon, which can suck blood to heal. Moreover, even if Yisha didn't have it, this Doomsday train has experienced more than 20 stations. Who doesn't know to prevent infection? Who doesn't have something similar or means in hand? As for the attached blood transformation skill, the 4 words certain probability in the description are very telling. Simply put, this is another good thing. But in fact it is something that looks very good, but you don't know when it can be used. To put it bluntly, among the 3 things, only the pair of fine military boots is more practical. Yisha looked at the 3 things and couldn't help laughing. This old guy knows the way of giving gifts very well. He is determined not to give the other party something that can be used. If he wants to give, he will give something that is useless to himself. Chapter 1034 Golden City. This is like the company giving out a box of apples as a welfare benefit. And they are relatively high-end apples. But you don't like eating apples, so you give them away as gifts. As for whether the other party likes to eat them or not, what does it have to do with you? Anyway, you gave them as gifts, and the favors were done. The key is that the things are high-end, and there is nothing wrong with them. Yisha feels this way now. Among these 3 things, except for the pair of military boots, the remaining 2 items seem to look pretty good. But apart from being pressed in the backpack, it seems that I really don't know what use they have. It's a good thing. Expensive. And there's nothing wrong with it. After thinking for a while, Yisha couldn't help but laugh. It's quite interesting to deal with such a sophisticated guy. After putting the things away, Yisha went into the room and lay on the bed. All that should be done was done. Before the next stop, Yisha just needed to rest well and recharge his energy. Gonlin sat by the window, shaking a glass of red wine comfortably, humming a tune, and seemed to be in a good mood. Xia Tian stood not far away, with his head down, looking very submissive. After a long while, Gonlin spoke, "You want me to help you?" Xia Tian, "Yes. If you want to fight against the chief steward." "Of course, it can only be the chief steward." "Gonlin, aren't you the same?" Xia Tian smiled bitterly. "Am I still useful as the chief steward right now?" "Gonlin, since you know this yourself, then why should I help you? What can you give me? What benefits can I get from you?" Xia Tian's eyes showed a hint of ferocity. "Everything. I am willing to give everything. Even myself." Gonlin suddenly laughed, walked up to Xia Tian, and patted Xia Tian's cheek. "How great would it be if it was Yi Sha who said this to me? I would be very, very happy. But why is it you? Why are you so useless? Can't you force him to ask me for help?" Xia Tian's pupils shrank sharply, and he suddenly became hysterical, growling, "Why? How am I inferior to him? Just give me a chance. Give me time." Gonlin smiled disdainfully, and sat down on the sofa again. "You are not as good as him in any way. You are finished." As Gonlin spoke, he raised his glass and took a sip. Slowly, Gonlin turned his face and joked, "You should wait for death. Wait for him to kill you." The Doomsday train slowly entered the platform, and everyone left and walked towards the exit of the platform. Yi Sha was still used to waiting for everyone to leave before leaving. He just sat on the bench quietly, watching the crowd gradually disappear. Mu Jieyun stood behind Yi Sha, obviously very respectful and a little excited. "Let's go!" After the crowd disappeared, Yi Sha stood up and walked towards the platform entrance. Golden City, as its name suggests, before the end of the world. When people mention this modern city, their first thought was, rich. The second thought, rich. The third thought, still rich. Golden City is rich in gold and oil. How rich is it? Here is the world's largest gold market. And there are even so-called gold vending machines, just like juice vending machines, placed directly on the roadside. And you can buy gold by swiping a card. More than 30% of the taxis here are world-famous sports cars. And there is also the world's tallest building here. In addition, this is a very interesting city. Why do you say that? One side of the Golden City faces the sea, with a golden beach. Surrounding the beach, there are many tourist facilities, as well as the famous Palm Island, which is a world-famous tourist resort. At the same time, the Golden City is actually built on the edge of the desert. On the other side of the Golden City are endless sand dunes. In short, Golden City is a very dreamy city. From the perspective of economy, tourism, customs and other aspects, Yi Sha came to Golden City for only one reason. He received a private mission from the deputy train conductor Mafarian. Yi Sha needs the boss's wife to help him deal with Xia Tian. First of all, he has to pay enough price. And secondly, he must solve some sequelae. The number of people working has decreased because of Yi Sha. So of course Yi Sha has to do more work. Therefore, the private mission of Golden City is actually a sequelae. This job was originally Xia Tian's, and now it has to be taken over by Yi Sha. The mission was simple. Malfarian hoped that Yi Sha would find the skeleton of the sea buckthorn beast in the Golden City and bring it back to the Doomsday train. As a reward, Malfarian privately paid 200 gold skull coins as a reward. As for how many people Yi Sha brought, Malfarian didn't care. Anyway, there were only so many skull coins, and it was up to Yi Sha to divide them. Therefore, Yi Sha's bottom line was to bring at most one person. If he brought more, he would have no money. At present, he and Mu Jieyun each got 100, which was considered a good income. Leaving the Doomsday train platform, Yi Sha said as he walked, "The reason I brought you here is to prevent Xia Tian from killing you. With your current strength, you can't deal with him." Mu Jieyun nodded obediently and said nothing. Yi Sha, of course. This is not the only reason. 100 gold skull coins are not so easy to earn. You can't just come here and take the money back. There is no reward without effort. And I just provide you with such an opportunity. Mu Jieyun, I know this very well. What price do I need to pay? Do I have to sleep with you? Yi Sha almost choked to death on his own saliva, and looked at Mu Jieyun. Why do you have such an idea? Do I look dirty? Mu Jieyun, someone said something similar in a similar tone before, and then made such a request. Yi Sha, then what? Mu Jieyun, I added another historical and cultural heritage to the world. Yi Sha was puzzled. Huh? Mu Jieyun, that kind of historical and cultural heritage is called eunuch. Hey, Yi Sha stiffly pulled the corners of his mouth. This joke is not funny at all. Don't worry. I won't let you do that kind of thing. Another reason for bringing you here is that you are good at infiltration. Yi Sha remembered that in the first round of the flight attendant selection task, Mu Jian belonged to the assassination party. As a result, she successfully infiltrated the Xuanwu building and hid for several days with extraordinary forbearance. In the end, she killed the target and became the one with the best performance in the first round of the task. Mu Jian thought about it. And then, I'm pretty good at it. Yi Sha, this is what I need you to do. There are still people from Compu in Golden City. In the world's tallest building, Compu occupies that place. And our target should be there. Mu Jian, so, we have to sneak in? Yi Sha, it depends on the situation. If we can kill our way indirectly, I certainly don't mind killing our way indirectly. It's simple and saves trouble. But the deputy train conductor is willing to pay 200 gold skull coins as a reward. I don't think it can be that simple. Chapter 1035A Wall. Yi Sha received the mission from Malfarian. And of course, he also had some relatively simple information for him. Of course, it was only relatively simple. For example, the Golden City was occupied by the forces of Compu. And it was also a relatively large force among the remaining forces of Compu. However, Malfarian did not say whether it was simply an armed force, a military base, or a research institute, so Yi Sha had to check it himself. Secondly, the sea buckthorn beast was a very rare ancient species. According to the train conductor's investigation, the sea buckthorn beast was a wild beast recorded in ancient civilizations. But in fact, throughout history, there was no record related to the sea buckthorn beast. Therefore, Malfarian believes that the sea buckthorn beast is worth investigating. No awakened sea buckthorn beast has been found so far. But there are sea buckthorn beast specimens in the hands of Compu Company. This is the purpose of Yi Sha's coming here. Yi Sha casually drew out the king's holy sword and cut off the head of a zombie that rushed over from the roadside. And then said, the information we know so far is that Compu Company has occupied the World Tower as a base. And the rest is not clear. Mu Jiayun, then, first we have to investigate the situation of the World Tower. And then decide how to bring out the sea buckthorn beast's skeleton specimens and send them back to the Doomsday train. Yi Sha, that's right. Yi Sha said, as he walked to a machine on the roadside. The machine was an automatic magazine vending machine. Yi Sha quickly found a map for sale in the corner. There was definitely no money. What was the use of currency in the apocalypse? Of course. Except for the skull coin. Yi Sha smashed the glass with a punch and took out a map. But he had no intention of flipping through it, because the World Tower was too easy to recognize as the tallest building in the world. When Yi Sha and Mu Jiayu left the Doomsday train platform, they looked up and saw the building. There was no need for a map. However, when arriving in a completely unknown city, it is always necessary to prepare a map, just in case it can be used. With the map in hand, Yi Sha and Mu Jiayun continued to move forward. There were some scattered zombies wandering around the streets. Because the Golden City is adjacent to the desert, the climate is dry and hot. So the bodies of the zombies here are covered with a layer of sand and dust. And the color of their skin is not grayish-white like most zombies, but yellow-brown. However, that's all. So far, no mutant zombies have been seen due to the environment. Walk this ramp and go straight. Yi Sha walked to the ramp entrance. Then looked down, with a look of astonishment on his face. What the hell is this thing? Yi Sha originally wanted to say that if he walked straight down the ramp, he would reach the World Tower. But the fact was that when he stood on the top of the ramp and looked down, what appeared in front of Yi Sha and Mu Jiayun was a tall wall. The wall was about 15 meters high, like a guillotine, cutting off the street below the ramp and extending horizontally to both sides. Mu Jiayun took the map from Yi Sha and looked at it. There is no mark for this thing on the map. Yi Sha, let's go and take a look. Yi Sha took the lead and walked down the slope, and soon approached the wall. Then the surprise on Yi Sha's face became even stronger. The wall extended to both sides, and there was no end in sight. Not only did it cut off the entire street, but when it encountered a building, it directly cut off the building as well. Or in other words, it built the building into it. As for the sturdiness of the wall, Yi Sha knocked on it with his hand and found that it was made of military armor plates, which was very sturdy. Mu Jiayun, this wall doesn't look like it was originally there. Yi Sha rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Who would build a wall in the city? Cutting through streets? buildings, and even an elevated bridge on the side? This is obviously built after the end of the world. If nothing unexpected happens, it is likely to be the work of Computech. Mu Jieyun, what should we do now? Yi Sha, for us, it is not too difficult to climb over this wall or directly break it. The problem is what is behind the wall. If we rashly make a noise, it may be detrimental to our next mission, Yi Sha said, looking around, and then pointed to the side. The direction Yi Sha pointed to was a tall building, about 30 stories high. Compared with the World Tower not far away, it was naturally as tall as a baby. But it was not short among the surrounding buildings. Mu Jieyun immediately understood what Yi Sha meant. Yi Sha planned to use the commanding heights to observe the situation behind the wall. The two immediately changed direction and headed for the tall building. The tall building was an office building, or a large office building. The bottom 2 floors were shops, and above them were offices of various companies, as well as a gym, basketball court, indoor football field, etc. Mu Jieyun opened the elevator and looked carefully. The elevator is still usable. No zombies were found. Yi Sha, then let's go directly to the top floor. The two took the elevator to the top floor. The top floor was a large open-air garden and an open-air swimming pool. When they entered the garden and the elevator opened, a group of zombies blocking the elevator door suddenly rushed over. Yi Sha instinctively drew his sword and chopped off 2 heads. Then he kicked a zombie away with a kick. Then took the beheading knife from his back and held it diagonally in front of him. Puff! Puff! The zombies rushed forward one after another, and their bodies were cut open the moment they hit the beheading knife. Mu Jieyun hid behind Yi Sha, pulled out a saber from the outside of his thigh, and then stabbed forward continuously, piercing the heads of those zombies. There were quite a few zombies, about 20 or so, and it was really difficult to deal with them when they suddenly came in. Fortunately, the decapitation knife was very useful. After it was placed in front, those zombies could not rush over at all. After a while, all the zombies were killed in this way, and Yi Sha and Mu Jieyun entered the open-air garden on the top floor. Search a little. Yi Sha, see if there are any zombies left. Mu Jieyun nodded and quickly ran to the side, while Yi Sha went forward. After passing the open-air garden, there was an open-air swimming pool. It can be seen that when the apocalypse broke out, there was even a party going on here. There was a barbecue grill on the ground, colorful lights hanging above the swimming pool, and some empty beer bottles were scattered all over the ground. Yi Sha even saw a few bikinis in the corner. However, the only things left here were 2 bodies, one male and one female, floating in the swimming pool. They were all swollen and their facial features could not be seen clearly. After a while, Yi Sha walked around the open-air swimming pool and came to the edge of the building. Chapter 1036 Got a Truth. Yi Sha took out a high-powered telescope from his backpack and looked in the direction of the World Tower, then showed a look of horror. Even Yi Sha did not pay attention to the World Tower. Yi Sha was looking at the world behind the wall. What was extremely surprising was that although the world behind the wall could not be said to be busy, it was obvious that there were cars and pedestrians on the street. Or, Yi Sha could directly use a more general statement. Looking at everything behind the wall, Yi Sha felt that he had returned to the time before the end of the world. There were no zombies, only humans, and every human was living a life like before the end of the world. There were men, women, old and young, and everything was so peaceful. How is it possible? Yi Sha couldn't help but shout out this sentence. It was so surprising that Yi Sha even felt like he was in another world, as if he had returned to before the end of the world. After a while, Yi Sha's emotions gradually calmed down, and then he turned up the magnification of the telescope and looked at the World Tower. Yi Sha wanted to see what was going on inside the World Tower, but his wish was dashed. The glass on the outer wall of the World Tower was not transparent, and he could not see anything inside. Yi Sha could only look at the area around the World Tower again. He soon discovered that the wall was a circle, with the World Tower as the center. A circle of towering walls was built on the periphery, enclosing an urban area and isolating the zombies. So that's it. Yi Sha showed a look of realization. He had roughly understood the function of the wall, and was also amazed at everything behind the wall. And the most important thing was the scale. If Compu occupies the World Tower and builds a wall around it, Yi Sha thinks that based on the area, there must be at least 30,000 or 40,000 people here. 30,000 or 40,000 people. Not many, but not few either. For people like Yi Sha who were born in China, They have long been accustomed to the dense population that can kill people. But everything depends on the comparison. In fact, before the end of the world, many small cities around the world had a fixed population of only 300,000 or 400,000, or even less. In addition, it is the end of the world. If you think about it this way, the population of 30,000 to 40,000 people is simply too many. Yisha grinned and cursed Malfarion fiercely in his heart. The old man was willing to take out 200 gold skull coins as a mission reward, which really meant that this mission was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Just talking about how to sneak in, let alone entering the World Tower. It might not be easy to get close to the World Tower. Yisha felt that he needed to make a long-term plan at this time. But at this time, a roar attracted Yisha's attention. Yisha turned his head and saw a big tree collapsed in the courtyard. Yisha was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately realized that it was Mu Jieyun who was caught in the battle. Yisha did not think about the World Tower for the time being, and quickly retreated, jumped into the swimming pool, and rushed into the open-air garden. After entering the garden, Yisha saw Mu Jieyun fighting a huge zombie. The zombie looked like an evolved version of a crawler, walking on all fours, with a body length of about 3.5 meters and a height of 2 meters. There were 2 protruding bones on the shoulders, covered with a layer of skin. The skin surface of the body has tumors like a toad, and at the position of the head, there is a crack on the top of the head, and the brain can be seen inside. A bone rises from the back of the brain and forms a circle above the brain, like an angel's halo. God of Truth? Yisha couldn't help but look at Mu Jieyun. Your luck is too good, right? You can even meet this. Boom! The huge zombie raised its claws and slapped down, shattering a piece of the roof. Mu Jieyun jumped back, slid out of the battle circle, and gasped for breath. Mu Jieyun, a very powerful mutant zombie? Of course. Yisha grinned. King level. God of Truth. A rare king level mutant zombie. How rare is it? In Yisha's previous life and this life, the total number of king level mutant zombies he encountered may not exceed 30. If this standard is raised a little bit, Yisha has only seen 2 mutant zombies above King 3 stars in his previous life and this life, both of which are God of Truth. When he saw the God of Truth in his last life, Yisha ran away with his team. In this life, it was naturally right now. The God of Truth's strength rating was terrifyingly high, reaching 4 stars, which was exactly the same as Yisha's strength rating. You know, since becoming a flight attendant, Yisha rarely encountered mutant zombies that were on the same level as him. Step back. Yisha waved his hand at Mu Jieyun. Although this thing looks like a crawler, it is completely different. This is not something you can deal with. Mu Jieyun nodded. In the brief confrontation, she had already felt the power of the God of Truth. She could not cope with it at all. From the moment the battle started, she entered a state of passive defense and escape. Mu Jieyun retreated obediently, keeping a distance from the God of Truth. Roar! The God of Truth watched Mu Jieyun retreat and suddenly roared. A roar like a beast sounded, and then the surroundings were like a typhoon passing through. The trees in the courtyard made a loud crack sound, and they broke directly and rolled on the ground. Yisha's face was solemn. The God of Truth was indeed not easy to deal with. Even Yisha had to be careful. In a moment, the roar of the God of Truth stopped, and then he leaped forward like a tiger, intending to go straight to Mu Jieyun. But at this moment, Yisha flashed his body and blocked the front of the God of Truth. Capture the dragon and let go of the crane. The second style of let go of the crane. Yisha stretched out his hand and pushed forward. A thrust came out and hit the body of the God of Truth, pushing the huge body out and rolling continuously on the ground. The next moment, Yisha took out a metal box from his back and poured it onto the ground, dumping the 16-element alloy ball onto the ground. Magnetic impact. Yisha shouted softly, then waved his hand forward fiercely, and the 16-element alloy ball flew up under the magnetic force, turning into silver light and shooting forward. Bang! 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 The silver light transformed by the 16-element alloy ball continuously hit the God of Truth, and the thrust of the impact pushed the God of Truth backwards, but only left a few very shallow marks on the body of the God of Truth, not to mention piercing the body of the God of Truth. It was even difficult to cause substantial damage to the God of Truth. Yisha bared his teeth. This thing was indeed difficult to deal with. Roar! At the same time, the God of Truth roared again, blowing out a strong wind. and his eyes fell on Yisha. Yisha finally made the God of Truth shift his attention from Mu Jiayun to himself. Chapter 1037 Fighting. After the God of Truth turned his attention to Yisha, he rushed towards Yisha without saying anything, raised his claws, and pounced on Yisha. Bang! As Yisha jumped to the side, the God of Truth slapped the ground, making a big hole in the roof. Not a crack, but a big hole. The 4-star mutant zombie of the king is indeed not a joke. You know, this is just an ordinary slap. Just like Yisha drew his sword without any ability and made an ordinary slash. In other words, the God of Truth had not yet exerted his strength. After Yisha dodged, he did not hesitate to draw out the evil eye sword and held it in front of him. To deal with a zombie as mutated as the God of Truth, Yisha knew that ordinary attacks did not even need to be tried. Even magnetic impact could not penetrate the body of the God of Truth. So what use would ordinary slashing be? So, Yisha used his ultimate move as soon as he made a move. A red light flowed from the evil eye sword. A blood-like color that wrapped the blade of the evil eye sword. 6 dragons flying in the sky. Yisha leaped up and swung his sword forward. And then, the red light surged forward as if it had substance. The red light quickly condensed and transformed into a ferocious blood-colored flying dragon that flew forward. The first flying dragon broke through the air, and the God of Truth roared, raised his huge arm, slapped it forward, and collided with the blood dragon. With a puff, blood splashed. The blood dragon was actually smashed by the God of Truth with a palm. But the God of Truth also paid a price for it, and his palm was directly cut off by the blood dragon. The flesh was torn and peeled off, revealing the bones inside. The second blood dragon arrived at this moment, passing over the shoulder of the God of Truth, sticking to the body of the God of Truth, and directly leaving a wound of nearly 1 meter on the body of the God of Truth. Blood gushed out from the wound crazily. The third blood dragon arrived, and the God of Truth was continuously injured, appearing extremely angry, and suddenly opened his bloody mouth. A tongue wrapped in bone pieces was spit out from the mouth of the God of Truth, and collided fiercely with the blood dragon. The next moment, the bone fragments wrapped around the tongue shattered and flew across the sky. And the third blood dragon was also completely shattered, turning into a large blood-colored halo scattered on the ground. However, this was obviously not the end. The fourth blood dragon flew out, and once again pounced on the God of Truth with its fangs and claws bared. The God of Truth opened his mouth and roared, obviously not wanting to be beaten passively, and rushed forward directly. Bang! The God of Truth collided with the fourth blood dragon, and the blood dragon was quickly torn apart, and it could not stop the God of Truth at all. However, the broken blood dragon turned into light, and each light was as sharp as a knife. The body of the God of Truth soon began to be covered with fine, dense wounds. The fifth blood dragon followed closely from behind, but the God of Truth continued to charge forward, roaring furiously. With just a roar, cracks appeared on the blood dragon's body, and then the God of Truth came in front of the blood dragon and slapped it hard with his palm. With a loud bang, the God of Truth smashed the fifth blood dragon to pieces. Yisha's expression remained unchanged. Each of the 6 flying blood dragons was stronger than the previous one, and there was only one left. The 6th blood dragon has come to the front of the God of Truth. The God of Truth roared again, and raised his giant palm to slap the blood dragon in front of him, trying to smash it again. But this time it will obviously not be so easy. The moment the claws of the God of Truth fell on the blood dragon, the blood dragon's body was cracked. But at this moment, the blood dragon opened its mouth ferociously and bit the left shoulder of the God of Truth, tearing a piece of flesh from the left shoulder of the God of Truth. The next moment, the blood dragon and the God of Truth collided into a ball. Boom! The ground under the feet of the God of Truth could not bear the force of the collision, and kept making crackling sounds, and kept cracking. Finally, it was finally overwhelmed and broke directly, and collapsed downwards. The blood dragon broke and disappeared, and the God of Truth fell directly from the collapsed place. Yisha did not stop at all, and jumped down from the collapsed place. Zombies are very ferocious. Since the war has started, it is a situation of no end to life. Instead of waiting for the God of Truth to rush up, Yisha thinks it is better to take the initiative to attack. Besides, this is a 4-star mutant zombie. If the apocalypse reward is triggered, as long as it is not possessed by the God of Misfortune, it will definitely make a lot of money. Coincidentally, Yisha has been very poor recently. Yisha fell from the collapsed ground, just above the God of Truth. The God of Truth got up from the ground, shook his body, and threw off the stone pieces pressing on him. But at this moment, Yisha fell on the back of the God of Truth. Puff! Yisha raised his sword and stabbed. And the stab was also very clever. Although the God of Truth has no scales or bone spurs to protect his body, his defense is surprisingly strong and ordinary attacks are completely ineffective. Therefore, Yisha's sword was aimed at the wound torn by the blood dragon before. And then, the sword successfully pierced into the body of the God of Truth. Roar! Perhaps feeling the pain, the God of Truth roared loudly and slammed into the wall on the side. Boom! The wall collapsed, and the God of Truth crashed into a meeting room on the side. And Yisha was thrown down and hit the ground heavily, grimacing in pain. The God of Truth did not stop for a moment. Quickly chased to Yisha's side, raised his claws, and slapped him down. Yisha quickly held the evil eye sword in front of him. With a bang, the claws of the God of Truth fell on the blade of the evil eye sword. And the blade of the evil eye sword was obviously concave. Fortunately, the evil eye sword has the effect of an immortal sword. As long as the evil eye is not broken, the blade is immortal, and no attack method can destroy the evil eye sword. But at this moment, although Yisha took the blow from the God of Truth, the God of Truth suddenly opened his mouth, and the tongue wrapped in bone pieces stabbed out again. Yisha was startled and quickly turned his head to avoid it. The ground, which had already cracked due to the huge force of the God of Truth's slap, was shattered again after being hit again. And Yisha and the God of Truth fell to the next level together. The battle finally fell into a short break, and the collapsed rubble was everywhere, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Then, roar! The roar of the God of Truth sounded again, and then a pile of rubble pressing on the God of Truth was shaken away. The God of Truth shook his body, shook off a piece of dust, and stood up again. It's so noisy, Yisha's voice sounded, and then the rubble on the other side was pushed aside, and an arm suddenly stretched out. Shout! 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 You know it. Yisha reached out and dusted off his body. It's very annoying. You know? Chapter 1038 The Fifth Evil Eye. The God of Truth seemed to understand what Yisha said, and seemed to be extremely angry. Then he swung his claws fiercely, and a piece of broken rock was slapped away by the God of Truth, flying towards Yisha. Yisha immediately raised his sword and slashed it. The evil eye sword swept forward and cut the rock in half. The next moment, the God of Truth flew forward, and the two sides fought again. Clang! Yisha raised his sword and swung it, colliding with the claws of the God of Truth, making a crisp collision sound. The power of the God of Truth was even greater than Yisha. Yisha was suppressed by the God of Truth while holding the evil eye sword horizontally. After a stalemate for a moment, Yisha flew backwards with a bang and hit the wall hard. A piece of the wall was knocked down by Yisha. The moment he landed, Yisha's body bounced, and he jumped up from the ground with a somersault. Because the God of Truth had already caught up, the huge claws slapped down again, and Yisha immediately stretched out his hand and pressed forward, capturing the dragon and soaring the crane. The second style of soaring the crane. The huge thrust overflowed forward, hitting the body of the God of Truth, pushing the God of Truth out, smashing the wall, and rolling back to the corridor. Call. Yisha took a deep breath, and then exhaled. The God of Truth is indeed very powerful, but no matter how powerful it is, it cannot avoid the absolute weakness of zombies. That is, the head. However, because he had encountered the God of Truth in his previous life, although he chose to escape at that time, Yisha still knew some of the characteristics of the God of Truth. It was not so easy to chop off the head of the God of Truth. There is a collar-like bone under the skin of the God of Truth's neck. This bone is very strong and is the strongest part of the God of Truth, stronger than special alloys. Therefore, it is very troublesome to cut off the head of the God of Truth. The weakness of the God of Truth is the top of the head, where the brain is vaguely visible in the crack. But the crack is very thin, and it is also very difficult to attack from that position. Therefore, the real weakness of the God of Truth is the bone ring on the head, because that bone ring is very similar to the halo of an angel in the legend. The God of Truth is called the God of Truth. At the same time, that is also the biggest weakness of the God of Truth. As long as the bone ring is attacked, and the bones supporting the bone ring are pressed down, the brain of the God of Truth can be pierced. This is the only weakness of the God of Truth. Bang! While Yisha was thinking about it, the god of truth who fell back to the corridor climbed up again, swept his claws, and once again broke a large piece of the wall, and climbed back in. Yisha licked the corner of his mouth, and he had to admit that the god of truth was really tough. Even though he was chopped to pieces by the 6 flying dragons, he was still full of energy as if nothing had happened. Yisha couldn't help but think of a countermeasure. Yisha still had many killing moves, but they were either not suitable or not cost-effective to use against the god of truth. For example, the god's punishment arrow was not suitable for bows and arrows indoors, and the power of the god's punishment arrow could not be exerted at such a close distance. The magic sword was used once when killing Wang Likuan, and now there is only one time left. After using it, the king's holy sword will be destroyed. So Yisha will naturally not use the magic sword easily. As for the tragedy king, it is not worthwhile to sacrifice a chance of resurrection in order to kill the god of truth. Corpse Flower cannot fight in such a high-rise terrain and cannot help Yisha. Although the Archon has not appeared, Yisha knows that the Archon is hiding nearby. However, although the Archon is strong, he lacks a killer move and may not be able to severely damage the god of truth. The remaining 2 options. The first is to release Fatal. After the liquid monster evolved into Fatal, its strength can be said to have been greatly improved. Fatal swallowed the Apostle's broken arm and probably evolved again. Now it has awakened. Although Yisha entered the Fatal state to fight once, that time was in the dream of the assassin, so he couldn't do it accurately. Moreover, that time, Fatal didn't have the opportunity to show his strength, mainly because he broke the dream. So, releasing Fatal now seems to be a good choice, which can not only deal with the god of truth, but also see how much Fatal has become stronger after swallowing the Apostle's broken arm. The second is the Evil Eye of the Evil Eye sword. Each Evil Eye is a killing move, and the 6 flying dragons have proved this very well. More importantly, unlike the king's holy sword, the Evil Eye of the Evil Eye sword is not reluctant to use. In theory, it should be used as soon as possible, because every time Yisha uses the Evil Eye, he can learn a sword move afterwards. If he doesn't use it, the sword move will be sealed in the Evil Eye forever. Of course, it's not without a price. When the last 3 Evil Eyes are used up, the immortal sword effect of the Evil Eye sword will disappear, and with the closure of the last Evil Eye, the Evil Eye sword will be completely broken. Roar! When Yisha was thinking and preparing to make a decision, the god of truth had already pounced on him again. Yisha waved his hand directly, and the 16-element alloy ball that had been floating with Yisha flew forward and hit the god of truth continuously. The 16-element alloy ball was not bad, but it was not good enough to deal with the god of truth. Yisha hoped to get the remaining skills of the 16-element alloy ball, but the problem was still that. Isn't this poor? This thought flashed through Yisha's mind, but Yisha didn't think deeply about it, because now was not the time to think about it. Although the 16-element alloy ball could not cause any substantial damage to the god of truth, it could still delay the god of truth. And at this moment, Yisha raised the Evil Eye sword. Yisha has made a decision, because there are still 2 Evil Eyes left in the Evil Eye sword. If there is only 1 Evil Eye left, Yisha is really a little entangled. After all, the Evil Eye sword is still quite easy to use, and the effect of the curse is purely funny. Not easy to use at all. But the Sword of Immortality is still good. It is a pity that it is really broken, but the remaining 2 Evil Eyes are another matter. Anyway, if one is used up, there is still 1 left, and it will not cause the Evil Eye sword to break. And sealing the sword moves in the Evil Eye without using them is certainly not as refreshing as learning them by yourself. In this case, why not take this opportunity to use another one? As Yisha raised the Evil Eye sword horizontally, the pupil of the 5th Evil Eye trembled, and then a large piece of blood light surged out of the Evil Eye, wrapping the Evil Eye sword and Yisha's body, making Yisha's body look like a blood-colored ball of light. Then, the 5th Evil Eye was immersed in the blood-colored light and slowly began to close, until the moment the eye became a slit. The scattered blood-colored light instantly exploded at this moment, like a blooming red firework. The next moment, the 5th Evil Eye closed completely, and the pupil of the Evil Eye was completely covered, and Yisha held the sword in front of him. And at this moment, he also suddenly closed his eyes. Chapter 1039-24 Bridges Moonlit Night. Yisha felt himself immersed in the illusory world again, just like when he used the first Evil Eye. In front of Yisha's eyes, there was a dark night. It was a quiet night. In the dark night sky, there was a new moon. and the moonlight was shining on the ground. Below the new moon, there was a small river. The river water was clear, reflecting the moonlight. There was a small bridge on the river, and on the bridge there was a middle-aged man. His face was blurred, but his appearance could not be seen clearly. The middle-aged man looked at the river, the reflection of the moon, and the only bright light in the sky. He seemed to have some feelings, and then slowly grasped the sword at his waist. Clang! The crisp sound of the sword rang out, and the next moment, the middle-aged man suddenly drew his sword. A sword light appeared, and the light chilled the night sky. At this moment, Yishaw's eyes suddenly opened, and he held the sword without hesitation to meet the God of Truth. Seeing the giant claws of the God of Truth slapping down, Yishaw suddenly drew his sword. Sword wind whistled. Yishaw drew his sword at a terrifying speed. With a flash of the sword, Yishaw cut the wrist of the God of Truth with one sword, bringing out a stream of bright red blood. Then, Yishaw twisted his ankle and came to the side of the God of Truth, brushing against the body of the God of Truth. With a sweep of the sword, he cut another wound on the side of the God of Truth. Blood flowed. Roar! The continuous injuries made the God of Truth feel extremely angry, and he roared again. Crack! Crack! As the God of Truth roared, the walls around him cracked, and all the tables and chairs in the conference room were blown away. Then the God of Truth turned around and rushed towards Yishaw again. However, this time Yishaw chose to retreat. Yishaw's figure floated to the back, and he curled his lips, then swung the evil eye sword forward. The next moment, the sword intent was awe-inspiring. It was not a solemn sword intent, but a clear and bright one, like a hanging painting, a small bridge and flowing water, poetic and picturesque. And then, in a moment, all the poetic and picturesque feelings were condensed into sword intention. Under the bright moon, dancing alone with a sword, 24 bridges on a bright moon night. Yishaw jumped up, 1.5 meters above the ground, and then handed a sword forward, light and beautiful. However, no matter how beautiful it is still a killing sword. The next moment, with the tip of Yishaw's sword lightly tapped, 24 sword lights actually overflowed from the evil eye sword at the same time, heading towards the God of Truth. The sword light was incredibly fast. The sword light was unpredictable. Like the scattered moonlight, it left no trace. When it was discovered, it was all over the ground. Puff, puff, puff. The body of the God of Truth was continuously bursting with the sound of flesh and blood breaking apart. And then a stream of blood continued to splash out from the body of the God of Truth. In the blink of an eye, it fell all over the ground. The huge body of the God of Truth retreated to the side, staggered, and fell to the ground. There were 24 blood holes on the body of the God of Truth, each of which was deep enough to see the bone, almost piercing the body of the God of Truth directly. A heavy blow. You learn the cursed sword moved 24 bridges moonlit night from the sword master's sword intent in the evil eye. At this time, a mysterious voice also sounded at the right time. After Yishaw used this move 24 bridges moonlit night, the fifth evil eye closed permanently. And Yishaw also learned the move 24 bridges moonlit night from the fifth evil eye. 24 bridges moonlit night, unparalleled sword skill. Fantasy skill 24 swords can be stabbed out in an instant. The damage is determined by the user's hand speed and attack speed. After each use, there is a 12-hour interval. Looking at the effect description of 24 bridges moonlit night, Yishaw was quite satisfied. This was a sword skill that was not inferior to 6 dragons flying in any way. The reason was simple. Speed had always been Yishaw's confidence and strength. After taking a look at the effect of 24 bridges moonlit night, Yishaw did not delay and rushed directly to the God of Truth. This God of Truth was indeed powerful. He was hit by 6 dragons flying in the sky and 24 bridges moonlit night. Even when Yishaw used 24 bridges moonlit night in the sword saint state, he was still alive. Of course, this blow was also an absolute heavy blow to the God of Truth. The God of Truth struggled on the ground for several times, but was unable to get up. At this time, Yishaw came to the front of the God of Truth, jumped up, and jumped onto the back of the God of Truth. Yishaw swept his sword across, and the evil eye sword first cut off the bone ring on the head of the God of Truth, and then used the blade of the sword to hit the bone growing out of the brain fiercely. With a puff, the bone pierced into the brain of the God of Truth. Blood oozed out of the crack on the head of the God of Truth, and the frequency of the God of Truth's struggle gradually weakened, and finally became motionless. You killed the God of Truth. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward. The jade brain of the God of Truth. You killed the God of Truth. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward. The jade gold bone of the God of Truth. You killed the God of Truth. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward. 1 of 8 random self-selected abilities. Mysterious voices sounded continuously, announcing the death of the God of Truth. And Yisha's eyes also lit up. As more and more zombies are hunted, it is becoming increasingly difficult to get the apocalypse rewards. For example, most people have given up on ordinary zombies. They are too lazy to listen to the mysterious voice. It is difficult to get rewards. And even if they are all garbage. Mutated zombies are worth looking forward to. But the probability is still low. Mainly because the number of mutant zombies hunted by everyone is really not small. Therefore, to get something good now, you either rely on luck or go after the apostles. Yisha did not expect that his luck would burst out once in a rare time. The 3 consecutive mysterious voices were considered a good deal. Yisha quickly found a glass bottle from his backpack and filled it with the jade brain of the God of Truth. As for the jade alloy bones, there are only 2 of them, located on the protruding positions on both sides of the shoulders of the God of Truth, wrapped in a layer of membrane. The bones of other parts of the body of the God of Truth are not counted. So this thing is very rare. Even rarer than the jade brain. After all, it is produced by a 4-star mutant zombie of the king. This kind of mutant zombie is rare. Just based on this point, the things produced are all rare. The random ability of choosing 1 out of 8 is an extra reward of Doomsday Train. It cannot be obtained now. It can only be settled after getting Doomsday Train back. At this time, Mu Jieyun's voice came from the broken ceiling. Are you done? Yes. Yisha, come down. Mu Jieyun jumped down from above. With a bit of anxiety, we have to leave. There is a helicopter coming towards us. And the side of the helicopter has the logo of Compu. Probably coming from the World Tower. Yisha nodded. It should be that the fighting noise is a bit loud. Especially the noise on the top floor. Let's go. Let's leave here first. Chapter 1040 Route Planning. Yisha and Mu Jieyun quickly entered the elevator, quickly returned to the first floor, and left the building. The sound of helicopter propellers turning came from the sky. Yisha looked up and saw a helicopter flying in the distance. Then gestured to Mu Jieyun. The 2 of them went into the alley and disappeared quickly. Yisha, let's find a place to stay first. I'm afraid this mission won't be so easy to complete. Mu Jieyun, how about the sailboat hotel? Yisha Linhai? Why would you want to go there? It's a bit far away. Mu Jieyun, while you were fighting the God of Truth, I checked the map. Although I haven't decided how to get the skeleton of the sea buckthorn beast, I have to plan the route to leave in advance. Yisha, have you planned it? Mu Jieyun, I have planned a route. But I have to see the situation and visit it in person to know the details. Yisha, tell me about it. Mu Jieyun took out a map. This is the World Tower. There is an entertainment facility on the top floor of this building, which is an aerial zipline, 327 meters long. Then leave from here, and you can reach the beach. This is the sailboat hotel. And our final destination is here. Yisha looked in the direction of Mu Jieyun's finger. And then, skydiving? Mu Jieyun, yes. Skydiving is also a very famous entertainment project in Golden City. Of course, it has little to do with us. We are mainly here for the plane. Yisha, have you ever thought that with Compu's technological and financial strength, it might have anti-aircraft weapons? Mu Jieyun, I have thought about it. But that kind of thing can't be used whenever you want. Right? We only need 3 minutes to fly the plane from here to this location. Parachute down. And arrive near the Doomsday train platform. The other party should not have time to react. Yisha pondered for a moment. We can give it a try. Mu Jieyun continued, stepping back. If we don't look for a plane, but instead divert from this location, past the customs market and the gold market, we can also quickly return to the Doomsday train platform. But it is best to use transportation. Yisha, 2 routes. The sailboat hotel is right at the intersection. So do you want to go there for a field investigation? Mu Jieyun nodded. Yisha, let's do it. It doesn't matter where we stay overnight. Yisha and Mu Jieyun walked out of the alley and hid in a corner. After the helicopter hovering in the air left, they pried a car on the side of the road and headed to the sailboat hotel. On the way to the sailboat hotel, Yisha told Mu Jieyun about the situation inside the wall. He didn't necessarily expect Mu Jieyun to come up with a solution. But it was also good to brainstorm and see if she had any ideas. Mu Jieyun thought for a moment. It's definitely not feasible to kill them. Right? Yi Sha, of course. There are too many people. And killing them directly is the stupidest method. In the end times, everyone is a soldier. And you have to learn to kill to survive. Don't think that the people living behind the wall seem harmless. Just give them a gun, and they will become a fighting force. Yi Sha didn't think that he would slaughter tens of thousands of people just to get the sea buckthorn beast skeleton specimen. Besides, no matter how strong Yi Sha is, he can't do such a thing. He will be exhausted to death. Furthermore, this is only the surface situation. Even if we don't care about the people living behind the wall, what kind of armed forces are there in the World Tower is also a question. Yi Sha doesn't think that Compu Corporation has occupied the World Tower, built a wall outside to isolate zombies, and built a city within a city, and there will be no armed forces at all. On the contrary, this place should have a strong armed force. After driving for about an hour, we arrived at the sailboat hotel by the sea. This hotel is also famous in Golden City, and has a 5-star standard. Of course, it was before the end of the world. It was good enough that it had not become a zombie nest. Mu Jieyun, I'll go explore the route. Yi Sha nodded, I'll go to the top floor. Mu Jieyun nodded and left. Yi Sha snapped his fingers, and the Archon jumped out of the bushes on the side and stood beside Yi Sha. Yi Sha, follow her. Protect her. And warn me if there is any danger that cannot be handled. The Archon nodded and followed Mu Jieyun. Yi Sha entered the sailboat hotel and took the elevator directly. The moment the two zombies rushed towards Yi Sha, a streak of blood appeared on their necks. And then, they fell backwards. There are many zombies in the hotel. All of them are hotel guests and staff. It is too troublesome to kill them all. Therefore, just decide which floor to stay on and kill the zombies on that floor. And then seal the elevator and safe corridor. This is a troublesome thing. But it must be done. No one wants a zombie to suddenly appear when sleeping. Fortunately, the suites on the top floor are presidential suites, with few rooms and few guests. Yi Sha also has a little ancient cat. So even if the zombies are hidden in the most hidden places, they will be found by the little ancient cat. Of course, the most important thing is that we didn't encounter troublesome zombies like the God of Truth. Otherwise there would be another big battle. And the most important thing is that the entire floor might be destroyed. It took more than half an hour for Yi Sha to clear the zombies on the top floor, then sealed the safe corridor, and then found a relatively clean suite to stay temporarily. Golden City is indeed synonymous with the rich and luxurious. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the suite can see the sea view and overlook half of the city. The price of all this is naturally the high housing price. Before the end of the world, living in such a suite for a week would cost almost the average person a year's income. Yi Sha put the little cat on the carpet and smiled. Go play by yourself. After letting the little cat walk around the suite, Yi Sha sat directly on the sofa by the window, closed his eyes, and began to take a nap. While thinking about how to complete this mission, there are only two methods that Yi Sha can think of. The first is to blend in, and the second is to sneak in. Or to be more direct, the methods are actually the same. That is, stealing. It's nothing more than how to steal. If you think more precisely, you should find where the bones of the sea buckthorn beast are. There are ways to blend in and sneak in. But the key point is to determine the target. The World Tower is too big. If you don't know where the things are, even if you sneak in, it's useless if you can't find them. This is really troublesome. Yi Sha tapped his temple with his fingers and murmured, there is too little information. At least you should tell me whether the skeleton specimen of the sea buckthorn beast is a research specimen of Compu Company or just in Compu Company's hands. Yi Sha's tone was a little helpless. This is actually very important. For example, if it is a research specimen, you can lock in the laboratory and other places to look for it. If it is a collection, you should look for it in the warehouse, specimen room and other places. Unfortunately, Yi Sha knew nothing about this, which was the most troublesome thing for Yi Sha. However, Mu Jieyun brought back a surprise for Yi Sha. Chapter 1041 Intelligence. Before nightfall, Mu Jieyun returned to the sailboat hotel. He did not return alone, but brought back two people, who were knocked unconscious, wrapped like mummies, and stuffed in their mouths. Both were middle-aged men, about 30 or 40 years old. One of them was wearing a security uniform from Compu, and the other was wearing ordinary casual clothes with a big beard. Yisha watched Mu Jieyun throw the two people on the carpet in the living room, and raised his head to question Mu Jieyun with his eyes. Mu Jieyun, I climbed over the wall and got these two people out. This one was just randomly arrested. And this one was a patrol team. The plainclothes man was naturally randomly arrested. And the one in uniform was the so-called patrol team. Yisha, did you alert the other party? Mu Jieyun, probably not. But it's not easy to climb over the wall alone. There are motion sensors and infrared detection. Fortunately, I was careful. Otherwise, I would have been discovered. Yisha nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Wake these two guys up and see if you can get anything out of them. Mu Jieyun, I'll do it. Yisha waved his hand, signaling Mu Jieyun to do whatever he wanted. Mu Jieyun dragged the two away directly, obviously not intending to torture them in the room. I don't know if it was because he was afraid of getting bloody or for some other reason. Yisha waited patiently in the room. This kind of thing was a small matter. After all, he was the chief steward. He couldn't do everything himself. So far, Yisha was very satisfied with Mu Jieyun's performance. The room was well soundproofed, and Yisha didn't hear any screams. About half an hour later, Mu Jieyun came back, wiping the blood off his hands, and looked at Yisha. I roughly figured it out. Yisha, tell me about it. Mu Jieyun, after the apocalypse broke out, Compu immediately rescued the people in the city. Of course, mainly the rich people. In fact, there are many wealthy people here who are small shareholders of Compu. Compu built an armed base with the World Tower as the center to block the zombies that were planning to invade the World Tower, and at the same time conducted search and rescue, and then began to build a wall with the World Tower as the center to isolate the zombies. The area behind the wall is called the Inner City. It is operated in a similar way to ordinary survivor camps, but more standardized. It is distributed uniformly by Computech, and the reward is food. For example, the patrolman is paid 15 kilograms of rice, 1.5 kilograms of meat, and 10 water coupons per month. The rewards vary according to the importance and intensity of the work. As for the interior of the World Tower, it is difficult to say what the specific situation is. I don't know what Computech is doing inside, but I know that there are about 700 permanent staff inside, and about 1,500 people go in and out of the World Tower every day. Yisha suddenly interrupted Mu Jieyun. I can understand that there are 700 permanent staff. Probably some researchers from Computech. But what do you mean by people coming in and out for work? Mu Jieyun, according to the patrolman, it's probably just normal work. They don't live in the World Tower, but in the inner city, but need to go to the World Tower to work every day. Yisha, what are their jobs? Mu Jieyun, for example, the patrol team. They are responsible for patrolling the inner city and maintaining public security in the inner city. But they are under the jurisdiction of Computech. They need to report to the World Tower every day, receive their uniforms, and then go on patrol. Yisha, what else? Mu Jieyun, cleaning or something like that. Since the World Tower is still in use, cleaning is still needed. Right? There may also be a kitchen. And the researchers inside also need to eat. Yisha nodded and fell into deep thought. Mu Jieyun, there may be some other work, which may be related to the research or work being done by Computech in the World Tower, and may require help. The patrolman's level is very low, and he doesn't know much. His activity area inside the World Tower is limited to the 2 lowest floors. Yisha, in general, the world behind the wall seems to be similar to the world before the end of the world. Work, labor, but the currency has become worthless, and food has become wages. Mu Jieyun, it's almost like this. It is said that some simple production has been restored in the inner city. Yisha, do you have any information about the seed buckthorn beast skeleton specimen? I'm sorry. Mu Jieyun shook his head. Even the main things that Comp Corporation is doing in the World Tower, those two people don't know much. So, Yisha continued, you are very good at sneaking in. Do you have any suggestions for the current situation? Mu Jieyun, I think it is not difficult to sneak into the World Tower. But the key is that there is no point in sneaking in. It is too big. I don't know the location of the sea buckthorn beast skeleton. Even if I sneak in, I will only alert the enemy. Yisha nodded. This point is similar to what he thought. It doesn't matter whether to sneak in or blend in. The key is to know where the sea buckthorn beast skeleton is before taking any action. Mu Jieyun continued, however. I think we can sneak into the inner city first. Yisha, This is also a way. If there are really 30,000 or 40,000 people living in the inner city, then even if 1 or 2 people sneak in, they will not be discovered. It is impossible for so many people to know each other. But we are Asians, and our appearance is more conspicuous. We must be careful not to walk around casually. Mujiayun, we can sneak in and consider it. The main reason is that there are no idle people in the inner city. Everyone has their own work. If we don't send those 2 guys back, we may have some trouble. Yisha frowned. You mean, we not only have to sneak in, but also have to take those 2 guys back? Can you guarantee that they won't cause trouble? In Yisha's opinion, it would be best to kill them, and dead people would be the easiest. But according to Mujiayun, if these 2 guys died, they might cause trouble. For example, if the patrol member did not report tomorrow, it might attract attention and then be tracked down. Of course, it is hard to say whether it will extend to Yisha and Mujiayun. In fact, it is more likely that nothing will be done in the end. The main thing is that there may be trouble. Mujiayun, I have a way to control them. Unless they don't want to live anymore. And we can live in their homes, and find ways to use them to get some information. Yisha thought for a while. Then let's do as you say. Set off tonight, and sneak into the inner city. Mujiayun nodded. No objection. Chapter 1042 Infiltration. At night, the night wind was slightly cool. Yisha and Mujiayun took the 2 people away from the sailboat hotel. When leaving, Mujiayun casually threw a metal ball the size of a fingernail into the first floor of the hotel. Boom! As Mujiayun pressed the remote control, the metal ball exploded, shattering a piece of the floor. Mujiayun came to the 2 people. Did you see it clearly? The 2 people were terrified. I saw it clearly. Mujiayun shook the remote control. I hope you can be honest and obedient. That will be good for everyone. Otherwise, you should know what will happen to you if that thing explodes in your neck just now. The 2 became even more frightened and touched their necks. Sure enough, they felt a small bulge on the left side of their necks, which was obviously spherical. The patrolman smiled bitterly. What are you going to do? Mujiayun, it doesn't matter to you. You just need to follow our instructions. Now tell me your name. The patrolman was helpless. Hassan ibn Abdul. Another middle-aged man hurriedly said, Karola ibn Garma Duran. The people in Golden City have long names that are a headache. The first section is the person's name. The second section is the father's name. The third section is the grandfather's name. And the fourth section is the surname. Some people will omit the grandfather's name. But there are at least 3 sections. Moreover, sometimes one section has 5 or 6 characters after translation. If the local language is used, it will be longer. Fortunately, there are usually abbreviations. Or just call them by their names. Mujiayun nodded. Well, now we are going to the inner city. We don't want to be discovered by anyone. Understand? The 2 nodded again. Yisha said, Since you understand, let's get in the car. Yisha got in the car, asked Mujiayun to watch the 2 in the back seat, and then drove towards the wall. The wall was very high, about 15 meters, but the height was enough to block most zombies. But it was not difficult for Yisha and Mujiayun. Mujiayun, the key point is that there are motion sensors above the wall, and an infrared scanning device is installed every 15 meters. So we can't just climb over it. Yisha knows about motion sensors, a very troublesome device, which is installed in the urinals in the men's restroom. Why does it automatically flush after the urinator leaves? Many people think it is related to urination, but it is actually related to people. When the motion sensor senses that the person has left, it will start flushing. This thing is very sensitive and difficult to avoid easily. Mujiayun, but if you know the location, there is still a way. When you are about 2 meters away from the top of the wall, just find a way to climb over the wall, at least 1 meter above the top of the wall, so that the motion sensor will not be triggered. This means that they have to jump at least 3 meters, and in the air without a foothold, which is actually very difficult. For ordinary people, it can be said to be an impossible task. But for Mujiayun and Yisha, it is not so difficult. Huh? Yisha, use a rope to tie these 2 people up and climb? Mujiayun nodded. If there is trouble, I can solve it. Yisha, no. Let's start. Mujiayun didn't waste any words and tied Hassan behind her. Her method was to borrow props. 2 round suction cups with handles at the back. Once pressed on the wall, it stuck to it and was very firm. Then, there is a switch at the handle, After pressing it, the suction will disappear instantly, and it can be easily taken down. Mu Jiayun used this thing to climb up all the way, and then when he reached about 12 meters, he stepped on the suction cup, using it to gain leverage, and directly jumped over the wall. Yi Sha hooked his finger at the remaining Kekrala, asking him to hug him, then retreated a few steps, rushed forward, and then jumped up. His whole body stuck to the wall, then wiped his hands down, and his body jumped up a bit. Yi Sha was purely relying on brute force to move upwards, using the strength of his arms to wipe the wall and push his body upwards. When he was about to fall, he pressed the wall with both hands again, wiped it downwards, and pushed his body upwards. Of course, a certain amount of skill is also required. You have to press lightly, otherwise you will push your body backwards directly. If you are too far away from the wall, you will fall directly down. You have to wipe it quickly, and use enough force to ensure that your body is pointing upwards and will not fall backwards. This move actually benefited from the use of the Supreme Martial Arts. In the Supreme Martial Arts, there are ancient martial arts similar to Gecko wall climbing skills, and the methods are similar. Of course, in the Supreme Martial Arts, this kind of ancient martial arts is more exquisite. Yi Sha is just using the impression of this kind of ancient martial arts when using the Supreme Martial Arts, and just copying it. After all, it is not worth using the Supreme Martial Arts' last-ditch trick just to flip over a wall. Like Mu Jiayun, when he came to a position of about 12 meters, Yi Sha suddenly increased his strength. The armor plate embedded in the wall creaked, and Yi Sha pressed a handprint abruptly. Then Yi Sha jumped up, at least 4 meters high, and flipped over the wall, captured the dragon, and let go of the crane. Second style let go of the crane. The body fell downwards, and when it was about to hit the ground, Yi Sha pushed out his palm towards the ground, and a thrust forward helped Yi Sha to dissipate the impact of falling, and landed steadily on the ground. The night in the inner city was very quiet. The resources in the end times were limited, and they were also the most important things. Therefore, similar to water and electricity, they were limited in time and quantity. Starting at 7 o'clock every night, the power in the inner city would be cut off. In fact, there was no entertainment in the end times. There are no video games or TVs. At night, apart from going to bed early, there is really no need for electricity. As for clean fresh water, it is obtained by working in exchange for water coupons. Mu Jiayun whispered, this is actually a disguised form of control. If you have the necessities for survival, you can naturally make everyone obedient. Yi Sha nodded, then asked Hassan, are there patrols at night? Hassan, yes, because the wall can only block ordinary zombies, and some mutant zombies are still able to enter, so patrols are also needed at night. Yi Sha, you should know the patrol's route and find a way to avoid it. Right? Mu Jiayun patted Hassan on the shoulder, you better not play tricks. Otherwise I guarantee that when we are finished, you will definitely accompany us to finish. Hassan immediately, no problem. I know how to avoid it. Yi Sha, then let's go. Whoever lives closer to here, go to that place. Hassan nodded, talked to Kekrala for a while, and then walked to the front to lead the way. Chapter 1043 World Tower. Hassan and Kekrala are more honest than expected, and they don't play any tricks. As for their residences, they are both near the wall. Yi Sha sneered at this. Even in the end of the world, things like class still exist. Hassan and Kekrala are both low-level laborers. Hassan is a patrol team, and Kekrala is a transport team. Or more directly, a porter. Their residences are close to the wall, while those rich people who are more valuable to Compu live near the World Tower. Researchers from Compu live directly in the World Tower. In addition, the same is true for resource allocation. The harder you work, the less food you get. As for the researchers, they can occasionally eat some vegetables. Yes, in the end times, vegetables are more valuable than meat. Some low-level ancient species can be caught and eaten. Some zombie livestock can also be eaten by removing the virus with the methods of Compu. Of course, class distribution has appeared in this regard. The meat of ancient species is definitely the highest grade, followed by the meat left over before the end of the world, which has been preserved to the present through frozen storage. The worst quality is of course the meat from zombie livestock, which has been treated with the virus. To be honest, it takes some courage to swallow that kind of meat. Vegetables and fruits are much more difficult to obtain than meat. Avoiding the night patrol, Yi Sha and the other 4 quickly arrived at Hassan's house. Mu Jieyun walked around the house, then threw 2 tubes of medicine to the 2 people, and then said, "This is for recovery from injuries. Inject it yourself and go to work tomorrow as usual." Just like usual. Understand? Hassan and Kekrala had no doubts about the 2 tubes of medicine, because it was too easy for Yi Sha and Mu Jieyun to kill them, and there was no need to use too much trouble. Moreover, Mu Jieyun had implanted a bomb in their necks, so there was no need to poison them. Even if it was really poison, Mu Jieyun asked them to drink it, and they had no choice but to drink it. But living as usual and doing nothing made Hassan and Kekrala a little worried. They didn't believe that Yi Sha and Mu Jieyun would do nothing. "Yi Sha, when we need you to do something, we will let you do it. For now, just keep everything as usual. Remember, don't show any flaws. If you expose our existence, you should know what will happen to you." The 2 nodded hurriedly. "I understand." No one spoke that night. The next morning, Hassan and Kekrala asked Mu Jieyun for instructions, then left the house, and went to work as usual. Mu Jieyun sat down next to Yi Sha. "You have sneaked in. What should we do next?" "Yi Sha, of course we still have to find a chance to sneak into the World Tower. By the way, this is the clothes I picked up yesterday. Change into them later." Yi Sha threw local clothes to Mu Jieyun. Not only were their Asian faces eye-catching, but their clothes were also eye-catching. Both of them were wearing military uniforms. Mu Jieyun was wearing a pair of overalls and a light-colored combat uniform. Yi Sha was also dressed in a similar way. Or, most of the people on the Doomsday train were dressed in this way. The reason is, of course, that it is convenient for combat. And there are many pockets that can hold a lot of things. And even the belt is a multifunctional belt. Of course, the clothes are easier to solve. Just change them directly. The appearance is more troublesome. But after all, it is a city near the desert, and many people here have the habit of wearing veils. Yi Sha thinks that getting a scarf to cover it is not too eye-catching. Yi Sha swallowed the compressed biscuits. "I plan to go to the World Tower today." Mu Jieyun, together? "Yi Sha, you can do it your own way. You don't have to follow me. Just be safe." Mu Jieyun nodded. "Okay." After eating and changing clothes, the 2 went out to do their own things. Although Yi Sha had seen the situation in the inner city through a telescope, it felt completely different when he actually walked on the street. It is true that this place looks like before the end of the world. There are no zombies and pedestrians walking around. But if you really feel it with your heart, you can still feel the difference. For example, everyone here is in a hurry. If you don't work here, you won't have food to eat. Everyone needs to work here, even if it's something within their ability, so that they can get food and fresh water. Therefore, everyone is in a hurry. Even if they walk on the street, it's because of work. Secondly, there are no old people. Yi Sha didn't see any old people. This is a very cruel fact. In the end times, it is difficult for the elderly to survive. Because of physical reasons, the elderly cannot escape the pursuit of zombies. Even when they see zombies, they are likely to be scared to death. After all, the hearts of the elderly are usually fragile. But not a single old person was spared. This is simply impossible. Even on the Doomsday train, there were some old people at the beginning. However, most of these old people can't survive for more than a few stops. The probability of death is very high when they go on a mission. Only a very small number of them can survive for a few stops and get enough physical fitness potions to improve their bodies and survive. The proportion of old people on the Doomsday train is probably only a few tenths of a percent, or even a few tenths of a percent. But there is still a very small number of them. But here, there are none at all. The reason is of course very simple. When searching and rescuing, Comscope did not rescue the elderly at all, and even refused to allow them to enter the inner city, because the elderly have no value. The elderly cannot do any work at all, except for scientists, researchers and the like. In contrast, there are no elderly people, let alone children, especially babies, because compared to the elderly, who may have scientists or researchers, the value of children is even lower. And even scientists and researchers are impossible to exist. Respect the old and love the young? The apocalypse does not exist, because it is all a burden. This is the apocalypse. Not only the fear brought by zombies makes people feel cruel, but many details make people feel even more cruel. Yi Sha watched all this coldly, and then approached the World Tower. During working hours, the World Tower was just as Mu Jieyun said, with a long stream of people entering. These people all needed to enter the World Tower to work. Yisha pondered for a moment, pretended to be one of the staff, joined the queue, and then observed everyone. Yisha thought that it was a good idea to just follow the crowd into the World Tower. But soon, Yisha found that his idea was obviously too naive. Because entering the World Tower requires verification of documents. Everyone has an identity card, which needs to be swiped on the machine at the entrance and exit before the roadblock is opened. Chapter 1044 Entering the Tower. Yisha held his chin and pondered. This ID card is easy to get, but it is also a bit troublesome to get, and there may be some sequelae. After thinking for a while, Yisha decided to give it a try. Mixed into the crowd, Yisha secretly stretched out his palm and pressed it. Capture the dragon and let the crane. The second style of let the crane. Yisha only used a very slight force to push on the back of a person. The person staggered and then bumped into the person in front. The person instinctively looked back, looking for the person who pushed him. But at this time, the person who was bumped in front was dissatisfied. Hey, be careful. The person who was pushed by Yisha with the dragon catching and crane splitting technique quickly stood up and said, Sorry. It was not intentional. At this moment, Yisha walked past the other person, hooked and pinched his fingers, hooked out an ID card, then turned his palm over, stuffed the ID card into his sleeve, and walked forward. Of course, he did not pick people randomly, but mainly picked those whose ID cards were not hung on their chests, but in their trouser pockets, and whose trouser pockets were relatively shallow, so that the ID cards could be directly seen and pinched out with fingers. Yisha was very fast and could ensure that he could take out the ID card without being discovered. But Yisha did not know the skills of a thief who stole a bag, and he was not confident that he could reach into the other person's pocket and take out the ID card without being discovered. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Of course, it was really smooth after entering the World Tower. Following the flow of people into the lobby on the first floor of the World Tower, Yisha swiped the card on the device, and then the roadblock was opened smoothly. Yisha entered the World Tower. However, after looking around, Yisha frowned again. The first floor is naturally of little value. It is just a patrol hall. But after entering the hall, people will split up and go in different directions. Some take the elevator, some go to the underground garage, and some go to the security corridor. Why are the paths different? Moreover, some of the dozens of elevators do not require secondary identity verification, while others do, and even require strict manual ID card inspection and face comparison. Yisha tapped his forehead with his fingers. He was a little careless and shouldn't have entered like this. There must be some meaning to the different entrances and exits. He should at least understand the structure of the World Tower first. After looking around for a while, Yisha quickly chose the flow of people entering the underground garage, because there was no need for secondary identity verification here. After entering the underground garage, or strictly speaking, the underground floor, because the garage here had been simply renovated, the car had been moved away long ago. Then, Yisha found that the flow of people was divided into 3 groups. One group gathered directly on the underground floor, then received clothes and walkie-talkies, and then divided into teams. Yisha suddenly realized that this group of people should be members of the patrol team. The patrol team gathered here every day to receive things, including clothes, walkie-talkies, a stun gun and a baton. I'm sorry. I didn't come here last night because I accidentally fell while patrolling. You see, my head is still swollen. I was dizzy for a while, and when I woke up, it was already past the time. Yisha looked in the direction of the sound, and then saw Hassan flattering a man in a suit and begging for mercy. The patrol team came to pick up things every morning, and in the evening, except for those on night duty. They had to return the things. Yisha turned his head and looked at the other 2 groups of people, and suddenly felt that he had discovered something. The 2 groups of people walked towards 2 elevators, one of which went directly to the 112th floor. The other went directly to the 60th floor, and then from the 60th floor, it would stop at every floor. Does this mean that by choosing different entry and exit points, the places you go to are all designated floors? Secondly, the places where the second identity verification is performed must be relatively important places, while the entrances and exits without the second level identity verification are not so important. For example, those patrol members only have identity verification at the door. Moreover, Yisha estimated that the second identity verification may not be the end. After going up to different floors, there may be 3 verifications, or even 4 verifications and 5 verifications. It's a bit bad. Yisha couldn't help but grin, because the 2 elevators on the underground floor required 2-time identity verification. Yisha quickly left the crowd and walked to the side. This sudden move was very eye-catching, because only Yisha left the team. And immediately a patrol member shouted to Yisha, "Hey!" Yisha pointed to his stomach and squinted his eyes, indicating that he had a stomachache. The patrol member waved his hand impatiently. Yisha immediately ran towards the elevator he had come down from earlier, because there was no toilet on the underground floor. However, while running, Yisha kept an eye on his surroundings. When he found that no one was paying attention to him, he immediately dodged and hid behind a square pillar. "Call!" Yisha leaned against the pillar and took a deep breath, then carefully looked outside the pillar. Hiding like this was not a good idea. The only thing that made Yisha feel lucky was that his position happened to be a blind spot for surveillance. But unless he really left and returned to the hall, he would be discovered sooner or later. In this case, we can only resort to extraordinary means. After Yisha exhaled the foul air, his body suddenly slowly rose, and tiny bloody wounds appeared on his body one after another. Then, dragon scales grew out of Yisha's body, and then the dragon horn suddenly pierced out of his forehead. Dragon transformation. There is only one reason why Yisha entered the dragon transformation state. Dragon realm. In the dragon transformation state, he uses his unique perception to perceive the surrounding situation, and uses unique techniques to make his existence disappear, blending into nature, and completely hiding, making it almost impossible to be discovered. This is the only way Yisha can think of to deal with the current situation. Dragon transformation is different from the usual way of hiding one's body shape. Instead, it directly makes one's presence disappear, which is stronger than invisibility, unless someone has been staring at Yisha from the beginning. Even surveillance cannot capture Yisha's figure. Taking a deep breath again, Yisha walked forward. After 3 steps, Yisha's body seemed to completely disappear in the shadow of the pillar. Completely and quietly disappearing. Only Yisha himself could hear the inaudible footsteps. Yisha left quickly, but did not intend to return to the lobby on the first floor. Instead, he walked towards the safety corridor on the side. Since he had finally come in, he was unwilling to use the dragon realm to leave. After entering the safety corridor, Yisha did not go up, but started to go down, because Yisha found a person on the second underground floor, which might help him sneak into the place. Laundry room? Chapter 1045 Climbing. Although he didn't know the specific structure of the World Tower, Yisha knew that there were several floors of hotels in the World Tower. The sheets, bed sheets, pillowcases, towels, etc. used by the hotel were usually thrown into the laundry room through a special channel for high-altitude throwing, and then taken away by the cleaning staff for cleaning. What Yisha wanted to use was the high-altitude throwing channel. Climbing the high-altitude throwing channel, you can enter the upper floors of the World Tower. Although climbing the smooth channel is a problem for ordinary people, it is obviously not difficult for Yisha. There were people working in the laundry room, which was normal. After all, the World Tower was still running normally, and cleaning was definitely needed. However, in the Dragon Realm, it was still easy for Yisha to get by. When he came to the stacking point, the pile of things had not been sent for cleaning. Obviously, they were all left over from the day before. After Yisha opened the things, he crawled into the passage. He looked up and saw that the passage was not small and very long. But Yisha pressed his hands on both sides and found that he could press them firmly. The width of the passage did not exceed Yisha's arm span. In this case, things are simpler than expected. Yisha propped his hands and legs on both sides of the passage. After supporting his body, he could keep moving up. After climbing about 10 floors, Yisha stopped. First of all, it is impossible for Yisha to climb directly to the top floor through the passage. For safety reasons, the high-altitude throwing passage is also separated, about 1 for every 20 floors, and throwing is carried out in sequence. Secondly, Yisha didn't want to be seen and exposed as soon as he got his head out of the passage. So Yisha had to study the structure of the World Tower. Yisha couldn't do it by himself, especially since he was hiding in the passage with his back against the wall and his feet on the other side. So, Yisha could only ask Mujian for help. "You want to know the structure of the World Tower?" After receiving the call, Mu Jiayun said simply, "No problem. I have studied the structure of the World Tower a long time ago. But it is only limited to before the end of the world. I don't know how Compu uses the World Tower at present." Yi Sha, "It doesn't matter. That's enough. The structure of the World Tower is not complicated." And Yi Sha quickly figured it out from Mu Jiayun. B1 to B2 are the machine room and parking lot. First to fourth floors are the hotel lobby, restaurant, machine room and power distribution room respectively. 5th to 16th floors are ordinary hotel rooms. 17th to 18th floors are the hotel entertainment area. 19th to 39th floors are still hotel rooms, but mainly luxury suites of various degrees. Then 40th to 108th floors are all residential, all of which are very large and luxurious units, sold directly to the rich. In Golden City, being able to live in the World Tower is itself a symbol of status. The 109th to 123rd floors are office areas, similar to those in office buildings. The 124th floor is the largest weather station in Golden City. Then the 125th to 154th floors are still office areas, which are rented out to some companies as office locations. Finally, the 155th to 159th floors are used for broadcasting. And the highest 160th to 162nd floors are the top of the broadcasting antenna tower. Of course, there are some floors that are not planned for separate purposes, such as the area where the entire floor is mainly used as a computer room. Only B2 and 3 floors. But in fact 2 floors of computer rooms are not enough. Therefore, there are computer rooms in both the residential area and the office area. But the computer rooms are not the main function. At the same time, the office area is also mixed with some exhibition halls, sightseeing viewing areas and other places. Yi Sha fell into thought. This was the original purpose of the World Tower before the end of the world. Now that Compu Corporation has occupied this place. First of all, the number of floors used is actually not needed. Secondly, the functions of many floors have no meaning in the end of the world. For example, what is the use of hotels and residences in the end of the world? Do you still expect zombies to visit or buy houses? Therefore, Yi Sha first eliminated the office area. If nothing unexpected happens, the office area will definitely be used. Secondly, Yi Sha marked out the area with the computer room to ensure the operation of the World Tower. The computer room area must have people working. Moreover, although Yi Sha didn't know what the broadcasting area and the TV station could be used for, they could actually be included in the work area. To be on the safe side, Yi Sha didn't plan to go there. Moreover, that place was on the highest few floors, and it took more than 150 floors to climb. Even Yi Sha would break into a cold sweat just thinking about it. Therefore, Yi Sha's goal was the hotel and residential floors without computer rooms, considering that the people from Comscope were still in the World Tower. Between the hotel area and the residential area, Yi Sha chose the hotel area. Although the hotel in the World Tower is also a super 5-star hotel, the residences here are all luxury residences, which are definitely better than hotel suites. It is more likely that those people live in the residential area. The most important thing is that the hotel area is close to the floor where Yi Sha is. Without choosing to continue going up, Yi Sha directly let go of his hand and fell down, returning to about the 15th floor, then pushed open the passage and drilled out directly. With one hand on the ground, Yi Sha rolled forward and looked around carefully. This was a room with some sheets and blankets piled on the side. Pushing open the door, there was a corridor outside. There were bloodstains on the walls, the floor, and the ceiling of the corridor. There was a rotten smell in the air, and some traces of fighting. This was not beyond Yi Sha's expectations. If Compu wanted to use the World Tower, it must have cleaned up the zombies entrenched here, even if it was an unused floor. Otherwise, who knows if the zombies would roam to other floors. This is also the horror of the zombie virus. In a building, even if there is only one zombie or only one person infected, the zombie virus may spread and turn all the people in the building into zombies. Therefore, these bloodstains and the smell of rotting corpses in the air are normal. What made Yi Sha quite happy was that the floor of the corridor was obviously dusty, and there were spider webs in the corners, which meant that this floor had not been used for a long time. Yi Sha quickly pushed open a door on the side and entered the suite. The situation in the room was similar to that in the corridor, which made Yi Sha feel at ease, and he sat down on the sofa. Leaning on the sofa, Yi Sha supported his head with his hands. He had sneaked in. But what should he do next? Choosing a floor with no people was to facilitate sneaking in. It was not a good idea to stay in the high-altitude throwing channel all the time. Naturally, he had successfully sneaked in. But if he just stayed here, it would not help him complete the task at all. Therefore, Yisha had to consider what to do next after successfully sneaking in. Chapter 1046 Action. While Yisha was thinking, the phone suddenly rang again. Yisha picked it up and found that it was from Mu Jieyun. Yisha answered the phone. What's up? Mu Jieyun, I got some very important information here. Yisha, go ahead. Mu Jieyun, the research conducted by Compu here is likely related to ancient species. It is speculated that it is research on ancient species gene extraction, fusion, and medicine making. Yisha, where did you get the information? Mu Jieyun, Kakrala is from the transport team. After going to work today, their supervisor asked them to leave the city and transport materials into the desert, on the grounds that they were going to build a base station in the desert. Yisha, base station? Mu Jieyun, it's probably something like an observation station, but I think it's likely to be a scam. The people in the transport team are on strike. Not to mention leaving Golden City. They don't even want to leave the inner city. Yisha, it's a matter of course. Although there are no zombies in the inner city, there are outside the wall. Mu Jieyun, yes. The explanation given by Compu is that the wall is not necessarily solid. The ancient species are invading the Golden City. Those guys have the ability to destroy the wall. And building a base station in the desert is for everyone's benefit. They also gave examples. But in fact, it made me laugh and cry. Yisha, what examples? Mu Jieyun, they took some pictures of buildings being destroyed, saying that it was done by large ancient species. And just yesterday, the destroyed building was the hotel we went to yesterday, where you fought with the God of Truth. Yisha rolled his eyes and almost vomited blood. When did he become a large ancient species? Yisha didn't think it was a misjudgment by Compu. The body of the God of Truth was still lying there. How could Compu still not tell whether the God of Truth was a large ancient species or a mutant zombie? Isn't it just an excuse to get people out of the city? It is estimated that the fighting yesterday was captured, although they don't know who started the fight. They just took advantage of this matter. Yisha, what about now? Mu Jieyun, we are still on strike. But it is useless. Compu has the final say here. If you don't work, you won't get food. The transport team must leave the city. Besides, we probably got the target wrong. Yisha hesitated for a moment. You mean the skeleton of the sea buckthorn beast is in the desert? Mu Jieyun, according to the news from the transport team, the base stations they built are all observation stations. They are not large in scale and cannot be used as core bases. This means that there is a Compu base in the desert. Yisha nodded, agreeing with this statement. If we want to build a base station, it is definitely impossible to build it in the surrounding area, which is meaningless. If we want to go deep into the desert, it is not very reliable to use the World Tower as the core base, as it is too far away. Mu Jieyun continued, moreover, since it is a study related to ancient species, the sea buckthorn beast is also an ancient species. Is it more likely that the skeleton specimen is in the desert base? Yisha looked grim, of course. If there is a base in the desert, then most of the things related to the ancient species are there, not in the World Tower. But now I am already inside the World Tower. Yisha suddenly felt that he was in a bad situation, and he was the one who had done it to himself. Yisha, can you get a route into the desert? Mu Jieyun, I can definitely get it. If Compu wants to transport building materials into the desert, it is impossible to just drop the things in the desert. I guess they have to send them directly to the base. So, if they want people to transport things, they can't have no transportation route map. Yisha, then find a way to get it. Mu Jieyun, we can get it once the strike stops. As a transport team, Corolla must have a route map. I don't think it will take too long. Comp is a typical example of giving a sweet reward after a blow. After threatening to cut off food supply, it is currently promising more food as a reward. There are also special armed personnel escorting it, so it is absolutely safe. Yisha, keep an eye on it. Contact me immediately if there is any news. I will find a way to confirm whether there is really no skeletal specimen of sea buckthorn beast in the World Tower. Mu Jieyun nodded, okay. After hanging up the phone, Yisha stood up. He felt that he had to take action, no matter what. He had to first determine the location of the sea buckthorn beast skeleton specimen. This was the most important thing. Don't go to the desert and find that the sea buckthorn beast skeleton specimen is actually in the world tower, and then rush back. That would be a lot of fun. Yisha was also helpless about this. This was the result of insufficient intelligence. It was too passive. After leaving the hotel room, Yisha found the entrance to the elevator. One of them was in use. After Yisha forced the door open, he entered the elevator passage and began to climb up along the maintenance ladder. After a while, the sound of the elevator running came from the passage. Yisha looked down, then jumped up, grabbed the steel cable of the elevator, and then slid down, landing lightly on the top of the elevator. The elevator continued to go up, and then stopped at the 135th floor. Yisha rushed to the side and grabbed the maintenance elevator. After the elevator fell, he carefully forced the elevator door open a gap. After confirming that there was no one, he suddenly opened a gap and then turned over to get out. Yisha carefully crouched forward and looked out. It was a typical office building structure, with a circular corridor on the outside and the central area divided into pieces. Before the end of the world, these separated areas were rented out to enterprises and companies as offices. Its current function was not clear for the time being. One could only see that many places were opened up, and people were coming in and out, which looked quite lively. At this moment, the elevator sign lit up again, and it was obvious that the elevator was coming up again. Yisha looked around quickly, but could not find any place to hide. Yisha gritted his teeth and ran quickly to the corner, jumped on the wall, and then stuck to the wall in the corner. The wall in the corner was a right angle. After Yisha pressed the walls on both sides with his hands, he stuck to it like a spider. But it was not safe. As long as someone looked up, they could immediately see where Yisha was. Yisha was gambling on his luck. Ding! After a while, the elevator door opened, and 5 or 6 people walked out. They were all wearing researcher clothes. The leader was an old man in good spirits, walking in front. The people around him kept talking, with flattering looks on their faces. Yisha was still lying in the corner. His heartbeat was a little fast, but Yisha's luck was obviously good. After those people came out of the elevator, they went directly to the corridor in front, without looking to the side, let alone looking up. So naturally they did not find any trace of Yisha. Chapter 1047 Abdu. After waiting for the group of people to pass, Yisha jumped down from the wall and looked into the corridor, thinking. The old man seemed to be an object that could be used. From the flattering attitude of those people around him, it can be seen that the old man seemed to have a high status. Yisha didn't care whether the other party had a high status, but having a high status meant that he might know more things, which naturally meant that he was valuable to Yisha. With this thought, Yisha immediately went into the corridor. There was a glass window on the side of the corridor, but it was a window, not a door, and not a floor-standing type. Yisha crouched down and avoided the glass window. Yisha moved forward and finally found the entrance to the ventilation duct he wanted. Yisha looked around and was lucky. There were no glass windows on both sides of the ventilation duct. Yisha immediately jumped up, grabbed the gate at the duct entrance, pulled it down directly, and then jumped up again and jumped in. Then he pasted the gate, because the position of the screw interface was torn. Yisha could only use the fiber thread in the string ring to fix it. There were flaws, but as long as no one was bored enough to look at the duct entrance, it would not be a big problem. After entering the ventilation duct, Yisha pulled the little cat out. I want to find the old man in the group of people who just passed by. Find a location, and go through the ventilation duct. The little cat is very sensitive to smells, and it moves forward along the ventilation duct, while Yisha crawls behind it. About a quarter of an hour later, the little cat stopped and pointed downward. Yisha crawled over and quickly found the duct opening around, looking down through the gap in the gate. This is a meeting room, and the old man I just met is inside. And there are a circle of people sitting around. A total of 7 people. We must build a base station as soon as possible. The research has reached a critical moment. We have made a breakthrough. So we need samples. A lot of samples. The old man paced back and forth in front of the conference room, shouting loudly. You should understand why we have worked so hard for so long. As long as we succeed, we will get a powerful new biological weapon. So, work hard and do your best. Do you understand? I understand. Understood. There were shouts around. And then the old man waved his hand, and everyone stood up and left the meeting room. The old man did not leave in a hurry. but packed up his things and entered a small room on the side. Yisha immediately removed the gate at the ventilation duct and jumped down. The meeting room was a very ordinary meeting room with an oval conference table in the middle. But Yisha's eyes soon lit up, because there was a three-dimensional desert model on the table. Yisha looked at the desert model and confirmed that it was the desert around Golden City. At the same time, some small building models were made in the desert, which looked like the distribution map of the base station. In addition, Yisha also found a large experimental base building. Yisha immediately took out his phone and used the camera function to take a picture of the model. But at this time, crack! The door on the side of the conference room opened, and the old man came out with some documents and other things. When he saw Yisha, he couldn't help but be stunned. Yisha was very fast, and immediately rushed towards the old man, and then grabbed his neck. Yisha, don't scream. Don't make any movements. Believe me, with your old arms and legs, I can kill you in less than a second. Understand? The old man seemed quite calm, looking at Yisha indifferently, and then nodded. Yisha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and then put it on the old man's shoulder, and then slowly loosened his palm. Old man, who are you? Yisha, before asking about someone's identity, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Old man, you can call me Abdu. Yisha, don't try to fool me with just a name. What is your position here? Abdu, what position do I have? I'm just an ordinary researcher employed by Computech. I help them do some postmortem research on zombies to make a living. After all, it's not easy to live in the end times. Poof! Before Abdu finished speaking, Yisha used the Alaskan whale harpoon to cut a wound on Abdu's shoulder. While cutting the wound, he blocked Abdu's mouth to prevent him from screaming. Abdu's forehead was immediately covered with beads of sweat. After a moment, Yisha let go of his hand. You are a wise old man, so don't play such tricks, or treat me as a fool. You can only survive if you answer my questions obediently. Abdu smiled disdainfully. If you answer, I'm afraid you will die faster. Yisha raised his eyebrows. And then, it seems that you are a wise man. Well, I might as well be more direct. If you answer obediently, I can at least guarantee that you will die more easily. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to let you experience what is more painful than death. Abdu, even if you kill me, you can't leave here. How about this? Let's make a deal. What do you want? Maybe I can give it to you. Okay. Yisha smiled. The skeleton specimen of the sea buckthorn beast. Give me that thing, and I will leave here immediately and let you go. You want that thing? It's not a valuable thing. Abdu, why don't you tell me who sent you to find that thing? You can sneak in here, which means you are very skilled. Why don't you work for me? I can give you more things. Water, food, women, whatever you want. Yisha, your method of seducing people is really low level. Abdu, survival in the end times is the most important thing. Isn't it? I can guarantee your survival, and even better survival. I think no one can give you more than me. Yisha grinned. You are really self-righteous. Let's talk about the topic. Where is the skeleton specimen of the sea buckthorn beast? Abdu shrugged. Maybe it's on the 140th floor? Or the 160th floor? I'm not sure. Yisha bared his teeth. This kind of old man who is cunning and experienced is the most difficult to deal with. He answers whatever you ask. But his answers are irrelevant, and he changes the subject. He is just trying to buy time. Yisha really misses Gonlin right now. If that woman is here, this situation will be convenient. He can directly interrogate her. But now, it is difficult to pry Abdu's mouth open. More importantly, even if he pries this guy's mouth open, it is difficult to guarantee whether he is telling the truth. Yisha took a deep breath and looked at Abdu, with a fierce look on his face. From your appearance, it seems that you are very sure that I will not kill you. Right? Chapter 1048 Breakout. Abdu looked at Yisha and smiled without saying anything, his eyes showing confidence. The saying that people become wiser as they grow older is not just a casual remark. Abdu believes that he understands people's hearts very well, and knows that the most important thing for people to live is value. Especially in the last days, only people with value can live. And when you have no value, you are not far from death. Therefore, Abdu knew very well that he had what Yisha wanted in his hand. And he knew where what Yisha wanted was. As long as he didn't say it, he would be safe. But if I said it, that would be the end of my life. Abdu thought that as long as he waited for the right price, he could live well. But at this moment, Yesha took out a bundle of ropes. And then, in front of Abdu's stunned expression, Yesha tied Abdu up. Then, in front of Abdu's surprised eyes, Yesha tied the other end of the rope to the conference table, then punched the window and pushed Abdu out. Ah! Abdu screamed and fell down. The conference table was dragged and hit the frames on both sides of the window with a bang, and Abdu was hung in the air, feeling the whistling wind in his ears. Abdu was stunned. Yesha was really playing. Yesha moved the two cabinets on the side to block the door, then jumped onto the conference table and looked down at Abdu. Old man, who do you think you are? Yesha sneered. Do you think you can survive if you don't tell the truth? I think I can only tell you that you think too much. You are far less valuable than you think. Abdu shouted, you have to die with me. You can't escape at all. Yesha smiled. Since I can come in, I can naturally go out. Do you think I do this just to die with you? Bang. Bang. At this time, there was a sound of banging on the door behind Yesha. The noise was quite loud, and someone at the door of the meeting room would definitely hear it. Abdu was angry. You lunatic. Yesha smiled. You can decide quickly whether to answer the questions honestly. Otherwise it will be too late. In Abdu's opinion, Yesha had pushed himself to the edge of the cliff. If this noise was made, Yesha would be exposed. In this case, it would be meaningless for Abdu to say anything or not. Even if he didn't say anything, Abdu felt that Yesha would definitely not mind killing him if he was exposed. No, not in the World Tower. Abdu shouted, that thing has been in the TGR base. Not in the World Tower. Please, let me go. I can find a way to send you away from the World Tower. Bang. At this time, the door of the conference room had been knocked open, and several men in research uniforms rushed in. Yesha looked back, then jumped out of the window. Yesha grabbed the rope and landed next to Abdu. Smiling, old man, you are actually quite smart. For example, you know that after you say it, you will lose your value, and you will definitely not survive. Abdu's face was horrified. No. The next moment, Yesha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and cut the rope directly, and Abdu fell down. Abdu roared in midair, I will wait for you in hell. Yesha, then you may be disappointed, because you can't wait for me. Yesha looked up and saw that the researchers had already chased to the window. One of them even pulled out a pistol and prepared to shoot at Yesha. Yesha curled his lips, loosened the rope directly, and slid vertically downward along the glass window. The cold wind was howling all around, but it was precisely because of the violent wind flow that Yesha felt more secure, because he could drive all these wind flows. He is the conductor of the Doomsday train. He is the wind and rain from all directions. Yesha let his body fall down, controlling the wind to blow towards his body continuously, so that his body can always stick to the glass window and slide down. When he reached the 30th floor, Yesha directly elbowed back, broke the window, and fell into the building, because the lower he went, the smaller the wind flow, and this trick gradually became less useful. With one hand on the ground, Yesha turned over and stabilized his body, then walked forward along the corridor. Yesha walked forward, and when he passed the elevator, he looked up and saw that the elevator was falling rapidly. It was obvious that the people from Compu were chasing him. Yesha opened the safety corridor, and then heard footsteps from below. Looking down through the gap in the corridor, he could see a team of patrolmen coming up the stairs quickly. Yesha pulled out the crystal bar from the red flame bomb, threw it down through the gap in the stairs, then turned around, pushed open the door of the safety staircase, and walked back. Boom! Just as the door closed, an explosion suddenly sounded from the safety staircase. Yesha took out his phone and dialed Muyunjia's number. Where are you? Muyunjia, still waiting for news. No need to wait. I'm exposed. Yesha, get ready to leave and go into the desert. Muyunjia was stunned, then nodded. Okay. I'll pick you up now. It will take about 15 minutes. Yesha stood in front of the elevator. Okay. Park the car at the main entrance. Muyunjia understood. At this time, the elevator door opened, and Yesha saw a team of fully armed personnel standing inside, holding rifles. However, before the other party came out of the elevator, Yesha threw the crystal bar of the red flame bomb into the elevator again. Boom! The roar of the explosion appeared, and then the hot fireball exploded, instantly engulfing the armed personnel. At the same time, The elevator was instantly deformed. The steel cable above was blown off, and the entire elevator fell downwards. With a bang, the elevator fell to the bottom, completely twisted and deformed, and turned into a pile of iron lumps. Yisha turned around and walked to the other side. In the World Tower, there are many elevators on each floor, and there is more than one safety passage. There are many ways out, and it will take time for Muyunjia to arrive. So Yisha is not in a hurry. When he came to the other side, Yisha pushed open the door of a safety staircase again, looked down, and did not see any armed personnel. So he went down the safety staircase directly. However, it only goes down to the 25th floor. That emergency staircase can only go to the 25th floor. Yisha was about to push the door open to leave. But just when his palm touched the door of the emergency staircase, Yisha suddenly felt something was wrong and suddenly jumped to the side. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of machine gun fire rang out. And then, there were dense bullet holes on the door. Chapter 1049, Rush Out. Yisha leaned against the wall, took out his PDA, and typed, "Kill them!" Bang! At the door of the safe corridor, a group of armed men were shooting at the door. But at this moment, the ceiling behind them suddenly cracked. The Archon suddenly jumped down, grabbed the head of an armed man with both hands and twisted it hard. With a click, he broke the other's neck. At the moment the body fell, the Archon held the body, grabbed the rifle hanging in front of the other person, and fired forward. When the armed men were about to turn around, they were naturally met with bullets. The Archon quickly shot the armed men to death. When the people behind the door became quiet, Yisha pushed the door open and picked up a rifle. "Let's go!" Yisha didn't intend to fight hand to hand. The armed men who appeared so far were all ordinary armed men. No members of the Three Dragons squad had appeared yet, and the people from the cleaning team had not appeared yet. Hand-to-hand combat was of course possible to deal with these guys. Yisha could kill them easily, but it would be a waste of physical strength. At this time, ordinary firearms became the best weapon because they were enough to shoot the opponent to death. Walking through the corridor, Yisha suddenly stopped and looked at the wall on the side. Yisha murmured, "How could I forget this thing?" Yisha raised the muzzle of the gun and smashed a monitor. This is why the group of armed men suddenly appeared at the door. There are many monitoring devices in the World Tower. If these monitoring devices are still working normally, then no matter where Yisha goes, his movements will be known by the other party. This is not a good thing. Although Yisha is not afraid, no one likes to be chased by others all the time. "Yisha, can we hack into the surveillance? We don't need to take over. We can just destroy it." The Archon nodded. "Yisha, then destroy these surveillance cameras." The Archon did not answer, but directly left the corridor. I don't know where he went. He was probably looking for a computer or something. To hack into the surveillance cameras, you need a computer, not just glaring at the surveillance cameras. Yisha continued to move forward and looked at the time. It was only a little over 5 minutes. There was still some time before the 15 minutes agreed with Muyunjia. Yisha seemed very calm and not in a hurry. Walking through the corridor again, Yisha came to the other side, forcibly pulled open the iron door of the elevator, and began to climb down along the maintenance ladder. But after climbing only 2 floors, Yisha saw the 2 elevators below rise at the same time, and it was obvious that his whereabouts were exposed again. Although the Archon went to deal with the monitoring equipment, it was obviously not that fast. Yisha jumped directly to the top of an elevator, and then lifted the cover above. Thump, thump, thump. Gunshots suddenly rang out. Someone in the elevator shot at Yisha the moment he opened the cover. Yisha twisted his body nimbly and rolled to the side to avoid the bullets. Then he drew out the evil eye sword and stabbed it down hard. Puff! The evil eye sword pierced the top of the elevator and pierced through the top of an armed man's head, bringing out a streak of blood. Then Yisha exerted force violently, cut a piece of the top of the elevator, and then jumped into the elevator. There were 6 armed men and a corpse in the elevator. The other party did not dare to shoot casually. Opening fire in such a small space would definitely cause accidental injuries. This was exactly what Yisha wanted, and he elbowed him without saying a word. Yisha's strength was not something that ordinary armed men could withstand. With one elbow, the armed man's face was directly rotten. Then the evil eye sword swept and pierced into the lower abdomen of an armed man. The moment the tip of the sword just stabbed in, Yisha jumped up again and kicked an armed man on the head. The temple was kicked by the tip of the toe, and it was directly concave. At the same time, with a click, the neck was directly broken. The moment Yisha landed, he killed 3 people in less than 3 seconds, which really shocked the other party. An armed man, who was afraid or stimulated, wanted to hit Yisha's head with the butt of his gun. But now he dared not get close to Yisha, and directly raised his gun to shoot at Yisha. Yisha immediately twisted his body, stuck to the other party's body, and then turned his back to the other party's gun muzzle, holding the gun muzzle and hitting the face of another armed man. Thump, thump, thump. The gunshot sounded, and the bullet shot forward, directly smashing the head of the armed man. At this moment, Yisha thrust the evil eye sword and pierced the back of the armed man. After the sword passed through, it pierced into the chest of the last armed man, killing the 2 with 1 blow. After dealing with the 6 people in the elevator, Yisha pressed the elevator switch to stop the elevator. At this time, the PDA made a sound. It was a message from the arbitrator that the surveillance had been solved. Yisha simply did not leave the elevator. Anyway, the other party could not grasp his position. After pressing down, he took the elevator directly to the first floor. After the elevator landed on the first floor, the door opened and there were many patrol members at the door. Without saying a word, Yisha pulled out 3 crystal bars from the red flame bomb and threw them out. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued, and fireballs continued to appear, pushing around like bloodthirsty beasts, devouring the patrol members around. Yisha walked with a sword, quickly passed through the flames, and met the patrol members blocking him, and directly raised his sword to kill them. These patrol members were even less resistant than the armed personnel. They were all recruited temporarily, and were only equipped with stun guns and batons. They didn't even have any proper firearms. Yisha naturally didn't take them seriously. Walking out of the World Tower, a jeep rushed out from the side, slid sideways, and the tires left marks on the ground, stopping in front of Yisha. Muyunjia poked her head out. Get in the car. After Yisha got in the car, go directly out of the inner city. It can be roughly determined that the skeleton specimen of the sea buckthorn beast is in the desert. Abdu's words before his death cannot be said to be 100% certain. However, judging from the way Abdu yelled at the end, his emotions were out of control. So it was very likely that he was telling the truth with the mood of grasping the last straw. In Yisha's opinion, there was still a probability of 70 to 80% that he was telling the truth. Besides, the situation in the World Tower had become like this. If there were really sea buckthorn beast skeleton specimens in this place, it would probably not be easy to go back and find them. So, no matter what, we had to leave first. Muyunjia drove without saying a word. There were patrol members who intercepted in front, but they quickly gave way. Muyunjia looked like she would be killed if she didn't roll away. How dare they joke with their lives? Chapter 1050 Flying Car. Muyunjia said while driving, "What should we do now?" Yisha, didn't you plan the route yesterday? Muyunjia, that's the route back to Doomsday train. Now we have to go into the desert. Yisha, it doesn't matter. Let's fly into the desert and then parachute. By the way, did you get the route map? Muyunjia, the route can almost be determined. The desert here and the outer area are also one of the tourist attractions. There is a parking lot for renting cars to enter the desert. And there is also a famous desert hotel. The hotel is an industry of compu. If nothing unexpected happens, the experimental base is below the desert hotel. Yeah. Yisha, then let's do it. Yisha leaned back in his chair to take a short rest, and at the same time sent a message to the governor, asking him to leave the inner city and wait at the parachute jump site. At present, the other party's attention is on Yisha and Muyunjia. It shouldn't be difficult for the governor to leave. After driving forward for about 10 minutes, Muyunjia glanced at the rearview mirror. They caught up. Yisha nodded. He didn't think that Compu would give up so easily. But Yisha looked back. Only 2 cars. Isn't it a little too few? Just as Yisha finished speaking, a black car suddenly rushed out from the fork in the road. Muyunjia was startled and quickly turned the steering wheel. But the rear of the car was still hit by the other party, and the jeep immediately turned around in place. Muyunjia finally sat firmly and wanted to start the car again, but a car blocked the way in front of him. Yisha glanced at Muyunjia. It seems that your driving skills are not very good. Muyunjia pouted. I'm sorry. Yisha took a deep breath. Let me do it. Yisha stood up, asked Muyunjia to switch to the passenger seat, and sat in the driver's seat. After blocking Yisha and Muyunji's car, the car in front stopped, and two men with guns got out of the car and tried to shoot at the car window. At this moment, Yisha suddenly started the car and rushed forward. The two men were frightened and quickly moved to the side. Yisha directly hit the front of the other car, pushed the car away, and then rode forward. The two men were furious. Chase! Chase! Keep chasing! Yisha stepped on the accelerator, and the surrounding scenery was almost reduced to a thin line. But he did not completely get rid of the other party. Mu Jiayun kept an eye on the back. And suddenly, they are catching up again. Yisha looked at the rearview mirror, and three cars were approaching him at high speed. Bang! Feeling the impact from behind, Yisha's body suddenly leaned forward. But without any delay, he stepped on the accelerator to accelerate. The roar of the engine became louder and louder. As the corner appeared in front of him, Yisha turned the steering wheel, and the car suddenly flew sideways at the corner. Even so, Yisha did not brake at all. The car turned a U-shape and turned the corner. The next moment, Yisha drove the car towards a passing truck. At the critical moment, he braked and turned left, driving the car to the other side. Bang! Among the cars chasing behind, the leading one hit the truck head-on, and the entire hood flew up. Then the people in the car hurriedly got out of the car and fled. Boom! A loud roar. Flames and black smoke shot up into the sky. One of the three cars was missing, but the remaining two quickly approached, sandwiching Yisha's car on the left and right, with the car bodies constantly colliding and rubbing, making a harsh sound and splashing golden flames. It's really annoying. Yisha cursed in a low voice, and the other party squeezed Yisha in the middle like a meat pie to prevent Yisha from accelerating. At this moment, a car came speeding not far away. The driver saw the three cars entangled together, and was immediately shocked. He turned the steering wheel sharply, and then bang hit the side guardrail. Yisha sneered. The other party was affected by the oncoming car, and became a little relaxed. Yisha had no time to hesitate. He suddenly accelerated, and threw the other party away. Then he stepped on the brakes, and stopped suddenly. A car chasing behind hit him without any preparation. Yisha's body was also shaken, and his head almost hit the roof of the car. However, the other party was more unlucky. The hood of the car was opened, and a burst of black smoke came out. But he could not move. At the same time, Yisha did not delay. He stepped on the brakes again, quickly shifted gears, and kept turning the steering wheel with his hands. Yisha drove the car to the side, and pushed the remaining car against the street guardrail. The car kept hitting the guardrail, which was twisted and distorted. You like playing meat sandwich so much, right? Yisha sneered. Come on. Keep going. Yisha forced the car to move forward for nearly 100 meters. When he saw the intersection, he suddenly turned the steering wheel and quickly turned the car in the opposite direction. Then stepped on the accelerator and accelerated again. After dealing with the three cars following behind, Yisha temporarily gained a moment of peace. But Yisha knew that this was not the end. The opponent's manpower could not be so few. How many people are there in three cars? Even if the first three cars are counted, with 4 people in each car, there are only about 20 people. Comp has no shortage of manpower in this place. However, there are also disadvantages to having too many people. That is, they need to be commanded and dispatched. You can't just jump on the car and chase blindly. That will only cause chaos, and will not be of any benefit to the pursuit. This gave Yisha and Mu Jiayun some time to catch their breath. We can see the wall. Mu Jiayun, just climb over it. Yisha, do we need to go through the main gate? The wall also has entrances and exits. It is not completely closed. There is a huge alloy door on the southeast side, which is about 2 meters thick and has strong defense. Relatively speaking, it is better to climb over the wall directly than to run to grab the door. Anyway, the wall can't stop them. After driving to the wall, Yisha stopped the car. After the two got out of the car, they quickly ran towards the wall. Mu Jiayun still used her props to climb up. Yisha leaped up, and then the ground cracked. A corpse flower vine suddenly sprang out and held Yisha from below. Anyway, he was already exposed, so it didn't matter if the corpse flower appeared and made a noise. Yisha used the force to step on the corpse flower vine in midair and jumped again. Then he climbed over the wall and even triggered the motion sensor above the wall. However, he didn't need to be so cautious now. After jumping down from the other side of the wall, Mu Jiayun immediately shouted, I'll go find a car. Chapter 1051 Parachuting. Abandoned cars are not difficult to find. They are everywhere on the street. The only problem is whether the cars you find can be started. Many cars look intact, but they cannot be driven. They may be out of oil or broken. Fortunately, Mu Jieyun's luck seems to be good. When he found the second car, he waved to Yisha, indicating that the car could be started. Yisha got in the car, started the car, and drove forward along the street. Mu Jieyun fiddled with the navigation and then excitedly said, "The navigation can still be used. I will directly adjust the route." Yisha nodded and drove forward quickly. According to Yisha's estimation, they still have about 5 or 6 minutes without having to face those guys chasing them. Because, according to common sense, the other party must have guessed that the two were going to leave from the main gate, and the 15-meter-high wall was not something that could be climbed over easily. Therefore, the other party's pursuit route must have deviated. However, Yisha accidentally triggered the motion sensor, and the other party should have discovered it immediately. But it would take time to catch up to the location where they left and then lock on to the direction that Yisha drove away. This period of time was a chance for Yisha and Mu Jieyun to catch their breath. Yisha, one problem is that if the enemy finds our tracks when we parachute into the desert, it will be difficult to get rid of them. The desert terrain is too simple. We can continue driving. Mu Jieyun took out a map and pointed to a location. This is a desert parking lot, which is provided for tourists to drive into the desert. We parachute to this location and then take the car into the desert. Yisha nodded. This method is not bad. All the way forward, there was no pursuit vehicle behind. Even beyond Yisha's estimated time, the people from Compute did not appear. Yisha guessed that there could be only 2 reasons. First, Abdu's position might be higher than Yisha imagined. For example, he was the highest commander of the World Tower. Then, once Abdu died, the World Tower must be in chaos, which led to the current unfavorable situation of pursuit. Second, it was not able to locate in time, or the pursuit team encountered some trouble. After all, there were still many zombies outside the wall. In any case, while Yisha was driving at full speed, the pursuit team never showed up. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yisha and Mu Jieyun entered the parachute jump site. As Yisha walked in, he said, "The worst case scenario now is that the plane here is destroyed or can't be driven at all. Mu Jieyun, then we can only change the plan. There is nothing we can do about it. No plan is foolproof." The governor had arrived first. Seeing Yisha and Mu Jieyun coming in, he threw 2 parachute bags over. "Yisha, is there a plane that can be driven?" The Archon nodded. "Yisha, lead the way." "Let's go." The Archon led the way to the apron, where there were planes of different sizes, mainly related to the number of passengers. The Archon went directly into the cockpit, while Yisha and Mu Jieyun went into the cabin. "Mu Jieyun, although I have learned the proficiency of flying an airplane, it is only elementary, and I have only driven it once. I was really afraid of messing it up. I didn't expect that I didn't have to drive it, which made me feel a lot more relieved." "Yisha, have you learned parachuting?" "Mu Jieyun, no need to master it. I knew it before the end of the world. I'm actually an extreme sports enthusiast." Yisha nodded. "Then, how do you open the parachute bag?" Mu Jieyun took a breath. "You don't know how to do it?" "Yisha, how can ordinary people have the opportunity to parachute? Besides, who would deliberately go to the dining car to buy the basic parachuting mastery? We are on the Doomsday train, not the death plane. Can we still parachute when we leave the platform?" Mu Jieyun was speechless. "You haven't jumped yet, and you still agree to my route? Yisha, is it that difficult? Just jump down and open the parachute bag." Mu Jieyun really had nothing to say about this. Skydiving is certainly not that easy. But if you insist that Yisha is wrong, then it is true. It is really just jumping down and opening the parachute bag. But if it is really that simple, why do ordinary people have to do tandem skydiving when they skydive? And why do they have to be accompanied by a coach? Mu Jieyun looked at the parachute bags, all of which were for one person. So there was nothing she could do but explain the basics of skydiving to Yisha. When you jump, remember to keep your head up. You must keep it up. Otherwise your neck may be blown off. And there is not only one canopy in the parachute pack, but also a spare parachute pack. Just in case, if one parachute cannot be opened, there is a second one. Yisha interrupted. What if both can't be opened? Mu Jieyun was speechless again. The flight attendant's special skill is actually to argue. right? Mu Jian was helpless, normally not. I have checked it before jumping. And this is the front and rear elevators, which are used to operate the canopy. The operation method is... Yisha smiled. Okay. I'm fine. Mu Jian, let's talk about it. Especially the method of controlling the umbrella cover. If we don't learn it, what should we do if our landing points are very different? Yisha, believe me, as long as the umbrella cover can be opened, the rest will be no problem at all for me. What a joke. Yisha is the wind and rain from all directions, and has the ability to control the wind flow, as long as the umbrella cover can be opened. It is up to Yisha to decide where the wind blows Yisha. Similarly, as long as the canopy can be opened, Yisha can control the wind flow, and he will never die. The so-called raising his head to avoid being blown off the neck by the wind does not exist for Yisha at all. Even if the canopy cannot be opened, Yisha will fall directly, and the probability of death is only 50-50. He can control the wind flow, and the high altitude is Yisha's back garden. The 50% probability of death is because the controllable wind flow may not be enough to support Yisha's body at low altitude. In fact, the most suitable equipment for Yisha is not a parachute, but a birdman suit. That is, a winged suit. It is completely dependent on the wind flow to glide, which is more difficult to control than a parachute. But it is actually more convenient for Yisha. Seeing that Yisha was too lazy to listen, Mu Jian ignored it and started to measure the altitude with the altimeter. After a while, Mu Jian looked at the altimeter, 13,500 feet. A very suitable altitude for parachuting. You can jump down after reaching the destination. Yisha nodded. How long will it take? Mu Jian opened the cabin door. 30 seconds. You can get ready. Yisha agreed, then got up and followed Mu Jian. Because the cabin door was opened, the wind became very loud, and the voice was naturally difficult to hear. Mu Jian stood by the cabin door and looked for a while, then directly gestured okay to Yisha. After seeing Yisha nod, Mu Jian took a deep breath and jumped out of the cabin. Chapter 1052 Sandcrawler. After Yisha glanced at Mu Jian, he looked back at the Archon in the cabin. After confirming the Archon's no-problem look, Yisha took a deep breath and jumped out of the cabin. Yisha raised his head. The cold wind whistled around him, and he felt a surge of adrenaline as he looked at everything below. Yisha finally understood why many people still died every year even though the protective measures for extreme sports were in place. But why many people still enjoyed it? Because excitement. Excitement. The pleasure of challenging the limits of life and death. After letting the body fall for a while, at the height where Mu Jian opened the parachute, Yisha opened the parachute bag according to Mu Jian's instruction. There was a puff sound from behind, and the parachute cover flew backwards. And then Yisha felt that the speed of falling suddenly slowed down. As for controlling the parachute, Yisha didn't need to be so troublesome. He just needed to control the surrounding wind flow directly, and he could float wherever he wanted. Soon after Yisha jumped out of the cabin, the Archon also jumped out. As for the plane, it fell wherever it wanted, slowly descending downward. Mu Jian was the first to jump out, and naturally the first to land on the ground. However, Mu Jian encountered some troubles the moment she landed. Mu Jian seemed very alert. After she landed on the sand dune, she heard the sound of Sha around her. Mu Jian drew out the dagger without hesitation, cut the straps, and then rushed to the side, rolling down directly from the top of the sand dune. Boom! Just as Mu Jian rolled down from the top of the sand dune, a loud noise suddenly appeared, and a large crack appeared on the top of the sand dune, and a huge worm came out from the bottom of the sand dune. The worm was very huge, in the shape of a cylinder, about 2 meters in diameter, and its body was segmented, somewhat like a caterpillar, but it was fiery red and covered with fluff. The mouth was a big hole, pitch black, and the edges were covered with hook-like teeth. If Mu Jian had moved a little slower, he might have been swallowed by the giant worm. And this was not the end. Boom! 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 The surrounding sand dunes made continuous roars. And then one after another, the fiery red giant worms came out and shook their bodies on the top of the sand dunes. Oh! At this time, Yisha appeared above Mu Jian. Sandcrawler? Yisha directly cut off the parachute bag and jumped down from the sky, splashing a large area of sand and dust. Mu Jian, is it an ancient species? Yes. Yisha, You deal with one of the one-star ancient species, and I'll deal with the rest. Is that okay? Mu Jian nodded. No problem. Yi Sha, be careful. These guys will burrow into the ground, which is a bit troublesome. Yi Sha said, as he took a step forward and poured out the 16-element alloy ball. At the moment of preparing to attack, Yi Sha also tried to summon the corpse flower. But unfortunately, there was no response. It seemed that the corpse flower had not arrived yet. Then do it yourself. Yi Sha waved his hand, and the 16-element alloy ball floated up. Sand crawlers are very troublesome ancient insect species. These guys must be killed, because if they are not killed, they will chase them to death. Moreover, these big guys move very fast in the sand and are very sensitive to smells, so they can't be easily shaken off. Since they can't be shaken off, then kill them! Magnetic impact. Those sand crawlers did not attack first, so Yi Sha decided to choose to go first. As Yi Sha waved his hand forward, the floating 16-element alloy ball shot forward. The 16-element alloy ball turned into silver light and crashed into a sand crawler. Puff! 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 The 16-element alloy ball hit the sand crawler, and blood holes were constantly pierced through the sand crawler's body. In just a blink of an eye, the sand crawlers became bloody. Jia! Jia! The sand crawler was injured and immediately made an unpleasant and weird cry. Yi Sha could not describe that cry in words. It felt like two rough metal pieces rubbing together. The next moment, several sand crawlers leaped forward at the same time and then burrowed into the ground. Yi Sha said to Mu Jian, "Go!" The two of them spread out to the left and right. Yi Sha ran to the side and looked at the ground around him. When the sand crawlers burrowed, the sand would bulge, so it was relatively easy to distinguish their whereabouts. Found you. Yi Sha licked the corner of his mouth and waved to the side again. The 16-element alloy ball flew out again and hit a bulging sandbag. Puff! 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 The bulging sandbag was smashed by Yi Sha, and the yellow sand splashed. Then a sand crawler fell out and rolled continuously on the ground. Good luck. Yi Sha curled his lips. The target he hit again turned out to be the sand crawler he had attacked before. Two magnetic impacts were enough to severely injure the sand crawler. Rolling continuously on the ground, the body twisted, unfolded, twisted, unfolded. The sand crawler tried to get up again, but it never succeeded. Yi Sha ignored the sand crawler because it was already useless. He could just go back and finish it off. More importantly, a Sha sound was heard behind Yi Sha. Yi Sha immediately turned around and jumped back. At the same time, a crack appeared in the sand behind Yi Sha, and another sand crawler suddenly jumped out, opening its huge mouth and falling towards Yi Sha fiercely. Boom! The sand crawler hit the ground and directly dug a hole in the sand. Clang! The next moment, Yi Sha suddenly drew his sword. The evil eye sword came out of its sheath, and a sound of sword chirping was heard. Then, before the sand crawler raised its head, Yi Sha's body fell down and stepped directly on the sand crawler's head. Puff! The evil eye sword fiercely stabbed down, piercing the sand crawler's head with one sword. The fiery red blood scattered all around, and when it fell on the sand, wisps of white smoke would emerge. Even some of it splashed on the back of Yi Sha's hand, and a piece of skin was immediately burned off. The blood of the sand crawler was extremely hot. However, this level of injury was only a minor injury to Yi Sha, and after the sand crawler was pierced through the head by a sword, its huge body fell to the side. With a bang, sand fragments flew, but before Yi Sha could catch his breath, the sand on his side cracked again, and the third sand crawler jumped out immediately, baring its teeth at Yi Sha. Its hooked teeth were ferocious, and it sprayed a large piece of fiery red liquid, and then fell in the direction of Yi Sha. Chapter 1053 Entering the Desert. Yi Sha quickly jumped back, and the fiery red liquid fell on the sand, burning holes in the sand. The next moment, the sand crawler lowered its body and opened its mouth to bite Yi Sha. Unfortunately, before the sand crawler landed, a white chain condensed by light suddenly fell from the sky, tied up the sand crawler's body, and bound it tightly. The Archon has arrived. The Archon fell from the sky, and the white chain was grabbed by the Archon, and it kept tightening. Finally, the sand crawler screamed, and its body was strangled and split into two. Then the Archon fell to the ground. Yi Sha returned the evil eye sword to its sheath, and then looked to the other side. Mu Jian had already dealt with the remaining sand crawler. The level of these sand crawlers was not low. At least 1-star diamond. But Mu Jian was considered to have passed the flight attendant assessment. If he couldn't even handle this level, it would be unacceptable. Yisha walked towards Mu Jian. Did you get anything? Mu Jian, a worm sack with fire poison juice. Yisha nodded. Although he also got the hint from the mysterious voice. He didn't get anything. In this regard, Yisha could only shrug his shoulders. Yisha, keep it. This thing is a good thing. You will know how useful it is when you go to a cold place in the future. Mu Jian nodded. Yisha looked around. It's all sand dunes. According to the route you set. Where should we go? Here. Mu Jian took out a compass and identified the direction. After about 10 minutes of walking, we will see a parking lot. I have to say that Huangjin City is really a magical city. Following the direction pointed by Mu Jian. After walking for about 10 minutes, Yisha really saw a parking lot. The parking lot was built on top of a sand dune. It was square and surrounded by a 1-meter-high wall. The top of the sand dune was flattened and paved with thick rocks. There were vehicles parked on both sides, mainly off-road vehicles, and a small number of jeeps. There is not a single luxury sports car that can be seen everywhere in the Golden City. However, Yisha soon found it normal. Sports cars have very low chassis. How can they fly in the desert? Yisha felt that the fact that the sports car could drive 50 meters without any problems was a blessing from heaven. In addition to the rental cars, there is also a gas station, a supermarket, and a multifunctional restaurant similar to the rest stops on highways. Mu Jian, I'll go find a car that can be driven. Yisha nodded. I'll go to the supermarket. Yisha and Mu Jian acted separately. After entering the supermarket, Yisha first looked around, especially behind the shelves, and did not see any zombies. But there were some bloodstains on the ground, which showed that there had been a battle here, and the zombies seemed to have been cleared. Yisha came to the shelves, and the goods were scattered. Or, strictly speaking, the food was almost taken away, and the remaining ones were broken, which could not be stored for a long time, let alone eaten. This made Yisha sure that someone had gotten there first. Maybe someone had been here, killed the zombies, and took away everything they needed. In this case, Yisha didn't plan to continue shopping, because it was unlikely that he would gain anything. Leaving the supermarket, Yisha saw Mu Jian deflated an off-road vehicle. Yisha looked at Mu Jian in confusion. Huh? Mu Jian explained. The sand dunes are up and down. If you don't deflate the tires, you may flip over. Yisha smiled. You know a lot. Mu Jian, it's probably because I used to travel around the world. My hobbies are traveling, extreme sports and photography. Yisha, it seems that your family was well off before the end of the world. Yisha is not sure whether photography is expensive. But traveling and extreme sports are not only expensive, but also time-consuming. People without a family background can't regard these two as hobbies, because they can only think about them. Mu Jian, it's okay. My father is a businessman. He lived a good life at that time, but he was away from home for many years. I don't like staying at home, which is empty, so I like to travel. Now I think it's not worth it for my father. What's the use of making more money? Can it help him survive the end of the world? Yisha shrugged his shoulders. It was really hard to answer this question. After a while, Mu Jian finished her work and waved to Yisha. Let's go. We can hit the road. Mu Jian sat in the driver's seat, then drove and opened the map. Yisha, how many days do we need to go? Mu Jian looked at the map. 1.5 days. This is the Desert Hotel. Most of the hotels in Golden City are 5-star. And the worst is 4-star. Everything here is synonymous with luxury. The Desert Hotel is also a famous place in Golden City. It is built in the desert and is a villa-style hotel. It even has a swimming pool. Swimming pool in the desert? It is hard to imagine in other places except Golden City. You know, the water sources have to be transported from outside to the desert, and the cost is very high. Mu Jian, according to the information I got, the basement of the Desert Hotel is the desert base of Confrontation. Yisha took out his phone, found a photo, and handed it to Mu Jian. See if it is this place. The photo was the 3D model picture that Yisha took in the conference room. It was probably the planned area map for the construction of the base station. In this case, there was of course a sign for the desert base. The 3D model map was of course more detailed, but it would not show anything extra. and there would be errors compared to the general map. Mu Jiayun compared it for a while before confirming. It is certain that it is in the same area as the Desert Hotel. And it is probably correct. Yisha nodded. Then let's go to the Desert Hotel first. Mu Jiayun, you can take a nap first. Of course. Provided you can fall asleep. While Mu Jiayun was talking, the car rolled over a small sand dune. And the car body almost tilted sideways. At least 40 degrees. And it felt like it would flip over at any time. It felt like riding a roller coaster. Yisha shrugged. Compared to what we have experienced before, this is just child's play. Yisha closed his eyes indifferently and began to take a nap. After thinking for a while, he reminded, don't go too fast. We need to be careful. There are many ancient species in the desert. There is a saying that has been circulating for a long time in the apocalypse, which is called zombies in the city and monsters outside the city. It means that you should be careful of various zombies in the city and outside the city. In those sparsely populated places, such as deserts, jungles, and snowfields, there are very few zombies. And in many places you can't even see zombies. But relatively speaking, ancient species that should be relatively rare often appear in these places. And there are some very powerful ancient species among them. Chapter 1054 Ammonite. After all, many creatures in ancient times are synonymous with terror. The terrifying giant insects of the Carboniferous period, the dinosaurs of the Jurassic period, and the beasts of the Paleogene period are all not easy to mess with. The desert is one of the main habitats of these ancient species. Mu Jiayun nodded. I will be careful. Yisha's reminder makes sense. Mu Jiayun is not a novice in surviving in the end times. She is naturally aware of the saying zombies in the city, monsters outside the city. Yisha said nothing more and closed his eyes to conserve his energy. But I don't know whether it was because they were still on the outskirts of the desert or because they were really lucky. Until the evening, they didn't encounter any ancient species. After nightfall, the desert was very cold, and it was not suitable to continue traveling. It's not that they need to rest or sleep. With the physical fitness of the two, not sleeping for 3 to 5 days is not a big problem. The main thing is that it is not easy to distinguish the direction. Even with a compass, it is easy to go astray. Mu Jiayun lit a bonfire on the sand, leaned against the SUV, opened the hood behind the SUV, put down the backrest, and used the SUV as a tent for a simple rest. Yisha caught some sand scorpions, skewered them, and roasted them. In the end times, people are not very picky about food. As long as it doesn't kill people, you can eat it. Besides, regardless of the appearance, roasted scorpions are actually quite delicious, crunchy, and can also supplement protein. Mu Jiayun reminded, be careful of poison. Yisha, just pull out the scorpion's tail. Besides, it's a little bit of toxins. Just treat it as a seasoning. As soon as Yisha finished speaking, he suddenly frowned and stood up. Mu Jiayun was alert. What's going on? Yisha, this damn place seems to be the nest of a giant worm from the Carboniferous period. As soon as Yisha finished speaking, a giant sand dune in the distance suddenly shook, and countless yellow sand fell to both sides, like 2 small waterfalls. Then, a giant worm similar to a snail appeared in front of Yisha and Mu Jiayun. Its body was similar to that of a leech, with a layer of mucous membrane on the outside, which looked disgusting. And there was a large shell on its back, like a hill, in a spiral shape, very similar to a nautilus. Mu Jiayun, is this an ammonite? Yisha nodded. Mu Jiayun bared his teeth. This is too big. Mu Jiayun had encountered an ammonite before, which is a relatively common ancient species of insects. But the ammonite that Mu Jiayun had seen before was only about 2 meters long, and the ammonite shell was about as long as his chest, which was already quite large. But look at the ammonite in front of him. The back shell is at least 7 or 8 meters high, and the body of the ammonite is at least 5 meters long. It is simply a behemoth. The so-called sand dune just now is actually just yellow sand covering the body of the ammonite. Just looking at the size, Mu Jiayun knew that there was some trouble. Ammonites are not very powerful ancient species, ranging from gold 1 star to gold 3 star. But the ammonite in front of him has obviously undergone mutation. Otherwise it would not be so huge. Moreover, the mutation of ancient species is mostly seen in one kind. That is, zombie virus infection. That is, the ammonite in front of him may be a corpse. In this way, it is difficult to judge the strength of the ammonite in front of him. Yisha smiled, then, let's use the simplest method. We'll know after we fight. As Yisha spoke, he drew out the evil eye sword and slowly approached the ammonite. Yisha did not attack first. The ancient species were not zombies, and were not necessarily aggressive. Yisha had long passed the period of hunting everything he saw and exchanging numbers for rewards to improve his strength. Nowadays, killing one more ancient species, or one less ancient species, does not make much difference to Yisha. Relatively speaking, saving energy to fight in the required battle is more important. Unfortunately, the ammonite was aggressive. And very aggressive. Yisha did not do anything radical. When he was only about 10 meters away, the ammonite suddenly opened its mouth like a crack. And then a ball of white stuff was spit out by the ammonite. Bang! Yisha quickly spread to one side, and the ball of white stuff fell to the ground. It turned out to be a large ball of mucus that could bind people tightly. Yisha looked at the mucus, and then looked at the ammonite. Since the other party attacked first, there was nothing to say. Gun form! Yisha shouted, and the destroyer on his arm quickly changed form. Yisha raised his hand forward, and a gun barrel appeared at the fingertips, spewing out flames, and suddenly fired at the ammonite. Two. The crisp gunshots were particularly bright in the silent night. Bullets kept falling on the body of the ammonite. When the bullets hit the body of the ammonite, there was a certain amount of damage. After all, the gun form of the destroyer was still good. It was not an ordinary gun, and the bullets were also specially made. However, the ammonite has a strong self-recovery ability. The bullet holes can be quickly restored, and the bullets embedded in the body will be squeezed out by the healing wounds. As for the bullets hitting the back shell of the ammonite, they are completely useless. The back shell of the ammonite is very strong and the bullets can't penetrate it at all. At the same time, the ammonite twisted its body violently, opened its mouth, and spit out mucus again. However, this time the mucus was not a stream, but like a machine gun. It was continuously spit out from the mouth of the ammonite and fell towards Yisha. Yisha quickly ran to the side, moving in a large area, not wanting to be touched by the mucus. The mucus looked very troublesome. After falling on the sand dune, it would quickly wrap the entire dune, appearing extremely sticky and sliding down at a very slow speed. Yisha could imagine that if he was wrapped by that thing, he would definitely be unable to move. Moreover, if this thing touched his body, it would be obviously difficult to struggle out. At least not by brute force. At this time, Mu Jian also went around to the other side of the ammonite without knowing when. And then no one knew what Mu Jian did. Two violent explosions suddenly sounded. The blazing fireball exploded on the back of the ammonite, and the impact of the explosion spread in all directions. The huge body of the ammonite, which was like a small animal, shook involuntarily and almost fell to the side. At the same time, a crack appeared on the huge back shell. Although the crack was not deep, it at least meant that the attack was effective. The next moment, the ammonite turned its body, obviously very angry, and its big mouth like a crack kept opening and closing, making a shaw sound. And then, with a puff, the ammonite took a mouthful of sand, and after squirming a few times, a sand arrow spewed out of its mouth and flew towards Mu Jian. Chapter 1055 Go Step. Mu Jian reacted quickly and immediately dodged to the side to avoid the sudden sand arrow. The sand arrow hit a sand dune not far away, followed by a loud bang, and the sand dune shattered. Yisha's expression became more serious. The power of this attack was quite good, and judging from the power of this attack, the ammonite in front of him would not be too weak. Even if it did not reach the level of the Venerable King, it was still at the peak level of Star Diamond 5. Yisha thought so, and then raised the destroyer again. Railgun form. Since the bullets are not powerful enough, it is a simple truth to increase the power, and the huge body of the ammonite means that it is difficult to avoid the bombardment of the railgun. Click, click. The destroyer made a mechanical rotation sound, and then quickly turned into a gun barrel. Bang, bang, bang. The pulse bombs were fired continuously, hitting the body of the ammonite, and then directly stuck to the body of the ammonite. And then the blue light burst out from the pulse bombs. With the continuous explosion of the pulse bomb, the ammonite roared again, and its huge body tilted to the side. Not enough. Yisha murmured, not enough power. The power of the pulse bomb was not bad. After the explosion, it left cracks on the back of the ammonite, but it was not enough to blow the back of the ammonite to pieces. So, Yi Sha began to aim. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Sha fired the pulse bomb again. And this time, Yi Sha used overlapping explosions to overlap the pulse bombs in an area. This is the effect of the railgun form after the destroyer is transformed into its complete form. As long as the pulse bombs are overlapped and exploded in a certain area, overlapping explosion damage can be obtained. You know, this is not a simple math problem like 1 + 1 = 2. The overlapping damage is multiplied. Boom! The explosion sounded again in the distance, and a large piece of blue light exploded on the body of the ammonite. This time, the hard back shell did not hold up, and a large black hole was blown out. There is nothing inside the ammonite's carapace. It is empty. But in fact, this is the greatest protection for the ammonite. When in extreme danger, the ammonite will retract its body into the carapace. Because of this, Yi Sha was not in a hurry to attack the ammonite's body, because that would be meaningless, unless he surrendered his trump card and killed the ammonite with the most powerful attack. The ammonite would definitely retract into the carapace. Therefore, it is better to destroy the carapace first, and cut off the hope of the ammonite hiding in the carapace. And now, it's okay. While Yi Sha was thinking, the severely injured ammonite was also extremely angry, and the harsh and unpleasant roar continued. And then the ammonite began to swallow the yellow sand again. Puff, puff, puff. The ammonite spewed out sand arrows again. And this time the sand arrows were different, because the sand arrows were attached with sticky liquid. These liquids fell on the body with extremely strong viscosity, which would affect the speed and make it difficult to avoid the attack of the sand arrows. And the power of the sand arrows was indeed not a joke. Therefore, you must avoid them all, and not get any sticky liquid on you. Yi Sha took a deep breath, and then a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Ghost Step. Ghost Step, fantasy skill within a 3-meter range. You can greatly increase your speed and move, leaving only an afterimage, like a ghost. Each time you use it, you can walk 25 steps, and you need to wait for 3 hours before using it. The pair of military boots that Samuel gave me came in handy at this time. And Yi Sha took a step to the side. 1 step is only half a meter at most. But what is the reality? Yi Sha's figure is like a ghost, almost sticking to the ground, as if floating, moving sideways, leaving a residual image. Yi Sha only stepped half a meter, but his body was 3 meters away. The next moment, Yi Sha moved sideways again in the opposite direction. His body was floating like a ghost again. This time the distance was farther, directly moving 5 meters away, as if teleporting. Bang! The sand arrow pierced Yi Sha's body, but only pierced the residual image left by Yi Sha in the original place, and pierced a deep pit in the ground. The ammonite's attacks were violent and continuous. But what was the use? An attack that could not hit the target was meaningless, no matter how powerful it was. And the ammonite was obviously unable to capture Yi Sha's figure. Yi Sha was also very happy at this moment. The Ghost Step combined with the Son of Wind's ability did bring Yi Sha an unimaginable surprise. Perhaps the Ghost Step alone did not have such an outstanding effect. So Samuel gave this pair of military boots as a gift to Yi Sha. But in Yi Sha's hands, the effect shown was another matter. At the same time, with the continuous use of Ghost Step, Yi Sha gradually got used to it. After all, ultra-high-speed movement is not so easy to control. The step frequency is a problem. The distance and landing point of each step are also difficult to control. Moreover, ultra-high-speed movement will also bring some sequelae, such as slight dizziness. However, after more than a dozen consecutive Ghost Steps, Yi Sha gradually got used to it, and could start to control the step frequency and moving distance relatively accurately. It was most suitable to stabilize it at about 3 to 5 meters and change it at will. Anyway, as long as he could avoid the attack, it didn't make sense to move too far. After getting used to the Ghost Step, Yi Sha no longer passively avoided the attack unilaterally, but suddenly moved forward and quickly approached the ammonite. The time for counterattack is coming. Muyunjia consciously did not move, and the Archon also stood aside. Yi Sha had completely restrained the ammonite. If they attacked at this time, it might have a counterproductive effect. It would be the most appropriate approach to wait and see Yi Sha's battle before making a choice. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Yi Sha dodged the attack at high speed. After Yi Sha dodged another sand arrow, he arrived in front of the ammonite. Melee mode? Yi Sha shouted, and then raised the destroyer. Then, The sound of mechanical rotation came from the inside of the destroyer again, and Yisha clenched his fists. The next moment, arcs appeared on both sides of the destroyer, crackling, and a white gas spurted out from the back of his hand, pushing Yisha's arm and slamming towards the ammonite fiercely. Bang! Yisha's fist hit the ammonite's head hard, and the ammonite's head caved in after being hit. However, this guy is a mollusk, and the caved-in head alone cannot tell how much damage Yisha has caused to the ammonite. Then, bang! The second loud bang appeared, and a piece of the ammonite's head suddenly exploded, and countless soft flesh and blood splashed in all directions. Chapter 1056 Desert Hotel. The ammonite did not die on the spot, as Yisha expected. After being severely injured, this guy immediately curled up his body and hid directly in his carapace. But this obviously didn't make much sense, because the carapace had been blasted with a big hole by Yisha. Clang! At the moment when the ammonite hid in the carapace, Yisha suddenly drew his sword. The sword came out, and the sword tip was cold. The evil eye sword swept in front of Yisha, bringing out a blood-red sword light. The next moment, Yisha suddenly jumped up and drew his sword. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. The sword tip moved forward, and the bloody feeling seemed to fade away in an instant, revealing a hint of deepness and coldness, and everything between heaven and earth seemed to become silent. Then, as Yisha's sword tip moved forward, the sword light suddenly exploded. One sword turned into 24. 24 sword lights moved forward, passed through the broken back shell of the ammonite, and stared fiercely at the body of the ammonite. Blood spurted out from the cracked carapace, all over the ground. You killed a mutant ammonite. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, mucus. A mysterious voice sounded at this time, announcing that Yisha had killed the ammonite. Call it a day. Yisha waved his hand, asking the Archon to collect the ammonite's saliva, which is the so-called mucus in the apocalypse reward, and then walked back to Mujien. Yisha, this ammonite is likely to be a test product of Compu. I got a hint from the mysterious voice that it is a mutant ammonite, not a corpse, which means that the ammonite is not infected with the zombie virus. Or, it is not the usual way to be infected with the zombie virus after death. Mujien nodded. If Compu mainly injects zombie viruses into ammonites, it is indeed possible to cause mutations without dying or turning into corpses. Yisha, if it is ancient species research, the desert is indeed the most suitable place, because there are many ancient species living here. Mujien, we will know when we enter the base tomorrow. Yisha nodded, and he suddenly had more expectations for the desert base. Reason? The reason is naturally that he has ancient species in his hands. Corpse flowers and small ancient cats are all ancient species. If Compu has any research that can ensure that ancient species mutate, then taking them away can also enhance combat power. Yisha and Mujien returned to the SUV, ate something simple, and then rested. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Yisha and Mujien woke up and continued to drive on their way. From time to time, they could see some ancient species, mostly insects. Black scorpions as big as millstones, sandworms, and large salamanders were more common, but they were not very strong. The strongest ones were the sand crawlers and ammonites they had encountered. It was not difficult to deal with them, and it only took a little time. At the same time, Yisha could also sense the reason why Compu wanted to study ancient species here, because there were indeed more ancient species here. Even though ancient species were more common in the wilderness, they were still very rare. The number of ancient species in other wilderness areas was definitely not as many as here, and the large number of ancient species naturally meant that Compu could get a large number of experimental subjects. Of course, this had little to do with Yisha, because most ancient species did not cause him any trouble. Before dusk, the two finally arrived near the desert hotel. Yisha stood on the sand dune, holding a telescope and looking at the desert hotel in the distance. After observing for a while, Yisha put down the telescope in his hand. There is something wrong with this hotel. Mujien nodded. Yes. There is something wrong with the desert hotel, and some problems can be seen without a telescope. There are guardrails outside the desert hotel. They are simple wooden guardrails with iron wires at intervals. The iron wires are all thorns. It is a relatively simple protection, but even the simplest protection is still protection. What does this mean? Of course it means that there are people in the desert hotel. Otherwise there would not be these. And it was set up after the end of the world, Otherwise, who would do this outside the hotel? In fact, Yisha also saw a lot of people through the telescope. There were fully armed people standing at the entrance of the hotel, by the front swimming pool, etc., wearing desert camouflage uniforms, carrying guns, and looking fully armed. Everyone walked back and forth in a fixed area, probably patrolling. In addition, Yisha also saw 2 armed helicopters standing by the swimming pool, which were definitely not originally in the hotel. Even if the star rating of the desert hotel is used, there must be helicopters. But they can't be armed helicopters. This is a hotel, not a military area. Mu Jieyun, it seems that we have to sneak in again. Yisha, this is much easier than sneaking into the World Tower. There are loopholes everywhere. Yisha was telling the truth, which had nothing to do with the security level planned by Compu and the ability of the armed personnel. Instead, the desert hotel adopts the structure of a villa hotel. The structure of this type of hotel is similar to that of a resort, and is completely open. Therefore, unless people are crowded together in a circle, it is impossible to take care of it, and it is too easy to enter it. Mu Jieyun, but the problem is that entering the desert hotel is not very meaningful. We have to find out where the entrance and exit are first. There are so many houses here, and any house may have a passage leading to the underground. Yisha knocked his forehead. This was indeed a problem. It was impossible to search one room at a time. Although it was easy to sneak in, it did not mean that one could walk around without being discovered. After all, those armed men were not made of wood. Yisha thought for a moment. I will solve this problem, but it may take some time. The corpse flower had not arrived yet, and Yisha's solution to this problem was the corpse flower. In the last resort, he could let the corpse flower directly open a passage to the underground. Of course, this is the only way out. There is a high possibility of alerting the other party. The best way is to sneak in and find the sea buckthorn beast skeleton specimen. The next thing will be relatively simple. You can steal it or kill it. Before finding the sea buckthorn beast skeleton specimen, alerting the other party is not a wise choice. After all, it will make it more difficult for Yisha to find the sea buckthorn beast skeleton specimen. But no matter what, Yisha still hopes to wait until the corpse flower arrives. At present, he has no other way to find the entrance to the desert base. Let's observe carefully first. Yisha, what if the entrance is outside the hotel? Then we might be able to see it directly, although this possibility is not great. Mu Jieyun thought for a while. I can sneak in a few times at night and spend more time looking for it. Maybe I can find it. Yisha nodded. Okay. Let's do it. Chapter 1057 The Opportunity Comes. Yisha did not wait for the corpse flower. Mu Jieyun sneaked into the desert hotel twice, but also failed to find the entrance to the desert base. However, Yisha and Mu Jieyun waited for the helicopter of Compu. A total of 4 helicopters came from the sky and landed directly in the desert hotel. Yisha, the helicopter of the World Tower. When I sneaked into the World Tower, I looked through the window at the helipad. It was a helicopter like this. Mu Jieyun was excited. Our chance has come. Yisha nodded. Why did the World Tower send people here? This is an obvious question. The desert base is the core research site, and its role and importance are definitely not inferior to the World Tower. Secondly, Abdu's status may be much higher than Yisha imagined. This is inferred from the time, because the helicopter appeared 2 days after Yisha and Mu Jieyun arrived. If there was no considerable chaos at the World Tower, it would definitely not be like this. Yisha recalled that apart from killing those armed personnel, he really didn't kill anyone else who felt very important. Except Abdu. Of course, these things are not that important. What is important is that people are coming from the World Tower, and these people must enter the desert base. In this way, based on their entry point, we can roughly guess where the entrance and exit of the desert base are. This was originally a very helpless point for Yisha and Mu Jieyun. Yisha originally wanted to use observation of those armed personnel to determine this, but those armed personnel did not enter the desert base at all, but lived directly in the desert hotel, even if they changed shifts. The 7th villa. Yisha put down the telescope and said to Mu Jieyun, "Let's go now?" Mu Jieyun looked at the sky. Although it was not night yet, the weather was not very good, and it was a bit dim. Moreover, the patrol posts were not dense. Mu Jieyun, I have no problem. Or you can wait for my news? Yisha thought for a while. No. Let's go together. The two of them went down the sand dune and headed towards the direction of the desert hotel. Yisha signaled Mu Jieyun to go first. In terms of infiltration, Mu Jieyun is an expert. This is what she is good at. And Yisha also has this ability. But basically, he uses the cover of night and speed. Or directly uses the dragon realm to hide from others. Infiltrating during the day is a bit troublesome. But Yisha feels that he should be able to do it. Just follow Mu Jieyun's actions. Mu Jieyun lay in the sand and observed for a while. Then suddenly jumped up and ran towards the direction of the desert hotel. Directly jumped over the guardrail. Ran forward 2 meters. And suddenly lay on the ground. At this time, an armed man on one side happened to turn around. But he didn't seem to notice Mu Jieyun. After just a glance, he turned back. Mu Jieyun quickly stood up, ran forward, and pressed his body against the back of a building. Yisha didn't delay, and immediately ran quickly, climbed over the guardrail, and used his speed to catch up with Mu Jieyun before the armed men around looked in this direction. Yisha whispered, "How did you do it? That person didn't see you?" Mu Jieyun, the blind spot of vision. "From your position, I feel that person should see me. But in fact, he can't see me. My body is covered by the uneven sand." Yisha tilted his head, not intending to continue asking. This is not something he is good at. Just follow Mu Jieyun. Mu Jieyun slowly moved his body along the wall, until he reached the side, and found that there was no one in the house. So he climbed in through the window, and then came out from the other side, directly avoiding 2 sentries, and then continued to observe and move. To be honest, Yisha didn't know what blind spots were. But it was undeniable that watching Mu Jieyun sneak in was a magical thing. Several times, Yisha thought that the armed personnel on guard should have seen Mu Jieyun. But the fact was that those armed personnel regarded Mu Jieyun as air, and turned their heads away, as if they didn't see anything. If Yisha hadn't been able to see Mu Jieyun from where he was standing, Yisha would have really suspected that Mu Jieyun had used something like a quantum invisibility cloak. But anyway, it's a good thing to be able to sneak in. The 7th building is close to the edge of the desert hotel area. So after sneaking in from the side, it doesn't take much time to reach the edge of the building. Mu Jieyun observed, 2 in the front, 2 at the open-air barbecue table in the back. And the 2nd floor doesn't look like a sentry. It's probably someone taking a break. Standing there smoking. Yisha frowned at Mu Jieyun and couldn't help but ask, "Are you in trouble?" Mu Jieyun, these 4 people are a bit difficult to deal with. They are separated on both sides, but they are all facing the direction of the living room. It is impossible to avoid the sight of 4 people at the same time. Yisha smiled, then used a rougher method. Yisha stood against the wall, raised his hands, gestured to Mu Jieyun, and then stepped aside. Mu Jieyun understood the meaning, but couldn't understand it. She knew that Yisha meant to go to the 2nd floor. But there were people on the 2nd floor. Yisha didn't waste any words, motioning her to hurry up. Mu Jieyun could only walk to the wall. Yisha retreated 2 steps, then stepped on Mu Jieyun's palm and suddenly jumped up, grabbed the edge of the balcony, and flipped in. The moment the smoking man saw Yisha, he was stunned for only a short time and wanted to shout. But this moment was enough for Yisha. Puff! The Alaskan whale harpoon swept forward and directly wiped across the other person's throat. The man wanted to shout, but he couldn't make any sound. He could only make a whoosh sound from his mouth. Like a leak, Yisha directly covered the man's mouth, waited until he died, and then put him aside, holding the side of the balcony with his hands, looking like he was blowing the wind. At this time, Mu Jieyun climbed onto the balcony. "It's really rough. This might expose you." Yisha smiled. He admitted that his infiltration method was not as good as Mu Jieyun's. The best infiltration method is, of course, that you infiltrate without anyone knowing that someone has infiltrated. Killing is not a good way to infiltrate, because when the body is discovered, it means exposure. Yisha, sometimes it doesn't matter if it's simple and direct. You have to be confident in your own strength, as long as you can confirm the location of the sea buckthorn beast specimen. What does it matter if you are exposed? Yisha walked from the room to the balcony. There was no one in the room, but there was a sound of running water in the bathroom. Yisha made a gesture to Mu Jieyun to keep quiet, and then went into the bathroom. A strong man was taking a shower with his back to Yisha, and he had drawn the curtain. Yisha saw the other person through his shadow. He tiptoed behind the other person, pulled down the curtain, covered the other person's head and tightened it, making the other person unable to make any sound. Then raised the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it from the side of the other person's neck. Chapter 1058 Desert Base. The man was strangled by the neck and could only make slight noises, unable to shout loudly. Soon, the other party slowly gave up struggling until he completely collapsed on Yisha's body. Yisha casually threw the body aside, waved to Mu Jieyun, and then walked out of the room. Going down the stairs to the living room on the first floor, Yisha stretched out his hand to signal Mu Jieyun to slow down, and then pointed to the side of the corridor. Mu Jieyun looked along the gap in the stairs. The first floor of the villa is a living room, with a kitchen on the side. The stairs are on the other side of the kitchen, and the space below the stairs is empty. From the gap between the kitchen and the stairs, you can go inside, where there is a corridor leading down. Of course, it only looks like this at the moment. The corridor leading down is obviously moving, with a trapezoidal cover on top. If it moves forward, it will be connected to the staircase above at an angle and close to the side wall, and the corridor leading down will not be visible. Obviously, the group of people coming from the World Tower were in a hurry. After entering, they didn't even have time to close the passage. This was of course a good thing for Yisha and Mu Jieyun. They didn't have to spend time looking for the entrance to the desert base. If nothing unexpected happened, it was 99% likely to be this corridor going down. After Yisha signaled, he directly leaned on the railing of the stairs and flipped over. Then, holding the edge of the stairs with both hands, he tiptoed down and rolled to the ground to relieve the force. Mu Jieyun and the Archon followed closely. Both lowered their voices as much as possible, and then slowly walked down the corridor. The corridor was not deep, and Yisha reached the bottom very quickly, then stretched out his hand to signal Mu Jieyun not to make a sound. This desert base was not what Yisha had imagined. Generally speaking, when talking about the experimental base of Compu, one would always think of it as grand and huge in scale, with a somewhat complex internal structure, one area connected to another, etc. Yisha had been to many experimental bases of Compu, and although the internal appearance was different, the structure was mostly similar, and the areas were divided according to function. But this desert base is obviously not the case. Yisha looked out from the corridor. First, there was a circular corridor with a huge glass wall in the middle, which was hemispherical. In the corridor, there were some researchers in white coats, some of whom were writing and drawing with notebooks, and some were watching with tablet computers. Of course, none of this was as surprising as what was shown behind the glass wall. Behind the glass wall was a cylindrical downward space, which was very huge, with various unknown instruments placed everywhere. In other words, it was a huge instrument made up of various instruments. Cables were dragged everywhere on the walls and the ground. And in the center of the area, there was a huge skeleton. The skeleton was more than 15 meters long and 10 meters high. An absolute behemoth. Yisha's face was dark. Is this the skeleton specimen of the sea buckthorn beast? That old guy Malfarian is trying to trick me. It's so big? It was obviously not an easy task to bring such a huge skeleton back. Even if Yisha could drag it, it would be very inconvenient to do so. There is also a more important point. Yisha's plan is completely ruined. Yisha's original plan is to steal if you can, and rob if you can't steal. However, the problem is that such a huge skeleton. How to steal it? Even if you call God, it may not be possible. As for robbing, it depends on how to rob. Normally, robbing and running is the most common, but it is obviously not convenient. How to rob such a big thing and run? It's not a small object that can be put in your pocket. In this way, it seems that the only way is to force it. That is, kill. Yisha cursed even more when he thought of this. He was completely fooled. At this time, Mu Jieyun poked Yisha with his elbow, and then pointed forward. Yisha's tone was not very good. He was worried about the trouble in front of him. He looked at Mu Jieyun. I saw the skeleton specimen of the sea buckthorn beast. Mu Jieyun whispered, the top. Yisha was stunned, and then followed what Mu Jieyun said and looked at the top of the circular space. Then, he was stunned. The circle at the top was divided into grids. A total of 12 grids. And something was carved inside, composed of circles and lines, which looked familiar. Yisha wondered, what is this? Mu Jieyun, constellations. Yisha was stunned and asked, constellations? Mu Jieyun pointed at the grids and said, that's Taurus. That's Aries. That's Gemini. Yisha looked carefully and found that it was indeed the 12 zodiac signs. Those dots and lines were the constellation map. No wonder it looked so familiar. Yisha, the question is, why is there this thing? The 12 constellations? When thinking of this thing, the first impression in Yisha's mind was divination or something. Little girls are very interested in daily constellation fortunes and constellation love. Although the 12 zodiac signs are very orthodox in astrology. And there are very detailed and formal academic studies in most people's impressions. The so-called 12 zodiac signs have long been played with and associated with all kinds of messy things. Mu Jieyun shrugged, I don't know. But I don't think the people at Compu would carve this thing on the top just for the sake of beauty. Yisha nodded, affirming that the people at Compu would not be so boring. But what is the use of it? Looking at the constellation map alone doesn't seem to tell anything. But it probably has some symbolic meaning. Or, is it related to the research here? This thought flashed through Yisha's mind. And then he immediately denied it. Comp Corporation's constellation research base? What constellation is most suitable for rainy days? Yisha suddenly felt that he had a rich imagination. Putting aside this thought, Yisha said to Mu Jieyun, don't worry about it for now. For us, the most important thing is the skeleton specimen of the sea buckthorn beast. Nothing else matters. Mu Jieyun nodded, then showed some helplessness. It's not easy to steal. Right? Yisha thought that this was too polite. It's not that it's not easy to steal. It's impossible to steal. Yisha, if it doesn't work, we can only destroy this place. Then kill our way out. And then call for support from the Doomsday train. Send a transport helicopter over. And directly lift the things back. Yisha's tone was unkind. He really didn't expect that there would be trouble with the size of the sea buckthorn beast skeleton specimen. Moreover, this trouble is really unsolvable. There is really no good way. So he can only call for support. Before calling for support, we must find a way to get the base done first. Otherwise people are not stupid. And they will watch the things being moved away. At this time, Mu Jieyun touched Yisha again. Look in that direction. Chapter 1059, Killing. Yisha looked in the direction pointed by Mu Jieyun. And then he became interested. There was a huge instrument there, with many tubes connected to the back of the instrument. There was a special needle at one end of the tube, which was directly nailed into the skeleton. Some researchers were talking in a low voice and fiddling with the instrument. Soon, some test tubes were taken out of the instrument by the researchers, and there was a light gray liquid inside. Mu Jieyun whispered, they seem to be extracting something from the bones of the sea buckthorn beast. Yisha nodded, it should be good stuff. The skeleton is the main task. We can find a way to take some of the extracted medicines. Yisha was not surprised that Compu Company was using the sea buckthorn skeleton to do something. After all, it was something the deputy train captain wanted to get. Yisha believed that the sea buckthorn skeleton specimen must be of great value. Otherwise, how could it be worth Malfarion to bring it back to the Doomsday train? The gold skull coins in the deputy train captain's hands were not blown by the wind. Of course, there must be gains if there is effort. Yisha didn't think that Malfarion took the skeleton back just to show it off. Who are you, and why are you here? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded behind Yisha and Mu Jieyun. Yisha and Mu Jieyun turned around and saw a researcher walking down the corridor with two armed men. Yisha and Mu Jieyun had been hiding in the corridor and observing outside. There was no doubt that they were now completely face to face with each other. Many thoughts flashed through Yisha's mind, as if he was thinking about how to deal with the current situation. But in just a moment, Yisha made a decision. The sea buckthorn skeleton specimen was so huge that Yisha didn't have many options. And now it was exposed. What else is there to think about? Yisha suddenly threw his hand, and the Alaskan whale harpoon flew out and directly inserted into the researcher's throat. The researcher didn't expect Yisha to suddenly attack without any warning. He widened his eyes, raised his hands, and pressed them in vain, trying to make a sound. But because his throat was pierced, he couldn't make any sound at all. Plop! The researcher fell to the ground and rolled down from the upper floor. Yisha stepped on the corpse and pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon. The two armed men reacted quickly and immediately raised their guns and pulled the trigger at Yisha and Mu Jieyun. Thump! 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 The gunshots rang out suddenly. But before that, Mu Jieyun had already jumped up the corridor, wiped his thigh with his palm, and then held a saber in his hand, quickly swept forward, and cut off the neck of an armed man. The next moment, Mu Jieyun raised his foot and tripped another armed man to the ground, and then stabbed the other man's heart with a saber. Yisha simply walked out of the corridor. Even the sound of gunfire appeared, and it was impossible that the people in the base were not alarmed. In this case, There was nothing to hide. Yisha walked out of the corridor, looked at the surprised researchers around him, and said directly, "Kill!" The figure of the Archon flashed, and he immediately jumped to the side. Clang! Clang! White light appeared in the Archon's palm, then condensed into two white chains, which dragged across the ground, making a crisp sound. Then, the Archon passed by the two researchers. It was unclear what the Archon did. The two researchers suddenly splashed with blood and fell to the ground. Yisha walked straight forward. Since he was going to kill, he would kill thoroughly. Yisha raised his right arm, and the destroyer switched to a gun form, and then fired wildly forward. As Yisha continued to move forward, he passed by those researchers and shot them directly. A team of armed personnel came up from the side stairs, but before they could fire at Yisha casually threw two crystal bars of red flame bombs forward. Boom! Boom! A violent roar sounded, and the exploding fireball engulfed the group of armed personnel. Yisha faced the glass wall, then switched the destroyer to railgun mode and stuck the pulse bomb to the glass wall. The next moment, a blue light flashed, followed by a loud bang, and a large piece of the glass wall was shattered by the explosion of the pulse bomb. Yisha jumped down, stabbed the Alaskan whale harpoon into the wall to slow down the force of falling, and then fell to the bottom. Yisha looked ahead, looking at the people around the sea buckthorn beast skeleton specimen. If you don't want to die, leave. Yisha did not mean to kill all the people in the desert base. Not because of mercy or conscience, but because there were too many people, and it was too troublesome to kill them. However, those researchers were a little dazed, not knowing what they were thinking, and did not leave. Yisha, it seems that you don't understand what people say. Yisha raised his hand directly, and two pulse bombs were launched, landing at the feet of the two researchers, and then exploded, blowing the two researchers away. Yisha strode forward, and the destroyer switched to gun form again, and then Yisha fired wildly around without restraint. Those researchers were finally no longer stupid. A female researcher screamed first, and then ran away like crazy. Blind obedience is one of human nature. The problem is that some people are strong-willed enough to stay calm, while others are not. After someone took the lead, many researchers showed fear on their faces and started to run away. The scale and structure of this desert base are simple and not very large, but there are still many researchers. There are about 20 to 30 people in the corridor above, and there are at least 100 people working around the sea buckthorn beast skeleton specimen inside. If some people who do odd jobs around are counted, there are almost 300 people. This does not include the armed personnel. If these guys can consciously get out of his sight, Yisha will find it much easier. Coming to the previous instrument, Yisha directly snatched two test tubes containing refined liquid medicine from a researcher. "Are you going to run?" The researcher hesitated and didn't say anything. Yisha directly raised the destroyer and shot the other's head. "Yisha, if you don't run, this is the end." The researchers around turned around and ran without hesitation. There is nothing more important than life in this world. Yisha walked to the instrument. Although he didn't know how to operate it, there was a row of slots on the front, which contained the extracts extracted from the skeleton. There were 12 in total, 6 of which were already full, including the 2 in Yisha's hand. There were 8 in total. Yisha didn't have time to study how the instrument worked to get more extracts, but threw all 8 test tubes into his backpack. Chapter 1060 Leela. Put it down. You can't do this. At this time, a shout came from behind Yisha. Yisha turned around and saw that the armed personnel who rushed into the experimental site had surrounded Yisha. Yisha didn't care about those people at all and walked directly to the periphery. The armed personnel seemed very alert and pointed their guns at Yisha. Yisha showed a disdainful expression. "Kill all those whose guns are higher than the shoulder level." The armed men didn't know who Yisha was talking to, but they would soon find out. Boom! Boom! 2 white chains made of light fell from the sky and landed in the square formation of the armed men. Then, accompanied by a loud noise, the armed men were swept away. The Archon descended from the sky and pressed forward with one palm. A black ball of light expanded in the Archon's palm, and then the Archon threw the black ball of light forward. Boom! The black ball of light fell to the ground, and then exploded like a bomb, and the black light spread all around. Although there was no smoke or flames, it had a huge impact, blowing away all the armed personnel around. Yisha walked forward, stretched out his right arm to the side, and the steel-armored evil centipede followed Yisha's body and climbed onto Yisha's arm, and then transformed into the form of a centipede sword in Yisha's palm. Yisha swung the sword forward without hesitation, and then the centipede sword stretched out and swept forward. As the centipede sword passed, the bodies of those armed personnel were continuously cut off. In almost the first encounter, at least 1/3 of the armed men were killed by Yisha and the Archon. The rest were naturally terrified, and at the same time, they understood what kind of guy they were confronting. In other words, facing a guy like Yisha, there was no need to confront him at all. Thud, thud, thud. Gunshots suddenly rang out, and many armed men raised their guns and shot at Yisha without hesitation. Yisha shook his wrist, and the centipede sword immediately retracted, and then stuck to Yisha's body, and the steel armor evil centipede began to rotate, forming a circle to protect Yisha. Clang, clang. The bullets kept hitting the body of the steel-armored evil centipede, making a clanging sound, but they could not penetrate, let alone hit Yisha's body. When the armed men had emptied their bullets, Yisha shook his wrist, and the centipede sword swept forward again, killing a large number of armed men with one blow. The Archon also jumped out at this moment, and two white light chains kept moving forward, like two poisonous snakes, slithering cunningly, and then harvesting lives. Yisha walked forward, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a strong wind behind him. Yisha could feel a dangerous breath approaching, so he turned around and raised his arm. Bang! A figure fell from the sky and stomped on Yisha's arm. The next moment, feeling the power on his arm, Yisha stepped back 2 or 3 steps, and the figure did a somersault and landed on the ground 3 meters away. He was a man in his 20s, with typical Eastern European features and short blonde hair, and a slender figure. He was not wearing the Compu uniform, but a homely outfit, simple trousers and a t-shirt. It can be seen that the man in front of him should have been resting and then hurried here. For such a large base, it can be guessed that there should not be only some rubbish responsible for protection. There must be someone to hold the line. Yisha smiled and twisted his neck. Are you Tian Long? Meng Long? Or Xiao Long? The man grinned. Cleaning team. Captain of the 11th team. Sis Leela. Cleaning team? Yisha curled his lips. It's a little troublesome. Yisha showed his thumb and index finger, and a small gap opened between the 2 fingers. Just a little bit. Yisha challenged with a smile. It's probably just this level of trouble. Leela snorted coldly and slowly paced to the side. I heard that the World Tower was attacked a few days ago. It was you who did it. Yisha admitted generously. Yes. Leela, it's a pity that you dare to come here to make trouble again. Yisha waved his finger. I'm not making trouble. I'm here to get what I want. And by the way, suddenly, Yisha raised his arm and swept, and the centipede sword swept forward and stabbed Leela in the face. Leela was extremely fast, and quickly retreated. The centipede sword made an arc and fell to the ground. With a bang, it pierced a big hole in the ground. Yisha smiled. Kill some people by the way. Leela's face was a little ugly. The moment she landed, she tiptoed and jumped towards Yisha. Yisha said to the Archon, the rest is up to you. The Archon nodded, and then the white light chain attacked again, like 2 poisonous snakes, strangling the necks of the 2 armed men and crushing their necks. At the same time, Leela came to Yisha and punched forward. Bang! Yisha held the centipede sword horizontally, and Leela's fist hit the centipede sword, making a crisp sound. Leela raised her eyebrows, as if she was surprised at the hardness of the centipede sword. But she did not retreat at all. She clenched her left fist and punched towards Yisha again. Leela's punch speed was very fast, and seemed to be agile. Every time she punched, whether it was blocked or dodged, Leela would immediately punch the next one. This made Leela's fist feel like a violent storm, attacking, continuously, without any pause, until the target was knocked down, revealing an indescribable momentum. But Yisha kept dodging passively, and then suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. This is useless to me. Catch the dragon and the crane. Catch the dragon in one move. Yisha suddenly raised his palm and bent his 5 fingers. And then Leela showed a look of surprise. He felt a strong suction force, and the fist he punched out seemed to be out of his control and was forcibly pulled over by the suction force. Bang! The next moment, Lilia's fist hit Yisha's palm, and Yisha held the fist tightly. Yisha immediately twisted his ankle, then turned his body half a circle, then grabbed Lilia's fist, took Lilia flying, and then threw Lilia fiercely to the side. Bang! Lilia's body flew forward and hit a metal instrument fiercely. With a bang, the shell of the instrument was dented at the moment of impact, and countless wires fell out from the cracks, crackling with arcs. Chapter 1061 Battle. Yisha walked up to Lilia and said condescendingly, "I know what kind of abilities you guys in the cleaning team have. If you really want to kill me, please be serious," Yisha said while smoothing his clothes casually. "Such a weak fist. Yisha, don't use it as a joke." Lilia's face was solemn, and then she took a deep breath. "Ah!" The next moment, Lilia suddenly raised her head and roared. There was a crackling sound from Lilia's body, like popping beans, and then her already slender figure stretched out a little bit. Puff! Puff! Two cracks suddenly appeared on the back of Lilia's hand, and two crescent-shaped bone knives covered with flesh membranes grew out of the cracks. At the same time, her eyes turned into a deep blue, filling up the whites of her eyes. Lilia's corpse transformation didn't seem to be very deep. Apart from the changes in her height, bone knives, and the whites of her eyes, there were no other corpse transformation features. Compu's corpse transformation is based on alien humans. However, one is a natural evolution, and there are no sequelae except that the form changes into an organism more suitable for combat. Artificial corpse transformation has sequelae, and may die or become a zombie. Of course, Compu's research in this area has made great progress. The people in these cleaning teams can maintain self-awareness for a certain period of time and fight after corpse transformation, which is the best proof. At the same time, there are certain similarities between the two, or the same characteristics. For example, the degree of corpse transformation. The more thorough the corpse transformation of the alien human, the less human it is, the more it looks like a monster, and the stronger it is. This rule can also be applied to artificial corpse transformation. So, from this point of view, Lilia doesn't seem to be very strong. His degree of corpse transformation is too weak, and he basically maintains the human form, without much change. But the next moment, Lilia's figure suddenly disappeared, disappearing from under Yisha's eyes. Yisha couldn't help shrinking his pupils. Such a fast speed. At the same time, Lilia suddenly appeared behind Yisha, and kicked towards Yisha with a fierce sweep. Bang! Yisha raised his arm, took Lilia's sweep, and moved his body 2 steps to the side. Lilia's strength also increased, but compared with Lilia's speed, the degree of this strength increase was limited. At the moment when Yisha blocked Lilia's attack, Lilia's figure disappeared again, and then appeared behind Yisha again, raising her arm and swinging it down. The bone blade fell towards Yisha. Hearing the sound of breaking wind from behind, Yisha immediately turned his body quickly, jumped backwards, and distanced himself from Lilia. After landing, Yisha looked down at his chest, and his clothes were cut open. Although he didn't hurt himself, if it was half an inch deeper, his chest would be cut open. Lilia didn't seem to be planning to give Yisha any chance to breathe. She leaned forward and continued to run forward. Lilia's running posture was very strange. Her arms were hanging down and not swinging. It was difficult to keep balance in this way. Lilia's body leaned forward to the extent that it was almost parallel to the ground. If a normal person ran like this, he would probably fall to the ground the moment he took a step. However, Lilia's body was very stable. Lilia kept jumping left and right, as if she was teleporting. In Yisha's eyes, Lilia's body seemed to disappear suddenly and appear suddenly again. And every time she flashed, Lilia's body would keep approaching him. In a moment, Lilia came to Yisha again, stretched out her arm, and slashed the bone blade towards Yisha again. Clang! Yisha held the centipede sword horizontally, and collided with the crescent-shaped bone blade, making a crisp sound again. Lilia didn't care that the attack missed, and didn't intend to suppress Yisha by force, but flashed again, circled to Yisha's side, and swung her arm again. Puff! Yisha turned around quickly, but was still a step slower. The bone blade almost brushed past the centipede sword and swept under Yisha's ribs. And then the muffled sound of the sharp weapon entering the flesh suddenly appeared. Yisha quickly took several steps back, and when he looked down, he saw a cut on his ribs, and blood had seeped out of his clothes. Then, Yisha looked up. Lilia appeared in front of him again. Ah! Lilia opened her mouth, roared, and raised her arms forward. Clang! Yisha once again held the centipede sword horizontally to block the bone blade from falling. After this collision of weapons, Lilia did not choose to retreat or continue to wander, but rushed forward madly. Yisha had no expression on his face, and he kept retreating, trying to remove Lilia's power and break free from the opponent's attack. But he never succeeded. When he reached the corner of the wall, Yisha suddenly raised his leg backwards, stepped on the wall with one foot, and supported his body, which made Lilia stop. Lilia gritted her teeth, pressed the bone blade forward little by little, and then raised her left arm. Under the light, the bone blade on her left arm flashed a cold light between the blades. But at this time, Yisha suddenly laughed. It seems that your corpse transformation is mainly aimed at speed, right? Lilia did not answer. Or rather, she had no intention of talking to Yisha. The corpse state could not be maintained for too long. Or rather, the longer it was maintained, the more serious the sequelae would be. Therefore, the best option was to resolve the battle as soon as possible, and then inject the potion to restore to human form. If it was delayed for too long, perhaps even the injection of the potion would not be able to restore. The end was imaginable, and Leela knew this very well. So, the next moment, Leela's left arm's bone blade fell and chopped down towards Yisha's forehead. This was a fatal blow. Leela wanted to kill Yisha, aiming at the fatal vital position and killing Yisha with one blow. But Yisha disappeared. Lilia's pupils shrank involuntarily, and she was extremely shocked. This scene was so familiar that Lilia felt very familiar. Yes, just like when Lilia turned into a corpse. Her speed suddenly increased, making Yisha feel that Lilia disappeared. Lilia also felt this feeling now. Suddenly, Yisha's voice sounded behind Lilia. Your luck is really bad. If you turned into a corpse in other directions, it might cause me some trouble. And speed. Bang! Lilia felt a heavy blow from behind. And then the whole person crashed into the wall, breaking a piece of the wall, and his body was directly embedded in it. Yisha's voice came again, and speed happens to be what I am good at. Chapter 1062 Killing. Yisha stood behind Lilia, looking very leisurely. Of course, Yisha didn't think he could kill Lilia with one strike. Comp Company was stronger than the Three Dragons squad, and the cleanup team they created was still very strong. At least the level of a general apostle or the level of a member of the death carriage could be achieved. Crash! Crash! As Lilia twisted her body, countless stone chips fell down. Lilia had a gloomy face, wiped off the gravel on her body, stood up again, and looked at Yisha with a gloomy face. The next moment, Lilia's shoulders suddenly sank, and she disappeared again. Yisha smiled. It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. When Yisha finished speaking, Lilia suddenly appeared behind Yisha, waving the bone blade and slashing at Yisha. However, just when the bone blade was about to hit Yisha, just like Lilia, Yisha's figure also suddenly disappeared from the spot. Ghost step. Lilia's bone blade fell, and it undoubtedly missed. And Lilia's eyes were full of astonishment. He didn't even notice how Yisha disappeared. Doesn't this mean that Yisha is faster than him? Bang! At this time, Lilia suddenly felt a sharp pain in her waist. But Yisha suddenly appeared beside Lilia and swept her foot without hesitation. Feeling the severe pain, Lilia's body flew out like a cannonball. Yisha's body sank slightly, and then jumped forward. Wind chase. Yisha not only has the ability of the Son of Wind, which can be used with the Ghost Step when the target is knocked out, Yisha can also use the wind chase. Almost in an instant, Yisha's figure suddenly disappeared, using the Ghost Step, Son of Wind and Gale to chase. Yisha immediately moved forward nearly 10 meters, which was faster than the speed of Lilia flying out. Then Yisha stretched out his hand. Bang! When Yisha raised his arm, Lilia just flew in front of Yisha, and was directly grabbed by Yisha by the back of the neck. Snake bite! Yisha shouted, lifted Lilia's body high, and then pressed it down to the ground with force. Bang! As Lilia's head hit the ground made a loud noise, and the ground inlaid with steel plates twisted instantly and turned upside down. Yisha half bent over and began to run forward, pressing Lilia's head on the ground and dragging it until he reached the wall in front. Yisha raised his hand and pressed Lilia against the wall again. Boom! The wall made a loud noise, and a huge spider web crack with a diameter of at least 5 meters appeared. You are not good enough at all. Yisha smiled. Let me ask you in advance. Are there any other people in your cleaning team here? If there are, call them out and come together, so that I don't have to deal with them one by one. There was obvious anger on Lilia's face. Or it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was angry out of shame. The blood flowing down her forehead made Lilia's originally pretty face look extremely hideous. Ah! Roaring and roaring wildly, Lilia swung the bone blade and chopped at Yisha. Yisha chuckled, let go of Lilia, and performed the ghost step again, moving his body to the back. Lilia is the captain of the cleaning team anyway, and her strength is actually quite good. If Yisha were to evaluate her, she would still be at the level of an ordinary flight attendant. It would not be easy for Yisha to kill her if she could reach this level. Unfortunately, Lilia was too unlucky. Lilia was good at exactly what Yisha was good at, and Yisha was better than Lilia. This made Lilo look completely powerless to resist, because Lilo was best at using speed to attack continuously. But Yisha was faster than Lila, and his attacks could not hit him at all. In other aspects, Lilo was really average. In this case, could Lila still have a chance to turn the tables? The answer is no. Lilia rushed towards Yisha frantically again, but just when the attack was about to hit, Yisha used the ghost step again and suddenly moved to Lilia's side. Lilia's reaction was extremely fast. She touched the ground with her toes and spun to the side. The bone blade slashed towards Yisha again. Unfortunately, Yisha was faster. At the moment when the bone blade slashed, Yisha disappeared for the second time. This time, Yisha appeared directly behind Lilia. If you don't have anything else to fight back, then I think this battle can end. Yisha stood behind Lilia, pulled in his stomach and raised his fist. Then punched forward. Heavy punch. The destroyer switched to melee mode, and Yisha clenched his fists. With a sizzle, Arc suddenly appeared at the edge of the destroyer, jumping and quickly connecting into a line. And then with a puff, white smoke spurted out from several air holes on the back of his hand. Yisha felt a boosting force, making his punches faster and more powerful. Bang! Yisha punched Lilia hard, and Lilia's body flew out again, a full 10 meters away, and hit the wall, smashing it to pieces. At the same time, this time, Lilia was unable to get up. Lilia's body was like mud stuck to the wall, and it took a while for her to slowly slide down and fall limply to the ground. That punch must have broken many bones of Lilia. Yisha walked to Lilia's side, looked at Lilia who had completely lost her fighting power, and did not continue to speak. Words are also a weapon, a way of fighting. Provoking and angering may get unexpected gains, but for a person who has lost his fighting power, there is no need for them. It is a pure waste of saliva. Puff! Yisha drew out the king's holy sword, and then stabbed it into Lilia's throat, piercing Lilia's throat with a sword, and completely ended Lilia's life. After killing Lilia, Yisha drew out a blood arrow with the sword, and then looked around. Huh? Yisha looked at the scene around him, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, showing some doubts and surprise, because this place was not as chaotic as when he first broke in. The armed personnel guarded several passages around, and then shouted loudly, and were constantly evacuating the researchers, which was quite orderly. In fact, while Yisha was fighting with Lilia, they had almost been evacuated. This scene made Yisha easily feel that someone was giving orders, and Lilia's position was not low. But it was definitely not him, because he was fighting with himself and had no time to do this. In other words, there was a commander with a higher position here, and it seemed that the other party was very calm, and did not panic because of his sudden intrusion, and could quickly make judgments and give orders. Chapter 1063 The Last Experiment. In a room of a villa, screens are connected one by one, and the pictures on the screens are everything in the desert base. If Yisha saw all this, he would be very surprised. In Yisha's opinion, the value of the desert hotel is just to cover the desert base, especially since the external defense of the desert hotel is so lax. What is unexpected is that the control system and monitoring system of the desert base are actually inside the desert hotel. You know, these two are the core parts of the system operation. An old man looked at the screen and murmured, "Even Lilia couldn't kill this young man? What is the origin of this young man?" A man next to the old man, "I'm not sure. But his fighting power is indeed very strong. Not like a normal human. The World Tower was attacked a few days ago, And it seems that he was also responsible. The old man nodded, thinking, the world tower is nothing big. It's just a place to gather labor. In the end times, all resources are important. So what resources are the most precious? Different people will give different answers. But the answer given by the old man is human beings. Or, it is labor. In the old man's opinion, other resources can be obtained by finding ways, such as electricity. If the power plant is destroyed, then find a new one. If there are not enough metals, then mine them. And the premise for all this is that labor is needed. That is, someone to work. The old man thought he had a good vision. He saw through this when the end of the world came. So he applied for armed support from the headquarters of Compu Corporation, built the inner city with the world tower as the center, and rescued as many young and strong as possible. What is it for? Naturally, it is for the end of the world. A large number of humans died, and there is still enough labor to drive. In addition, the world tower does not actually have many valuable things. The truly valuable things are in the desert base, which are the materials extracted from the bones of the sea buckthorn beast and the research materials in this base. After a long time, the old man said, can't we stop him? The people around the old man, it seems that at present, Lilia is dead, and the armed team is not the opponent of the other party. Deputy Captain Jamie wanted to avenge Lilia, but I stopped him. The old man nodded. Since the captain can't do it, the deputy captain certainly can't do it either. I should have let the two of them fight together to see if they can beat this guy. Now it's unnecessary. The man next to the old man, we sent a distress signal to the headquarters. But it doesn't make much sense. Support can't arrive immediately. We are transmitting research data as quickly as possible and destroying all paper materials to prevent them from falling into the hands of the enemy. Old man, well done. This is the best choice. The man beside the old man nodded, then, teacher, we should also retreat. The old man shook his head, you leave. My hard work is all here. How can I just leave like this? The man beside the old man frowned, but, teacher, what's the point of you staying here? Why is it meaningless? The old man smiled and came to the side of the console, where there was a small device. The old man identified the pupil, verified the palm print, and compared the sound. And then a wall on the side suddenly opened. Behind the wall, there is only a pull bolt. The man was shocked. Teacher, do you want to release that thing? The old man nodded. That thing cannot be taken away. In this case, let me do the last experiment. The man was anxious. Teacher, that thing will completely destroy this place. It is too scary and cannot be controlled at present. You will die. The old man smiled. So, I said, let me do the last experiment. And then before I die, I will transmit the last experimental report. The man wanted to persuade him again. Anxiously, you. The old man waved his hand to interrupt. We all know that thing is terrible. But how terrible is it? We don't know. Let alone how much help it will be to our research if we can control it. Right? The man nodded. The old man, the young man who broke into the base, is a good test subject. Anyway, he can't take that thing away. So please fulfill my last wish, and let me complete this last experiment and write the last experimental report. The old man seemed extremely stubborn, and even waved his hand to drive the man away. The man hesitated for a moment, then bowed. Teacher, take care. I will send all the research materials back to the headquarters safely. Our efforts are not without rewards. Our research will definitely succeed. I will definitely create the most powerful creature of this era. The old man nodded, then pulled the bolt hard. At the same time, Yisha was wandering inside the base. The other party evacuated and retreated. And Yisha had no intention of stopping the other party. It would be better if the guys here ran away. The skeleton specimen of the sea buckthorn beast was so large that he couldn't transport it out at all. After these people have finished running, I can call for support from the Doomsday train and then use the helicopter to lift it back. But at this moment, there was a shah sound all around. Yisha looked up and soon found that it was the loudspeaker in the base that was making the sound. After a moment, a slightly old voice sounded, young man. Where are you from? Which force do you belong to? Are you the rebels? Yisha curled his lips. Are you the commander here? Yes. You can understand it that way. The voice, strictly speaking. I am the director of this base research institute. Drazen Noviak. People are used to calling me by nicknames. Calling me Director Dirk. Or Dr. Dirk. You can also call me that. Yisha then. Dr. Dirk? If you want to live, take your people, and get out of here quickly. From now on, I will take over here. Dr. Dirk smiled. You want my research? Research? I don't care about that bullshit research. Yisha pointed at the sea buckthorn skeleton behind him. I want this thing. I'm giving you a piece of advice. Don't try to stop me. You don't have the ability to do that. I see. Instead of asking for research data, it's a smart choice to take the research samples away directly. Dr. Deke, okay. I can give you the stuff. But only if you can survive. Bang. 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 Suddenly, huge steel gates fell down from the passages around, blocking the passages. At the same time, a circle of alloy plates on the outer periphery of the glass wall above began to slowly rise, sealing the glass wall. Chapter 1064 Scorpio. Mu Jian had been fighting in the corridor. When he saw the armor plate rising and covering the glass wall, he immediately rushed towards the glass wall. But he was still a step too late, and was blocked by the armor plate. Yisha looked around coldly, but his expression did not change much. The opponent's intention was obvious, and he wanted to trap Yisha inside the experimental base. But Yisha felt that it was not a problem. There were only a few alloy doors, and a circle of alloy covers. Yisha didn't think that he would be trapped here to death at this level. It was not difficult for Yisha to destroy these things. Moreover, Yisha thought that the other party should also know this. His previous battle with Lilia had destroyed a lot of places. Therefore, Yisha thought that this was just the beginning. Sure enough, after the walls blocked the passages, the noises around did not stop. Yisha still heard some mechanical sounds. Then, Yisha saw the huge sea buckthorn beast skeleton specimen moving. No, strictly speaking, it should be the floor under the sea buckthorn beast that was moving, slowly pushing to the side, and a circle of large holes appeared on the ground. Yisha frowned. And when the ground opened up, and the circle of large holes appeared, Yisha smelled an indescribable smell. The smell was not pleasant, but it was not the kind of stench and rotten smell, but a strange smell, as if it was the body odor of some creature, like someone who had not taken a bath for a long time, or the smell of an elderly person. Yisha slowly paced forward, showing some vigilance. He had a bad premonition. Usually when facing something troublesome, Yisha would have this feeling, like an instinctive perception of danger, reminding Yisha to be vigilant. Coming to the edge of the big hole, Yisha looked down and then raised his eyebrows. The big hole was very deep, and the light was dim, so he couldn't see what was at the bottom. But he could still see clearly the circle of walls near the top. There were scratches there. Lots of them. The kind made by sharp weapons. At least hundreds of them. And in addition, there was some black liquid, like a corrosive solution, which made the wall bumpy. Yisha was sure that there must be something hidden underneath. Then at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of Yisha's eyes, appearing from the bottom of the dark cave. Yisha didn't see clearly what it was. The black shadow was extremely fast, and Yisha almost instinctively jumped back to distance himself from the black shadow. Boom! The next moment, a roar sounded. The edge of the cave ceiling seemed to be hit hard by something. After a loud roar, a large piece of it cracked, and a gap appeared. Countless broken stones fell to the bottom of the cave. The sound of falling stones continued to come. Yisha stood 5 or 6 meters away, which was a relatively safe distance, and he could respond to any situation in time. Yisha pulled out the Evil Eye sword and the King's Holy Sword at the same time, looked at the big hole, and slowly paced back and forth. Yisha had a feeling that something troublesome was about to emerge from the big hole. Sure enough, Yisha was thinking this. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy objects hitting each other kept coming out of the big hole. Yisha felt that it was the sound of something climbing up the wall. Strictly speaking, the sound of heavy objects hitting each other was like the sound of something constantly destroying the wall while climbing up. Bang! While Yisha was thinking, 3 huge scorpion tails suddenly rose from the bottom of the hole and fiercely stabbed into the ground at the edge of the hole. And then a huge scorpion crawled out of the hole. Or should I say? Yisha tilted his head. Is it a scorpion man? The scorpion was not small in size. About 2.5 meters long without the scorpion tail. And there were 3 hooked scorpion tails at the end of the tail. One section at a time. If counted, it would be about 5 meters long. At the end of the scorpion's tail, 3 scorpion stingers are extremely sharp and slightly curved, looking very ferocious. Under the scorpion's body are 6 scorpion legs. which are very slender, about 1 meter long, but very powerful, supporting the body, and the focus is on the body, where the scorpion's head should be. There is a human body, only the upper body, naked, connected to the lower body of the scorpion, where there is a spine-like bone, splicing the two bodies together. It spread from the throat of the human body to the tail of the scorpion body. The human body was not entirely human. The upper arms of the two arms were human, but the forearms had become two huge pincers, opening and closing like scissors. The head of the human half was a three-dimensional triangle with two pairs of flat bones extending on both sides. The eyes were extremely small, with only two red dots. Although the mouth looked like a human mouth, it could open and close when opened, revealing teeth like spikes. As for the skin color, both the human body and the scorpion body are yellow-brown with black stripes. Yisha shook his wrist, drew a sword flower, and carefully looked at the scorpion man in front of him. Is this a zombie? A mutant zombie? Or an ancient species? No matter which one it is, Yisha is particularly vigilant. He feels a terrifying breath from this scorpion man, which means that the monster in front of him is probably very strong. At this time, Dr. Deek's voice sounded again. This is the experiment of this base. And also my experiment. Codenamed Scorpio. Yisha suddenly realized that the direction of the experiment here seemed to be ancient species. That is, this thing was made by combining ancient species with zombies? Or even, was it made by ancient species and humans? After all, the human body looked very complete, not rotten or anything, and did not look like a zombie corpse. Dr. D continued with a hint of excitement. Do you know? Humans are actually ancient species, but they have never been extinct and have survived to this day through continuous evolution. But compared to the body, human wisdom is more incredible at the evolutionary level. But why can't we combine them, so that we have both wisdom and the strong body of other ancient species? Yisha said disdainfully. So you created this ugly monster? Dr. Deek paused, then became angry and roared. You ignorant guy. What do you know? Are you looking down on my experiment? That's it. A stupid guy like you. How can you understand my greatness? Let alone how great my experiment is. Chapter 1065 Battle. Yisha looked at the so-called Scorpio and shrugged his shoulders in disdain. I don't see any greatness in it at all. Humph! Dr. Deek snorted coldly. Although the experiment is not yet completed, and what you see is not the finished product, I believe that this is enough for you to appreciate the greatness of Scorpio. And then, this is the time of your death. After Dr. Deek finished speaking, a shah sound came from the loudspeaker, as if Dr. Deek turned off the loudspeaker and was unwilling to continue talking to Yisha. Now he just wanted to watch Yisha fight. Fight with Scorpio. Yisha did not continue to pay attention to Dr. Deek's meaning. He was just a clown who only knew how to hide in the dark. Judging from the other party's tone and somewhat crazy emotions, he was probably a lunatic of the mad scientist type. Yisha felt that there was really nothing to communicate with a lunatic. The trouble was the guy in front of him. Scorpio looked very strange. If it was sent by Dr. Deek to kill Yisha, then it should attack Yisha at this time, madly and continuously, until he tore Yisha into pieces, or was torn into pieces by Yisha. However, Scorpio did not do this, but slowly moved his body. His head kept shaking left and right, and his eyes kept turning. It felt a little strange. Yisha frowned. He didn't know how to describe this feeling. As if he was looking at a baby. Yes, a baby. Yisha finally found a way to describe it. Scorpio felt like a baby who had just come to this world and was interested in everything. So he kept looking at the world. Of course, Scorpio is definitely not a baby, because this guy is dangerous. But babies are not dangerous. Yisha is very cautious, since the other party does not attack. He is not in a hurry. He slowly moves away from Scorpio. Not too far away, but obviously not too close. Scorpio just squirms his body and looks around. It seems that he is not very interested in Yisha, but more interested in everything around him. He stretches out his scissor-like pliers and keeps fiddling with things around him. But the problem is that Yisha is not in a hurry. Scorpio is not in a hurry. But Dr. Deek is very anxious. Dr. Deek was expecting Scorpio to tear Yisha into pieces, but he saw both sides standing there motionless, which naturally made Dr. Deek anxious and impatient. Dr. Deek really couldn't control Scorpio, and his experiment was not completed yet. If this experiment was calculated as 100%, Scorpio's completion rate was probably only between 65% and 70%. Among them, making Scorpio obedient is naturally the top priority. But unfortunately, Dr. Deke has not been able to solve this problem yet. Fortunately, Dr. Deke created Scorpio and is very familiar with his characteristics. Irritable, fierce, cold, extreme, moody. These words can all be used to describe Scorpio. The monster on the screen is a powder keg that will explode at any time. So, several cracks suddenly appeared on the wall of the experimental base, and several Vulcan Gatling guns drilled out of the cracks, moving their muzzles and quickly aiming at Scorpio. Thump, thump, thump. The next moment, the sound of a clear gunshot appeared, and bullets poured down like rain, splashing towards Scorpio. Those bullets obviously did not cause any harm to Scorpio. They kept hitting Scorpio, making a crisp sound of ding ding dang dang. But that was all. The bullets could not even leave a more obvious mark on Scorpio's body. But this was enough to make Scorpio feel furious. Scorpio let out a piercing scream from his throat, and then jumped up. It was really hard to imagine that Scorpio's not-so-small body could move so fast. And most importantly, jump so high. Scorpio jumped about 20 meters to the side, and with a height of about 6 or 7 meters, he came directly to the side of 2 Vulcan Gatling guns, and then swung his scorpion claws to smash the 2 Vulcan Gatling guns. The next moment, Scorpio crawled along the wall at a high speed, destroying all the Vulcan Gatling guns around him. Yisha watched everything coldly. Then, Yisha saw Scorpio's eyes fall on him. Damn it! Yisha cursed. He could see that Scorpio was completely enraged. Now Scorpio was no longer curious about everything around him, but was angry because of the attack. Or maybe Scorpio felt that this new world was not friendly to him, so he planned to destroy it all. The irritable guy had no reason at all, and it was impossible to reason. The only thing Yisha could do was to quickly cross his 2 swords in front of him. Then, Scorpio suddenly jumped down from the wall and came directly to Yisha, waving his scissor-like scorpion claws and smashing down on Yisha's head. Bang! Yisha directly crossed his 2 swords in front of him and had a head-on collision with Scorpio. Boom! Almost at the moment when the 2 people's attacks intersected, a huge roar suddenly appeared. The ground under Yisha's feet, unable to withstand the force generated by the 2 people's attacks, directly cracked into a large area. Yisha's face was slightly stern. This guy in front of him was not only fast enough, but also incredibly powerful. At the same time, after Scorpio was blocked by Yisha, he was obviously very dissatisfied. His mouth kept opening and closing, and sticky saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Scorpio's left arm swung down and attacked Yisha from the side, as if he was going to cut Yisha's waist off directly. Yisha was not willing to be outdone, so he pulled out one of the cross swords and slashed it to the side. Clang! The crisp sound of weapons clashing rang out again, and the king's holy sword was shaken away by Scorpio's pincers. Of course, Scorpio also failed to succeed. After the Scorpio's pincers collided with the king's holy sword, they swung back. The next moment, Yisha jumped back, keeping some distance from Scorpio, and then threw the 16-element alloy ball out. Magnetic impact, accompanied by Yisha's light shout. The 16-element alloy ball floated into the air, then continuously turned into white light and crashed forward. Clang, clang, clang. Scorpio held the scorpion claws horizontally in front of him, constantly blocking the 16-element alloy ball from falling. Scorpio's defense was more terrifying than expected. The continuous impact of the 16-element alloy ball could have some effect, but the effect was very limited. It could only barely push Scorpio's body, constantly moving backwards, and slightly trembling. This level of killing Scorpio is obviously far from enough. Roar! Scorpio forcibly withstood a wave of attacks from the 16-element alloy ball, and seemed even more angry. He roared loudly, clamped the scorpion claws to the side, raised a metal device, and smashed it hard in the direction of Yisha. Chapter 1066 Attack and Defense. Yisha quickly dodged to the side, and the device fell to the ground with a loud noise. The shell was completely twisted, and the cables were dragged outside, constantly emitting arcs. Scorpio was very fast. It was really hard to imagine how such a huge body, with a half-scorpion body, could have such a fast speed, because Scorpio's body did not look so coordinated. Yisha guessed that this was probably what Dr. Deke said. The experiment was not completed yet, and Scorpio was not in its complete form. But this made Yisha more cautious. In the short confrontation, Yisha had seen that Scorpio was very strong. If this strength was not in its complete form, then Yisha felt that Dr. Deek's experiment seemed a bit scary. How strong would a complete Scorpio be? Yisha had no answer. In fact, although Yisha felt the danger, it was only a short confrontation. Yisha was still waiting to see how strong an incomplete Scorpio could be. At this time, Scorpio came to Yisha again, waving his scorpion claws, one left and one right, and waving at Yisha in succession. Yisha dodged the first attack, then held the evil eye sword horizontally to block the second attack. But at this moment, the three scorpion tails behind Scorpio suddenly swung and stabbed at Yisha at the same time. Yisha's eyes were slightly cold, and he immediately jumped back. Boom, boom, boom. The three scorpion tails passed by Yisha, and then fiercely stabbed the ground, breaking the ground cleanly. Yisha landed, but he did not relax his vigilance, because Scorpio's attack was not over yet. The three scorpion tails that pierced the ground were raised, and countless pieces of broken stones flew up from the ground and fell towards Yisha. Yisha immediately waved his sword to meet them and smashed the flying stones. But at this moment, a scorpion tail mixed in the stones suddenly jumped out and stabbed Yisha. Yisha's pupil shrank, and he immediately took a step to the side quickly. Ghost step. Yisha's body moved quickly, suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared, and after completing the flash, he came directly to the side of Scorpio. But Yisha stretched out two fingers and wiped them on his cheeks, then looked at his fingers. There was a faint trace of blood on the fingertips. Even with the ghost step, Scorpio almost hit him. What made Yisha's face more solemn was that the blood on the fingertips was black. Poisonous. It may not be a zombie virus, but at least it is something like scorpion venom. Yisha licked the corner of his mouth, looked at Scorpio fiercely, and then rushed forward without hesitation. While running, Yisha swung his hand and threw the king's holy sword forward. Roar! Scorpio roared in the direction of Yisha, and then a scorpion tail swept forward like a whip, sweeping the king's holy sword away with one blow. The king's holy sword rotated in the air and then stabbed into the ground beside it. However, a moment of delay was enough for Yisha. Yisha rushed out from behind the moment the king's holy sword was swept away and came directly to Scorpio. Puff! Yisha drew out the Alaskan whale harpoon and slashed it across Scorpio's waist without hesitation. Poisoning is a troublesome thing. Although there are things like antidotes, we must first find out whether it is a zombie virus and what type of toxin it is. Relatively speaking, it is not as simple and straightforward as using the blood-sucking healing of the Alaskan whale harpoon. But how many attacks can dissolve the toxin? Yisha didn't know, so he decided to attack a few more times. It wouldn't hurt anyway. Puff! The second muffled sound of a sharp weapon entering the flesh followed, and the Alaskan harpoon rolled along Yisha's wrist, showing unusual dexterity. Then, Yisha held the Alaskan harpoon, but this time he held it in reverse. Then he swept across, and Yisha cut a second wound on Scorpio's body. And then he spun his fingertips again, and the Alaskan harpoon circled half a circle, and Yisha was holding the Alaskan harpoon again. Puff! 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 Yisha didn't pause at all, sticking to Scorpio's body, and stabbed the Alaskan harpoon into Scorpio's body continuously. All this seemed very complicated, and Yisha even used the Alaskan harpoon to play two fancy knife changes. But in fact, everything was very sudden and very fast. A dagger like the Alaskan harpoon is small and flexible, and the attack frequency is very high, and Yisha's speed is fast enough. So, 5 attacks, plus 2 fancy knife changes, were actually completed in just 3 or 4 seconds. Scorpio had no time to react at all, and he had several more wounds on his body. This made Scorpio extremely angry. The 3 scorpion tails behind him began to wriggle wildly. 2 of them swept left and right, and formed a gap between the upper and lower parts, making it impossible for Yisha to dodge. He could only retreat. But at the moment when Yisha retreated, the 3rd scorpion tail suddenly fell and pierced Yisha's face. Yisha jumped back at this moment, still in midair. How could he avoid such a sudden attack? However, Yisha's expression was very calm, and he just glanced at the scorpion tail as if he didn't take it seriously, because Yisha was not fighting alone. Dang! Dang! The iron chain dragged across the ground, making a crisp sound. And then two white iron chains condensed by white light rushed out from behind, like two poisonous snakes, swimming close to the ground. The two light chains quickly entangled Scorpio's scorpion tail. And then the Archon tightened the light chain from behind to stop Scorpio's attack. Scorpio turned his head and roared at the Archon. Yisha bent his legs and came to Scorpio again. Hey! Your enemy is here! Yisha swung his sword upward fiercely, and the evil eye sword brought out a red sword arc, cutting another wound on Scorpio's body. Because Scorpio's eyes were on the Archon, Yisha's attack could be said to be a solid cut, leaving a half-meter wound on Scorpio's chest, extending from the chest to the waist. With a puff, black blood sprayed out and fell all over the ground. Scorpio turned around angrily, roared at Yisha, and then raised his scorpion pincers and smashed them towards Yisha. Clang! Yisha used the evil eye sword to take the attack, then frowned. Scorpio seemed to be stronger than before. Anger makes it stronger? Yisha smiled disdainfully, then thrust the evil eye sword upwards, shaking open Scorpio's scorpion claws. At the moment when the scorpion claws were shaken open, Scorpio's three scorpion tails moved quickly again. But before the scorpion claws could launch an attack, the Archon swung the chain and wrapped around them again, binding the three scorpion claws tightly. Chapter 1067 Growth. Scorpio's attack was blocked, and he was furious. He suddenly swung his scorpion tail and dragged the Archon up. Then he swung his scorpion tail to the side, and the Archon hit the wall hard. With a bang, the Archon smashed a piece of the wall. Scorpio did not continue to chase the Archon. In Scorpio's opinion, Yisha seemed to be more dangerous, or Scorpio's hostility towards Yisha was stronger. The huge scorpion pincers swept across the chest, and then the wound cut by Yisha began to emit a wisp of white smoke, and then the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yisha raised his eyebrows. What a strong regeneration ability! The most terrifying regeneration ability Yisha had seen was the liquid monster, which could not be killed by almost any attack. But the liquid monster was only durable, and any physical injury could be recovered. As for the speed of wound recovery, Yisha even felt that Scorpio seemed to be faster than the liquid monster. However, what does it mean that the scorpion claws wiped the wound before the wound healed? Yisha tilted his head and couldn't help thinking. Is it possible that Scorpio's regeneration ability is not passive? Instead, it needs to actively do something to make the wound heal? The more Yisha thought about it, the more it made sense. Because before the scorpion claws wiped the wound, although the wound was healing, it was obviously not so fast. But Yisha didn't have much time to think deeply. After Scorpio healed the wound in front of him, he rushed towards Yisha again, without the Archon to disturb them for the time being. The three scorpion tails began to swing up and down again, constantly stabbing at Yisha. Bang, bang, bang. The scorpion tails stabbed down continuously, and as Yisha dodged, they continued to pierce the ground. Yisha's face became more and more solemn, because he found that Scorpio's attack seemed to be more and more fluent, faster and stronger. Suddenly, a strong wind came. Yisha looked to the side with wide eyes, and a scorpion tail appeared beside him without knowing when. Sweeping across. Ghost step. Yisha's shoulders swayed left and right, and he dodged immediately, moving 3 meters away to avoid the attack. But, bang! Another scorpion tail hit Yisha's back hard, sweeping Yisha away. And after falling to the ground, he rolled continuously, because those scorpion tails were still stabbing and attacking. Bang! 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 The scorpion stings continuously stabbed the ground around Yisha, piercing a big hole one by one. When Yisha was about to be forced to the wall, the Archon jumped up from behind, and then a black ball of light condensed in the Archon's palm, and was thrown forward fiercely, hitting the back of Scorpio. With a bang, Scorpio was blown away by the black ball of light, and slid 5 or 6 meters along the ground. At the same time, Yisha's crisis was temporarily resolved. Yisha got up from the ground with a bad look on his face. He was finally convinced. Scorpio is growing. This growth is not physical growth, nor is it the so-called evolution, but in other aspects. Just like Yisha's initial feeling, Scorpio is like a newborn baby, who doesn't know much about the world and is interested in everything. In fact, the same is true for Scorpio's battle. Yisha felt the change in Scorpio because during the battle, Scorpio was growing and adapting to the battle more and more. The frequency, interval, and distance of attack were all becoming perfect. In this way, Yisha naturally felt that Scorpio's speed became faster. His attacks became more fierce. And even, because of better force skills, his strength became stronger. What kind of monster is this? Yisha whispered. And then remembered Dr. Deek's words. Why can't we create an ancient species with both wisdom and a strong body? From a certain point of view, even though Dr. Deek's research is inhumane and uses humans and ancient species for experiments, it seems to be successful. Although Scorpio cannot communicate in language and roars like a beast, it doesn't look like a highly intelligent creature. But this kind of growth is obviously a manifestation of wisdom. Yisha took a deep breath and had to find a way to kill this guy quickly. Learning, growing, evolving. This is a very scary thing. At the same time, the Archon was thrown out by Scorpio again. The white light chain could resist the tail of Scorpio. Unfortunately, the Archon's strength was much worse than that of Scorpio. When the light chain and the scorpion tail were entangled again, Scorpio suddenly exerted force, and the Archon was dragged into the air by Scorpio. Bang, bang, bang. The Archon's body continuously knocked away the devices placed around him, and then fell heavily to the ground. Then Scorpio came towards Yisha with a fierce look on his face, and launched another attack. The three scorpion tails were very difficult to deal with, and the alternating attacks made Scorpio's attack frequency incredibly fast, almost like a seamless connection attack. At first, there were some mistakes, such as the timing of the two scorpion tails alternating was not good enough, either too fast or too slow, or accidentally attacking the same position continuously, which meant that Yisha avoided an attack and was avoided by the second attack. Now, Scorpio is constantly growing and doing better and better, which makes Yisha feel that Scorpio's attacks are continuous. Seeing that he was forced into a dead end again after continuous dodging, Yisha stretched out his hand without hesitation and pressed forward. Capture the dragon and let the crane fly. The second style of letting the crane fly. A thrust suddenly appeared, pressing on Scorpio's body, forcibly pushing Scorpio away. And then Yisha waved his hand. Magnetic impact. Bang, bang, bang. The 16-element alloy balls flew up from all directions, turning into silver light, and continuously bombarded Scorpio's body. Unfortunately, the damage was not great. The dragon-catching crane has no attack power at all. It can only suck people in or push them out. As for the 16-element alloy ball, Yisha's biggest wish now is to make some money quickly and develop other skills of magnetic control. The 16-element alloy ball is very useful against ordinary zombies, or some zombies and ancient species that are not good at defense. But it is not useful when encountering the Civil War of Doomsday train or the Apostle Walk, which has defensive props or means. Then, there is the Scorpio, who has a very strong defense and completely ignores the 16-element alloy ball. You can hit it if you want, but it won't hurt you anyway. So the 16-element alloy ball can only be used to contain it. But at the moment, the 16-element alloy ball really only needs to contain Scorpio. Yisha just uses the 16-element alloy ball to buy himself some time. The next moment, Yisha took a deep breath, and his momentum suddenly changed. Chapter 1068. 3 no-looks at the door. The supreme of martial arts in heaven and earth. As the momentum changed, Yisha's eyes became deep. It was the best choice for the supreme of martial arts to deal with such a guy with strong defense. No matter how strong the defense was, it was impossible to withstand the dark force from the inside. The next moment, Yisha tapped his toes and rushed towards Scorpio. The 3 scorpion tails of Scorpio danced wildly again, constantly stabbing down towards Yisha. Yisha looked at the flying scorpion tail hooks, suddenly paused, twisted his ankle, and slowly turned his body. 8 diagrams dragon palm. Yisha abandoned the sword and used his palms, pushing his palms around and constantly pushing on those scorpion tails. Yisha did not hit them hard. His palms touched those scorpion tails, and pushed them away with a touch, as long as they did not hit him. At the same time, Yisha's steps were weird, twisting his body left and right, as if he was squeezing in front of Scorpio from the gap between the 3 scorpion tails. Then, Yisha suddenly attacked. Bagua double palm. Yisha's palms merged and pushed forward, while pressing Scorpio's body. His palms also slightly rotated half a circle to both sides, using the rotation to enhance the power of the attack. Then, the air seemed to solidify a little, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Scorpio stood there. His movements were stiff, but he didn't seem to be seriously injured. But in the next moment, Scorpio's muscles were completely twisted and even torn at the location where the Bagua double palm was printed. And black blood kept pouring out. Bang! Scorpio's body suddenly flew out. Obviously extremely violent. Rolling on the ground. Smashing the ground continuously. And after a full 20 meters, Scorpio's body stopped after dragging a mark on the ground. Yisha took a deep breath and slowly pressed his palm. Raising his head, Yisha looked in the direction of Scorpio, thinking that this blow was enough. Right? Even if he didn't die, he should be seriously injured. Scorpio was indeed seriously injured. After lying on the ground for a while, he shook his body and tried to get up again. But he couldn't get up immediately. After shaking for a while, he fell to the ground again. Scorpio's throat was constantly making hiss sounds, revealing a sense of pain. But it was obvious that it was more of anger. The area below Scorpio's chest and above his waist and abdomen was where Yisha hit him. The flesh and blood had been completely torn apart. And the spine that was exposed outside the body was also broken. And bone fragments kept falling down. This level of injury was naturally considered a serious injury. And Yisha was very satisfied with it. But, at this moment, Scorpio's scorpion pincers wiped over the wound. And those fleshy wounds began to stop bleeding at a speed visible to the naked eye. And gradually began to heal. At the same time, the broken spine also made a crack sound, and grew back little by little, and slowly reconnected. Yisha frowned. Again? Scorpio's regeneration ability is somewhat unbelievable. But from Scorpio's actions, Yisha judged that this regeneration ability is not a passive ability, but needs to be used actively. Then, this means that to activate this super-fast regeneration ability, it is definitely not unlimited. Or in other words, it must be paid for some price. A trace of cruelty flashed in Yisha's eyes. In this case, it is enough to just keep attacking. Yisha does not believe that Scorpio can always activate super-fast regeneration. Thinking so, Yisha bent his legs and rushed forward again, rushing straight in front of Scorpio. Super-fast regeneration is not omnipotent. Although the wound caused by Yisha's palm is healed, there is an obvious light pink scar on Scorpio's body, like exploded water. The regenerated flesh and blood in this part is obviously tender, which also means that this is Scorpio's weakness. The injured position must have weaker defense. This is where Yisha aimed. He killed Scorpio again, looking at the scorpion claws that were slashing down at him. Yisha raised his palm and lifted the scorpion claws to the side. There was a whistling sound from behind, and Scorpio's 3 scorpion tails were like javelins, stretched straight, and suddenly stabbed at Yisha. Yisha leaned back and avoided the first scorpion tail with the posture of the iron bridge. Then he turned over and stood firm, but ignored the remaining 2 scorpion tails and pounced in front of Scorpio. 3 no-looks at the gate, Yisha shouted, and punched Scorpio with both fists at the same time. This move is one of the 8 moves of Bajiquin, and it is also the killer move of Bajiquin. Bajiquin is one of the most terrifying fists in the ancient martial arts mastered by the supreme martial arts. And these 8 moves are deadly and fierce. The biggest feature of the 3 no-looks at the gate is that it is attacking but not defending. It kills 1,000 enemies and injures 800 of itself. Even if it hurts, it will inflict heavy damage on the opponent. Puff! Puff! A scorpion tail swept across Yisha's ribs, directly sweeping off a piece of flesh from Yisha's waist, bringing out a large amount of blood. And the other scorpion tail directly pierced into Yisha's shoulder, piercing through Yisha's shoulder. But in the next moment, bang! Bang! Yisha's fists hit Scorpio again. Although Yisha's fists deviated slightly due to Scorpio's attack and failed to hit Scorpio's injured part, the 2 punches also hit Scorpio's chest firmly. This time did not stand still like before. Yisha's fists were extremely violent. When they hit Scorpio, Scorpio's body was directly blown away by Yisha. Even Scorpio's chest could be clearly seen to be sunken, because Scorpio's sternum was broken several times by Yisha. Bang! Scorpio flew backwards again, like a kite with a broken string, and crashed into the wall. The wall was solid and extremely strong. Even so, Scorpio still knocked out a big hole, which was 2 meters deep. Scorpio's body was completely twisted, and it was embedded in the deep pit of the wall. However, Yisha did not take it lightly. The previous Bagua double palm attack injured Scorpio just as badly, but Bagua double palm attack emphasized the use of internal strength, while Bajiquin was famous for its dominance. So it seemed that Scorpio looked even worse after being hit by the three-way attack. But the damage was actually the same. And Scorpio had recovered from his injuries by using super speed regeneration before. But what about this time? Scorpio kept struggling and twisting his body. And then with a bang, he fell directly from the wall to the ground. Chapter 1069 Second Form. Scorpio struggled twice on the ground, but failed to get up. Or rather, he got up, but fell back to the ground again, showing that he was struggling. Yisha felt relieved. Scorpio's performance meant that he could not use his previous super speed regeneration ability. In this case, let's end the battle. Yisha looked around with disdain. Your experimental subject doesn't seem to be very good. Dr. Deke sat in front of the screen, watching all this coldly, and was unmoved. Is it over? No. How could the evolutionary creature that he had created with so much effort, like a killing machine, be killed so easily? No. Never. At the same time, Yisha had come to Scorpio again, raised his fist, and was about to hit Scorpio. But at this moment, roar! Scorpio's mouth opened and closed, making a shrill scream. Yisha frowned, felt a tingling sound in his head, and then began to tinnitus. It was not a mental attack from the brain, but a pure sonic attack. Relatively speaking, the former was more difficult to resist, while the latter, although also a very annoying attack ability, was relatively easier to resist. However, it somewhat slowed down Yisha's attack. Bang! Scorpio Fang raised his scorpion claws and collided with Yisha's fist, catching Yisha's fist and making a dull sound of heavy objects hitting each other. Yisha raised his eyebrows, and suddenly, hidden energy burst out. Crack! As Yisha used his hidden power, a crisp sound came from Scorpio's claws, and a piece of it broke directly, with fine cracks appearing. Scorpio made a sound of pain, and roared continuously. Yisha was also hit a little, but he suppressed it forcefully. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he still raised his fist again. Scorpio's scorpion tail moved again and rolled towards Yisha. One scorpion tail directly wrapped around Yisha's wrist, stopping Yisha's attack. And at the same time, two scorpion tails came from both sides and stabbed Yisha's head. Yisha's face was grim. He suddenly turned his wrist back and grabbed the scorpion tail that was wrapped around his palm. Snake bite. Yisha's left arm wrapped around the shadow of the purple-scaled python. And then, he grabbed Scorpio's scorpion tail and squeezed and pulled it. Puff! Blood and flesh separated. The carapace covering Scorpio's scorpion tail shattered with a sound, and the scorpion tail was crushed by Yisha, and a piece was pulled off. Then Yisha quickly retreated backwards to avoid the attack of the remaining two scorpion tails. Scorpio was still roaring loudly there, but this time it was not purely because of the attack, but because of pain. And then Yisha saw the two scorpion tails continue to wave. Yisha raised his eyebrows. He suddenly realized that the two scorpion tails attacking him seemed to be just incidental. The real target of the scorpion tails was Scorpio himself. Puff! Puff! The next moment, the two scorpion tails pierced directly into Scorpio's body. One pierced from Scorpio's neck, and the other pierced into Scorpio's chest, corresponding to the position of Scorpio's heart. Scorpio's roar became more rapid, and his body kept shaking, as if he was convulsing. Yisha frowned even more tightly. He found that the two scorpion tails were like syringes, injecting some black liquid into Scorpio's body. Yisha had a vague feeling of badness. Yisha decided not to delay any longer, no matter what Scorpio was doing. Yisha felt that he should not let this guy continue. Otherwise it would be very disadvantageous to him. Yisha took a step forward, rushed directly to Scorpio, and then raised his fist again. Puff! At the same time, the scorpion tail that Yisha had torn off suddenly made a muffled sound, and the part that Yisha had torn off suddenly grew back, and then swung towards Yisha fiercely. Yisha's pupils shrank. So fast! Bang! Yisha didn't expect that the speed of the scorpion tail would suddenly become so fast, which caught Yisha off guard. He could only instinctively raise his right arm to meet the scorpion tail. The scorpion tail hit Yisha's arm, and Yisha could feel a greater force and impact than before. The muscles on his face twisted a little, and then Yisha's body slid back about 4 or 5 meters. Bang! 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 At this time, Scorpio seemed to be in great pain. One of its claws suddenly raised up and smashed against the side wall. The alloy plates embedded in the wall were constantly dented, making a loud noise. Yisha approached quickly again, intending to kill Scorpio now. But Yisha still couldn't get close. Scorpio suddenly opened his mouth, and a sand arrow condensed from his mouth flew towards Yisha. Yisha immediately dodged and tried to avoid it, and continued to rush towards Scorpio. But Scorpio's scream sounded again, along with the sound wave attack. Yisha's head felt a stinging sensation again, which made Yisha's body stagnate slightly. Yisha was unable to completely avoid the sand arrow, and the sand arrow flew out by brushing Yisha's arm, leaving a wound on Yisha's arm, and blood quickly flowed out. Yisha's face was gloomy. The injury was not serious. The reason for Yisha's gloomy face was that after such a delay, Scorpio got up from the ground. Puff! Puff! The two scorpion tails that had pierced into Scorpio's body were pulled out, bringing out two streams of black blood. Scorpio's body had obviously changed. First, Scorpio's chest was smashed down by Yisha. That move of welcoming the door 3 times was very fierce. With the use of internal strength, Scorpio's sternum was at least half smashed by Yisha. But now, Scorpio's chest bulged up again, which meant that the smashed sternum had healed again. There were some fine wounds on the chest because of this, but now it was obviously restored to its original state. Not only that, if it was just the recovery of injuries, then it would be another demonstration of super speed regeneration. Scorpio's body shape has also changed. The body of the scorpion is not much different from before, but it is a little thicker, and the 3 scorpion tails have become longer. The important thing is the body. Scorpio's body is slender, but now it is obviously much stronger. There are 8 sharp and angular abdominal muscles, like granite in the waist and abdomen. The arms were obviously 2 times thicker, and looked full of explosive power. The biggest change was the skin on the surface of the body. The skin seemed to be torn apart, and became strips, like crisscross bandages tied around the body. But there was no blood flowing down. Only red flesh without skin covering it was exposed. Chapter 1070, Fight Again. Yisha frowned, and could see that Scorpio had some changes, although the degree of change was not obvious from the perspective of physical changes. But no matter what, any change is not a good thing, especially after finally beating Scorpio. It seems that Scorpio has recovered. This is certainly not a good thing. However, Yisha quickly calmed down. He did see something wrong, and hoped to kill Scorpio before he changed. That was the safest way. But since there is no way to stop it, there is no way. Anyway, Yisha took a deep breath. Just kill him anyway. Yisha tapped his toes, and went towards Scorpio again. He rushed to Scorpio and punched Scorpio without hesitation. Scorpio raised his scorpion claws, and planned to use the old method to block Yisha's fist. But at this moment, ghost step. Yisha was just faking it. When Scorpio took a defensive posture, Yisha took a ghost step, moved his body strangely sideways, and appeared beside Scorpio inexplicably. Bang! Yisha raised his leg without hesitation and kicked Scorpio's waist fiercely, sending Scorpio flying. Bang! Bang! Scorpio flew to the side, knocking things down continuously, and then smashed into the ground, causing a large piece of the ground to collapse. Huh? Yisha showed a puzzled look and raised his eyebrows. Although Scorpio had obviously changed a lot, in theory, these changes would definitely make Scorpio stronger. But as far as the previous attack was concerned, Yisha didn't seem to feel that Scorpio had changed much. However, Yisha felt it soon. Crunch! Crunch! Scorpio raised his scorpion claws and cut off the metal device pressing on him, then climbed up again, without any injuries on his body, with a trace of brutality in his eyes. Staring at Yisha closely, Yisha raised his eyebrows. The previous attack was fast and sudden. Yisha did not use the hidden power, but it was not to the extent that Scorpio would not be harmed at all. Defense has increased? Yisha tilted his head and was thinking. But at this moment, Scorpio suddenly jumped forward. So fast! Yisha's pupils shrank suddenly. Scorpio's speed was obviously much faster than before. What surprised Yisha even more was that Scorpio seemed to be moving in a ghost step. The ghost step was too fast. If it was a pure straight-line distance movement, it would become difficult to control. If you were not careful, you would hit your head directly. Therefore, too fast a speed is not a good thing. The brain will not be able to keep up. Therefore, when using the ghost step, it is usually accompanied by a lot of lateral and diagonal movements, which will be easier to control. The moving distance will be more accurate, and the step frequency rhythm will be better. Now, Scorpio is obviously imitating Yisha's way of moving. His body is constantly moving, like a ghost. And Scorpio's advantage over Yisha is that he can also jump onto the wall and walk along the wall like a gecko. As for the pure speed, it may not be as fast as the ghost step, but it is also a very terrifying level. While Yisha was thinking, Scorpio came to Yisha again. Scorpio let out a hissing sound of sha from his throat, and then raised his scorpion claws. The scorpion claws fell, and as Yisha jumped back to make way, the scorpion claws fell heavily to the ground. And then Scorpio thrust his body forward, and the pair of scorpion claws stabbed forward at the same time. Yisha showed a look of horror. Bagua double palm. Scorpio actually used Bagua double palm. The difference is that Yisha used a palm, while Scorpio used a scorpion claw. This change was really unexpected. Yisha quickly retreated and pulled out the evil eye sword. Clang! Yisha held the evil eye sword horizontally and collided with the Scorpio's scorpion claws. Then Yisha felt a huge force coming. Bang! After a muffled sound, Yisha's body flew straight back, slid for more than 10 meters, and hit a metal device hard. A metal twisting sound appeared, which seemed a bit harsh. The shell of the device was directly dented by Yisha. But compared to the pain, Yisha was more surprised by Scorpio. Is this guy imitating his own fight? Yisha twisted his body, and all the bones in his body seemed to be falling apart. Feeling the pain, Yisha grimaced. The only thing to be thankful for was that Scorpio's imitation seemed to be just a resemblance in appearance. At least Scorpio didn't have hidden power. Otherwise Yisha would have felt more than just pain in the previous attack. Yisha supported the ground with one hand and climbed up from the ground, while Scorpio's figure flashed, approaching Yisha at high speed again, raising his scorpion claws and slashing down again. Yisha quickly dodged, and with a bang, the device behind Yisha was directly split in half by Scorpio. Yisha immediately jumped up without showing any weakness and kicked Scorpio's waist fiercely. Bang! Yisha's kick hit Scorpio's body. But at this moment, a scorpion tail suddenly rushed over and wrapped around Yisha's ankle. Bang! 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 After the scorpion tail wrapped around Yisha's ankle, it immediately swung, driving Yisha's body, and repeatedly smashing Yisha's body to the ground. Yisha was knocked unconscious. When he was about to fall to the ground again, he raised the evil eye sword and stabbed it hard into the ground. After the sword was stabbed into the ground, he grabbed the hilt and barely stabilized his body. The Archon seemed to be a killer who had been lurking in the dark, always finding the best opportunity to attack at the most suitable time. At this moment, it was obviously a good opportunity. The Archon suddenly appeared behind Scorpio, and his right palm suddenly spread out. A black ball of light appeared between his palms, and then he pressed down on Scorpio's back. Bang! The black light ball hit Scorpio's back, making a dull sound, and then Scorpio's body tilted. This was an extremely terrifying thing. Previously, the Archon's black light ball could knock Scorpio away, but now, it could only make Scorpio's body tilted. Roar! Scorpio opened his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. Another scorpion tail swung towards the Archon, sweeping the Archon away directly. The Archon was no match for Scorpio. However, the Archon at least bought some time for Yisha. While the Archon was holding Scorpio, Yisha struggled out of the scorpion tail and quickly approached Scorpio. Yisha took a horse stance and sank his chi into his dantian. Chapter 1071 White Hot. Standing Sky Cannon. Yisha roared, and then punched Scorpio. Standing Sky Cannon is also one of the 8 killer moves in Bajiquan. Since the previous martial arts supreme brought Scorpio quite good damage, Yisha is not old-fashioned, and still uses the ancient martial arts of the martial arts supreme to attack. Moreover, Yisha is quite confident in this aspect. Scorpio has not only changed in form, but has really become stronger. And it is not the kind of a little bit stronger. This is a doubled strength. The Archon had been able to restrain Scorpio before, but now, he had no power to resist, and was swept away by Scorpio's random attack. However, no matter how strong Scorpio becomes, or how good his defense is, the dark energy can directly penetrate this layer of defense, and cause damage to Scorpio's body. From this point of view, even if Scorpio becomes stronger, it will not have any effect on Yisha in terms of damage. But, bang! Yisha punched Scorpio hard. As one of the 8 killer moves in Bajiquan, the power of the earth-reaching cannon is indeed impressive. When Yisha punched forward, The air around him seemed to be twisted. When Yisha punched Scorpio's waist and abdomen, the muscles on Scorpio's waist were obviously sunken, even twisted and torn, with countless tiny cracks. Dark red, with some black blood, appeared from those cracks and flowed down Scorpio's body. But Yisha looked up at Scorpio in disbelief. It seemed that Yisha's punch had also hurt Scorpio. And judging from the injury, even though Scorpio had completed the transformation in form and his strength had increased dramatically, he still couldn't withstand the punch, and his flesh and blood in his abdomen were torn. Only Yisha knew that this was not the case at all. The sky-piercing cannon was blocked. No, strictly speaking, it should be the dark energy that was blocked. The dark energy that he had sent into Scorpio's body only penetrated the surface of the skin, and then was blocked and completely resolved. The injury on Scorpio's abdomen was not caused by the fist force of the Lady Tantion cannon, but by the dark force that penetrated the skin surface. Originally, this injury should have appeared in Scorpio's body, but now the dark force was almost contained outside the body, which caused such an injury. Yisha felt incredible, although the dark force was not invincible. So far, he had never seen anyone who could forcibly dissolve the dark force. At most, they could use protective gear or weapons to block it, or dodge it. This was the first time Yisha had seen someone who could withstand the dark power. Because of this momentary distraction, when Yisha came to his senses, he suddenly discovered that Scorpio's scorpion pincers had been raised high. Oops. Yisha secretly said that it was not good, and tapped his toes lightly, trying to use the ghost step to distance himself. But he was still a step too late, and Scorpio's attack had already landed. Bang! The huge scorpion pincers hit Yisha's body hard, and then as Scorpio's body twisted, his arms raised to the side, and Yisha was directly blasted away. Bang! 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 Yisha flew out at a very fast speed, and the sound of collisions continued to ring out. Large pieces of things around him were smashed down, and pieces of smoke and dust were raised. Scorpio turned around and screamed in the direction of the smoke and dust, as if showing off his power. Yisha was lying there, with a lot of things pressing on him. Yisha didn't know what they were, but he felt that all the bones in his body seemed to be falling apart, and there was no place on his body that didn't hurt. After a moment, Yisha breathed a sigh of relief, stretched out his hand to push away the things pressing on him, and slowly sat up from the ground. Huh? Yisha took a deep breath and murmured to Scorpio, "Things seem to be getting troublesome." Yisha now has a bad feeling. This bad feeling is not unfamiliar to Yisha. The last time he felt this feeling was when he was on the volcano outside San Carlos City, facing the Apostle. This can be said to be a very high evaluation for Scorpio. Of course, Scorpio is definitely not at the level of an Apostle. Otherwise, Yisha should have escaped at this time, or find a way to get the deputy train conductor to save the situation. I can only say that the second form of Scorpio gave Yisha some similar feelings to when he faced the Apostles. A feeling of facing a monster. Yisha now really sighed. If he hadn't come here and disrupted the other party's plan, Dr. Deke might have come up with something really scary. So, things like you should be killed as soon as possible to avoid more and more trouble in the future. As Yisha said this, he got up from the ground. It seems that I should show more skills. Scorpio ignored Yisha. When Yisha got up again, Scorpio showed an angry look. It was obvious that Scorpio wanted to kill Yisha directly with the previous attack. So, Yisha was still alive, which made Scorpio angry. Bang! Scorpio's scorpion foot bent and kicked, and the ground was crushed. And then Scorpio's body rushed forward. Yisha's eyes met Scorpio. And then he took a deep breath again and growled at Scorpio. A dragon roared. The sound coming out of Yisha's throat was not like a human voice, but like the legendary ancient dragon, which opened its eyes and roared when it woke up. The next moment, red blood flowed down Yisha's body, and countless golden dragon scales appeared on Yisha's body, covering the surface of Yisha's skin. With a puff, the flesh on Yisha's forehead was torn, and a ferocious dragon horn pierced out. Dragonization. Yisha entered the dragonization state. Scorpio was intercepted before he came to Yisha. The dragon roar completely disrupted the airflow around him, making the airflow around him violent and abnormal, and soon set off a hurricane. Scorpio had to stop and roared in the direction of Yisha to fight back. Crack! Crack! The walls and floors around the two of them kept shaking and making noises. The steel plates embedded in the walls and floors kept shaking, hitting each other, and then slowly twisted, and even blew up and smashed into the distance. In a moment, the dragon roar gradually stopped, and the wind gradually stopped. Scorpio did not continue to roar, but locked Yisha with a pair of scarlet eyes, full of anger and murderous intent, and a hint of vigilance. Yisha grinned, bent his body slightly, and looked at Scorpio. Come on! Come on! The battle continues. The moment the words fell, Yisha kicked his legs and rushed forward. Chapter 1072 Monster vs. Monster. Scorpio roared at Yisha, announcing his acceptance of the challenge. And then the moment Yisha pounced on him, Scorpio swung his scorpion claws. Bang! Yisha's fist collided with the scorpion claws. And then the ground under the two of them suddenly collapsed, and their bodies were directly cut off. Yisha gritted his teeth. Even after he turned into a dragon, he was still a little bit inferior to Scorpio's strength. Scorpio's second form was a little scary, but he managed to hold on. Yisha gritted his teeth and refused to retreat. Dr. Deke, who was staring at the screen, was also surprised. His mouth was wide open enough to fit his fist. Dr. Deke was not surprised by the horror of Scorpio. This was a monster he created. How could Dr. Deke not know how powerful Scorpio was? Dr. Deke was surprised by Yisha. Although Yisha looked different, his form looked no different from that of a normal human, and he did not have the magical power of brain ability. There was no sign of corpse transformation on his body, which meant that he was not an alien human. Even Yisha did not take or inject any drugs, which means that Yisha's power did not come from the zombie virus. How could such a guy who looked completely human be able to fight against Scorpio? Dr. Deke's eyes were shining with madness. If he could control Scorpio, what Dr. Deke wanted to do most now was to capture Yisha alive, dissect Yisha, and study Yisha's body structure. Dr. Deke even had a crazier idea. What if he used his experiment on Yisha? Yisha's body was a good experimental material. If the experiment was successful, Scorpio would be nothing. Dr. Deke believed that he could create the most terrifying creature in the end times. Bang! Just when Dr. Deke was daydreaming, the door was suddenly kicked open by someone. Mu Jian rushed in directly, holding a rifle in his hand and pointing it at Dr. Deke's head. You should be the real person in charge here, Mu Jian said sternly. Stop the monster and let the people out. Monster? That man is also a monster. This is a battle between monsters. Dr. Deke didn't care at all and stared at the gun barrel behind his head, sighing, what a pity. I don't have the chance to see the end. Mu Jian frowned, then whispered, I asked you to let the people out. Dr. Deke turned around and smiled at Mu Jian. My beautiful lady, do you think I am afraid of death if I let everyone else leave this place but I stay? I am 70 years old. Life and death can't threaten me. I just feel a little regretful. As Dr. Deke spoke, he reached out to grab Mu Jian's wrist. With Dr. Deke's old and frail appearance, there was no way he could take the gun from Mu Jian's hand. But the problem was that Mu Jian misjudged some things. Dr. Deke didn't want to take the gun at all, but wanted to pull the trigger. Thump, thump, thump. A tongue of fire suddenly burst out of the muzzle, and the bullet pierced Dr. Deke's chest. Cough, cough. Dr. Deke coughed lightly, turned around, and looked at the screen. What a pity. I can't see the ending. Dr. Deke knew that he was going to die. Or rather, he had no intention of keeping himself alive. There were 2 copies of the experimental data, one paper and one electronic. Dr. Deke had the paper data destroyed, and the electronic data was transmitted to the headquarters of Computech. As for the backup of the data, Dr. Deke had destroyed it all a few minutes before Mu Jian broke in. But is this enough? No, it is not enough, because there is another hidden experimental data. The hidden experimental data is Dr. Deke himself. All the experimental contents and experimental data are in Dr. Deke's mind. Dr. Deke knows very well that Yisha cannot get these, and people outside of Compu cannot copy his experiments. So Dr. Deke has already prepared to die. Mu Jian can't threaten Dr. Deke with his life at all. As Dr. Deke said, he just regrets that he can't see the end of this battle. But it doesn't matter. Dr. Deke believes that his experiment is successful. He has the experimental data, and as student, he is optimistic about his moved away. Dr. Deke believes that his experiment will be successful one day. It will definitely be successful. Dr. Deke feels that his vision is getting blurry, and he is getting weak. He is so weak that he can no longer feel the pain in his chest. Then, with a plop, Dr. Deke falls to the ground. On the other side, the battle between Yisha and Scorpio continued. Boom, boom, boom. As the two fought, loud noises continued to sound. Every step they took would crush the ground, and every punch they threw would cause the air to vibrate violently. Bang! Yisha's fist collided with Scorpio's scorpion claws again, and the huge impact force made both of them step back. However, Scorpio still had 3 scorpion tails, which was Scorpio's advantage. At the moment of retreat, 3 scorpion tails came from behind, shining with dim light, stabbing towards Yisha. Yisha looked at the scorpion tails stabbing at him with a cold look, and suddenly grasped the evil eye sword again. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Yisha suddenly drew his sword. Although there was no murderous intention, the air around him seemed to be a little colder at this moment, like the moonlight falling from the dark night sky. The sword came out, and the sword light scattered. Yisha stretched out a sword, and one sword was 24 swords. Yisha's sword was extremely fast, and 24 sword lights gathered in a very small space, stabbing forward continuously. Clang, clang. The sound of crisp collisions continued. Yisha's sword light was very fast, but the scorpion tail of Scorpio was also swinging at a fast speed, constantly waving, meeting the sword light of the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. The sword lights were shattered one by the 3 scorpion tails, and the silver sword light turned into silver halos and spread out, as if it was snowing. Yisha stood 5 meters away with a sword on his back, his eyes deep and solemn. The 24 bridges moonlit night was actually taken. Such a sharp sword was actually taken, and all the 24 sword lights were shattered. Scorpio's second form was indeed terrifyingly strong. However, Yisha was not upset. The 24 bridges moonlit night was not so easy to take. Even if Scorpio was very strong, it would cost a lot to take the 24 sword lights. Chapter 1073 Sword Light Flashes. In a moment, the sword light disappeared. The 3 scorpion tails of Scorpio were almost half wasted in order to catch the 24 bridges on the moonlit night. The scorpion shells covering the scorpion tails were all peeled off, and the bloody flesh was blurred. The 3 scorpion hooks had disappeared without a trace, cut off by the sword light, and the one in the middle was even cut in half. In addition, the 24 sword lights were not completely blocked by Scorpio. There was a sword wound on Scorpio's waist, which was half a meter long and deep enough to see the bone. Another sword light hit the part of Scorpio's body, and a piece of the scorpion shell was cut off, revealing bloody flesh. Roar! Scorpio roared angrily at Yisha, appearing extremely irritable. Although he took on the 24 bridges moonlight night, the previous attack obviously caused Scorpio to suffer a great loss and was seriously injured. Yisha did not pay any price, but failed to use the 24 bridges moonlight night to kill Scorpio. Facing Scorpio's roar, Yisha snorted coldly, took a step forward, and then drew his sword again. On the evil eye sword, the red sword light suddenly exploded. After the 24 bridges, it was 6 dragons flying. Yisha also spared no effort, constantly handing over his trump cards, and launched a crazy attack on Scorpio. The first blood dragon quickly condensed from the sword light, and flew towards Scorpio with its fangs and claws bared. Scorpio roared, moved forward quickly, met the blood dragon, raised his scorpion claws, and chopped forward with force. A sound like shattering glass suddenly sounded, and the blood dragon was easily chopped into pieces by Scorpio with one blow. However, the broken blood dragon turned into pieces and passed around Scorpio's body, and then countless tiny wounds appeared on Scorpio's body. The wounds were small and not deep, but there were many of them, densely covering Scorpio's body. At this moment, the second blood dragon flew to Scorpio, roared, opened its mouth, and bit down at Scorpio. Scorpio was also roaring, and it seemed that he had not learned his lesson. The scorpion claws swung forward again, directly into the blood dragon's mouth, and then twisted it hard, crushing the blood dragon to pieces. The blood dragon's body shattered, and the scattered red halo was like a sharp blade, passing around Scorpio's body, and Scorpio's wounds suddenly increased a lot. Countless. And this is just the beginning. The third blood dragon followed closely, and this time, Scorpio seemed to have learned his lesson. He did not try to resist the blood dragon, or let the blood dragon get close to him easily, but retreated 2 steps and opened his mouth. Puff! A sand arrow was spewed out of Scorpio's mouth, as thick as a wrist, and collided fiercely with the blood dragon. After a roar, the blood dragon and the sand arrow exploded at the same time. However, the fourth blood dragon also came to Scorpio. Scorpio seemed to want to repeat the old trick and spit sand arrows to smash the blood dragon. But this time it was obviously too late. Before the sand arrow came out, the blood dragon had already arrived. Scorpio roared, then raised his scorpion claws and stabbed the ground fiercely. Then pried a huge stone from the ground and blocked it in front of him. Boom! When the blood dragon hit the stone exploded with a bang. The violent impact force, like ripples, spread out in circles, constantly attacking all around, pushing Scorpio's body backwards. The fifth blood dragon appeared at this time, and appeared in front of Scorpio at the moment when Scorpio was forced away by Yisha and had not yet stabilized his footing. Puff! A muffled tearing sound of flesh and blood appeared, and then one of Scorpio's arms fell down, leaving the shoulder empty, and blood continued to spray out. Yisha finally brought heavy damage to Scorpio. And this was not the end, because the sixth blood dragon rushed forward with Yisha swinging his sword, and rushed straight to Scorpio. Roar! Scorpio roared angrily, and the three scorpion tails behind him moved forward and collided with the last blood dragon. Then, there was a loud bang, and the steel plate on the ground flew up directly, spinning and inserted into the side wall, and the ground was raised with dust, covering a large area. Without any pause, Yisha immediately flew forward, ran wildly in the direction of Scorpio, and rushed directly into the dust. Because Scorpio is not dead yet. If Scorpio dies, Yisha will definitely get a mysterious hint. But the mysterious hint did not appear, which means that Scorpio is still alive. But Yisha believes that the 24 bridges moonlit night and the 6 dragons flying in the sky will definitely bring heavy damage to Scorpio. Of course, heavy damage is not enough. Yisha wants to kill Scorpio. In fact, Yisha has already anticipated the current situation. 24 bridges moonlit night and the 6 dragons flying in the sky cannot kill Scorpio, because Scorpio is really strong. So Yisha's attack is not just 2 rounds, but 3 rounds. Rushing out of the dust, Yisha saw Scorpio. After the last blood dragon's attack, Scorpio's 3 scorpion tails were completely destroyed, and they were directly blasted into a pile of meat scraps scattered on the ground. At the same time, he lost an arm. It can be said that he was in a miserable state and barely alive. At this moment, Yisha came to Scorpio again, and Yisha calculated the time. This time was just right. Just in time to give Scorpio the last blow. The last dragon power. The last dragon power. It can be activated when the dragon state enters the last 30 seconds, and the physical fitness is strengthened by 200%. The pain is lost, and it has advanced regeneration ability. Each use will bring a great burden to the body. Long-term use will cause incurable permanent damage. Crack. Crack. Yisha clenched his fists, and the sound of mechanical operation sounded inside the destroyer, and then switched to close combat mode. Heavy punch. The last dragon power cooperated with the heavy punch of the destroyer. Scorpio has the ability of super fast regeneration, but it is not a passive recovery. There may be a certain demand for use, at least after entering the second form. Scorpio has not used super speed regeneration, but this does not mean that Scorpio must not use it now, because Yisha is not clear about the conditions for Scorpio to use super speed regeneration. Therefore, the best way is not to let Scorpio use it. At this moment, do not give Scorpio any chance. Just kill him directly. Electric arcs appeared on both sides of the destroyer, and a white gas spurted out from the back of his hand. And then Yisha punched forward fiercely. Scorpio looked extremely miserable at the moment, but the instinct for survival made Scorpio not sit and wait for death. When Yisha came to Scorpio, Scorpio raised his only remaining scorpion pincers. Boom! The next moment, Yisha's fist collided fiercely with Scorpio's scorpion pincers. Chapter 1074 Return. The huge roar sounded again, and the ground under Yisha and Scorpio's feet became a mess again. The steel plates embedded in the ground flew out again. The ground was crushed, and countless sand and dust flew up. A huge pit with a diameter of at least 6 or 7 meters and a depth of 2 meters appeared there. And this was just because of being affected. It can be seen how brutal the attack of the two was, and how amazing the destructive power was. Then, at the moment when the dust was scattered, Scorpio's body flew out, slid along the ground, and dragged a deep mud mark on the ground. Scorpio's last arm was completely useless. The position of the scorpion's claws was directly smashed, and the whole arm was twisted, as if it had been twisted several times. Scorpio's head was directly split in half, and his body was a bloody mess, completely torn apart, and the bones in the body could be clearly seen, and some small pieces of internal organs were falling out of the wound. Even so, Scorpio was not dead yet, and kept twitching on the ground. But it was obviously impossible for him to get up. Yisha dragged his sword, and was also physically and mentally exhausted, and came to Scorpio. Yisha saw Scorpio looking at him, and his eyes were no longer violent and angry as before. On the contrary, he looked at Yisha for help like a poor puppy abandoned on the roadside. Sorry. You can't live. Yisha raised his sword. If I could control you, I might be tempted. You are really a very powerful fighter. But I know I can't do this. Poof! The raised evil eye sword stabbed down, fiercely piercing into Scorpio's head. Piercing through Scorpio's head. Yisha was very frank. He was really tempted for a moment. If he could make Scorpio listen to him, Yisha would even dare to challenge the deputy train conductor. But Yisha knew very well that this was very unrealistic. Scorpio didn't even listen to Dr. Deke, and Dr. Deke was the creator of Scorpio. So how could Scorpio listen to Yisha? Letting Scorpio go may not necessarily subdue this guy. The biggest possibility is that Scorpio will challenge Yisha again after recovery. Moreover, Yisha must admit that this guy's growth rate is amazing and his learning ability is strong. If there is another battle, what will be the result? Yisha dare not guarantee. Moreover, Yisha's guess is correct. At the moment when Yisha stabbed the evil eye sword, Scorpio's eyes regained anger and tyranny, and also carried strong resentment. If Scorpio is not killed, it will definitely be a future trouble. In a moment, Scorpio, whose head was pierced, gradually stopped twitching, and finally became motionless and completely dead. You killed the war weapon, Scorpio. Apocalypse reward 0 cells. The mysterious voice made Yisha completely relax. Yisha sat on the ground, panted for a while, and then shouted to the surroundings, "Old man, your experimental product is just like this. Come on. Do you have anything else? Take them all out." Ahem. Ahem. Mu Jieyun's voice came from the loudspeaker. With a bit of embarrassment, Dr. Deke is dead. Huh? Yisha was stunned. Then, did you find where he is? Mu Jieyun, yes. After you were trapped inside, I felt that the structure of this base was very simple, and the control system was probably not inside the base. So I returned to the ground and found the other party in the desert hotel. Yisha nodded. And then, let me out. Mu Jieyun was embarrassed. This is a bit troublesome. I have been studying the control system and haven't figured it out yet. Yisha, forget it then. Yisha went directly to a passage, forcibly split the alloy door that blocked the road, and then left along the passage. Quickly returned to the upper level, and then used the stairs to return to the ground. Everyone in the desert hotel was killed by Mu Jieyun. Seeing Yisha coming out, Mu Jieyun immediately ran out of a villa and apologized. I'm sorry. Yisha glanced at Mu Jieyun. Why do you say sorry? Mu Jieyun, Dr. Deke is obviously very valuable. I should have captured him alive. But something unexpected happened. I didn't expect him to ask for death. So, Yisha waved his hand. Forget it. He's dead. So what else can he do? Except for that Dr. Deke? Mu Jieyun, they retreated. And they retreated very quickly. There is a hidden underground space in other areas of the desert hotel. And there is a helipad underneath with many helicopters. Yisha, since they all ran away, forget it. It's enough to complete the mission. While talking, Yisha took out his phone and started to contact the proprietress. The skeleton specimen of the sea buckthorn beast could not be taken back, and it was difficult to transport it after dismantling it. So he could only ask the proprietress for help. The proprietress naturally agreed. After all, Yisha had done everything he should do. It would be unreasonable to fail the mission because the target object was too large to be transported back. Besides, the logistic support of the Doomsday train is originally for these things, and transporting items is the most important thing. However, usually the crew chief sends whatever he needs. But this time he is bringing things back. The boss lady is very efficient. In about 2 hours, Yisha saw several helicopters appear. The next thing is simple. Just dig up the desert base, and then lift out the skeletal specimen of the sea buckthorn beast and transport it away. Well, this is actually a big project. But it has nothing to do with Yi Sha. After Yi Sha handed over, the mission was completed. He took a helicopter back to the Golden City, and then went back to the Doomsday train platform through the entrance he came from. Thank you for your hard work. Entering the dining car, the proprietress smiled at Yi Sha. Yi Sha rubbed his fingers. It's useless to say that it's hard work. This is useful. The proprietress smiled and threw a cloth bag on the bar, making a crisp sound, and smiled. It's ready. Yi Sha weighed the cloth bag with some surprise, and it was full of gold skull coins. He thought he could meet Malfarian, but he didn't expect the proprietress to give it to him directly. The proprietress smiled. Mr. Malfarian is not on the Doomsday train. Yi Sha counted the gold skull coins while chatting. Where did you go? What happened? The lady boss shook her head. The conductor hasn't come back yet. So he's fine. But you can't assume that the deputy conductor is always on the train. Right? Otherwise, where would I get the gold skull coins for you? As the chief train attendant, you still have to work. I see. Yi Sha didn't care because he didn't get any useful information. He pushed the 100 gold skull coins he counted out to Mu Jieyun on the side. This is yours. Mu Jieyun didn't hesitate to take the gold skull coins. Thank you. Chapter 1075 Zero Cell. Yi Sha put away the bag and continued. Why hasn't the conductor come back yet? The matter of Daxizu has not been resolved yet? The lady boss nodded. Yes. Yi Sha, is it troublesome? Do you want me to go too? The lady boss smiled. If the conductor needs it, he will naturally notify me. And I will naturally notify you. Yi Sha was really interested in Atlantis, or an ancient civilization. But there was nothing he could do if he was not allowed to go. He just took it as a casual question and didn't care. Anyway, even if I go there and find some relics of ancient civilization, I probably won't get any share with the train conductor. At most, I can get some benefits from the train conductor. Yi Sha was actually quite satisfied with this. The train conductor was really generous in this regard. As long as you can help him. As if thinking of something, Yi Sha suddenly said, by the way, I got some extra things when I went to the Golden City this time. Which can be refined. No! Yi Sha was about to take out a small bottle from his backpack, which contained a piece of flesh cut from Scorpio. But at this moment, the fatal voice suddenly sounded in Yi Sha's mind, causing Yi Sha's movements to stagnate. According to the mysterious voice, after Yi Sha killed Scorpio, the apocalypse reward he got was 0 cells. Yi Sha didn't know what 0 cells were. But no matter what they were, since they were cells, they had to be extracted first. Most of the time, Fatal was very well behaved. This guy would only appear when Yi Sha needed him. Although he sometimes interrupted, he was so sudden that he scared Yi Sha. Yi Sha paused for a moment with his right hand holding the bottle, then loosened it and stood up again. The lady boss was puzzled. What's wrong? Yi Sha smiled. Nothing. I made a mistake. I wanted you to estimate the price of something, but I just remembered it, and it had fallen during the fight. The lady boss shrugged indifferently and looked at the empty wine glass in front of Yi Sha. Another glass? No. Yi Sha stood up. I'm a little tired. I'm going back to the carriage to rest first. If there's anything, I'll find you later. The lady boss nodded. Okay. Yi Sha stood up and left the dining car, quickly returned to his personal car, and sat down on the sofa. You were the one who was talking just now, right? Fatal. Yes. Yi Sha, why stop me? Fatal. I have been observing the world through your perspective, allowing myself to learn and grow. I think you are a cautious person. I don't understand why you don't understand the principle of being guilty of holding a jade. Yi Sha was puzzled. What? Fatal. What I said was not clear enough. You said it very clearly, but I don't understand the meaning of guilty of holding a treasure. That's not right. I understand the meaning of this word. I mean... Yi Sha paused and suddenly said, 0 cells? Fatal. Of course. The piece of flesh and blood you brought back has the same ingredients as the apostle. Yi Sha was surprised. Apostle? This answer really surprised Yi Sha. Scorpio was created by the apostle. Impossible. Although Scorpio is very strong, it is not at the level of the apostle at all. No. Maybe it's just some cells from the apostles. Scorpio doesn't need to be at the level of an apostle. But can Compu kill an apostle? Don't be ridiculous. Even if Scorpio is made, Scorpio can't kill an apostle. Unless it's an apostle embryo. If Fatal is telling the truth, then Scorpio can't be given to the boss lady for refining. Yisha doesn't believe that the boss lady can swallow his reward, because it was given by the Doomsday train. The rules of the Doomsday train cannot be violated, even if the train conductor comes. But judging from the train conductor's attitude towards the apostle, this thing is obviously very important to the train conductor. Yisha wiped his sweat. It was really a crime to possess a treasure. God knows whether the train conductor will ask for it from him, or exchange it. If he refuses, it is not impossible for him to be killed. Yisha then, do I need to refine it myself? But I am not good at this. Fatal, I can do it for you. Yisha, if you want. It seems that you can absorb it without refining. Fatal, I am currently at a bottleneck. Biological evolution is not unlimited, although I have not reached the limit. According to the recombination formula of the gene chain, the new gene integration formula, the estimated cell content. Yisha interrupted Fatal directly. Speak human language. Fatal, I am not human. Yisha, speak words I can understand. Fatal, okay. Although I absorb the arm, it will take time to complete the fusion. At present, even if I continue to absorb similar substances, it will not have any effect. It will only be wasted. And there may even be some sequelae. Yisha thought for a moment. It's like a bottle that's already full of water. If you pour more into it, it will leak out. Fatal, this is a very accurate metaphor. Except that the bottle can be made bigger. But I need time. Yisha thought for a moment. Then you can extract it first and put it aside. No. It's not necessary. Fatal, you haven't reached the bottleneck yet. And you're still a long way from the limit. You should change yourself. Yisha was stunned. Do you mean I should use it? Of course. Fatal affirmed. We are symbiotic beings. My strength symbolizes your strength. Similarly, your strength can make me stronger. In this case, what is the difference between us? The effect of your fusion of 0 cells is the same as my fusion. Yisha nodded. What should I do? Fatal, I will take over the body. About 30 minutes will be enough. I need to use the studio. Yisha nodded. Okay. Yisha did not dislike Fatal controlling his body, but he disliked Fatal controlling his body without his consent, because the latter will feel dangerous, and cannot be sure whether Fatal is kind or malicious. This is just like everyone craves power, but if it is a power that cannot be controlled, then it is better not to have it. Just like Scorpio begging before death. Yisha was very tempted at the time. If Scorpio was willing to listen to him, Yisha would become extremely powerful. But Yisha knew it was impossible. So Yisha would rather give up, and would not hold hope for it, and then make a big mistake. At present, although Fatal is sometimes disobedient, he basically still follows Yisha and obeys Yisha's orders. The most important point is that they can communicate through mutual communication. If Fatal has different wishes, they can put them forward, although the decision-making power is still in Yisha's hands. Mutual communication makes the relationship between Yisha and Fatal closer. Chapter 1076 Pain. Fatal quickly took over Yisha's body and entered the studio. About half an hour later, a tube of medicine appeared in Yisha's hand. Yisha looked at the medicine in his hand and felt very strange. No matter what type of medicine, it is usually colored. But the tube of 0-cell medicine in Yisha's hand is completely colorless and abnormally transparent, just like processed water, and it is impossible to tell that it looks like medicine at all. Transparent, bright, pure. Yisha couldn't help but, are you sure? Fatal, you'll know after you try it. Yisha, will there be any sequelae? Fatal thought for a while. There is definitely no danger to life. But through cell integration to change the gene chain, the gene formula changes, and gene recombination, there will definitely be some pain. Yisha didn't care, as long as I don't die. Everything else doesn't matter. Yisha said, as he found a needle gun and installed a test tube on the needle gun. Fatal reminder, use intramuscular injection, not intravenous injection. As for the injection location, it doesn't matter. Yisha nodded, casually inserted the needle gun into his waist, and then pulled the trigger, and the liquid in the test tube was pushed into Yisha's body. After the injection, Yisha moved his body, and didn't feel much. Yisha didn't care much. It probably took time for the cell medicine to take effect. Maybe it wouldn't be effective immediately after the injection. Yisha casually planned to sit on the sofa and wait. But at this moment, plop! Yisha's body suddenly trembled, and his heart beat violently. Even the beating sound was clearly transmitted to Yisha's ears. Ah! The next moment, Yisha cried out in pain and supported himself directly on the sofa with both hands. Yisha's muscles suddenly swelled up, becoming angular, smooth, and piece by piece, like a hard rock. This is the posture that will appear after entering the combat state. Under normal circumstances, as long as there is no force, the muscles will be in a relatively smooth state. Yisha tensed his muscles, which naturally meant that he was exerting his strength. He was not fighting, but was enduring great pain. A fine layer of sweat had already appeared on Yisha's forehead. He clenched his teeth and his body was trembling. Yisha gritted his teeth. Is this called certain pain? Fatal, from my point of view. It is called certain pain. Yisha wanted to pull Fatal out of his body and beat him up. He felt as if his whole body was torn apart and his bones were constantly smashed by a hammer. In fact, Yisha's body did show signs of tearing. The back of his hands, arms, neck, and other muscles all over his body had small cracks, and bright red blood kept flowing out. Yisha knelt on one knee on the ground, buried his head in the sofa, and gave up talking to Fatal, because he didn't even have the strength to talk now. Even the slightest movement, just opening his mouth to speak, would make Yisha feel the pain in his body deepen. Fatal, this kind of pain will probably last for 2 hours. Of course, I hope it can last longer. The longer the pain lasts, the higher the degree of cell fusion, and the more complete the gene sequence recombination. Yisha gritted his teeth and interrupted Fatal. Go to hell. Although Fatal said that there was no danger to his life, Yisha really felt like he was dying. In the first hour, Yisha felt like he was tied up and whipped with a whip, and his skin was torn. In the second hour, Yisha felt that the other party had ripped his skin off and then poured a bucket of salt water on him. The pain really started from the surface of the skin and went all the way to the bones. In the third hour, Yisha wanted to curse. What about the agreed 2 hours? The pain did not ease at all, but became more painful. The blood flowing from the cracks on his body soaked all his clothes and mixed with sweat. In the fourth hour, Yisha no longer had the strength to curse. Of course, he felt better, not because the pain was lessening, but because the pain was a little numb. In the fifth hour, Yisha finally stopped feeling pain, because he fainted. He didn't know how long it had been, but the knock on the door woke Yisha up. He opened his eyes in a daze, and stood up with the help of the coffee table beside him. Yisha staggered to the door and opened it. Damn it. When the little fat man saw the door open, he was really scared and stepped back. What's wrong with you? Yisha was stunned, then saw the blood on his body, made way for the little fat man and said, sit down for a while. Yisha walked into the bathroom and looked at the mirror. He immediately knew why the little fat man was scared. His whole body was covered with blood stains. The blood stains were condensed and so thick that they even completely covered Yisha's face. Yisha started to take a shower, washed off the blood stains on his body, and then looked at his body. There were many cracks on his body, but now they seemed to have healed, without even a scar left, making Yisha feel like it was a dream. Yisha clenched his fists and moved them a little. He didn't feel any difference. And then, he opened his personal information while taking a shower. Yisha looked at his personal information, was stunned for a moment, and then whispered Fatal. Come out. Fatal's voice sounded in Yisha's mind. What's the problem? Yisha, what's the problem? It's a big problem. Why don't I feel anything? No. Why is there no change? Yisha not only felt that there was no change, but more importantly, after opening his personal information, Yisha did not find any change. Yisha's rating is still 4 stars of the king. In theory, Yisha has been stuck at 4 stars of the king for a long time. If his strength improves, he may reach 5 stars of the king and make a breakthrough to the extraordinary level. You know, the extraordinary level is the rating level of the deputy train conductor. However, this is indeed not accurate. After all, the higher the rating, the harder it is to improve. It often happens that there is a big difference in strength with only a difference of 1 star. Therefore, the rating has not changed, and Yisha does not care. However, Yisha found that his physical fitness has not changed at all. Strength, physical fitness, agility, and mental strength all maintain the original values without any improvement. In this case, what is the difference between injecting this zero-cell potion and not injecting it? If the pain was not too real, Yisha really suspected that everything just now was a dream. Chapter 1077 3 Things. Fatal. Do you know what 0 means? It means a limit. It means there is no unit in the digits. 0 can be said to be the starting point of everything. The original source. Yisha slapped his forehead. Tell me what I can understand. Fatal. 0 cells are the starting point of all cells. Compared to the improvement you think, the potential significance of 0 cells is greater. Its value is not so intuitive and can be seen. Yisha, for example? Fatal, for example. Evolution. All species, from low-level species to high-level species, are a kind of evolution. However, the more complex the organism, the harder it is to evolve. And what about 0 cells? It represents the most primitive form of all species, so it can naturally evolve with a greater probability and better. Yisha rolled his eyes. You mean I want to evolve? Evolve into Ultraman? Fatal. This is just a metaphor. Yisha, can you use a better metaphor? Fatal. A blank sheet of paper or a used sheet of paper. Which one do you think is better for painting? Yisha, blank sheet of paper? Fatal. Of course. This is actually the function of 0 cells. 0 cells will turn you back to a blank sheet of paper. Usually, the more evolved you are, the more complicated your genetic sequence is. You are just the opposite. 0 cells simplify everything for you, even back to the original state, which makes it easier for you to change and become stronger. Yisha thought for a while. Potential value? Fatal. Not quite. It can't be considered the same thing, but you can understand it this way. After all, the results are similar. Yisha spread his hands. I still feel like I've lost money. Fatal. Maybe soon. You'll feel like you've made money. Yisha rolled his eyes. This was purely a rogue statement. Fortunately, Yisha didn't mean to argue with Fatal. Anyway, the so-called 0 cell had been used up. So could he spit it out? Besides, the little fat man was already shouting at the door. It was obvious that Yisha had been hiding in the bathroom for too long. Thinking of Yisha's bloody appearance, the little fat man was naturally worried that something would happen to Yisha. Yisha wiped his body, put on new clothes, and pushed the door open. Don't worry. I'm fine. Little fatty, it's scary, isn't it? Yisha, I just used a potion similar to a physical fitness enhancement potion, and there are some sequelae. It just looks miserable. Little fatty nodded, not doubting anything. This kind of thing is indeed quite common. Yisha, why did you come to me? Little fatty smiled. I just want to have a meal with you or something. Yisha shrugged. Okay. Let's go to the dining car. Okay. Okay. Little fatty, I do have a lot to ask you. Let's talk about it one by one. First, let me talk about my own business. The purser has access to the library compartment. Right? Yisha nodded. Yes. There are all kinds of messy information in it, which is actually not very useful. If it is some information about the mission, as long as you have the authority, you can directly ask the boss lady for it. In fact, this kind of information can also be purchased by the purser. Most of the time, the purser just saves this money. The little fat man was a little disappointed. Is that so? Yisha, what do you want to check? I just said that most of the time. There is still some important information in it. Little fat man, I want to check the information of the Knights Templar. Yisha was stunned. The poor Knights of Solomon's Temple? The one from the Crusades? The little fat man nodded, and did not hide it, and said directly, I have a witch mask, which is not from the Doomsday train, but found in a museum. You know, some antiques left over from history will have some magical powers after the end of the world, just like the things produced on the Doomsday train. Yisha nodded. This is not a secret. Many people have gotten it. Yisha also has a princess necklace in his hand, which belongs to this category. Little fatty, I checked some information. The mask is related to the history of that period. To be precise, it is most likely related to the Knights Templar. After Yisha nodded, he said, I know. I will say hello to the boss lady and lend you the information on this. You can look it up yourself and see if it helps. Thank you. Little fatty, then the second thing is, I found some information about the initial zombie virus. Oh! Yisha immediately became interested. After all, it was related to him. He sat up straight and said, Tell me about it. Little fatty, the initial zombie virus was probably not made by Compu. Yisha frowned, showing a puzzled look. feeling that this information was not very reliable. At present, all the information about the initial zombie virus seemed to point directly to Compu. Little fatty, don't worry. I didn't say it had nothing to do with Compu. The initial zombie virus was probably extracted from something by Compu. At least some important components of the initial zombie virus were extracted from something. Yisha, what is the something you were talking about? The little fat man spread his hands. I don't know. Some news said it was fished out from the bottom of the sea. And some said it fell from the sky. It's not very reliable. It's not even clear whether it is a living thing or a non-living thing. Yisha nodded. This can be regarded as intelligence. Although Yisha did not feel how useful this intelligence was for the time being. Yisha, I remember. Is there anything else? The little fat man, there is one last thing. Xia Tian is no longer the chief steward. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Oh? The little fat man, he is now a steward. And it is said that he asked for it. Yisha fell into deep thought. Although Xia Tian's title of steward chief was in name only, it became quite difficult for him to recruit stewards. However, it was far from the point of lowering his status and becoming a steward again. After all, even if he was just a shell of a steward chief, the conductor would not deprive him of his position. And the steward chief still had much more authority than the stewards. To put it another way, the worst that can happen is that no train attendants can be recruited. Taking the position of chief train attendant. Living as a train attendant. There are many benefits. After all, there are more powers, and it is more convenient to perform tasks. At the same time, you can also receive private tasks from the deputy train conductor and the train conductor. For this reason alone, Xia Tian actually still has a chance to turn the tables. Although the chance is not very big. The train conductor will not like a chief train attendant with only the title of chief train attendant, because that represents incompetence and uselessness. But there is still some hope. And giving up the position of chief train attendant is equivalent to giving up the last bit of hope and convenience. This is obviously not a good decision. Xia Tian should not be so stupid. Unless. Chapter 1078 More interesting things. Yisha had thought of a possibility. And his eyes suddenly became sharp. Yisha stood up. Walked to the wine cabinet. Took out a bottle of whiskey. Put ice cubes and lemon in the glass. Poured himself a glass. And then asked, whose steward is he now? The little fat man curled his lips. Gon Lin. Sure enough. Yisha was not surprised. It was the same as his guess. There are 4 chief stewards. Yisha, Gon Lin, Xia Tian and Samuel. Of course, there are 3 now. Xia Tian has been abolished. And he has been demoted to a steward. Of the remaining 2 people, Samuel is almost impossible. He just asked Xia Yuran to send a gift. And then he turned around and did something that would definitely provoke Yisha. Doesn't that mean Samuel is stupid? If Samuel really intended to do this, he wouldn't have asked Xia Yuran to send a gift. It would be a waste. Anyway, it would provoke Yisha immediately. So why bother showing goodwill? So, unless Samuel is sick, it is definitely not Samuel. Then Gon Lin is left. Little fatty, I haven't finished yet. Gon Lin asked me to pass on a message to you. She said she wanted to talk to you. Yisha, what's there to talk about? Does she think she has such a big reputation? Can she let me let Xia Tian go? Or does she think she can scare me? The little fat man shrugged. Don't ask me about this. I'm just a messenger. But, Yisha, but what? The little fat man, I don't feel that she wants to save Xia Tian at all. Instead, I feel that her attitude is that you can kill her if you want. She doesn't care about this matter at all. Yisha was puzzled. Huh? Yisha frowned. On the surface, since Yisha was dealing with Xia Tian, Gon Lin's decision to let Xia Tian become her flight attendant was clearly against Yisha. In that case, what did the little fat man mean by that? Yisha didn't think the little fat man was wrong. Gon Lin was indeed unpredictable, and it was hard to figure out what she was thinking. And the facts proved that Gon Lin did have her own calculations every time. On the surface, she seemed to have done almost nothing. But she always got the benefits. For example, if we count the things Gon Lin has done, I'm afraid no one knows what she has done. As a flight attendant, no, even as a flight attendant, Gon Lin's presence is very low. On the other hand, although Yisha himself is not self-aware, his reputation has always been quite high. Yisha played a role in the battle for the ruins, and also played a role in the ruined city. Yi Sha won the position of flight attendant by his own fists. The flight attendants are not unfamiliar with Yi Sha's name. But what about Gonlin? No one knows what achievements Gonlin has to boast about. But she is the chief steward. And this is an indisputable fact. Yi Sha thought for a while. Do you have anything else to do? Little fatty, no. Yi Sha nodded. I'll have someone send you the information later. Little fatty agreed, knowing that Yi Sha was ordering him to leave. Or that Yi Sha was going to see Gonlin. Since he couldn't figure out what Gonlin was thinking, he would go and see her and ask her directly. After seeing off the fat boy, Yi Sha walked through the carriage. Every attendant can have his own personal carriage. And this will be upgraded after becoming a purser. Because the attendant's personal carriage is strictly speaking just a private room. There are about 2 or 3 rooms in a carriage, belonging to different attendants. After becoming a purser, the entire carriage is the purser's room. And its luxury is not inferior to that of a 5-star hotel suite. Gonlin's carriage has obviously been modified. The carriage is covered with wallpaper with a lavender rose pattern. And the floor seems to have been paved. These are all allowed, as long as you are willing to spend the skull coins. Of course, Yi Sha doesn't care about these at all. It's better to improve himself with this money. A man stood in the carriage passage, wearing a black robe, a wolf-like mask on his face, shackles on his ankles, standing at the door as a guard. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes and looked at him for a few times. Yi Sha heard from Zhongyu and Yiyu that when they went to the desert to find the Mad Sand Temple, Yi Sha and Jones were actually pawns. And Gonlin was the real winner. Gonlin found the Queen's staff and used it to decipher the secret of the words "The red fire eagle burns the sky. The underworld wolf wanders in the dark night. The power of death is reviving. The roar of the giant beast appears in the desert. And the emperor who rules over everything will eventually return." This is indeed the case. Yi Sha has seen Gonlin with the red fire eagle and the underworld wolf. But he has never seen the giant beast and the emperor. The man in front of him certainly doesn't look like a giant beast. Could he be the so-called underworld emperor? Yi Sha walked to the door, and the masked man stretched out his hand to stop Yi Sha. Yi Sha said disdainfully, "Get lost." The man was unmoved. At this time, Gonlin's voice rang out from behind the door. "Let him in. He is the guest I have been waiting for." The man put down his arm and opened the door for Yi Sha. Gonlin's room was also decorated to a certain extent, and it was obviously different from Yi Sha's personal compartment. Yi Sha didn't know how to describe it. In general, it was more feminine. This is true from the decorations to the wallpaper, and even the furniture. Gonlin sat at a small round table near the corner, with a cup of black tea and a small piece of tiramisu cake on the table. To be honest, Gonlin is definitely a person who knows how to enjoy life. And Yi Sha thinks this is quite magical. In the end times, some people are always on edge, trying to live in order to see the sun tomorrow. However, there are also people who live day by day. These people like to enjoy themselves in time. In addition to improving their own strength, they also pursue enjoyment. Anyway, they don't know when they will die, so they might as well live day by day. Therefore, some luxury goods and things for enjoyment on the Doomsday train are also quite popular. However, these people usually die quickly. Although there are some with good strength, they can only reach the average level on the Doomsday train at most. They waste too many resources on unnecessary things. Gonlin is actually one of these people. So Yi Sha can't understand why Gonlin can live so well. If she saves those useless things, she will definitely be much better than now. Gonlin smiled and looked at Yi Sha. "It's your first time in my room. You feel good, right? Please sit down. Do you want to eat or drink something?" Yi Sha sat down on the sofa beside him. "No need. Let's get down to business." "Why?" Gonlin smiled and walked to Yi Sha and sat down. Getting close to Yi Sha, "Since we are in my room, shouldn't we do something more interesting?" Chapter 1079 Sword Falls in Southern Border. Gonlin was wearing a silk nightgown with ties, although it looked very tightly wrapped. After Gonlin got close to Yi Sha and twisted her body casually, the collar would open. Yi Sha tilted his head slightly and could see 2 white pieces. He had to admit that Gonlin's figure was indeed very attractive. It was not the kind of exaggerated hotness, but every part was very symmetrical, with extremely attractive perfect lines. Gonlin pressed her palm on the back of Yi Sha's hand and gently rubbed it. Gonlin whispered, "Don't you want to be the master of this room?" Yi Sha curled his lips, and then said disdainfully, "Is Jones killed like this?" Gan Lin suddenly laughed, then stood up, pulled his clothes, and sat on the sofa in front of Yi Sha. Are you not interested in women? Yi Sha, I'm just not interested in you. Gan Lin smiled, as long as you give me a chance, I will make you interested in me. Yi Sha didn't intend to continue this topic, and said directly, you should know why I came here. Don't say these nonsense. Gan Lin, it's just a summer. Is it worth your attention? Yi Sha did not answer this question directly, because he could not explain the hatred between him and Xia Tian directly. I remember that on the small island in the coastal city, you said that it was me who taught you and made you like this. Yi Sha sat on the sofa, crossed his arms. You also said that you know me well, and know that I believe in the principle of equal exchange. Of course. Gan Lin lay on the sofa, deliberately tightened her nightgown, and outlined her graceful curves. I remember everything you said, and it's all imprinted in my head. Yi Sha, then I will tell you another principle. The principle I have believed in all my life. Yi Sha stood up and looked down at Gan Lin. If you are not on my side, Yi Sha pointed at Gan Lin, then you are on the enemy's side. In Yi Sha's world, people are either companions or enemies. Gan Lin thought for a moment. Then, his next stop will be Wulin City. Yi Sha frowned. Gan Lin, I made a deal with him. If he can bring a sword back for me, I will protect him and not let you kill him. Yi Sha said disdainfully, you plan to go to war with me? Can you protect him? Gan Lin suddenly laughed, then stood up, went to the cabinet on the side, opened the cabinet, took out an ancient sword and threw it to Yi Sha. I don't plan to go to war with you, and I don't plan to care about his life or death. So he will never find the sword, Gan Lin said while lying back on the sofa. Perhaps he felt uncomfortable, twisted his body, showing some charm, and then he seemed satisfied. Gan Lin, because the sword has always been in my hand. Gan Lin's idea was really confusing and puzzling. Yi Sha couldn't guess what she was trying to do. Yi Sha, what is your intention? Gan Lin, look at the sword first. Yi Sha looked at the sword in his hand. The sword was about 3 feet and 2 inches long. The scabbard was purple and gold with ridges. The hilt seemed to be red sandalwood. When the sword was drawn, the sword rang crisply, and the sword body was silver and sharp. Sword falls in southern Xinjiang, ancient sword, fantasy weapon, ancient divine weapon. It is said that a weapon used by an ancient emperor. He once carried this sword and galloped on the battlefield to pacify southern Xinjiang, and later competed for the Central Plains. Tyranny, passive, fantasy ability holding this sword will not be afraid of any negative effects. Unparalleled, passive, fantasy ability holding this sword can cut through any armor. Pressure, passive, fantasy ability holding this sword can oppress the target to a certain extent. Divine bravery, fantasy skill holding this sword. Enter the divine bravery state. Physical fitness increased by 75%. The duration is 300 seconds. After each use, the next use must be 1800 seconds interval. All under heaven is the king's land, domain ability, fantasy ability, since the world belongs to you. Everything in the world naturally belongs to you. Within the scope of the domain, all weapons, skills, and abilities used by all targets can be imagined and materialized. The duration is 360 seconds, and the interval between each use is 48 hours. Yi Sha's eyes lit up. Some things cannot be judged as powerful simply by looking at the literal description. But some things can really be judged as good or bad at a glance. The sword in Yi Sha's hand is indeed a good sword. A very good sword. If Yi Sha must use an intuitive method to reflect the value of this sword, Yi Sha can only say that if this sword is a weapon in the treasure list, its value will not be less than 400 gold skull coins. In fact, this number will only be higher, even if the boss lady raises the bid to 500 gold skull coins. Yi Sha will not be surprised. Gan Lin smiled. Do you want it? Yi Sha returned the sword to Nanjiang. What do you want? Gan Lin smiled. Of course I will follow your rules. Let's make a deal. Yi Sha, what do you want to do? Gan Lin, I want your cat. Little ancient cat? Yi Sha frowned, thought for a moment, and then, I refuse. Gan Lin, why? Isn't this sword good enough? I don't think the cat you raise is more valuable than this sword. The most important thing is that if you get this sword, your strength will be greatly improved. And what help can the cat give you? Yi Sha, maybe. But this is what you want. Gan Lin was slightly stunned, and then understood what Yi Sha meant. Because it was what he wanted. It must be of great value to him. Or, it can be said more directly that because Gan Lin wanted it, and took out Jian Luo Nanjiang in exchange, Yi Sha believed that the value of the little ancient cat was higher than Jian Luo Nanjiang. Of course, this is a very unreasonable statement. If the so-called transaction is really so simple, there is no buying and selling in this world. The so-called transaction is to take what each needs. Maybe the little ancient cat is not so useful in Yi Sha's hands, but in Gan Lin's hands, it may become very useful. And Jian Luo Nanjiang will definitely bring more help to Yi Sha compared with the current little ancient cat. Then, this deal can be established. However, Yi Sha is unwilling. Yi Sha would rather not become stronger than let Gan Lin become stronger. This is actually a kind of recognition. Yi Sha admits that Gan Lin will pose a threat to him, and even can feel something called danger from Gan Lin. So he will make a relatively extreme choice. Moreover, Gan Lin wants the little ancient cat. Yi Sha can more or less guess some reasons. It must be related to the underworld wolf in Gan Lin's hand. Because of this, Yi Sha can't give the little ancient cat to Gan Lin. Chapter 1080 Transaction. Gan Lin wanted the little ancient cat. Probably not for the little ancient cat itself, but because of the little ancient cat's bloodline. The little ancient cat, also known as the fine-toothed beast, is considered to be the common ancestor of canids and cats. There is another key point. Although it is commonly called the little ancient cat, it is not a cat, and it does not even belong to the cat-type superfamily. Relatively speaking, the little ancient cat is actually closer to the canine family. Therefore, Yi Sha can almost guess what Gan Lin wants to do. He must use the little ancient cat to evolve the underworld wolf, or strengthen the underworld wolf. This is what Yi Sha cannot tolerate, because Yi Sha had torn flesh from the apostle's arm to feed the little ancient cat. And the little ancient cat's bloodline is not that simple. Letting Gan Lin improve his strength is one issue. And on the other hand, Yi Sha must not let this matter be exposed. So Yi Sha will never agree to Gan Lin. Gan Lin did not seem to care much about Yi Sha's refusal. After Yi Sha gave a strong explanation, she did not entangle and said directly, then changed the transaction method. Yi Sha, speak. Gan Lin, although I asked Xia Tian to find Jian Luo Nanjiang, it was just a lie. He could not find the sword at all, so I could not protect him, and I did not care about his life or death. But the place he went to was real. Yi Sha, what do you mean? Gan Lin, I told him that there is a dragon mausoleum in Wulin City. And there is really a dragon mausoleum there. But there is no possibility of Jian Luo Nanjiang inside. Yi Sha thought for a while. Is there something you want inside? Yes. Gan Lin, I want a piece of gold-colored clothing and a bright bronze mirror inside. If you can bring these two things back, Jian Luo Nanjiang will be yours. Yi Sha snorted. Your idea is really good. Since I want to kill Xia Tian, I know where he is going. Of course I will go there. And naturally, I will most likely agree to the deal. Gan Lin smiled. How about it? Yi Sha, since I know he is in Wulin City, why should I agree? Long Ling is in Wulin City anyway. I can find him myself. Gan Lin, you may find Long Ling, but you may also miss the chance to kill him. Right? Besides, I think you are not at a disadvantage in this deal. You can get the sword falling in southern border, and I will not take anything else from Long Ling. Everything is yours. Yi Sha, there must be something else. Gan Lin, I won't lie to you. Maybe there isn't. Maybe there is. After all, I haven't been there either. Otherwise, I would have gotten those two things long ago. Or died there. Right? Yi Sha pondered for a while. Then, location. Gan Lin, I will send you a map. In addition, you can take the sword to Nanjiang first, and go to the boss lady to sign an agreement. If you don't get the things back, the sword will be returned to me naturally. Gan Lin didn't say what to do if Yi Sha died, because you should always be more tolerant of a dead person. And you can't expect a dead person to return the sword. Yi Sha nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave Gan Lin's personal compartment. After Yi Sha left, the masked man walked into the carriage and took off his mask. The man was Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu, I don't understand why it has to be so complicated. Wouldn't it be better to just trade directly? Because if it wasn't so complicated, he wouldn't take the bait. Gan Lin yawned lazily. Do you think I want that broken cat? What's the use of it? I just want to confirm his attitude. Zhang Yu thought about it, and finally nodded. Little ancient cat, let alone a complete form, has not even entered the growth stage yet. It is purely a juvenile form. Although it can help occasionally, it is mainly due to some characteristics of wild animals, such as sense of smell. To achieve this, the dying car can just buy some alien creatures with good sense of smell. Cheap alien creatures. At most a dozen gold skull coins. In terms of combat, Little Ancient Cat is just a spectator. And for quite a long time, Little Ancient Cat can only be a spectator. After the juvenile stage, there is a growth stage. After the growth stage, there is a mature stage. And finally it is a complete form. With Yisha's strength, the Little Ancient Cat can't help Yisha at all before it reaches its full form. Moreover, regardless of whether the flesh and blood of the apostle will bring changes to the Little Ancient Cat, the value of a fully grown and complete Little Ancient Cat is really higher than that of Jianluo Nanjiang. Not necessarily. In Gan Lin's estimation, the value of the complete Little Ancient Cat is good enough to be about the same as that of Jianluo Nanjiang. And it may not be as good as that of Jianluo Nanjiang. At the same time, Gan Lin is very clear that Yisha also knows this. Moreover, Yisha has Fatal, Corpse Flower, and Archon, and there is overlap in terms of function, which will also weaken the value of the Little Ancient Cat. Even so, Yisha still refused. This clearly shows Yisha's attitude. Therefore, Gan Lin knew very well that if she traded directly, she would probably not get what she wanted, and it would also arouse Yisha's vigilance, making things more complicated. But Gan Lin couldn't wait. She had to get the thing as soon as possible. Otherwise no one could guarantee when Yisha would use it. Zanyu, but are you sure it will work by then? If he... No ifs. Gan Lin smiled. I even gave him the sword falling to Nanjiang. How can I accept failure after paying such a huge price? Zanyu, I understand. By the way, Samuel, on the other side, Yisha left Gan Lin's personal compartment, frowning all the time. Because something is wrong. Yisha couldn't help but look at the sword falling to Nanjiang in his hand. The biggest problem was that this sword was too good. How good is this sword? Yisha thought that even if there was no Xia Tian, if Gan Lin wanted to make this deal with him, Yisha thought that he would agree in all likelihood. In this case, why did Gan Lin deliberately use Xia Tian? Was it to be safe? Secondly, because Gan Lin herself also made Yisha wary. Yisha really couldn't guess what this woman was thinking. But it was undeniable that this woman never suffered any loss. Since Gan Lin didn't suffer any loss, then of course others would suffer the loss. And now, Yisha always felt that he would suffer the loss. But after thinking about it again, Yisha couldn't figure out what Gan Lin wanted to do. What made Yisha even more helpless was that he found that he really couldn't refuse Gan Lin's deal. Xia Tian was definitely going to die. So since Gan Lin provided the location, how could Yisha let Xia Tian go? By the way, completing the deal with Gan Lin seemed to be a matter of course. After all, Yisha really wanted the sword to fall in Nanjiang. This sword really made it difficult for Yisha to refuse. Chapter 1081 Getting Ready to Go. Although Yisha has many weapons, including 3 lightsabers, they all have problems of one kind or another. Needless to say, the King's Holy Sword is a hidden treasure. It is fine to chop ordinary zombies with it. But when it comes to a tough battle, if you don't use the magic sword or the tragic king, the King's Holy Sword is really useless. The centipede sword transformed from the steel-armored evil centipede is the same as the King's Holy Sword. It is better than the King's Holy Sword in conventional combat, which is why Yisha uses the centipede sword. But the problem is that the centipede sword is actually only slightly better than the King's Holy Sword. Both are not very lethal. The King's Holy Sword at least has the magic sword and the tragic king to support it. It can still be used in a life-and-death battle. It is a trump card. The centipede sword is simply the tallest among the short ones. Since the King's Holy Sword is usually not powerful, Yisha can only use it. Moreover, Yisha had given up on the centipede sword and gave it to Du Lingling. Unfortunately, Du Lingling was not up to the task and failed to kill the person. So the centipede sword was returned. Yisha was not so stingy, so he gave it to Du Lingling. But at that time, he gave the centipede sword as a reward for the mission of the chief steward. The rules of the Doomsday train cannot be violated. So the centipede sword was forcibly returned to Yisha's hands. Later, everyone took action against Xia Tian, and only Du Lingling was given the mission of the chief steward. It was not appropriate to give the centipede sword as a reward. However, now Du Lingling helps Yisha with some trivial matters. Du Lingling is considered the most diligent steward under Yisha's name. Yi Sha has been thinking about finding a reason to give the centipede sword to Du Lingling. The evil eye sword is very good. If we only look at conventional combat, the sharpness of the evil eye sword and the effect of the immortal sword make the evil eye sword far superior to the king's holy sword and the centipede sword. In fact, the main weapon used by Yi Sha recently has always been the evil eye sword. But the evil eye sword is destined to be destroyed. Yi Sha is still counting on the sword skills brought to him by the last evil eye. And this is actually the real value of the evil eye sword. Therefore, the evil eye sword is destined to be just a transitional weapon for Yi Sha. As for other non-sword weapons, the vortex blade is just SOSO. It is quite useful, but mainly when destruction is needed. The effect of the destruction blade is very good, and it can be regarded as a weapon used in specific situations. Moreover, the vortex blade is too huge, which means that it is not easy to use in many cases, or it is not very convenient to use. The Alaskan whale harpoon is almost useless now. The grade is too low. Yi Sha has been carrying it purely because of blood sucking and healing, and occasionally takes it out for use. Night Owl needs night to be effective, and it is also a weapon used in specific situations. There is nothing much to say about the infinite bow. It is Yi Sha's main weapon, but it is a long-range weapon. Yi Sha can't always use the infinite bow. In close combat, can he use the bowstring to strangle someone's neck? As for the destroyer, there is nothing wrong with it. It is quite versatile, and is the best conventional weapon. The ultimate form of the destroyer, the heavy punch attached to the close combat form, is also a very good big move. But the world destroyer alone is not enough. After thinking about it, Yi Sha found that he really needed the sword falling to south border. Yi Sha didn't know whether Gonlin knew so much about what he had, but he had to say that the sword falling to south border just hit Yi Sha's vital point. If the last evil eye of the evil eye sword is used up, the sword falling to south border will definitely replace the evil eye sword and become Yi Sha's main weapon together with the world destroyer. As for other weapons, they are naturally used as replacements in specific situations. Therefore, Yi Sha really couldn't find a reason to refuse. Since he couldn't figure out Gonlin's intention and had no reason to refuse, Yi Sha thought that he would just do it. After all, he would fight back if the enemy came and cover the water with earth. Especially if Xia Tian was alive. It would always be a thorn in Yi Sha's heart. If there was a chance to kill him, it would be better to kill him. Yi Sha made up his mind and went to the dining car to say hello to the proprietress. The agreement of the sword falling in Nanjiang had to be finalized. On the Doomsday train, this thing was not something that could be robbed if you wanted to, or embezzled if you wanted to. After all, there were rules. Yi Sha didn't think of forcibly taking the sword falling in Nanjiang and not fulfilling the deal, because this was simply impossible. The boss lady naturally had no objection. After confirming Gonlin's intention, the agreement was reached. If Yi Sha got the things, the deal would be established. At the same time, Yi Sha also helped the little fat man find the information he wanted, and directly asked the boss lady to send someone to deliver the information to the little fat man's carriage. This was within the authority of the chief train attendant, so there was naturally no problem. Next, it was just waiting for the next stop. Xia Tian did not leave for Wuling City at this stop. He was still on the Doomsday train. Yi Sha has no problem in this regard, although the purser will also receive tasks. Yi Sha has been on missions continuously, and has accumulated vacation time. Even if he does not have vacation time, he can still use the purser's authority to operate. For example, Yi Sha handed over his task to Niepa. As the purser, he can let the crew complete the task and stay on the Doomsday train. This is one of the rights of the train conductor. He just can't get the task reward. It will take 4 days before the Doomsday train departs again. This time, Yi Sha and Mu Jiayun spent a lot of time in Golden City, so the time before departure was not long. As for going to Wuling City, Yi Sha did not plan to take anyone with him. Xia Tian must die, and must die at Yi Sha's hands. This is Yi Sha's grudge. But what Yi Sha did not expect was that Du Lingling came directly to his door. You want to follow me to Wuling City? Yi Sha wondered. Why? Yi Sha was not surprised why Du Lingling knew that he was going to Wuling City. After he met Gonlin, the little fat man came to ask about it. There was nothing to hide about this matter, so he said it casually. Du Lingling probably knew it from the little fat man. Du Lingling hesitated for a moment. My home is in Wuling City. I want to go back and take a look. This reason left Yi Sha speechless, and he nodded. Okay. You follow me to the next stop. Filong has been hanging out with you recently. Right? Du Lingling nodded. Then take him with you. Yi Sha thought for a moment. And then, is there a holiday? Du Lingling shook her head. No. Yi Sha casually threw the centipede sword to Du Lingling. This is a reward for your assistance to me. Go to the boss lady to get the task. The position of the chief steward is still very useful at this time. Du Lingling cannot follow Yi Sha to the designated place without a vacation period. But as long as Yi Sha issues a steward mission, he can take Du Lingling with him in the name of the mission. It just so happens that Yi Sha did not intend to take the centipede sword back from Du Lingling. The last mission failed because Xia Tian made trouble, and Du Lingling was not guilty of the war. Therefore, Yi Sha took advantage of this opportunity to give the centipede sword back to Du Lingling. Chapter 1082 Wuling City. 4 days passed in a flash. When Yi Sha left the Doomsday train platform, he paid special attention to Xia Tian's movements. But this guy was more cunning than Yi Sha imagined, and Yi Sha could not find any trace of him. Yi Sha was not worried that Gan Lin would deceive him. Gan Lin could not use this to trick Yi Sha into helping him with work. Xia Tian was also one of the terms of the transaction between the two. If Xia Tian did not show up, Yi Sha would naturally have no need to enter Longling. When everyone had almost left, Yi Sha took Du Lingling and Fei Long away from the platform. Wuling City. Yi Sha looked around. Everything was so familiar and full of intimacy. Just because this city came from China, and all around were Chinese characters that Yi Sha was familiar with. Speaking of Wuling City, it is also a well-known city in China, and even in the world. It is an economic, cultural, educational, transportation and financial center with a population of over 10 million. Of course, a population of 10 million would be scary if it were placed outside of China, as the total population of many countries is only tens of millions. However, China has a large population and is willful. But after the end of the world, this is not a good thing. A large population means a lot of zombies. Speaking of which, Yi Sha remembered that he had heard such rumors that China was the most likely to encounter a zombie wave. But after leaving the Doomsday train platform, Yi Sha did not see many zombies. Looking to both sides, it seemed like a very quiet street. There were residential buildings and some old houses around. Some shops made Yi Sha feel very familiar. The signs read, scallion buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, steamed buns, dingxing cakes and so on. Of course, these shops have long been empty, and the surrounding residential areas seem to be empty. There are no traces of people here, and there are no zombies. Yi Sha said to Du Lingling, "Where is your home? Let's go to your home first." Du Lingling, "The mission is more important." "It doesn't matter. Yi Sha, that Longling is not so easy to find. Let that guy help us explore the way first. There is no rush." Du Lingling pointed to the side, "Then let's go." "Yi Sha, I'll find a car." "No need." Du Lingling was a little embarrassed. "This place is near my home, and it only takes about 10 minutes to walk there." "Huh?" Yi Sha looked at Du Lingling in confusion. She was so close, yet she was still thinking about completing the task first. However, Yi Sha quickly showed a look of realization. "Is this what is called being homesick?" Yi Sha followed Du Lingling through the streets. "Du Lingling, this area is called Qinghe Street, the old city area, and it belongs to the historical cultural building area. It has been planned as a tourist attraction. My home is behind it." Du Lingling was naturally familiar with everything here. After all, this was the city where she once lived, and it was near her home. About a quarter of an hour later, Du Lingling took Yi Sha and Fei Long into an old residential area, and the zombies that had been missing for a long time finally appeared. 2 zombies in security uniforms were wandering there. They were ordinary zombies, and Yi Sha didn't need to take action. Fei Long, holding a sausage in his mouth, stepped forward and slapped the heads of the 2 zombies one by one, and blew them up. "Yi Sha, but at least zombies are starting to appear, so we still need to be vigilant." Fei Long said carelessly, "Just shoot them all to death." As for Du Lingling, Yi Sha found that the woman was a little dazed. But that was understandable. Yi Sha could only find a topic to make Du Lingling less nervous, and looked around. "Did you board the Doomsday train from Wuling City?" "Yeah." Du Lingling pointed to the back. "There is an antique pedestrian street at the turn, and I was buying things there. About 1,000 meters ahead, there is an ancient city tower, which is also a replica. Just a tourist attraction. I thought at the time that it would be better to jump down and die than to become a zombie. But after entering the ancient city tower, I found that everything around me had changed. Yisha smiled. Doomsday train platform? Du Lingling nodded. Yes. Yisha smiled again. Du Lingling was lucky. Yisha did not discriminate against women. But in terms of physical conditions, most women were definitely weaker than men. Secondly, in terms of mental fortitude, most women were indeed more vulnerable than men. So, in terms of survival rate, women were indeed lower than men. This can be clearly seen from the ratio of men to women on the Doomsday train. Those women who were able to board the Doomsday train usually had some luck. For example, Du Lingling. There are 2 key points in her description. The first is that the Doomsday train platform is close, only 1,000 meters away. And the second is that she entered the Doomsday train platform by mistake. Of course, having said that, luck is really the same for both men and women, except for a few people who rely on their own abilities to board the Doomsday train. Others have more or less luck involved. As she spoke, Du Lingling suddenly stopped in front of an iron door, looking very hesitant. Yisha looked up and saw a typical building from the 1980s and 1990s, with one building on each side, divided into east and west units. The left side is the east unit, and the right side is the west unit. There is a wall about 2.5 meters high outside the building. The wall surface has long been modeled, and glass fragments are embedded on the top of the wall to prevent thieves. In the courtyard formed by the wall, there is a bicycle parking shed on the left, and a small flower bed built by the residents on the right. As for the layout of the building, most of the so-called community buildings at that time were dormitory buildings, which were relatively simple. The 2 buildings in front of us should be considered to be relatively high-end at that time. There are 2 households facing each other on the first floor. This layout was considered a large apartment at the time. At the same time, it is not the common 2-building and wall-gate building layout of dormitory buildings, but 2 separate buildings, and they also enjoy a small courtyard separated by a wall. The environment is indeed good. Generally speaking, it is hard to say whether the family conditions of those who can live in such a building are good or bad. After all, houses were not valuable in those days, but most of them were employees of government agencies, and they should be cadres of some size. Yisha looked around and then looked at Du Lingling. East unit or west unit? Which unit? Du Lingling swallowed her saliva. West. 301. Yisha thought for a while. Before the end of the world. Were your parents still alive? Du Lingling nodded dryly. Yisha finally knew what Du Lingling was afraid of. He turned around and opened the door. A zombie jumped out, and the result was... Yisha sighed. Du Lingling's mood was understandable, not to mention his own parents. The residents in this building must often see each other. The human touch in such old residential buildings is generally strong. It was hard to accept that a familiar face suddenly turned into a zombie with bared fangs and claws. Moreover, Du Lingling's parents might also become zombies. Chapter 1083 Men, Women, Parents. Entering the building, Yisha saw labels such as Happy Building, the first civilized building in the community, and 5 good buildings on the side walls. They were very old and covered with dust. Du Lingling trembled. I'm a little scared. Yisha thought for a moment. If you can't do it, I can do it for you. Du Lingling moved her throat and didn't say much, but walked along the corridor. Arriving on the 3rd floor, Du Lingling hesitated again, looking at the red iron door with a lot of peeling paint on it. And there was an old-fashioned sliding door outside the iron door. Yisha sighed and winked at Fei Long, who punched the lock and broke it open. And then Yisha pushed the door open. The moment he entered the door, Yisha heard a low roar, and a zombie suddenly jumped out. Yisha raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand and pinched the zombie's chin, pinched the other's cheeks, and lifted the zombie up. Du Lingling suddenly shouted, "No!" Yisha paused his tightened palm and looked at the zombie. It was a man over 50 years old, a little thin, with sunken cheeks, and his eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Du Lingling. Yisha turned back. Du Lingling bit her lips tightly, although she didn't make any sound, but her tears betrayed her. Yisha took a deep breath. You have to think clearly. What should you do after I let him go? Let him bite you to death? In this way, you will fulfill your filial piety? Du Lingling hung her head and remained silent. Yisha, this world has become what it is now. You should know very well. There are some things that we can't go against. If so, We can only go with it. It's cruel. But this world is so cruel. Du Lingling remained silent. Yisha sighed. He could understand Du Lingling's current mentality. It was normal for her to be unable to make a decision on such a matter. It was like a dilemma of who to save first when both the wife and the mother fell into the river. Yisha believed that at such a time, 99% of people would wish they could not swim. Since Du Lingling could not make a decision, Yisha had to do it. Putting the zombie down, Yisha pulled out the Alaskan harpoon from his waist. Wait a minute. At this time, Du Lingling suddenly said, "Let me do it." Yisha glanced at Du Lingling. "Are you sure?" Du Lingling bit her lip. "Yeah." Yisha nodded. "Okay. This is a threshold." Yisha believes that if Du Lingling can really do it herself, her heart will become firm, even cold and cold-blooded. There is nothing wrong with this. Only such people can live long in the end times. Yisha stepped aside and lifted the zombie in front of him. Du Lingling took a deep breath, suddenly knelt down, and kowtowed 3 times to the zombie with unusual force. After Du Lingling finished kowtow, Yisha even saw blood on her forehead. "Dad? Goodbye." Du Lingling stood up, whispered softly, and then suddenly pulled out the centipede sword. The blade slashed across the zombie's neck, and a line of blood appeared. The zombie kept struggling, but eventually slowly lowered his head and completely lost his voice. Du Lingling had cried so hard that her face was covered with tears, but Yisha was indifferent. He even spoke again to hit Du Lingling. "There should be another zombie. It should be in the bedroom. I heard a sound. Since it is destined to be painful, why not be more painful? When you crawl out of the pain, those things that can't knock you down will inevitably make you stronger." Yisha was obviously deliberately torturing Du Lingling's nerves, but it was out of good intentions. Du Lingling took a deep breath and walked towards the direction of the bedroom. There was a wooden door there, and the sound of dong could be heard from behind the door. Du Lingling pushed the door open, and then was stunned. Then the tears that had just stopped fell again, and she knelt on the ground. Yisha was at the door, looking at the scene inside. On a chair near the bed, a female zombie was tied to it with wire. The wire was deeply embedded in the flesh and blood. There were some pieces of meat around the chair. The female zombie looked very weak, but she was still struggling. The chair kept shaking, hitting the ground, making noises. Yisha frowned, and roughly guessed what happened. The woman was probably infected before the man. The man subdued the woman, but couldn't bear to kill her, so he tied her up there. The mincemeat on the ground was not the woman's, but the man was feeding the woman. But, so what? The man was eventually infected and turned into a zombie. Men, women, parents. Yisha glanced at Du Lingling, who was kneeling on the ground, and patted her shoulder. When people are alive, they are always making choices. Good, bad, easy, difficult. No matter what, you always need a decision. Du Lingling didn't cry for too long. After all, she had already made a decision. Relatively speaking, the second decision would always be easier. Du Lingling came to the side of the female zombie, counted, whispered, and then raised the sword. Yisha looked at Du Lingling's expression becoming numb, and comforted her. At least think about it from a positive side. Compared with The Walking Dead, it is better to die. It is also a kind of relief. Du Lingling was silent for a while. I was not at home that day. I saw people on the street constantly turning into zombies. I kept screaming and running away. After entering the Doomsday train, I thought about coming back to find them. Maybe they would not become like this. But I didn't come back because I didn't have the courage. Yisha, it's useless to have courage. You're on the Doomsday train. If you want to come back, I'll let you come back. Du Lingling rolled her eyes at Yisha. It ruined the atmosphere. Although Du Lingling knew that Yisha did it on purpose, so that she wouldn't fall into self-guilt and take responsibility. Du Lingling walked out of the bedroom and walked back to the living room, touching the table. I grew up here since I was a child. I have never moved and have always lived here. I am familiar with every corner here. This smaller bedroom is mine. Du Lingling pushed open the bedroom on the other side. Although it was covered with dust because it had not been cleaned for a long time, it was simpler than expected and did not look like a woman's bedroom. Bed, computer desk, wardrobe, not too many feminine things. Even a sit-up board for fitness stood in the corner of the room. Du Lingling walked into the room and smiled at Yisha. The room is too small. Even if you want to put some decorations, there is actually no place to put them. So just keep it simple. Du Lingling said while touching the table, computer, and bed. They were all very ordinary things. But each of them made Du Lingling miss them very much. And made Du Lingling have the urge to cry again. Chapter 1084 Departure. Yi Sha leaned against the door. You stay here first and sort out your mood. You are not needed for the next thing. You can go back to the Doomsday train by yourself later. Du Lingling shook her head. I am not as fragile as you think. Besides, don't forget that this city is my hometown. I am familiar with everything here. It will be much more convenient for you to have my help. Yi Sha shook his head and insisted. I know very well what state you are in now. You are not suitable to go with me. Yi Sha would not underestimate the danger of this trip. The reason is simple. Because of Gan Lin. Yi Sha was very surprised at Gan Lin's growth rate, and the height she has reached so far. After all, Gan Lin is a special existence for Yi Sha. When they first boarded the Doomsday train, Yi Sha and Gan Lin were in the same carriage number 7. Yi Sha knew very well how weak and incompetent Gan Lin was at that time. It was because of this that Yi Sha looked at Gan Lin differently. At that time, Yi Sha's perception of Gan Lin was that she was at best a beautiful vase, who might be able to live longer with her beauty and body. But in Yi Sha's mind, Gan Lin was lucky to survive 3 stations. After all, a vase means that it can be discarded at any time. When no one protects it, it can be said that it is useless. The problem is that the facts prove that Yi Sha was wrong this time. Gan Lin is not only alive, but also alive and well. In fact, he is not worse than Yi Sha. They are both chief stewards. This time, Gan Lin went to great lengths to use Xia Tian and took out the sword to fall in Nanjiang, so that Yi Sha could not refuse to go to Longling, which naturally made Yi Sha very vigilant. If it can be easily done, is it worth Gan Lin to pay such a price? The answer is obvious. So the Dragon Mausoleum must be very dangerous. Du Lingling is currently emotionally unstable. In this case, not only can she not help Yi Sha, but she may become a burden. Leaving Du Lingling behind is responsible for Du Lingling. And Yi Sha does not want to bring a burden around. Although this statement is a bit cruel. Isn't it the right thing to do in order to survive? Du Lingling gritted her teeth. Believe me, I can do it. Yi Sha still shook his head and thought for a while. If you really want to help, you can communicate with me remotely. Because you know Wulin City very well. And you may be able to help. But I will not bring you with me. You are not suitable for fighting at the moment. And I will even let Falong stay. Just in case. Du Lingling was a little unwilling. But she also understood that what Yi Sha said was the truth. Although she insisted that she had calmed down, she also knew that her mood could not be calmed down. After a while, Du Lingling nodded. Okay. Yi Sha patted Du Lingling on the shoulder. Believe me, when you completely pass this level, you will have a deeper understanding of the cruelty of this world. And then you will become stronger. Du Lingling nodded and sat down at the computer desk. I don't know if this thing can still be used. Yi Sha gestured to the Archon and asked the Archon to help. Fiddling with computers is the Archon's strong point. Du Lingling turned on the computer and said, Where is the dragon tomb you mentioned? Yi Sha, the bottom of East Lake. Du Lingling rolled her eyes. East Lake is very big. Surrounding East Lake, the surrounding area is a well-known tourist attraction. And there are some ancient architectural attractions left over from ancient times. Where do you mean by the bottom of East Lake? The center of the lake? Yi Sha is also a Chinese. He is naturally well known about East Lake. This is a very famous tourist attraction in the whole of China. But he obviously didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Wait a minute. Yi Sha took out the map given by Gan Lin and handed it to Du Lingling. The entrance is here. Du Lingling took a look and directly reported the place name. Jewel Tower? Yi Sha nodded. Yes. That's what it says. Du Lingling. I've never heard of a Longling there. Longling is just a general term, referring to the mausoleum of the emperor, or the mausoleum of the royal family. In Chinese history, there are countless emperors, big and small, especially in some periods, when the land of China was split into several pieces and divided by several dynasties. And Longling does not only refer to the mausoleum of the emperor, but also those so-called princes, and so on. In fact, there are quite a lot of them. Yi Sha, it's not necessarily there. Maybe just an entrance. You could enter from there. Du Lingling, is there a specific location? Yi Sha shook his head. Just say it's in the gem tower. Du Lingling, then let's go to the gem tower first. It's a building built during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. It's very old. It was renovated in later generations, so it has been preserved to this day. Du Lingling shrugged and spread his hands halfway through his speech. It's actually just a stone tower. And it's in AAA level attraction. I don't know what's so good about it. Du Lingling said as she drew a line. It's very close to here. After leaving the block, you will reach the East Lake after passing a square. Follow the lake tour route to the southeast, and you will arrive in half an hour. Yisha nodded. Keep in touch and keep in touch at any time. Du Lingling, are you going now? It's almost evening. Yisha, we have to go to Longling anyway. It doesn't make much difference whether it's day or night. Let's go now. Yisha glanced at the Archon after he finished speaking. The Archon gave Yisha an affirmative look. The computer was still usable. The local network must have been disconnected. But the Archon had found a way to connect to the satellite network. Because of the long-distance communication. And if Longling is underground, the signal may not be very good. And the communication equipment also needs to be debugged. All these preparations need to be completed by the Archon. And the Archon's affirmative look naturally means that everything is done. Yisha, you and Filong stay here. I'm leaving first. Remember to show the way. After Yisha finished speaking, he walked out of the room and went down the corridor. In Yisha's original plan, he planned to act alone this time. And he didn't plan to bring anyone with him. Because this is Du Lingling's hometown. Yisha brought Du Lingling with him to meet her wish to go home. Therefore, whether or not to leave Du Lingling behind is not very important. And it does not affect Yisha's original plan anyway. After walking out of the building, Yisha put on the headset. How to go. Du Lingling, go out of the gate. Turn left to the end. About 100 meters. There is a school. Then turn left and keep going. Yisha walked in the direction Du Lingling said. And the road was smooth. He did not see many zombies. Although they were not invisible. The zombies here seemed to be scattered. This is actually a very strange thing. After all, this area is full of residential areas. And there is even a middle school. It should be a place with a relatively dense population. Chapter 1085 Zombie Tide. This is actually a very simple truth. Why do people say that zombie tides appear more frequently in China? Because China has a large population and a dense population. Why do people say that the frequency of mutant zombies appearing in China is high? And there are many powerful mutant zombies? It is because the population is dense. With a large population base, there are naturally many zombies. And the probability of mutation is naturally high. Therefore, if we narrow the scope of this theory, there will definitely be many zombies in areas with dense populations, such as residential areas, shopping malls, and schools. Although Du Lingling lives in an old residential area, the location is very good. There is a residential area with a pedestrian street to the east and a commercial area to the west. There is a large shopping mall surrounded by many shops and supermarkets. To the southeast, half an hour away is East Lake, and there is a lake tour route. At the same time, with Du Lingling's home as the center, within a radius of 1 kilometer, there is a primary school and a middle school. No matter how you look at it, this should be a place with a relatively dense population distribution. So the number of zombies will naturally not be small. But the fact is that ye shall walk 200 meters and only encountered a dozen or so zombies, compared with the dense population distribution in this place. Such a small number of zombies can be said to be pitifully few. At this time, Du Lingling's voice came again in Yisha's earphone. Do you see the pedestrian street? Yisha came back to his senses. And then, I see it. This is a pedestrian street with a strong ancient flavor. The surrounding buildings are all ancient buildings. And there are many ancient features, such as the archway, on which the two characters Imperial Street are written in a flamboyant style. Du Lingling, walk along the pedestrian street. When you get out of the pedestrian street, you will see a subway station with a square next to it. Let's go there first. Yisha agreed, okay. While speaking, Yisha drew out the sword Luo Nanjiang, swept it to the side, chopped down a zombie wearing ancient waiter's clothes, and then pierced the opponent's head with the sword. Yisha was very satisfied with the sword Luo Nanjiang, especially after using it. Yisha did not want to return the sword to Gonlin at all. And there was another very important thing. Because of the sword falling to Nanjiang, Yisha's rating became 5-star. Originally, Yisha had been stuck at 4-star for a long time. And he was just one step away from reaching 5 stars. And the sword falling to Nanjiang was the final step. If the sword falling to Nanjiang was returned to Gonlin, Yisha's rating would inevitably fall back to 4-star. Which was something Yisha didn't want to see. In this case, He naturally had to do everything he could to kill Xia Tian, and then take back what Gan Lin wanted. After the call ended, Yi Sha looked around and still felt strange. This pedestrian street mainly sells some specialties of Wulin City, as well as local delicacies. Of course, there are also some coffee shops. Although the buildings are simple, the things sold in the shops cannot be antiques. At the same time, this ancient pedestrian street is obviously also a local tourist attraction. Logically speaking, there must be a lot of people in this place where shopping and tourist attractions are combined. But there are still not many zombies. Yi Sha said to the Archon, "I have a bad feeling. Be more vigilant." The Archon nodded and followed Yi Sha cautiously. Walking along the pedestrian street, there was no danger as imagined. There were not many zombies. And there were no mutant zombies. It was impossible to go wrong on such a straight pedestrian street. But the moment he walked out of the pedestrian street, Yi Sha's face suddenly changed. Yi Sha saw the subway station that Du Lingling mentioned. It was not far from the pedestrian street. About 30 meters away, there was a large square on the side. And in the square, all zombies. The square is really big, covering at least tens of thousands of square meters. And at this moment, there are densely packed zombies in it, almost to the point of shoulder to shoulder and hand to hand. How many zombies are there? It's enough to drive people with trypophobia to death. Or, to put it bluntly, this is a zombie tide. Yi Sha finally understood why there were only sporadic zombies in the place where he came before. And all of them gathered in this place. Yi Sha turned around and ran without hesitation. Yi Sha still understood the principle that ants can kill elephants. Yi Sha would rather fight a king-level mutant zombie than face a zombie tide, which can be regarded as one of the most dangerous situations in the end times. However, Yi Sha was still a step too late. When Yi Sha turned around, he accidentally bumped into the sign "No motor vehicles allowed" at the entrance of the pedestrian street. After a bang, many zombies looked in Yi Sha's direction. In fact, it can't be considered that Yi Sha knocked them down. Yi Sha would not make such a low-level mistake. But Yi Sha was running too fast. When he ran, the strong wind knocked the sign down. The zombies started to move at once, rushing out of the square and chasing after Yi Sha. Du Lingling heard the noise and asked anxiously, "What happened?" "It's none of your business. Don't worry about it." Yi Sha, "A little trouble." "A little trouble? Of course not. How could a zombie tide be a little trouble?" Yi Sha cursed in his heart. This was simply a bad start. He encountered a zombie tide just 3 hours after leaving the Doomsday train platform. Would he dare to be more unlucky? As Yi Sha was thinking, a mutant zombie over 3 meters tall came out from the side alley, dragging a bronze gun in his hand. Probably a decoration from a store. Yi Sha wanted to slap himself immediately. Damn this crow mouth. There are zombies chasing behind. And a mutant zombie appeared at this time. And it was a 5-star diamond mutant zombie. Troll. 5-star diamond. Giant warrior evolution mutant zombie. Infinite strength. Good defense. Average speed humanoid zombie. Yi Sha didn't take the 5-star mutant zombie seriously. But it was at least a peak level mutant zombie. Just one step away from the king level. And it was still very strong. Although Yi Sha could deal with it, it was impossible for Yi Sha to easily kill a mutant zombie of this level with just a wave of his hand. As long as Yi Sha was entangled by the trolls for 2 or 3 minutes, the zombies behind him would catch up. Your grandma. Thinking of this, Yi Sha couldn't help but curse again. This was the best interpretation of when it rains it pours. Yi Sha quickly made up his mind that he definitely couldn't fight. If he fought with the trolls and was caught up by the zombies behind him, it would be a big trouble. Yi Sha decisively jumped to the side, then pointed his toes and flew forward, intending to bypass the trolls and continue forward. However, the trolls obviously didn't intend to let Yi Sha go easily. Chapter 1086, This road is blocked. Bang! Bang! The troll dragged the spear, rubbing against the ground and making a sound, and swung it in a circle and swept towards Yi Sha. The spear was nearly 3 meters long and covered a large area. Yi Sha felt the whistling wind and raised his sword. With a clang, a crisp metal sound rang out, and Yi Sha slid back along the ground. Just like the troll's name and size. The most outstanding thing about this guy in front of him, as a mutant zombie, is his strength. Even though Yi Sha and the other party are rated 1 level higher, his strength is slightly inferior. At the same time, the sword fell on Nanjiang's unparalleled effect did not activate, which surprised Yi Sha a little. But he soon understood the reason. Unparalleled. Holding this sword can cut through any armor. The unparalleled effect of the sword fell on Nanjiang only applies to armor. And the bronze spear is obviously not armor, but a weapon. However, the bronze spear is just a decorative item. Although it is well made and solid, it cannot withstand the sharpness of the sword fell on Nanjiang. It was cut into a crack and almost broke. Yisha grinned. This can be considered as the main weapon. Yisha really didn't want to complain about the king's holy sword. If he used the king's holy sword to fight, it would at most leave a mark. The difference is quite obvious. But thinking of the effect of the king's holy sword, it is indeed a weapon that people can't give up. It's so entangled. However, Yisha didn't think much, because he didn't have the time at the moment. After a collision with the troll, the zombies behind him came closer. At the same time, the troll turned his body horizontally and blocked in front of Yisha, as if he would not let Yisha pass until he cut himself. Yisha grinned. Then I'll chop you off. Yisha winked at the Archon, asking him to delay the zombies. And Yisha rushed straight towards the trolls. The whistling wind appeared again, and the moves remained the same. The trolls' attack method was to hold heavy objects and swing them in a circle to attack, which could better demonstrate their great strength. Yisha stared at the gun barrel firmly. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he raised his sword to fall on Nanjiang and chop forward again. Yisha's sword seemed ordinary, but it was actually very difficult, because Yisha was staring at the crack that Jianluo Nanjiang had cut on the gun barrel before and chopped it down. Dang! The crisp sound of the sword clashing with Nanjiang rang out again, and the sword fell on the bronze spear, and the spear broke immediately. The next moment, Yisha did not stop and rushed towards the troll. Puff! Coming in front of the troll, Yisha pushed the sword forward and stabbed it into the troll's chest, then pressed his palm forward. Shock wave. With a bang, the invisible force rushed forward and hit the troll's body fiercely, blasting the troll away. To deal with zombies, whether they are ordinary or mutant, the only choice is to chop off their heads. But the height of the troll is a big problem. It is almost 3 meters tall, which is too tall. It is difficult to cut accurately with a sword, and it is difficult to control the position of the chop when jumping up. Therefore, the best way is to knock the troll down first. Bang! After the troll flew out, it hit a building on the side fiercely. After a loud bang, it knocked down a part of the wall. Before the troll could get up, Yisha jumped out, quickly came to the troll, raised his sword and stabbed it hard. Puff! The sound of the blade entering the flesh appeared, but Yisha failed to pierce the troll's head with one sword. Before Yisha succeeded, the troll raised his arm, and the sword pierced the troll's arm, consuming most of the power of this attack. So only a bloody line was cut on the troll's forehead. Yisha showed a ferocious look, and suddenly twisted the sword and picked it up. Puff! The second sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh appeared, and Yisha easily cut off the troll's arm. Yisha was very satisfied with this attack. Or rather, he was satisfied with the sword falling in Nanjiang again. This was something that the king's holy sword could not do. The biggest problem of the king's holy sword was that apart from those effects, its own sharpness was not enough. After cutting off one of the troll's arms, Yisha's attack fell again, without any pause, and did not give the troll a chance to block again. Puff! The sword fell into the troll's head steadily this time. Yisha twisted it hard, and the troll's head split into 2 halves. You killed trolls. Cumulative number 2. A mysterious voice sounded at the right time. Yisha turned around and left without any pause, and ran out of the store quickly. The Archon has been caught in the tide of zombies. After the Archon evolved from the Arbitrator, he has always been fierce. In Yisha's opinion, the Archon should have the strength of a king. Even so, the Archon still couldn't stand up to the zombies. A pair of white light chains swung forward, and the zombies around were either blown away or torn apart. The Archon was killing the zombies at an extremely fast speed. However, the Archon's killing speed was still not as fast as the zombies coming. Those zombies kept coming up from behind, not giving the Archon a chance to breathe. Even those zombies whose bodies were torn apart by the Archon's light chains crawled on the ground, frantically trying to grab the Archon's ankles with their hands. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yisha couldn't help but sigh. The zombie tide is indeed one of the most terrifying things in the end times. No matter how strong you are, you may be caught by accident. Being trapped in the zombie tide is like jumping into the Yellow Spring River. Thinking of this, Yisha didn't delay and quickly ran towards the direction of the Archon, pulled out the red flame bomb, pulled out a few crystal bars, and threw them forward. Boom! 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 The red flame bomb fell into the zombie tide, and immediately exploded. One by one, huge fireballs exploded instantly. The impact of the explosion was continuous and pushed around, blowing away all the zombies around. Yisha shouted to the Archon, "Go!" When facing a zombie tide, the most taboo thing is to rely on your strength to withstand the impact of the zombie tide. Such guys usually died in the zombie tide long ago. To deal with a zombie tide, if there are enough people, you can try to divert and disperse them. If there are not enough people, it is best to hope that you can run fast enough. Running out of the sight of those zombies, and staying away from the zombie tide is the best choice. The Archon jumped out of the zombie tide twice, returned to Yisha's side, and then ran wildly with Yisha. "Hello. Hello." At this time, Du Lingling's voice sounded. But seeing that Yisha had not spoken for a long time, she could not help asking, "Have you left the square?" "After leaving the square, you will be along the Yohu Road. Follow that road, and you will reach the gem tower directly." Yisha smiled bitterly. "There is a sign there, saying, 'This road is blocked.'" Chapter 1087 Charge. Du Lingling was confused. "This road is blocked? What does that mean?" Yisha waved at the Archon, and then took a 5-second video of the zombie tide, and sent it to Du Lingling. Du Lingling was shocked. "Zombie tide?" "Zombie tide is indeed something that scares everyone." Yisha reminded, "Don't think about coming to help. I can run away by myself. But I can't take care of it if you come here. So, you just need to show the way. Is there any other way to get through this place?" Du Lingling, "There is a road on the side of the square that goes to the business district. You can also go around from there. There is also a large underground garage under the mall where you can find a car." Yisha rolled his eyes. "All those things behind me ran out of the square. You want me to go back now?" Du Lingling, "That's a bit troublesome. Run forward first. Turn right at the crossroads. About 300 meters away is the landscape tower where I entered the Doomsday train platform." Yisha nodded, and immediately accelerated again with the Archon. Yisha's speed was his biggest reliance in the face of the zombie tide. The Archon's speed was definitely slower than Yisha's, but much faster than those zombies. As long as the two of them were not surrounded and killed in the center of the zombie tide, it would not be impossible to rely on their speed to forcibly get rid of the zombie tide. And at this moment, if you look down from the air, it is also very spectacular. Yisha and the Archon are running in front, and the zombies behind them are densely packed, chasing along the streets, and there is no end in sight. However, the two sides always maintained a distance of 20 to 30 meters. But when he ran to the intersection that Du Lingling mentioned, Yisha turned to the left and cursed again. A large group of zombies were rushing towards Yisha. Zombie tides are like this. They either don't appear, or once they appear, they are really everywhere. It is completely incomprehensible where these guys came from. Or, this is actually the characteristic of zombies. When the zombie tide starts, it will crush all the way, and the zombies on the road will be driven up, eventually leading to a larger and larger scale of the zombie tide. This is also the terrifying part of the zombie tide. Yisha didn't hesitate. It was too late to retreat and change the road. He might have to collide with the zombies behind him at the crossroads. In this case, he could only kill his way out. Clang! Yisha drew out his sword Luo Nanjiang without hesitation and rushed directly into the zombie group in front. Puff! Puff! Yisha came to the front of the zombie group, suddenly jumped up, raised his sword Luo Nanjiang and swept forward. And the heads of two zombies flew up and fell into the zombie group. The next moment, when Yisha landed, he raised his palm and pushed forward. Shock wave. With a bang, a large number of zombies flew backwards, hitting other zombies and knocking them down. The Archon also rushed in at the right time, and a white light condensed in his palm. The white light quickly turned into the shape of a chain, swung forward and left and right, whipping the zombies and throwing them away. Yisha and the Archon successfully opened a gap in the zombie group, then jumped forward and continued to run forward. But it still delayed them for some time. The zombies behind them had already caught up and joined those zombies, and continued to chase Yisha and the Archon, even catching up to a distance of about 5 meters, which was already very close. Of course, as long as he didn't catch up, Yisha had the confidence to keep the distance farther and farther. But there were still zombies staggering out of the shops and alleys in front. and their speed was getting faster and faster, and they were slowly gathering. If they were blocked again, they would definitely be swallowed up by the zombie tide. Yisha grabbed all the crystal bars in the red flame bomb and threw them backwards. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions rang out crazily, and the hot fireballs shattered continuously and pushed towards the surroundings. The surrounding buildings collapsed, making a loud roar, and the flames spread along the houses and quickly burned. You know, these are all antique buildings, built with a lot of wooden structures. The fire walls burned fiercely, but they still couldn't stop the zombies. Even though the zombies were burning, they still chased out and moved forward crazily. Yisha cursed, "It's just endless." While Yisha was speaking, Jian Luo Nanjiang raised up and slashed to the side, chopping off the head of a zombie that was rushing over. The Archon's light chain swung forward, which was actually quite useful against zombies, because it was powerful and had great coverage. Du Lingling's voice came from the headset. "What's going on? Yisha, have you seen the landscape tower you mentioned? Called the bell and drum tower?" Du Lingling, "Yes. Out of the tower. There is a three-way intersection. Run to the right. There is a residential area, but it is all old-style houses, the kind of black-tiled houses, which are historical heritage buildings and have never been demolished. Yisha, let's get to the point. I'm not here for a visit." Du Lingling, "Just getting to the point. Run to that area. About 20 to 30 meters away. There is a breakfast shop called Baomei. There is an alley on the side. Run in, and you can go up the mountain." Yisha looked up. Although Wulin City is not a mountain city, it is surrounded by mountains around East Lake. The area where Yisha is located belongs to the area built around the foot of the mountain. Du Lingling continued, "That Nanshan is also a famous scenic spot here. It has been renovated. Just run along the mountain path. Get rid of those zombies first. I will show you the way. You can directly reach the tour line of East Lake by crossing the mountain." "Okay," Yisha agreed, and he and the Archon sped up again, rushing directly from the bottom of the tower. A zombie was hiding at the door on the other side of the tower. When Yisha ran over, the zombie suddenly jumped out from the side, opened his mouth, showing a mouthful of black teeth, and bit down at Yisha. Yisha's eyes were stern, but he reacted very quickly. He quickly moved his body to the side, avoiding the zombie's bite, and pressed his palm on the back of the zombie's head, pressing the zombie's head to the ground. Bang! With a loud noise, the ground cracked open, rocks turned up, and the zombie's head was embedded in the ground. After killing the zombie, Yisha threw the sword to the Archon, then took a deep breath, stretched out his hand and grabbed the air, and the infinite bow appeared in his palm. Yisha pulled the bowstring without hesitation, and imagined 3 ice arrows in a fan shape on the bowstring, and then flew backwards. The 3 ice arrows arced in the air and fell at the entrance of the tower, making a crack sound, and a piece of frost quickly spread. Chapter 1088, Over the Mountain. When the frost spread in all directions, the zombies just came to the bottom of the tower. Puff, puff, puff. In the condensed frost, countless ice cones pierced out diagonally, piercing into the bodies of the zombies and piercing their chests. Even so, the zombies still couldn't die, waving their arms forward with their teeth and claws, trying to break through the ice cones and continue chasing. However, this was enough for Yisha. What he needed was to make the zombie tide stagnate for a moment. The next moment, Yisha drew his bow and drew his arrow again. Arrow of heavenly punishment. Yisha's eyes were cold. After pulling the bowstring, he aimed slightly, and then released his fingers that were holding the string. Puff! The sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded. The arrow of heavenly punishment drew a half-moon arc and landed accurately on the heads of those zombies, and then began to spread out crazily. 1 illusion is 2. 2 illusions are 4. 4 illusions are 8. 8 illusions are 16. In almost an instant, a dense rain of arrows formed, and then fell madly downwards, piercing the bodies of those zombies. "Let's go!" Yisha waved his hand at the Archon, who threw the sword back to Yisha. Yisha took it and continued to run forward. The zombie tide is definitely endless, unless it is raining and storming at this moment. In that case, Yisha, as the 8 winds and rain, can give it a try. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to kill all the zombies behind him. But the sky punishment arrow can still stop the advance of the zombie tide. It should last about half a minute. Although the time is not long. It is enough for Yi Sha to distance himself from the Archon. Running in the direction Du Lingling said. Yi Sha soon saw the snack shop called Bao Mei. There was an alley on the side, which was very narrow, about the width of two people standing side by side. After rushing into the alley was quite normal at first. It was an alley formed between ordinary houses. But after passing through the houses, a stone road appeared behind, paved with bluestone bricks. When he reached the end, Yi Sha saw a 1,000-step staircase leading to the mountain. Du Lingling's voice sounded in the headset. More than 10 or 20 years ago, there were tile houses on the South Mountain, and people lived there. Later, it was converted into a tourist attraction and naturally demolished. This road was used by the residents to go up and down the mountain, and it was just right for hiding from the zombie tide. Yi Sha nodded. This was indeed a good place to hide from the zombies. Yi Sha didn't know whether the zombies could catch up, but even if they could, the threat would be much weaker. The alley was only wide enough for two people to stand side by side, which meant that at most two zombies could rush into the alley. Even more, because of the pushing and shoving, two zombies couldn't pass smoothly. When they reached the front of the 1,000 steps, the stone steps were about 1.5 meters wide and very steep. There were hillsides on both sides, covered with weeds. Yi Sha stood on the top of the stone steps. When the zombies climbed up, he could kick them and knock down a large area. In general, the road Du Lingling pointed out was fine. The terrain of this place was not friendly to the zombies. In Yi Sha's opinion, after hiding in this place, he was almost safe. Even if the zombies continued to chase him, it would be much easier to deal with them by using the terrain. Yi Sha walked up the stone steps toward the mountain, looking back from time to time. But he did not find any trace of the zombies. He did not know whether they had not caught up yet, or this alley was too hidden and the zombies had not found it. Anyway, no matter which one it was a good thing for Yi Sha. Yi Sha waited for a while to make sure that the zombies did not continue to chase him. And then he walked into the mountain. Although it is called entering the mountain, it is not a wild mountain. There is a road, which is not difficult to walk, but the road is not easy to recognize. Yi Sha pressed the headset. How to get there? Du Lingling, don't worry. I'll check. It is true that Du Lingling was born and raised in Wulin City, but a native would not run up the mountain for no reason. After a while, Du Lingling, the east, south, and north are facing the street market. If you go west, there is Wanchanling. There is a driveway, and going down there is the cruise line. And you can also find a car by the way. Yi Sha, I'm asking how to get there now? Can you understand it as how to get there in the mountains? Just heading west? Yi Sha glanced to the west, where there were large areas of forest and weeds. Yi Sha was speechless. You're not going to let me go over the mountain directly, are you? Du Lingling, that's a tourist attraction. And it's also where a group of old men and women do morning exercises every day. Just follow the mountain path. There are road signs. Yi Sha slapped his forehead. He was stupid. Du Lingling, when you see the road sign, go in the direction of Chungwang Temple, and then you'll see the road sign to Wanchanling. Yi Sha nodded. Okay. Bringing Du Lingling here is still somewhat useful. If Yi Sha were alone, he would really just run around blindly, running wherever he went. Even if he encountered a zombie wave, at least he had a relatively clear route. Yi Sha walked along the mountain path. I didn't see many zombies. Just a few. Probably those who were still on the mountain when the end of the world came. As for the wild animals, there were no wild animals in the scenic area. Nanshan is not small, but there are mountain paths, so the road is not difficult to walk. So the speed is naturally very fast. It took Yi Sha about 2 hours to cross the mountain and go down the mountain at Wanchanling mentioned by Du Lingling. This is a lane that runs across Nanshan. It is now full of parked cars, blocking the road. It is obvious that many people are preparing to leave here when the end of the world comes, which has caused the current situation. As for the two sides of the blocked road, zombies are roaming around densely. Yi Sha sighed. This road is not easy to walk on, but it is much better than the zombie tide. As Yi Sha said this, he jumped onto a car, drew his sword and fell to Nanjiang, and then chopped down a zombie with its back to him, and the head rolled to the side with a gurgle. Gurgle. Roar. The noise made by Yi Sha alarmed the other zombies, who turned around and rushed towards Yi Sha immediately. But at this moment, the Archon suddenly shook his wrist. Clang. Clang. The white chains dragged across the ground, making a crisp sound, and then suddenly jumped up from the ground, like two white snakes, revealing their ferocious fangs, and rolled forward. The heads of the three zombies close to Yisha fell off in an instant. Yisha lowered his head. Let's go! There was only one road over the mountain, and the middle was blocked by cars. It was impossible to avoid it, so he could only kill it directly. Fortunately, although there are many zombies on this mountain road, they are far from the level of a zombie tide. They are all people who left the mountain road by car, and ended up staying here forever. Puff! Puff! While thinking, Yisha swept his sword across Nanjiang, chopped down two zombies who wanted to climb onto the car, and then jumped onto the next car with a leap. Then he continued to jump forward, stepping on the roof of the car and moving forward. Chapter 1089 Strange Fish. Yisha and the Archon stepped on the roof and killed their way forward. It was not difficult to fight their way through this lane. Although there were zombies everywhere, the number was not as many as expected, because most of the roads were blocked by cars, which made the zombies appear more numerous. Secondly, because the roads were blocked by cars, the zombies could only move in the gaps. Yisha and the Archon occupied the roof of the car to prevent the zombies from climbing up, so it was easy to kill the zombies. As for climbing onto other cars and then jumping over, if ordinary zombies could be so smart, the days of the end of the world would be even more difficult. Stepping on the roof of the car without any danger, crossing the one-channeling driveway. It is the Lake Tour route. This Lake Tour route is easy to recognize. It is right on the edge of East Lake, and the outer circle of roads is the East Lake route. If you drive forward, you can even see East Lake directly. East Lake is very famous, and the surrounding circle is full of tourist attractions. So this is a tourist route, and it is also a very famous night tour route. Many people choose this place for night tours by car. There is a bar street not far away, but they are all clean bars, not messy and quiet, which is in line with the style of this place. Yisha turned off the headset. I'm out of one-channeling. How should I go next? Dueling. Just walk along the Lake Tour route. The gym tower is right next to the East Lake. If you want to take a shortcut, you can take the Wanshan Tunnel, but I suggest you walk along the lake. The road is easier to recognize. Yisha, okay. Keep in touch at any time. There were many zombies on the road along the lake. It was not a zombie tide, but considering the distribution of people, the number of zombies in this place was relatively normal. Yisha held his sword and walked down the southern border while killing. It was definitely more troublesome to walk, but some vehicles around collided with each other. It was obvious that they could no longer be used. Yisha could only move forward. However, Yisha soon found that there seemed to be fewer zombies by the lake, because there were guardrails set up at the crosswalk and the location near the lake. There was a flower bed behind the guardrail, and there was another fence behind the flower bed. In this way, it would be difficult for the zombies wandering on the driveway to get close to the lake. After Yisha discovered this, he naturally quickly climbed over the guardrail and fence, approached the lake, and then walked along the lake. East Lake is very famous. The scenery here should be extremely beautiful. A lot of greenery is planted along the lake. There are stone benches at intervals for people to rest. At night, it is still a good place for couples to be affectionate. Of course, all of this can only be added with the word before. The East Lake is very large, and you can't see the other side at a glance. The water, which should be extremely clear, is now gray and black, and there are a lot of floating impurities of unknown origin. In addition, there are corpses, a large number of floating corpses floating in the lake, swaying along the undulating lake water. At this moment, the East Lake is clearly a cemetery where a large number of corpses are buried. Yisha looked for a while, and waved to the Archon. Let's go. We have to get to the gym tower before nightfall. But what surprised Yisha was that the Archon did not move, but entered a state of preparation for war. A fatal voice sounded in Yisha's head. There is something in that lake. Yisha raised his eyebrows, and immediately held the sword Luo Nanjiang in front of him. However, at this moment, countless black bubbles suddenly appeared on the lake's surface about 10 meters away. Puff! Suddenly, a black water arrow flew out of the lake and headed towards the shore. Yisha took a step forward without hesitation, and held the sword Luo Nanjiang in front of him. With a clang, the black water arrow hit the sword, and Yisha lifted up the sword and deflected the water arrow. Go! After blocking the water arrow, Yisha immediately turned around and left. Anyway, that thing is in the lake. Maybe it is some mutated ancient aquatic species. Or it may be a mutated zombie or something. And it is very likely that it cannot come ashore. In this case, there is no need to worry about it. Even if it is amphibious. We can wait until the other party catches up to the shore. But Yisha had already turned around and stepped back a few steps. Only to find that the Archon was still standing by the lake. Yisha looked at the Archon in confusion. I need to fight. The Archon rarely responded to Yisha by speaking. His voice was a little dry. His pronunciation was not very accurate. And it was vague. But Yisha could still barely hear it. As for the Archon's request, Yisha was a little surprised. The Archon had always been an extremely well-behaved type. He would do whatever Yisha said, working hard without complaint, just like a human ox. This was the first time the Archon had made a request. Yisha was not dissatisfied. With the evolution, the Archon had already shown some intelligent characteristics. In fact, the Archon could indeed communicate with Yisha. Communication is the most intuitive manifestation of wisdom. Since it is an intelligent alien creature, it is natural for it to put forward its own ideas and opinions. Splash. At this time, a large splash suddenly appeared in the lake, followed by a column of water rising into the sky. And then a strange black fish jumped out of the water. The black fish looked a bit like a carp, and was extremely large, about 3 meters away. Its eyes were like lanterns, and there was a row of pierced bones at the dorsal fin, which was very ferocious. Puff, puff. After the strange fish jumped out of the lake, it directly drew water from the lake, and then sprayed it towards the shore, turning into 2 water arrows. Yisha looked at the Archon, and the big fish should have been infected with the zombie virus and mutated. In fact, it didn't have to be killed. After all, it was a fish. As long as it didn't mutate and grow legs, it couldn't get ashore. But since the Archon wants to fight, Yisha, let's fight. 2 water arrows shot at Yisha and the Archon respectively. When they were about to reach him, Yisha took a step forward and slashed down with a sword, cutting the water arrow in 2. On the other side, the Archon raised his right palm and condensed a black light ball and blasted it out. With a loud bang, the light ball collided with the water arrow, smashing the water arrow to pieces. Then, the Archon spread his left hand and formed a light chain, which he fiercely drew into the lake. Bang! The light chain hit the lake surface, making a loud noise and rolling up a large wave. But it failed to hit the strange fish. The strange fish was fast, and went back into the lake when the light chain fell. This is actually the reason why Yisha was unwilling to fight with the big fish. It seemed that the big fish was not very strong. But the problem was that it was swimming in the lake, and it would be very disadvantageous for Yisha and the Archon to fight. If they jumped into the lake to fight, the situation would obviously be disadvantageous for Yisha and the Archon. Chapter 1090, Fighting. Yisha was thinking about countermeasures. If the strange fish was not smart enough, then the infinite bow could be used to deal with it. But if the strange fish was smart enough to dive to the bottom of the lake or escape, then there was really no good way. However, what Yisha did not expect was that the Archon was so decisive, and jumped directly into the lake without hesitation. Yisha was stunned. Could it be that the strange fish had something that the Archon needed? It was fine if it wanted to fight, but it was so eager to fight. Fighting in the lake was quite risky even though the Archon was quite powerful. Yisha thought about it, and finally did not call the Archon back. He decided to wait and see what happened. The Archon was eager to fight, so calling him back was obviously not a good choice. While thinking, Yisha stretched out his hand and materialized the infinite bow, and decided to provide cover on the side. Boom! At this time, a water column suddenly shot up from the lake, splashing water. Under the water column, the Archon's white light chain flew into the air. It can be seen that the Archon seems to want to fight this battle, and the battle in the lake is very fierce. The next moment, the strange fish surfaced again. Half of its body was outside, and it opened its mouth and spit out water arrows continuously towards the front. Puff, puff, puff. The water arrows were not coming towards Yisha, but downwards, because the Archon was still in the water. The water arrows broke through the lake water, like stones hitting the water, and went downwards. The Archon is very good at swimming. Or in other words, when the Archon was still an arbitrator, the way of underwater combat was written into the arbitrator's program, and after the arbitrator evolved into the Archon, this point was also retained. Facing the water arrows, the Archon was very fast. He kept kicking his feet and moved sideways to the left and right, dodging 2 water arrows in a row. However, being in the water would definitely have an impact. The 3rd water arrow fell, and the Archon finally had no way to avoid it. He was hit directly. Feeling the impact of the water arrow, the Archon was directly hit and turned over. When the Archon finally stabilized his body, the strange fish jumped up from the lake, then dived into the water, and fell quickly, swimming in front of the Archon. The bloody mouth opened and bit the Archon's arm directly, then dragged the Archon forward. The Archon raised his fist and continuously hit the fish, but because of the resistance of the water, although it was not completely powerless, it was difficult to cause any damage to the fish. Above. At this time, Yisha's voice suddenly sounded, and then Yisha drew his bow and shot 3 ice arrows forward. The ice arrows fell on the lake, and the lake immediately made a crackling sound, and quickly froze a large area, freezing the lake surface. The Archon saw a shadow on the lake and immediately understood Yisha's intention. He condensed a black ball of light in his left palm and pressed it hard on the body of the strange fish. Bang! The ball of light exploded, bringing with it a huge impact force, pushing away the surrounding water flow, and at the same time knocking the strange fish out, rolling continuously in the lake. After breaking free from the mouth of the strange fish, the Archon swung his right hand, and a white light chain quickly rushed towards the lake surface, breaking the ice on the lake surface and then fixing it on the ice. As the light chain contracted, the Archon's body quickly moved toward the lake. After being blown away, the strange fish rolled around and quickly chased after the Archon. Bang! The Archon broke through the ice and jumped onto the ice. The next moment, the strange fish followed closely, swung its tail in midair, opened and closed its mouth, and spit out water arrows again towards the Archon. The Archon growled and opened his arms to both sides. Bang! Bang! The Archon used his body to block 2 water arrows with extraordinary dominance, and let the strange fish attack him. Yisha watched from the shore and couldn't help but frown. The Archon felt a little strange, because the Archon was always calm in battle and rarely showed such a violent side. Moreover, Yisha always felt that the Archon seemed to be pursuing something. Boom! At this time, the strange fish fell from the air, smashed a large piece of the ice, and then fell into the water. The ice on the lake surface broke apart and floated along the current. The Archon kept jumping on the ice surface, and right under the Archon's feet, a huge black shadow was swimming closely following the Archon's figure. With a puff, a column of water suddenly sprang up on the lake surface, and then the strange fish jumped out of the lake again, swung in the air, and whipped the Archon fiercely with its tail. With a loud bang, the Archon's body was swept away, sliding continuously along the lake surface, and then grabbing a floating piece of ice. The Archon turned over. The strange fish emerged from the water, opened its mouth, and sprayed towards the Archon again. The Archon crossed his arms and faced the water arrows again. Bang! 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 The water arrows hit the Archon continuously, then exploded, forcing the Archon to retreat. Yisha finally understood what was strange. The Archon had been passively defending and had not fought back. Although the Archon would inevitably be in a disadvantageous situation in the battle in the lake, it was not so disadvantageous that he had no power to fight back. Obviously, the Archon was deliberately defending and not fighting back. At this time, the strange fish jumped out of the lake again and hit the Archon fiercely, intending to knock the Archon off the ice. The Archon was quick and grabbed the edge of the ice and refused to let go. The strange fish immediately opened its bloody mouth and bit the Archon's leg directly, trying to drag the Archon back to the lake. The sharp teeth directly pierced into the Archon's leg, and blood flowed out of the wound and seeped into the lake. As the strange fish continued to exert force, a horrible wound was opened on the Archon's leg. Even so, the Archon was still struggling to hold on. Yisha raised the infinite bow, put on the piercing arrow, and quickly put the infinite bow down. Obviously, there must be a reason why the Archon only carried out unilateral defense and did not counterattack. Maybe the Archon wanted to use the strange fish to do something? If Yisha shot the strange fish now, it would probably destroy the Archon's plan. So Yisha decided to wait and see. It was just a moment of delay. Although the Archon could still hold on, the piece of ice could not hold on. With a click, it broke into pieces. And then the Archon was dragged into the lake again by the strange fish. Watching the ripples on the lake, the Archon and the strange fish disappeared. Yisha's heart was also lifted. Don't capsize in the ditch. Otherwise it will be a lot of fun. Chapter 1091 Archon Evolution. The strange fish dragged Archon into the lake and then remained silent for a long time. Yisha was calm at first, but gradually became a little anxious, because Archon's condition was obviously not right. It didn't matter whether the strange fish was killed or not, but Archon should not be killed. Yisha was hesitating whether to go into the lake himself. But at this time, boom! A loud noise suddenly came from the lake. And then Archon's light chain appeared, wrapped around a piece of ice, and quickly tightened. And then Archon jumped out of the lake and landed on the ice. The Archon had apparently fought with the strange fish again in the lake. He looked miserable at the moment, with many wounds on his body, especially on his calf, where a piece of flesh was obviously missing. The next moment, the strange fish jumped out of the water again, opened its mouth, and shot another water arrow. The Archon stood there, seemingly without any reaction. And then, puff! When the water arrow fell in front of the Archon suddenly made a move, swung his arm forward, and smashed the water arrow into pieces. Yisha's eyes lit up, and he felt that the Archon seemed to be a little different. Ah! At this time, the Archon suddenly raised his head and roared. And then, the Archon's body began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. The arbitrator was very tall, and when he evolved into the Archon, he shrank a little. And now, the Archon's body began to shrink again. The muscles all over his body began to tighten, making the Archon's height shrink to about 1.9 meters. And his size was obviously 2 times smaller. But his muscles were tighter, showing more explosive power. And each muscle was like granite. At the same time, the Archon's skin color also changed, slowly becoming ruddy. During the Arbiter period, the skin color of the Arbiter's flesh was completely the color of a dead body. After evolving into an Archon, it obviously changed, but it still felt pale and lifeless. Now, the Archon's skin color finally looked a bit like a human, as if it was alive. But soon, the skin color became abnormal again, because the ruddy feeling was too much. It was as if there was a fire burning inside the Archon's body, making his skin red and somewhat unnatural. Puff! At this time, a muffled sound of flesh being torn apart came from behind the Archon. And then a hole appeared behind him. Countless things similar to crystals grew out of the Archon's body, fiery red, extending to the right and connected together. After a while, those fiery red crystals took shape and turned into half a crystal wing. Roar! The Archon roared again. And then the surface of his skin changed again, with lava-like stone flakes appearing and covering his whole body. Evolution. Yisha finally understood that the Archon had evolved. Could it be? Yisha guessed something. The Archon's evolution must have been brought about by the Apostle's arm. Although the arm was almost fatal, Yisha tore off a few pieces of flesh and blood at that time and gave them to the little ancient cat, the Archon, the corpse flower, and even a small piece to the steel-armored evil centipede. And now, thanks to the flesh and blood of the Apostles, the Archon finally evolved first. As for the Archon's previous strange behavior, it was probably because he was just one step away from evolution. In order to cross the last boundary, the Archon used the most direct method, the method of life and death. The Archon used death to force himself to cross that threshold and successfully completed the evolution. Roar! Growling again, watching the strange fish continue to spit water arrows at him, the Archon raised his palm directly forward. The air seemed to be burning at this moment, becoming scorching hot. Then a fireball burned in front of the Archon's palm, and the fireball kept rolling, and then gradually became larger with the rolling. Boom! The moment the fireball took shape, it pushed forward, and the lake surface was pushed away when the fireball passed by, and the fireball could not be extinguished. The next moment, the fireball hit the body of the strange fish fiercely, and the flesh and blood of the strange fish was burnt in the blink of an eye. And then it kept rolling on the lake surface and was blown away. However, the strange fish was not dead yet. It was tumbling on the lake surface, flapping its wings and trying to quickly dive to the bottom of the lake. But at this moment, the crystal fire wings behind the Archon spread out to the side. Countless sharp red crystals shot forward, piercing through the lake surface and chasing the strange fish. The surroundings seemed to suddenly become quiet and silent. In a moment, some blood floated on the lake surface, and then the body of the strange fish slowly floated up from the lake. You have killed mutated manta rays. Cumulative number, 1. Although the strange fish was killed by the Archon. The Archon was Yisha's. So the account was naturally counted on Yisha. So the mysterious voice appeared at the right time. The Archon jumped up and continued to jump back to the lake on the broken ice. Yisha took a look and found that it had indeed evolved. And from the last 2 attacks, it seemed that its strength was obviously much stronger. In addition, the Archon obviously possessed some abilities of the Apostle. That is, controlling fire. The Apostle was called the Son of Fire by Malfarion. And its ability can be imagined. The Archon now obviously has the ability to set fires. But it is unknown whether the Archon's own ability has changed or simply enhanced. Yisha thought for a while, can it be changed back? The wings behind the Archon quickly cracked, and then turned into a pile of fragments scattered on the ground, then burned and disappeared. But the Archon's skin color, and the lava flakes covering his body, did not change at all. And it was obviously impossible to change. Yisha hesitated for a moment. He was worried that seeing the Archon's appearance would remind him of the Apostle. But overall, Yisha felt it was okay. There were some changes on the Archon's body, but the difference from the Apostle's appearance was still quite large. Simply being able to manipulate fire was nothing. Then let's do it this way. Yisha, if you could only fold the wings. It doesn't matter whether you fold them or not. You probably won't see anything. Or, you should take out the wings. With half of the wings, it feels even more different from the Apostle's appearance. The Archon nodded. Although he had evolved, he still said whatever Yisha said. There was a click sound behind him. And then pieces of fiery red crystals grew back and turned into half wings. Yisha waved his hand. Let's go. We can continue our journey now. Yisha looked at the sky, which was gradually getting dark. If he didn't hurry up, he might not be able to get there before nightfall. Chapter 1092 Dragon Wall. After dealing with the strange fish, Yisha did not run into any more trouble. He found a car and followed the governor along the lake. If he couldn't find the way, he would ask Duelingling. After about 2 hours, Yisha found the gem tower. Just as Duelingling said, it was a stone tower. At most, it was very old and had some ancient charm. There was nothing to see. The key point was the entrance and exit of Longling. Unfortunately, Yisha didn't find it either. Has summer not arrived yet? Yisha looked around, and it seemed that there was no place where people appeared. Or rather, it seemed that no one had been there. At the same time, there were not many zombies around the gem tower. And no zombies were chopped. So summer may not have really come. Duelingling suddenly, I think there may be some misunderstanding? Yisha was puzzled. What do you mean? Duelingling, are you sure Longling is in the gem tower? Yisha, Gonlin said so. Duelingling, this is the misunderstanding I was referring to. Was she referring to the Jewel Tower? Or the Jewel Tower as a tourist attraction? Yisha, is there any difference between the two? Duelingling, of course there is a difference. If it refers to the Jewel Tower, it is the one in front of you. But the tourist attraction is another matter. How boring do you think people are to travel all the way to see a stone tower? Yisha understood some of the meaning and frowned. What do you mean? Duelingling, if it is the Jewel Tower as a tourist attraction, there are actually some things around it, such as the strange stones of Shurlam Mountain. The Liuxia stone is very famous. And to the west is Giling, a Taoist resort, where there is a Baopu Taoist temple. Yisha, are these all considered together? Duelingling, yes. They are different attractions in a scenic area. But because the Gemstone Tower is the most famous, everyone refers to it as the Gemstone Tower. Who would be crazy enough to go all the way there just to spend 10 minutes looking at a stone tower? Yisha thought for a while. Then where do you think Longling is most likely to be? Duelingling, it's hard to say. First of all, the Gemstone Tower is unlikely. There is only one tower here. Because it is famous, there is a lot of traffic. You can see that the area around the Gemstone Tower has been renovated. I remember there are restaurants and shops there. The probability of Longling not being discovered is quite small. Yisha, where is the Liuxia stone? Duelingling, the rocks there are ochre red. And there are many shiny red minerals in the rock. Whenever the sun shines, the whole mountain is full of colorful Liuxia. But it is actually just stone. Do you think Longling will be in the mountain? Yisha, the mausoleum should still be underground. Right. Duelingling, that possibility is also small. The surrounding rock viewing areas have been repaired. and the mountain has obviously been opened for the convenience of sightseeing. So it seems that only Baopu Taoist temple can be there. Yisha, since a Taoist temple has been built. It's unlikely. Right? Du Lingling, it is said that the place was where Guhong practiced. It was destroyed in the Yuan dynasty, and rebuilt in the Ming dynasty. It has not been touched since then. It was not until more than 20 years ago that the outer wall and statues were built. But the foundation was not moved. Yisha frowned and thought about it. Du Lingling, first of all, there is no passage in the gem tower. It is hard to imagine what is underground. The situation at Liuxia Stone is similar. There is only the Baopu Taoist temple. It feels like there will be a secret passage or something. Yisha nodded. That makes sense. Du Lingling, secondly, doesn't Taoism have feng shui? In theory, it is most likely related to Longling. Just because no one knows Longling in modern times, doesn't mean no one knew about it in ancient times. Maybe the Taoist temple was built there on purpose. Yisha, although it was renovated later, it was mainly the interior of the temple. As long as it is not rebuilt or dug, it is very likely that no one will know about it. Du Lingling, that's what I mean. Moreover, although I have never been there, I heard that there is a scenic spot there called Dragon Wall. Yisha decisively said. Show me the way. Du Lingling, there is a road behind the gem tower. Go up all the way. There are road signs. Just go in the direction of Gelying. Yisha left the gem tower, and followed the direction Du Lingling said. The most convenient thing about finding a place in a tourist attraction is that there are road signs everywhere. It is very convenient. After Du Lingling explained the general direction, Yisha easily found the way, and found Baopu Taoist temple all the way. Standing at the gate of Baopu Taoist temple, it was very simple. On the yellow wall on the side, the 4 characters Baopu Taoist temple were written in a flamboyant style, and they were still in traditional Chinese characters. At the same time, Yisha silently pulled out the sword that fell on Nanjiang. Because, if nothing unexpected happened, Yisha thought he had found the right place. At the gate of Baopu Taoist temple, there were 2 zombies lying. Yisha looked at the blood on the ground, and it was not dry yet. Obviously, the 2 zombies were killed not long ago. This naturally means that someone has been here, and it was not long ago. Yisha's mind flashed with the image of Xia Tian. If nothing unexpected happened, it was very likely that Xia Tian was here. Moreover, Longling was probably here. Yisha stepped over 2 corpses, quickly entered the Taoist temple, and then walked inside. There were more zombies lying in the Taoist temple. Some were wearing casual clothes, probably tourists who came to the Taoist temple, and some were wearing Taoist clothes, probably people in the Taoist temple. Yisha grinned. This provided him with convenience, because these zombies were recently killed. In this case, following the route where the zombies were killed, he could know the route where Xia Tian was traveling, and those places where zombies still linger must be the wrong route. Walking all the way to the depths of the Taoist temple, Yisha quickly found a stone wall. Yisha pressed the microphone. Is this the dragon wall? Yes. Du Lingling, it is said that this stone wall is naturally formed. Those protruding rocks and the overall veins are like several dragons. Yisha took a few glances and really, if you don't nitpick, it really looks like it. But to put it bluntly, there are several horizontal, long protruding rocks. Yisha was not very interested in the dragon wall, but looked around other places, because, following the corpse of the zombie, Yisha came all the way to the dragon wall, and there was no way ahead. But there was nothing special around the dragon wall, and finally Yisha turned his attention back to the dragon wall. Soon, Yisha's eyes lit up, and at the corner, Yisha saw a crack, which was not formed naturally. Or, the correct statement is that the crack was originally there, but there should have been rocks in the crack, and now it was split, and behind the split crack, there was a dark area, and it was unknown how deep it was. Chapter 1093 Ancient Corpse. Yisha touched the edge of the crack, and confirmed that the marks of the chopping were correct. He then tried to squeeze his body in, and found that the crack was just big enough for a person of medium build to pass through. After squeezing through, the space inside was obviously not small. Yisha continued to go down. The road was very steep. If there was really a dragon mausoleum below, it was obvious that this place was definitely not a normal place to enter and exit. However, since it was a mausoleum, there should be no exit, or the entrance and exit must be sealed. Otherwise it would not be called a tomb. That crack was probably something like a hole dug by tomb robbers. After walking down the slope for about 50 or 60 meters, Yisha finally felt that the ground was solid. And he must have reached the bottom. Yisha looked around. Although he had eagle-patterned pupils, his vision was not bad even in the dark. But it was definitely affected. At this time, the governor seemed to know what Yisha was thinking. He suddenly snapped his fingers, and a ball of fire ignited at his fingertips. "Thank you," Yisha said with a smile, and then looked around. This is a place similar to a stone cave, with a nearly circular structure, but it is obviously not artificially repaired, but formed naturally, with some upside-down stone pillars on the top. Yisha took a step forward, and then heard the sound of water. He looked down and saw that it was a puddle. Water dripped from the stone pillars around from time to time. Yisha held the sword horizontally and walked forward slowly, looking for a way. But at this moment, roar! Suddenly, Yisha heard a low roar and immediately looked in the direction of the sound, but only saw a vague figure. Although the Archon helped to illuminate with fire, the range that could be illuminated was also very limited. With a bang, the black shadow hit Yisha and then rolled over while holding Yisha. Being so close, Yisha could naturally see the other person's appearance and was shocked. Zombie? Or zombie? It was a moving corpse, with a skin color that was obviously that of a dead body. At the same time, the position of the cheek was sunken, and the white bones could be seen. It was wearing bronze armor, and opened its mouth to bite Yisha. Yisha quickly held the sword forward, and the zombie bit the sword, and his mouth was full of blood. "Get out of here!" Yisha raised his fist, and hit the opponent's temple, knocking the zombie out. Roar! Roar! The zombie got up from the ground, making a whimpering roar, like a beast, and continued to pounce on Yisha. Clang! Clang! At this time, the sound of the iron chain dragging across the ground sounded, and it was the Archon who made a move, and the white light chain swept forward and directly wrapped around the opponent's neck. The next moment, the Archon pulled the zombie to the ground with force. The zombie obviously did not intend to give up easily, and kept struggling on the ground, trying to break free from the chains. But at this moment, the Archon shook his wrist, and the chain wrapped around the zombie's neck suddenly caught fire. Almost in the blink of an eye, the zombie's head was burned black and lost its voice. "You have killed ancient corpses. Cumulative number 1. A mysterious voice sounded, announcing the death of the zombie. Yisha walked to the side of the zombie, looked at it, and wondered, ancient corpse? Is this a zombie? Or a zombie? Yisha looked at the other person's clothes and felt that he looked like a soldier buried in Longling. In ancient China, it was not uncommon for living people to be buried with the dead, not to mention the emperors. Even the princes would hold a grand memorial service after their death, although the burial of living people would not be made public. But usually those who hold the sacrificial offerings cannot come out after entering the mausoleum, and then the mausoleum will be sealed. The most famous one among them is the first emperor. It is said that there are living people in the terracotta warriors. Therefore, it is not surprising that there are dead bodies. After the zombie virus mutates, it is not only effective against humans, but also against dead bodies, because in a certain sense, zombies are originally corpses that can move. The correct name should be the living dead. But the strange thing is that if there is really a dragon tomb in this place, it has been unknown for how many years. The people who accompanied the burial have become dead bodies, and the bodies should have turned into a pile of dry bones long ago. Even the bones may have weathered. This suddenly appeared a flesh and blood creature. It always felt a bit strange. However, Yisha did not take it seriously, and soon stopped caring about the corpse. Anyway, even if it can jump and jump, just treat it as a zombie. From the other party's previous performance, this ancient corpse is a little stronger than ordinary zombies, with stronger strength and faster movement speed. The overall characteristics are similar to zombies, but that's the extent. It is stronger than zombies, but not to the extent of mutant zombies. If it weren't for the dim light, and Yisha happened to pass by this ancient corpse, attracting an attack, Yisha would not be knocked down by the ancient corpse at all. Yisha stopped paying attention to the ancient corpse and walked forward, then stopped. This place should not be the normal entrance and exit of Longling, but there are more passages than expected, all of which are naturally formed caves. There are 2 Y-shaped forked caves in front. Secondly, there is also a cave on the side that seems to lead to the depths. Yisha was a little entangled. He naturally wanted to go through the cave that Xia Tian had walked through. First, he came here to kill people, so he naturally had to follow the steps of the target. Second, if he took the path that Xia Tian had walked, the ancient corpses must have been cleared, which would be more convenient. Yi Sha observed the ground and the wall. There were no signs of fighting or people passing by. It was not easy to choose. In the end, Yi Sha chose to go to the cave on the left side of the Y-shaped. Most people would choose something close to the right when making a left-right choice. Just like most people are right-handed. But as far as Yi Sha knew, Xia Tian had a good family background before the end of the world. He received elite education since childhood and cultivated the balance of left and right hands. Because the left hand affects the right brain, the right hand affects the left brain. Cultivating the balance of left and right hands can balance the left and right brain. This is of course beneficial and can improve logical thinking ability. People of this type usually write with their right hand, but when they work, such as wiping the table, sweeping the floor, and picking up things, they use their left hand, which is the opposite of normal people. Because of deliberate cultivation, they are more likely to choose the left than the right. Therefore, Yi Sha believes that the cave on the left side of the Y-shaped route is more likely to be chosen by Xia Tian. This all comes from Yi Sha's understanding of Xia Tian in the previous life. After all, the two were once companions. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Entering the cave on the left, Yi Sha found that it was even more humid here. Water kept dripping from his head. The ground was full of water and covered with moss, which was very slippery. Suddenly, a head fell straight down from above. This was extremely abrupt. Even though Yi Sha was brave enough, he was still frightened. Then he instinctively held the sword horizontally and fell to Nanjiang. But he didn't have time to attack. The head fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 1094 Pig-Faced Bat. The head was just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, a headless corpse also fell from above and hit Yi Sha's feet directly. Yi Sha glanced at the head and the headless corpse, and then immediately jumped to the side. The wound on the neck of the headless corpse was not cut, but bitten off by someone, as if it was done by a wild beast. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Sha stepped back, a huge black shadow fell from the top and hit the place where Yi Sha had stood before. The Archon followed Yi Sha back and pushed forward with his palm. A huge fireball flew forward and blasted out directly. Boom! The side of the cave wall was hit by the fireball and kept shaking. But the Archon's attack failed. The black shadow suddenly jumped up and avoided the fireball. But the firelight also illuminated the other party. And Yi Sha finally knew what attacked him. Ancient species. A pig-faced bat. The pig-faced bat was very big, like a huge millstone, with sharp fangs exposed outside, like a triangular knife. Jia! Jia! After dodging the Archon's attack, the pig-faced bat screamed and rushed towards Yi Sha at a high speed. Clang! Yi Sha immediately raised his sword and fell to Nanjiang, hitting the pig-faced bat's teeth hard. After blocking the attack, he pressed his palm on the pig-faced bat without hesitation. Shock wave! With a bang, the invisible force flew forward, hit the pig-faced bat, and blasted it away. Then, the Archon suddenly jumped out from the side. The Archon and Yi Sha had a perfect understanding. After Yi Sha blew the pig-faced bat away, the Archon suddenly attacked. A flame suddenly shot out from the Archon's palm, hit the pig-faced bat, and pushed it out directly, pressing it directly against the cave wall. The body of the pig-faced bat was constantly burning. Its wings kept flapping, and it struggled wildly, making a sharp squeak sound. The struggle lasted for about half a minute before the flames gradually dissipated. The pig-faced bat fell to the ground, and its body had been completely burned to charcoal. You have killed one pig-faced bat. The mysterious voice naturally meant that all the pig-faced bats were dead. After Yi Sha stepped over the corpse, he gestured to the Archon and continued to move forward. For Yi Sha, this pig-faced bat was just a small episode. It was just an ancient species living in this place and had no other significance. After walking forward for about a quarter of an hour, the cave finally reached the end. This was a huge stalactite cave with a large space. At the same time, Yi Sha was obviously alert because there were obvious signs of artificial repairs in this place. There are many upside-down stalagmites on the top. The rocks between the stalagmites have been polished and carved with some patterns. The ground below is paved with bluestone slabs to form a road. At the same time, a piece of water flows out from a crack in the rock wall on the side, flowing along the gaps between the rocks, forming a winding stream. Yisha looked in the direction of the bluestone slabs, and saw 2 stone handrails at the end. If nothing unexpected happened, from here on, it is within the scope of Longling. Yisha walked forward on the bluestone slab. This bluestone slab is also interesting. There is water accumulation, but at the same time, the small streams gathered by the water accumulation around it actually bypass the bluestone slab. Looking more carefully, the stream bypasses the bluestone slab and forms a 9-curve shape. The cracks on the rock wall and the flowing stream flow through the gaps between the stones. Everything seems to be formed naturally. But thinking about it now, I am afraid it may not be. Yisha walked forward and suddenly heard a muffled puff. Yisha immediately looked to the side and saw an ancient corpse suddenly appeared and pounced on Yisha with bared fangs and claws. That place turned out to be a muddy area, and the ancient corpse had been lying in the mud before. Clang! Yisha chopped down with his sword without hesitation, and the sword fell on the ancient corpse's armor. The armor was an antique, and the unparalleled effect of the sword fell on the ancient corpse was activated again at this moment, easily breaking the armor and cutting the ancient corpse's body into 2 pieces. The ancient corpse lost its lower body, but it was still crawling on the ground, grabbing Yisha's ankle and opening its mouth to bite. Puff! Yisha raised his sword and stabbed the ancient corpse's head fiercely, nailing it to the ground. However, this was not the end, but the beginning. The 2 sides of the bluestone slab looked like the ground, but in fact it was all mud. Those towering stones were directly standing in the mud. From a distance, they looked like the ground, but when you got closer, you could see the clues. One by one, the ancient corpses kept crawling out of the mud, emitting a rotten smell, and gathered in the direction of Yisha and the Archon. The Archon also made a move at this moment. The single wing condensed from the red crystal behind him shook, and countless sharp crystals flew forward and shot towards the ancient corpses. Those crystals seemed to be in disorder, but in fact they were controlled by the Archon, and most of them went towards the heads of the ancient corpses. Before those ancient corpses rushed to the front of the 2, several of them had already fallen. Yisha held the sword Luo Nanjiang in front of him, and while moving forward, he chopped down 2 ancient corpses. Go! There were quite a lot of ancient corpses, which surprised Yisha. The surrounding mud could actually bury so many ancient corpses. Fortunately, they were not a big threat to Yisha, so he was able to kill them smoothly. Sword flashes. Yisha leaped up and cut off the neck of an ancient corpse with a sword. Then, he twisted his ankle and turned around with a force. The sword fell into the body of another ancient corpse. At the moment when the ancient corpse was about to pounce on Yisha, Yisha lifted the sword up and directly split the ancient corpse in half. The Archon was even more straightforward. He first knocked down a large number of ancient corpses with his crystal feathers, then raised his hand, and a light chain flew forward, piercing through the bodies of several ancient corpses in succession. Puff! Puff! A fiery red light flashed in the Archon's eyes, and then the light chain burned, burning the ancient corpses into charred corpses in the blink of an eye. About 30 or 40 ancient corpses could not stop Yisha and the Archon's steps at all. It just took some time. 10 minutes later, Yisha crossed the stalactite cave and came to the other side. The ancient corpses had been dealt with, and the corpses were lying everywhere. Yisha frowned, not very satisfied. The ancient corpses in this place meant that Yisha guessed wrong, and Xia Tian did not go this way. Otherwise those ancient corpses would have been killed by Xia Tian. Moreover, there was no other way to bypass here, so there was no possibility of bypassing the ancient corpses. Chapter 1095 Fu. Forget it. Yisha didn't hesitate much. Anyway, the ultimate goal was Longling. In this case, Yisha believed that he would meet Xia Tian in the end. Walking through the stalactite cave, Yisha went to the side and saw a slope. This slope was obviously built by humans. There were stone steps on the slope, about 50 or 60 steps, which were a bit steep. The surrounding walls and the cave ceiling were paved with gray stone slabs, forming a passage. Likewise, it was still a bit damp, with water dripping everywhere. Yisha went down the stone steps, and at the bottom was a large space, a huge cave, which seemed to be excavated, but had not been carefully repaired. Looking up, Yisha could see an obvious crack, through which he could see the sky, with towering cliffs on both sides, and with the help of starlight, he could see some dead branches and weeds growing on the cliffs. Yisha felt like he was in the mountain. Otherwise, he would not be able to see this scene. Yisha thought so, and continued to walk forward. After passing the cave, Yisha couldn't help showing surprise. Yisha looked around in astonishment. Come out from inside? There was a slope going up at the back of the cave, and Yisha felt something was wrong. When he walked to the end, it was even more wrong. Yisha found that he had actually walked out. Above the slope of the cave, there was a ray of light, and there was a large horizontal crack, about 2.5 meters high and 5 or 6 meters long. After Yisha got out, he saw a large mountain flatland. There were some withered grasses under his feet and dense trees around him. Looking outward along the trees, he saw towering mountains. This was a mountain flatland surrounded by mountains, and Longling was definitely not open air. Yisha felt that he seemed to have chosen the wrong route and wondered whether he should go back. At this time, the governor suddenly walked forward and came to the edge of the mountain flatland. The edge of the mountain flatland was a cliff, very deep, but not very wide from the opposite side, about 5 or 6 meters. After the Archon squatted down at the edge of the mountain, he stretched out his hand and wiped the dust off the ground. Yisha came closer to take a look, then raised his eyebrows. Talisman? There was a symbol drawn on the ground with red cinnabar. Yisha didn't know what it meant, but it looked familiar. He could tell at a glance that it was the kind of talisman commonly seen in movies, stories, and books. On both sides of the red talisman, there were 2 lines of small seal characters. The left side was the North Star God, and the right side was the South Star God. The Archon walked to the left and right without saying a word, separating them by about 2 meters, and stretched out his hand to wipe. And 2 more runes appeared. The word sun was written above the rune on the right. As for the rune, Yisha certainly couldn't understand it. But there was also a line of small seal script on the right side of the rune, which read, "The Sun Star God ordered the house to be bright." The word moon was written above the rune on the left, in the same format, and below it was a rune that Yisha couldn't understand. And then, there was a line of small seal script on the left side, which read, "The Queen Mother of the Moon ordered the whole family to be safe." Yisha was speechless. Is this a house-guarding talisman? Although Yisha did not recognize the runes, he knew the meaning of the 2 sentences. Shouldn't these be posted on the door, or somewhere in the house to guard the house? Yisha felt puzzled. Who would draw a house-guarding talisman in this ghost place? That's not right. Yisha suddenly realized something and looked around and murmured, "For the dead. The mausoleum seems to be the house?" As soon as Yisha finished speaking, he suddenly felt a faint tremor under his feet. The tremor was very slight at first, but it became more and more obvious and violent. In the end, it was like an earthquake, and you could clearly feel the mountain shaking. Yisha said to the Archon, "Be careful. It feels bad." The moment Yisha finished speaking, countless stones grew under the cliff and kept surging up. Almost in the blink of an eye, the stones rose from the bottom of the cliff. Countless stones were spliced together to form the outline of a half-human figure, lying on the edge of the mountain, raising a huge palm and slapping down towards Yisha. Yisha and the Archon dodged to the left and right, and with a bang, the palm hit the mountain. The half-body stone giant was about 8 meters tall, and his palm was huge, 1.5 meters wide and more than 2 meters long. A palm could kill Yisha, but it was quite strange that this seemingly fierce palm, when it hit the mountain, did not crack the ground or leave a handprint. Only for show? A question mark flashed through Yisha's mind. And then he watched the half-body stone giant clench his fist and hit him. Yisha hesitated for a moment, and held Jian Luo Nanjiang horizontally, intending to take it head-on. The next moment, the fist of the half-stone giant hit Jian Luo Nanjiang's sword fiercely, and then Jian Luo Nanjiang pressed on Yisha's chest. Bang! Feeling the impact of the huge force, Yisha was directly knocked away by the half-stone giant's punch, and hit the mountain wall behind him fiercely, making a loud noise. "Your grandma is just a show-off," Yisha cursed in a low voice. The fist of the half-stone giant was very heavy, and the power was really not light. Yisha felt pain all over his body. But why can't such a huge force break the mountain? This is a strange place. But Yisha didn't think much about it. Anyway, no matter what, just kill the guy in front of him. At the same time, the half-stone giant swung his fist again, this time hitting the Archon. Although the Archon has evolved, his fighting style has not changed. He is still very calm, and does not fight with the half-stone giant. The moment he stepped aside, a light chain appeared from his palm, and directly tied the wrist of the half-stone giant. After succeeding, the Archon spread out his left hand, and a fireball appeared and condensed in his palm. And then he blasted it continuously towards the half-body stone giant, like a string of cannonballs. Bang! 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 The fireballs flew forward continuously, hit the half-body stone giant, and then exploded. The Archon's strength has indeed improved due to evolution, mainly in arson. But those fireballs did not cause much damage to the half-body stone giant. Yisha also understood the reason. Stone is not flammable, and it is not easy for flames to cause damage, unless it is a continuous burning. Naturally, the effect of this level of bombardment is not good. Huh? Yisha exhaled, as if he had come by himself. Godly, Yisha shouted, and the sword fell on the sword of Nanjiang. A golden dragon shadow appeared, entwining the sword. Then Yisha could clearly feel that his strength had increased and his body was lighter. Godly, holding this sword. Enter the godly state. Physical fitness increased by 75%, lasting for 300 seconds. After each use, there is a 1,800 second interval before the next use. Chapter 1096 Stone Giant. Yisha entered a heroic state. His physical fitness was greatly improved, and he rushed forward. The half-body stone giant roared, raised his giant palm, and slapped it down. But before hitting Yisha, Yisha jumped up and stepped directly on the arm of the half-body stone giant, and then ran all the way. When he came to the half-body stone giant's head, Yisha raised it up and slashed it hard on the half-body stone giant's head. With a click, a piece of the half-body stone giant's head was cut off. The half-body stone giant shook violently, trying to throw Yisha off. This move really worked. Yisha's body shook for a while, and then fell down. However, in midair, Yisha twisted his body, and the sword fell to the south of the border and swept forward. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. The silver sword light was cold, like moonlight spreading to the earth. The sword light swept forward, and it became 24, densely packed, like stars, continuously hitting the body of the half-body stone giant. Puff, puff, puff. As the silver sword light hit, the body of the half-stone giant continued to make the sound of stone shattering. In just a blink of an eye, 24 sword holes appeared on the huge body of the half-stone giant. Each sword hole was less than half a meter in diameter, but it directly pierced the body of the half-stone giant, making the body of the half-stone giant look bumpy. At the same time, the circle around the sword hole was full of fine cracks, making the half-stone giant look as if it would break and collapse at any time. A heavy blow. At the same time, Yisha also fell back to the ground, standing with his hands behind his back. The half-stone giant opened his mouth and roared silently, and it was unknown whether he was expressing his anger. And then he slapped down with a palm. There was no need to dodge that palm, because it hit the air directly, hitting the mountain. It looked like the half-stone giant hit it off. But, boom, 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 as the half-stone giant's giant palm fell on the mountain. The mountain trembled again, and then cracks continued to appear, and countless stone spikes rose from the ground and spread to the surroundings. Yisha kept retreating, and seeing that he was forced into a corner, he raised his sword and swept it across Nanjiang, smashing the stone spikes. This was obviously the last blow of the half-stone giant. The range of the attack actually covered the entire mountain, and it looked quite fierce. However, the strength was not enough. Yisha saw that the stone spikes were still advancing towards him, and punched directly. Shock wave. The invisible force pushed forward and kept colliding with the stone spikes. And then the stone spikes were shattered one by one, and completely turned into a pile of stones. The Archon leaped up at this moment, dragged one hand into the air, condensed a light chain, and smashed it down on the half-body stone giant. With a loud bang, the half-body stone giant was already covered with wounds by Yisha, and was already at the end of its strength. The Archon's light chain fell, and the half-body stone giant's body was completely shattered, and then collapsed downwards. Boom! The loud roar appeared again, and after hitting the hillside, a large amount of sand and dust was stirred up. Yisha instinctively raised his arm to disperse the sand and dust until it dispersed. Yisha was stunned. Where was the half-stone giant? The flat land was still the same flat land. There were no cracks, no stone spikes, no gravel, and no half-stone giant. However, right in front of the flat land, a road appeared. It was made up of a huge pile of debris, spanning the cliff, like a bridge, leading to the other side. Hallucination? Yi Sha frowned. Not an illusion. Yi Sha seemed a little confused, but he quickly rejected his idea, because Yi Sha had the fantasy dragon gall, and hallucinations were invalid for Yi Sha. Since it is invalid, it cannot be an illusion. Moreover, the bridge made of huge rubble is right in front of him. It was not there before. It was piled up after the half-body stone giant's body was broken. But the strange thing is the traces of the battle on the hill, the remaining stones of the stone spikes, and the hill cracked before the stone spikes came out. But all these traces seem to have disappeared. In fact, the possibility of an illusion is still very high. The most reasonable explanation is that the passage has always been there, and Yi Sha has entered an illusion since he came to the hill. Then there was a battle. The half-stone giant was shattered. The illusion disappeared. A passage appeared, and the traces of the battle disappeared. However, because Yi Sha was not afraid of illusions, this matter became a little troublesome. Yi Sha glanced at the 3 runes on the ground and murmured, "Is it the so-called Taoism?" Yi Sha shook his head. This was a bit whimsical. Did those strange people who could call the wind and rain in ancient times really exist? However, Yi Sha thought about it. Even the existence of Doomsday train existed. If Taoism really existed in this world, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Yi Sha suddenly felt a little interested. After returning this time, he could definitely look for any Taoist magic for sale on the Doomsday train. If there is any for sale, it means there is real Taoist magic. While thinking, Yi Sha walked on the gravel to the other side of the hill. This is also a hill, but much smaller. Probably only 1/3 the size of the previous hill. There is a huge crack in the mountain in front, like a big mouth. Yi Sha asked the Archon to light up, and when he looked out, he found that he had returned to Longling. On this side of Longling, the traces of construction are much more obvious, and it has become a courtyard. Behind the crack is a slope, and after going down, there is a huge cave. The ground of the cave has been excavated. Yi Sha has never seen a cave with a flat ground. At the same time, there are cracks on the surrounding walls, and water flows out. A canal was dug on the ground to allow the water to flow through, forming the appearance of a 9-bin stream. Above the 9-bin stream, stone bridges are built one after another, covering the entire area. Around the stone bridges, there are many rockery, trees, flowers and plants. A closer look revealed that the trees, flowers and plants were actually carved from jade. There was even a stone pavilion at the far end, not to mention the jade trees. It was not easy to carve out such a courtyard with stone. Yi Sha stepped onto a stone bridge and looked at the ground around him. There was a lot of silt in this place, so it was hard to guarantee that there were no ancient corpses hidden. The fact was, Yi Sha guessed right. Suddenly, a large piece of mud splashed on the side of the stone bridge, and an ancient corpse suddenly stood up, stretched out its hands forward, and pounced on the stone bridge. Yi Sha kicked forward without hesitation, and kicked the ancient corpse back before it pounced on the stone bridge. Chapter 1097 Ancient Corpse Guard. Go! Yi Sha waved his hand. Kill them! Yi Sha had already anticipated what was going to happen next. These ancient corpses were in groups, and there was definitely no way there was just one. Sure enough, around the stone bridge, wherever there was mud, there would be ancient corpses hiding. When one ancient corpse appeared, it meant that all the ancient corpses were alarmed and kept coming out of the mud. Yi Sha had seen this scene before. There were as many as 30 or 40 ancient corpses, which was indeed a trouble. But it was not a big trouble for Yi Sha. The sword fell. Yi Sha chopped down 2 ancient corpses with one sword, and then strode forward. The Archon followed behind Yi Sha, guarding loyally, constantly attacking the ancient corpses that rushed over from both sides of the stone bridge, and followed Yi Sha all the way forward. In fact, except for the first time the ancient corpse appeared, after killing many of them, Yi Sha didn't feel anything. They were not much different from ordinary zombies, except that they had an armor that was about to rot, with the unparalleled effect of the sword falling in Nanjiang. No armor is useful. Moving forward quickly, Yi Sha suddenly felt a strong wind blowing in his ears. He immediately jumped to the side and swung the sword. Clang! The crisp sound of the sword clashing rang out, and Yi Sha was startled. He looked forward with a serious expression. It was a rusty ancient sword. It collided with the sword and was cut open. But it did not break. After all, the collision of weapons could not trigger the unparalleled effect. Yi Sha moved his eyes upwards, and found that the ancient corpse in front of him was different. The ancient corpse was much taller. Over 190 centimeters tall. With a large skeleton. And the armor it wore was different from that of ordinary ancient corpses. It was a silver-gray armor, with thick armor plates. There was a round plate on the chest, carved into the shape of a tiger's head, and silver shoulder guards on both sides of the shoulders, in the shape of a dragon's head. The other party even had a helmet, although it was rotten, and a piece was missing on the side, with a skylight directly opened. But this outfit was much better than that of ordinary ancient corpses. While Yi Sha was observing, the ancient corpse moved again, not scratching and biting like an ordinary ancient corpse, but holding the rusty sword in his hand horizontally, and slashing towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha tiptoed and leaned back to avoid it. But he didn't expect that the ancient corpse suddenly changed from sweeping to stabbing. And the rusty sword chased Yi Sha, and stabbed Yi Sha in the face. Yi Sha's pupil shrank. And he didn't hide his shock at all. He instinctively raised the sword Luo Nanjiang in front of him. Clang! The sword blades rubbed against each other, and some golden sparks appeared. Then Yi Sha twisted his body, and passed by the ancient corpse. Yi Sha frowned. This guy in front of him actually knew swordsmanship. However, the surprise was only for a moment. When Yi Sha and Yi went to the corpse cave to find things, they had encountered zombies, who knew martial arts. What was there to be surprised about now, that there was a zombie who knew swordsmanship? Yi Sha just felt a headache for the glorious history of China for 5,000 years. Although it was a good thing to have a historical and civilized background, it was also because of this that some strange things would always appear. Therefore, on the Doomsday train, those ancient countries with a long history were the places that everyone was most reluctant to go to, because they could always see some unexpected things. And they were particularly dangerous. For example, some countries have only a few hundred years of history at most, and the things dug out of the ground are definitely no more than 300 years old. A refrigerator that is 50 years old can be considered an antique. So where can the ancient corpse come from? Just as Yi Sha was thinking, the ancient corpse attacked again, raised the sword and swept forward. After being dodged by Yi Sha, it immediately changed the sweep to a stab, and attacked Yi Sha's face with a sword. Clang! Yi Sha dropped his sword to Nanjiang to block the opponent's rusty sword. The ancient corpse had no intention of retreating, and came forward again, raised the rusty sword and chopped at Yi Sha. Dang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out again. But this time, the rusty sword slashed on Jian Luo Nanjiang and broke directly. Half of the sword head shattered and fell to the ground. But the ancient corpse did not stop its movement, and directly raised the half-broken sword and stabbed at Yi Sha again. Capture the dragon, and let go of the crane. The second style of letting go of the crane. At this moment, Yi Sha stretched out his hand and pushed, and a thrust appeared, pushing the ancient corpse out. Before the ancient corpse stood still, a strong wind whistled behind it. It was the Archon who dealt with the other ancient corpses. His body moved sideways, and suddenly appeared behind the ancient corpse. Dang! Dang! The light chain dragged, making a crisp sound, and directly wrapped around the neck of the ancient corpse, and then tightened it. At this time, Yi Sha took a step forward, raised his sword and swept forward. Puff! The sound of the sword blade entering the flesh appeared, and then the head of the ancient corpse flew into the air, but was beheaded by Yi Sha's sword. You killed the ancient corpse guards. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, broken sword. A mysterious voice sounded, and Yi Sha looked at the broken sword on the ground. It didn't matter whether he picked it up or not. He didn't know what to do with it. So he turned around and left. After passing through this so-called mausoleum courtyard smoothly, Yi Sha came to the other side. Yi Sha looked up and saw a long and narrow passage, paved with bluestone slabs. Very long, with no end in sight. Yi Sha knocked the wall with his knuckles. It seemed solid, but for the sake of safety, Yi Sha picked up a stone and rolled it forward. Click! Click! The stone rolled forward on the ground, making a crisp sound. But there was nothing unusual. Yi Sha was still very cautious, mainly worried that there might be some kind of mechanism. But at present, the passage seemed normal, and Yi Sha's worries were a little redundant. Even so, Yi Sha did not relax his vigilance. He walked forward carefully. The fact that the stone did not trigger the mechanism did not mean that there was no mechanism here. The only thing that made Yi Sha feel relieved was that the structure of the passage was simple. and there was no possibility of the ancient corpse hiding, unless there was a secret passage or something. After walking for about 5 minutes, Yisha walked out of the passage. What appeared in front of Yisha was a cable bridge, and the bottom was empty. Yisha looked down at the bottom of the cable bridge and found dense white bones. After walking across the cable bridge, there was a circular platform, and Yisha saw a corpse. This was an ancient species, a general category that Yisha could not name. A corpse of an animal, with black animal hair, a wolf-like or lion-like head, a circle of black mane around it, a tiger-like face, and a slightly long mouth. Like a wolf, there were wounds on the corpse. Quite a few. More than a dozen. And the fatal wound was in the abdomen, which was cut open with a sharp weapon. There were some bloodstains around. Not dry. And still very fresh. Someone has been here. Of course. Yisha thought of Xia Tian first, and then looked around. The circular platform was built by humans, with 4 cable bridges in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast, leading to the surrounding mountain walls, and passages were dug on the mountain walls. Chapter 1098 Gatehouse in the Mountain. Obviously, if it was Xia Tian, he should have come in from one of the other 3 roads, and then encountered this ancient species here, killed it and left. Then, the problem Yisha has to face now is where Xia Tian left from. The passage that Yisha came from can definitely be ruled out. So the problem lies in the remaining 3. After careful observation, Yisha first ruled out the one in the west, but the remaining 2 made Yisha frown. Yisha's judgment was based on bloody footprints. The ancient species was obviously not weak. At least Xia Tian did not kill it with a single move. So there were many wounds on the ancient species, and pools of blood around it. Xia Tian stepped on it, and the blood stuck to his feet, which naturally left bloody footprints. But there were no bloody footprints on the rope bridge to the west, which meant that Xia Tian had come from that road. So there was no need to go back. However, the remaining 2 roads had bloody footprints around them, which meant that Xia Tian was very hesitant and wandered between the 2 roads for a long time. This is also the reason why Yisha wanted to curse him the most, because that guy obviously hesitated for a long time, resulting in bloody footprints on the edge of the 2 cable bridges, but not on the bridges, which means that the blood is dried. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if there are bloody footprints on both sides. Just look at which bridge has the bloody footprints, and Xia Tian will go to that bridge. But, Yisha touched his chin. That guy should know the route to Longling. The reason is very simple. There are no bloody footprints on the edge of the cable bridge where Yisha came from. If Xia Tian was hesitating about which rope bridge to take, then there must be one in front of the rope bridge that Yisha came from. Because Xia Tian had never walked on that rope bridge, and didn't know where it led to. But there were no bloody footprints in front of that rope bridge, which meant that Xia Tian had never considered that path at the beginning, knowing that the rope bridge led to the outside. 2 in and 2 out. For rope bridges. Yisha held his chin up. How did Xia Tian know this? It couldn't be Gonlin who told Xia Tian. Otherwise Gonlin should have told Yisha the route as well. No. Yisha shook his head. If it was that woman. It's hard to say. Xia Tian was just a chess piece. Yisha didn't know how Gonlin talked to Xia Tian, or how she induced Xia Tian. But from the contact between Gonlin and Yisha, Xia Tian was the bait used to lure Yisha. Normally, bait can only be used once. But it's hard to guarantee that Gonlin wants to use this bait twice or 3 times to keep Yisha hooked. But then again, Xia Tian wanted to know the route. So why hesitate in front of the 2 cable bridges? Yisha couldn't figure it out. And it wasn't easy to figure it out. There were too many possibilities. So Yisha decided not to dwell on it. Yisha, it seems like I can only rely on luck? Yisha thought about it. Then flipped a coin and chose one of the rope bridges. Yisha thought that he had a great chance of finding Xia Tian. After all, Gonlin tricked Xia Tian into coming to Longling to get the Sword of Southern Falls. And the Sword of Southern Falls was in Yisha's hands. Therefore, Xia Tian would definitely linger in this place for a long time until he found that he really couldn't find the Sword of Southern Falls. Well, even if the chosen road is wrong, it doesn't matter. Just go back and take another road. Moreover, Yisha didn't intend to default on his debt, and the deal with Gonlin had to continue. So Yisha had to help Gonlin find things. In this case, Yisha naturally had to wander around Longling more. Yisha curled his lips, looked at the other side of the rope bridge and murmured, Run while you can still run. Don't let me catch up. Yi Sha walked across the rope bridge. And there was another passage behind the rope bridge. This passage should be a tomb passage, surrounded by dragon-shaped wall patterns and dragon-shaped carvings on the ground. If the passage outside is built for entering and exiting, then from here on is the real main area of Longling. Yi Sha held his chin and pondered as he walked. Is this Longling really built according to the structure of ancient houses? Main gate, passage, and then Yi Sha saw the courtyard. Generally speaking, after the courtyard, there should be halls, houses, and bedrooms. Yi Sha thought so. And then the passage came to the end, which was much shorter than expected. And then Yi Sha was surprised again. Surprised at the luxury of this Longling. There was a large space in front of Yi Sha. The mountain was obviously hollowed out. Looking up, one could see the mountain walls around. Like an urn. In front of Yi Sha, there was a row of stone stairs with hundreds of steps. With stone steps on both sides and a ramp in the middle. Carved with dragon patterns. A double dragon playing with a pearl. Extending all the way to the top of the stone steps. Going up along the stone steps, there was a circular platform, surrounded by 6 dragon-shaped stone pillars, and a stone platform at the dragon claws, with an oil basin-made eternal lamp inside. Of course, even the eternal lamp must have been extinguished now. The ground of the circular platform. The circle in the center is also carved with dragon patterns. A long dragon with bared fangs and claws. And opposite the circular platform, there is a gatehouse. Golden top stone pillars. Flying eaves stone tiles. A giant stone lion on each side. The doorway is 3.5 meters high and 2.5 meters wide. Very impressive. And the 3 characters' Longting Pavilion are carved on the stone plaque. After walking up the 100 stone steps, Yi Sha did not directly enter the circular platform, but silently placed the sword Luo Nanjiang in front of him. There were more than a dozen ancient corpses on the circular platform. These ancient corpses were somewhat different from the previous ones, which was why Yi Sha showed a vigilant look. Unexpectedly, the armor on the ancient corpses was well preserved. Pure black, with long strips of armor, a bronze round plate on the chest, and a long spear in hand. Except for the erosion of time, which made the armor and weapons look dull. They were actually very complete and had no rust. Although I don't know what material it is. It is obviously not ordinary stuff. The ancient corpses stood around the circular platform, forming a circle, but Yi Sha was sure that they could move, because he saw that their eyes were open. Their skin was as dry as branches, but their eyes were moving. However, unlike ordinary ancient corpses, the location of these ancient corpses must have seen Yi Sha walking up the stone steps. However, these ancient corpses did not move. Decoration? Of course. Yi Sha was not so naive. The battle was inevitable. According to Yi Sha's guess, when Yi Sha stepped into the circular platform, these ancient corpses would probably attack. As for why this was the case, Yi Sha was not sure. Of course, there is no need to know. There is only one way. If Yi Sha wants to go, he must kill all the ancient corpses, because fighting is inevitable. At the same time, Yi Sha sighed. His recent luck seems not so good. If the ancient corpses here are all there, and there is only one passage, then Xia Tian must have taken another rope bridge. Withdraw and look for Xia Tian from the other side? This seems to be a good choice. But Yi Sha is not in a hurry. Chapter 1099, Ancient Corpses in the Mausoleum. Yi Sha is now somewhat interested in this dragon mausoleum. In fact, the fact that there are things in this place that can interest Gan Lin is itself something that will interest Yi Sha. Gan Lin is not simple now. And the things that can interest her are certainly not simple. Although Yi Sha agreed to the deal, if he finds out what Gan Lin wants, or what its purpose is, he can naturally think of a countermeasure in advance. Yi Sha doesn't think Gan Lin is a friend, and he never rules out the possibility that the two of them might go to war one day. Frankly speaking, Yi Sha doesn't want Gan Lin to become stronger at all. So Yi Sha refused to use the little ancient cat to exchange the sword for Gan Lin in Nanjiang without hesitation. As for agreeing to the deal about Longling, it was because even if Yi Sha didn't come to Longling and didn't agree to the deal, Gan Lin would definitely find other ways to get the things, which Yi Sha couldn't stop. Therefore, Yi Sha's attitude is that he will not use the things he can control to make Gan Lin stronger. But if it is not Yi Sha's things, Yi Sha can't stop it. So it is better to use it for trading, and he can still get some benefits. Moreover,
Getting the sword from Gonlin to Nanjiang can also be regarded as weakening Gonlin's strength. So this transaction can still be carried out. The reason why Yisha is not in a hurry about Xia Tian is that as long as Xia Tian is still in Longling, Yisha will not lose the opportunity to kill Xia Tian. So he can take his time. Besides, Yisha doesn't think that Xia Tian will have no trouble if he takes another rope bridge. Thinking so, Yisha stepped onto the round platform. Sure enough, Yisha's guess was correct. The moment he stepped onto the round platform, those ancient corpses turned to Yisha's direction one after another, and the long spears that were originally held vertically and stuck on the ground were also aimed at Yisha one after another. Yisha did not hesitate and punched forward. Since he was going to fight, he would strike first, which would be considered as taking the initiative. Shock wave. As Yisha's fist punched forward, the invisible force rushed towards the nearest ancient corpse, hitting the chest of the ancient corpse hard, and the ancient corpse was blown away on the spot. This cannot be used to judge the strength of the ancient corpse, because the shock wave has a knockback effect and is irresistible. Therefore, Yisha wanted to see the damage, and the ancient corpse flew 3 or 4 meters away and fell to the ground. And it seemed that the damage was not serious. Of course, it was also related to the characteristics of the zombies, and the head was not injured. Yisha immediately opened and clenched his fist, and then a huge suction force appeared in Yisha's palm. Capture the dragon and let the crane fly. Capture the dragon in one move. Yisha forcibly sucked an ancient corpse over, and at the same time, the phantom of a purple-scaled python appeared on his left arm, opening its bloody mouth and biting the opponent's throat. Snake bite. But at this moment, because Yisha used snake bite, the suction force of the dragon and crane disappeared, and the ancient corpse immediately swung the long spear and swept towards Yisha's waist. Yisha raised his eyebrows. What a quick reaction. Yisha could continue to attack. Snakebite would definitely be able to pinch the opponent's throat and then break it. But looking at the opponent's reaction and posture, Yisha felt that he would definitely be hit. This was a matter of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of himself. Of course Yisha would not be so stupid. Yisha's wrist shook, and he immediately reached down and directly pinched the long spear. After the long spear was pinched, it was as if it was firmly fixed and could not move at all. Snake bites can be used for more than just breaking necks. The next moment, Yisha raised his leg and kicked the ancient corpse, kicking it back, then stabbed the long spear with his backhand, and the long spear directly nailed into the chest of the ancient corpse. At the same time, the Archon had already rushed out the moment Yisha took action. 3 or 5 ancient corpses quickly surrounded the Archon, raised their long spears, and attacked forward. The Archon jumped up, and the long spears intertwined together. Then the Archon's body fell down and stomped the long spears hard to the ground. After restraining the opponent's weapon, the Archon raised his right palm, and white light appeared, which quickly condensed into a light chain, and then swept around like a whip. Those ancient corpses were swept away, and even lost their weapons, but their bodies were not directly cut off by the light chain. This alone shows that they are not ordinary ancient corpses. Ordinary ancient corpses can't stand this. But Yisha also roughly knows the strength of these ancient corpses. They are much stronger than ordinary ancient corpses, and have the strength of the initial stage of the gold level, or low-end mutant zombies below the gold level. However, it was not as good as the ancient corpse guard that Yisha had killed before. Its level was roughly between that of an ordinary ancient corpse and an ancient corpse guard. It was a bit troublesome, but not too troublesome. Yisha killed them all as soon as possible. The Archon nodded, responding to Yisha. When an ancient corpse got up from the ground, the Archon suddenly raised his hand and pressed his palm on the head of the ancient corpse, without giving the ancient corpse a chance to attack. With a bang, the Archon's palm made a roar like an explosion, and then a circle of flame spread out. The head of the ancient corpse was blown into pieces of meat and scattered all around. You have killed the ancient corpses in the mausoleum. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward 100 forged black iron. As the Archon killed the first ancient corpse, a mysterious voice sounded, which also made Yisha clear what he was fighting with. And then Yisha rushed forward. The sword fell in the southern border and swept towards an ancient corpse in the mausoleum. The armor worn by the ancient corpses in the mausoleum seemed to be better than that of the ancient corpse guards. But it was not worth being surprised, mostly because of their different identities. For example, The personal guards of the ancient emperors certainly did not have higher ranks than some generals with miscellaneous titles. But the armor they wore on a daily basis might be better than those generals with miscellaneous titles. However, these were meaningless in front of Jianluo Nanjiang. Those armors could not resist the sword of Jianluo Nanjiang at all. When Yisha swept Jianluo Nanjiang, the armor plates were easily chopped off. Jianluo Nanjiang's sword swept across the body of the ancient corpse in the tomb, chopping the ancient corpse in the tomb into 2 pieces. Puff! After chopping the ancient corpse in the mausoleum into 2 pieces with one sword, Yisha drew out the evil eye sword, dropped it, and pierced it from the temple of the ancient corpse in the mausoleum, piercing through the head of the ancient corpse in the mausoleum. Blood splattered, and the flowing blood turned into a stream and flowed around. Huh? Yisha straightened up and looked around. Who's next? As Yisha spoke, he raised his sword and fell to Nanjiang. With a clang, he caught a long spear stab from the side, and then sent the evil eye sword forward, piercing through the eye socket of the ancient corpse in the mausoleum, bringing out a blood arrow. Forget it. Yisha curled his lips. Anyway, you guys can't understand what I'm saying. Yisha slashed the evil eye sword and cut the head of the ancient corpse in the mausoleum. Chapter 1100 forward. You have killed the ancient corpses in the mausoleum. The cumulative number. The mysterious voice appeared again, announcing the death of the ancient corpses in the mausoleum. Yisha did not care, but dragged his sword forward again. The 2 ancient corpses in the mausoleum attacked Yisha from the left and right, and the long spears in their hands were thrust forward and stabbed at Yisha. Dang! Dang! Yisha raised his sword and swept it left and right. The sword fell to Nanjiang to block the long spear on the left, and the evil eye sword blocked the long spear on the right. Then Yisha twisted his body and stepped through the gap between the 2 long spears. The biggest disadvantage of long weapons is melee. Once you are close to them, you can't retract your weapons to defend or counterattack. Puff! Puff! Yisha approached the 2 ancient corpses in the mausoleum, and swept his swords left and right, cutting through the bodies of the 2 ancient corpses in the mausoleum, cutting off their armor. There were 2 more ancient corpses without lower bodies on the ground. Yisha stabbed his sword down and directly pierced through the heads of the other parties. Yisha drew his sword and walked away, continuing to move forward to meet the remaining ancient corpses in the mausoleum. These ancient corpses in the mausoleum were actually easier to deal with than Yisha imagined, or they could not pose any threat to Yisha. Although there were many of them, the circular platform was quite open, and the advantage of numbers could not be reflected. Puff! While thinking, Yisha's wrist trembled, and after picking up a long spear, he thrust the sword forward and pierced the throat of another ancient corpse in the mausoleum. With a plop, the ancient corpse fell to the ground. After killing another ancient corpse in the mausoleum, Yisha looked around. It was no problem for the governor to deal with those ancient corpses in the mausoleum. The circle of ancient corpses standing around the round platform had been reduced by half at this moment. It would definitely not be a problem to kill all these ancient corpses in the mausoleum, and there was no danger. After Yisha retracted his gaze, he prepared to continue moving forward. But at this moment, who? There seemed to be wind blowing around. And then to Yisha's surprise, the eternal lamps placed at the claws of the 6 dragon-shaped stone pillars around him actually lit up, and the flame suddenly ignited and swayed with the wind. Yisha felt a chill on his back. Or rather, the atmosphere around him suddenly became weird. The next moment, Yisha suddenly heard a click sound, and then he couldn't help but look down at his feet. The sound came from the bottom of the round platform. There was a circle of dragon carvings in the center of the round platform. At this moment, Yisha could clearly see that the dragon carvings were slowly rotating. Yisha had no time to hesitate. He immediately jumped up and leaped to the side, quickly leaving the area of the dragon carvings. In a moment, the dragon carvings turned around and suddenly sank down. Secretly, Yisha tilted his head, then walked forward to look around. But at this moment, before Yisha had time to look around, he suddenly felt a strong wind suddenly surge up. Yisha instinctively held the sword Luo Nanjiang in front of him, and then he felt a huge force hitting the sword Luo Nanjiang. There was a crisp clang, and then Yisha took 2 steps back involuntarily. The place where the dragon carving fell, there was a sound of stone friction again, and then a new smooth stone platform rose up, and there was an ancient corpse standing on the stone platform. The ancient corpse was wearing golden armor, with an iron sword on the right waist, a long spear behind his back, a ghost-faced shield in his left hand, and a machete in his right hand. It was an ancient corpse guard. As the circular platform rose, it slowly rotated, and the body of the ancient corpse guard naturally rotated with it. When the circular platform stopped, the ancient corpse guard was facing Yisha. Suddenly, the eyes on the face of the ancient corpse guard, which were as dry as tree bark, suddenly opened. They were empty without eyeballs. But Yisha felt that he was being stared at. Then the ancient corpse guard suddenly rushed forward. The machete was raised, emitting a faint light. And then it fell on Yisha's head. Clang! The crisp sound of weapons clashing rang out. Yisha raised his hand and used his sword to catch the machete. And then the evil eye sword slashed forward. Clang! The second crisp sound of weapons clashing rang out. And Yisha slashed the opponent's ghost face shield with his sword, stirring up golden sparks. And then Yisha suddenly jumped up and kicked the ghost face shield, forcing the ancient corpse guard to retreat continuously. Yisha grinned. And at the moment when the ancient corpse guard retreated, he suddenly ran forward, and then raised his sword to slash again. Bang! The sword blade slashed fiercely on the ghost shield again. But this time, the ghost shield failed to block the sword, because Yisha used the sword falling in Nanjiang this time. The unparalleled effect was activated, and a sharp sound of metal twisting was heard. Then, the ghost shield was forcibly cut by the sword falling in Nanjiang, and the evil eye sword suddenly stabbed forward at the face of the ancient corpse guard at this moment. The ancient corpse guard reacted quickly turned the broadsword sideways to block the evil eye sword, and at the same time pulled out the iron sword on his waist and slashed towards Yisha. Yisha twisted his ankle and slid backwards quickly. Yisha shook his wrist casually, and the tip of the sword fell on Nanjiang, shaking out a sword flower. Not bad. Yisha looked at the ancient corpse guard. Quick reaction. But your head is going to be gone. Suddenly, at the moment when Yisha's voice fell, a light chain came from behind and directly wrapped around the neck of the ancient stone guard. It turned out that the Archon had killed the other ancient corpses in the mausoleum. The Archon continued to increase his strength in his hands, and the light chain tightened, dragging the ancient corpse guard to the ground, and then dragging him backwards. The ancient corpse guard struggled continuously, and then stabbed the machete fiercely towards the ground. The blade was 1/3 of the way into the ground, and the ancient corpse guard barely managed to stabilize his body. But at this moment, Yisha jumped directly and came to the side of the ancient corpse guard. Yisha grinned. Goodbye. Puff! The sword fell down from Nanjiang, nailing the head of the ancient corpse guard directly to the ground. You killed the ancient corpse guard. Cumulative number 2. Yisha stabbed the ancient corpse guard to death, and then winked at the Archon, and the two began to collect the armor plates from the ancient corpses in the mausoleum. This is Yisha's reward, which is 100 forged black iron. Although I don't know the origin and grade of this metal, it seems to be a very good metal material. Unfortunately, the corpse flower can't follow this place. The mountain is completely hollowed out, and this round platform is also suspended in the air. Even if the corpse flower escapes from the ground, it must be in a lower position. Unable to count on the corpse flower, the Archon randomly bundled the armor pieces and carried them on his back. These armor pieces are still valuable enough for Yisha to take back. Yisha looked around and made sure there were no other ancient corpses, then continued to move forward. Chapter 1101 Summer. Yisha stepped onto the stone steps, walked past the gatehouse, and continued forward. Behind the gatehouse was a bronze door. Yisha pressed his palms on the door, and the bronze door made a harsh sound and pushed back. Yisha looked at the back of the bronze door, with a look of surprise on his face, because everything in front of him was too spectacular. In front of Yisha were round stone platforms of different heights, the lowest of which was about 5 or 6 meters, and the highest of which was just over 10 meters. Each round platform is supported by a huge white stone pillar. The thin ones need 5 or 6 people to hug, and the thick ones need 10 people to hug. For support, there are straight iron chains around them, which are directly embedded in the ground below. At the same time, each round platform is connected by an iron cable bridge, and the length varies according to the distance between the round platforms. If it is a modern construction, this level is certainly not worth making a fuss about, because there are tools to assist. But in ancient times, it was all built by manpower, and it is incredible that such a place could be created. Yisha walked onto the rope bridge and headed forward. There were no ancient corpses in this place, and each round platform was empty. but it was unobstructed. After passing 7 round platforms in a row, Yi Sha finally reached the deepest part. There was the tallest and largest round platform here, supported by 8 stone pillars. And there were 8 dragon pillars on the round platform, with the coiled dragons lifelike and extremely ferocious. Yi Sha walked across the stone bridge and saw a stone coffin placed in the center of the round platform, and a person standing in front of the stone coffin. Xia Tian. When Yi Sha and the Archon walked across the rope bridge and came to the round platform, Xia Tian's eyes moved away from the sarcophagus and looked at Yi Sha. And there seemed to be no surprise in his eyes. It seems that woman has fooled me again. Yi Sha looked at Xia Tian. You seem to know I will come. Xia Tian, yes. Otherwise how can I get the sword falling in Nanjiang? Yi Sha was stunned for a moment, and then understood. So that's it. Yi Sha grinned. This is indeed the style of that woman. If Yi Sha hadn't come, Xia Tian would never have been able to get the sword of southern Xinjiang, because the sword of southern Xinjiang was not in this dragon mausoleum. And Xia Tian would never have been able to find it in this dragon mausoleum, no matter what kind of deal Xia Tian made with Gan Lin. If he couldn't find the sword of southern Xinjiang, the deal would be meaningless. However, if Yi Sha had come, it would have been another matter, because the sword of southern Xinjiang was in Yi Sha's hands. Yi Sha felt that he had been fooled by Gan Lin. But this description was not quite correct. Gan Lin took advantage of what the two needed and let them meet here. And then, one of them will die in the end. However, what is Gan Lin's purpose? Yi Sha is a little confused now. He is now doubting whether what Gan Lin said to him is true. Does she really want the things in this dragon mausoleum? Do the 2 things she told him really exist? Yi Sha must admit that he really can't figure out what Gan Lin is thinking. And he suddenly feels a little uneasy about the current situation. But Yi Sha quickly calmed down. No matter what Gan Lin was planning, her cleverness was that she used what Yi Sha and Xia Tian needed to plan. This made Yi Sha and Xia Tian unable to refuse. In this case, Yi Sha stepped forward. The tip of the sword dragged across the ground, making a harsh friction sound. Yi Sha, it seems that you knew I would come. So there must be only one reason for you to appear here. You want to kill me? Yes. Xia Tian grinned. I thought for a long time about how to change my predicament. And then I found that there is only one way. That is to kill you. Yi Sha, then you can just come to me directly. Why do you need to make a deal with Gan Lin? So, what is the deal you made with Gan Lin? Xia Tian licked the corner of his mouth. His expression became more and more fierce. Looking at Yi Sha, do you think I will tell you? Yes. It seems that I said some unnecessary words. So, Yi Sha showed contempt. Come on. Try to kill me. If you can do it. Yi Sha's contemptuous attitude made Xia Tian extremely angry, as if he was not worth mentioning in Yi Sha's eyes. The confrontation between the two seemed to have been a foregone conclusion before it began, especially when he recalled that Yi Sha's attitude was the same every time they met. Once, twice. Xia Tian's anger burned even more fiercely. Ah! Xia Tian suddenly growled, and then rushed towards Yi Sha. Beast mimicry. Xia Tian roared. Sky Eagle, you don't have to do anything. Yi Sha said to the Archon, I have to kill him myself. While Yi Sha was speaking, Xia Tian had already rushed to him. Yi Sha still had a look of contempt on his face. In the battle, Yi Sha would not take it lightly. But in terms of tactics, Yi Sha would not hesitate to despise Xia Tian, because this would make Xia Tian angry, lose his composure, and even lose control of his emotions. Ghost step. The moment Xia Tian rushed to him, Yi Sha twisted his ankle and moved 5 meters horizontally, easily avoiding the attack. Beast mimicry. Xia Tian said in a low voice. Swift leopard. Xia Tian's speed suddenly increased, and he ran towards Yi Sha, and his speed suddenly increased by more than double. Yi Sha curled his lips. You used this trick last time. It seems that you can only perform one mimicry at a time, and you can only have one characteristic at a time. Right? Xia Tian's face suddenly changed. Yi Sha, since the speed has increased, it means that your attack and defense are in normal state. Bang! As Yi Sha spoke, he went straight to Xia Tian, leaped up and kneed him directly on the chin. Xia Tian took 2 steps back, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Obviously his teeth hit his lips or tongue. Yi Sha sneered, raised his sword and fell to Nanjiang. If you want to take this sword, then kill me quickly. As Yi Sha spoke, he raised his sword and slashed at Xia Tian. Beast mimicry. Xia Tian immediately shouted, Brute force bear. Xia Tian imitated the posture of a bear, raised his palm, and slapped forward fiercely. But he didn't expect that Yisha's sword was just a feint. After seeing Xia Tian switch forms, he immediately twisted his ankle, and used the ghost step to move sideways for several meters again. Boom! Xia Tian's palm slapped the ground, breaking a piece of the ground directly. Xia Tian gritted his teeth, looking at the playful expression on Yisha's face, and became even more angry. Xia Tian knew very well that Yisha had seen through the mimicry of beasts. When switching to the speed form, Xia Tian could not beat Yisha. And when switching to the fighting form, Xia Tian's speed could not keep up with Yisha. Yisha obviously understood the characteristics of the mimicry of beasts and grasped the lifeline. Chapter 1102 Fighting. If that's all you have. Yisha held his sword horizontally. Then it's my turn now. Huh? Huh? Yisha took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Between breathing in and out, Yisha's aura suddenly changed, becoming sharper, like a sharp sword out of its sheath, revealing a sense of arrogance. The supreme martial arts master in heaven and earth. Yisha pointed his toes and quickly leaped forward, with the sword of southern frontier and the evil eye sword stabbing forward at the same time. In the blink of an eye, 6 swords came out at the same time. Yisha stabbed 3 times with his left and right hands in a flash, and the sword blades left a shadow and flew towards Xia Tian. Beast mimicry. Xia Tian immediately switched his form again, spirit leaping wolf. Xia Tian's figure suddenly became agile, jumping left and right, and continuously avoiding the swords that were swinging at him. But, puff! The evil eye sword suddenly moved downwards and hit Xia Tian's thigh. And then a blood flower came out. The martial arts master is not only good at boxing and swordsmanship, but also athletics. Yisha's athletics are faster than Xia Tian's. Xia Tian was hit by a sword on his leg. The wound was not deep, but the pain still made Xia Tian's body stagnate. Yisha seized the moment accurately and slashed Xia Tian's neck with his sword. Xia Tian was terrified, looking at the sword. His mind went blank for a moment. He reacted almost instinctively, leaned back, and then used his toes to jump half a meter back. After landing, Xia Tian touched his neck with lingering fear, because his palm was red, and Jian Luo Nanjiang cut a wound on Xia Tian's neck. If it was slower, Xia Tian believed that Jian Luo Nanjiang would have been in his neck. On the other hand, since Yisha decisively handed over the trump card of the martial arts supreme at the beginning of the battle, it can naturally be seen how much Yisha wanted to kill Xia Tian. Naturally, Yisha could not hold back at all. Without any delay, Yisha leaned forward, and then jumped forward again, raised the sword and thrust forward, and then thrust forward. Any words have no meaning at this moment. The only meaningful thing is, kill! Xia Tian's eyes were stern. He knew very well that Yisha wanted to kill him with every sword, because every sword was aimed at his vital points. Of course, even if it was not the case, Xia Tian could feel Yisha's strong killing intention towards him. Although Xia Tian did not know why things turned out like this. Competition among flight attendants is inevitable. Xia Tian has always believed that he can do it. As long as he can grasp the degree of competition, there will be competition. But it will not go to the extent of turning against each other. To put it bluntly, everything is for the benefit. However, Xia Tian did not expect that things did not go as planned from the beginning. When he first met Yisha, Xia Tian could clearly feel Yisha's "I'll kill you" attitude. Perhaps things had gone wrong since then. Clang! Xia Tian raised his hand while thinking, and then a crisp sound of collision sounded. Xia Tian blocked Yisha's thrust, and a section of the sleeve on his right hand was cut off. On the exposed wrist, he wore a metal snake-shaped wrist guard, which blocked the attack at the critical moment. However, when Xia Tian looked at the snake-shaped wristband, his face was quite ugly. The snake-shaped wristband was cut off. Any protective gear was meaningless in front of the unparalleled effect of Jian Luo Nanjiang. Because with the existence of the unparalleled effect, Jian Luo Nanjiang was undefended. Yisha did not stop at all. When the sword missed, he twisted his body and spun several times like a gyroscope. At the same time, every time he spun, the sword would strike forward once. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of collision continued. After a while, Xia Tian retreated continuously, distanced himself from Yisha, and then looked at the position of his wrist. and the snake-shaped wrist guard was completely cut into pieces. Xia Tian's wrist shook, and the snake-shaped wrist guard completely broke, and then fell to the ground. Yisha sneered, growled in his throat, and pounced on Xia Tian again. Xia Tian retreated again, reached behind his waist, pulled out a baton, and swung it vigorously. After the baton was stretched, Xia Tian raised the baton to meet Yisha's sword falling down to Nanjiang. Clang! The sword and the stick collided, because the sling stick was a weapon. The invincible effect was not activated, but was taken. But at the moment when the sword and the stick collided, Yisha reacted very quickly. He jumped up and kicked Xia Tian's chest hard, kicking Xia Tian back half a step. Then, he extended the evil eye sword in his left hand, and cut Xia Tian's thigh on the other side. Puff! Xia Tian's pants were cut open, and the bright red blood quickly seeped out. Xia Tian's expression twisted, watching Yisha rushing towards him again. Suddenly raised his left hand, raised his thumb, pointed 2 fingers forward, and closed the 2 fingers, making a pistol gesture. Bang! Xia Tian imitated the sound of a gunshot with his mouth. And then Yisha's body suddenly stagnated. The powerful force pulled Yisha's body backwards, causing Yisha to fall backwards. Yisha showed a little surprise, and looked at his shoulder. There was actually a bullet hole on his shoulder, and blood was constantly flowing out, as if he was really shot by a gun. Ha! Xia Tian took the opportunity to roar, and flew towards Yisha, holding a baton and smashing it down hard on Yisha. Yisha immediately came to his senses, raised his sword and attacked Nanjiang, and with a bang, he swept away the baton and kicked Xia Tian in the waist, kicking Xia Tian backwards. With a somersault, Yisha turned over and jumped up at the moment of kicking Xia Tian away. As soon as he jumped up, Yisha saw Xia Tian making a pistol gesture towards him again. Bang! Seeing Xia Tian opening his mouth to imitate the sound of a gun, Yisha immediately jumped sideways, supported the ground with his shoulders, and rolled to the side. Looking back, Yisha found that there was a bullet hole on the ground where he had stood before. This is a very strange ability. It seems that the effect of gun shooting can be simulated by using the gun gesture and sound. But Yisha thinks it is not that simple. Because, if it is really that simple, what is the meaning of this ability? Just buy a pistol and use it. The speed of shooting is obviously much faster than making gestures and simulating the sound of gunfire with your mouth. Seeing Xia Tian making the gun gesture again, Yisha raised his eyebrows and rushed forward immediately. No matter what special effects that ability has, the best way is of course to prevent the opponent from using it. Go step. Before Xia Tian raised his hand, Yisha's figure suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared again. But in the moment of disappearance and reappearance, Yisha moved a distance of 6 or 7 meters, came directly in front of Xia Tian, raised his sword and slashed. Chapter 1103 Fighting Blood Freezing Technique. Xia Tian's pupils shrank as he watched Yisha suddenly appear in front of him. He had no time to get into a shooting position, and could only give up halfway, and quickly retreat to avoid Yisha's attack. However, when Xia Tian retreated and thought he had avoided it, puff! A crack suddenly appeared on Xia Tian's forearm, about 3 or 4 inches long, and blood kept flowing down. Obviously, Xia Tian did not avoid the slash. Xia Tian's face was full of gloom. He suddenly raised his arm, and licked the blood flowing down his arm with his tongue. Huh? Since it's already like this. Xia Tian looked at Yisha, then let me show you what I'm best at. Yisha curled his lips in disdain, and leaped forward again. With a flick of his wrist, he used the ancient martial arts move of Immortal pointing the way, and stabbed Xia Tian in the face. Xia Tian stood still, seemingly without any intention of blocking. But when the sword came to him, a large amount of blood suddenly spurted out from the wound on Xia Tian's arm, and rushed forward. The collision of blood and sword blade actually made a sound of metal clashing. And then the evil eye sword in Yisha's hand was shaken away. Xia Tian raised his hand to hold the scattered blood, and pulled it hard. Then the blood suddenly froze, and turned into a blood knife, appearing in Xia Tian's palm. Xia Tian looked at Yisha. My best ability is the ability to turn into blood. Xia Tian raised the blood knife and fell, slashing it fiercely towards Yisha. Yisha immediately jumped back to avoid the sword. But when Yisha avoided the sword, a large amount of blood suddenly spurted out from the sword, as if it was splashed, and came towards Yisha fiercely. Yisha quickly crossed his 2 swords and protected them in front of his chest. The next moment, blood hit the sword, and Yisha felt a huge force coming, and his body was pushed back involuntarily. The two swords in his hands kept trembling and making a slight sound. After retreating about 5 or 6 meters, Yisha shouted, and slashed the sword forward fiercely, forcibly cutting off the spilled blood. However, when the blood spread, Xia Tian was behind him. Xia Tianping raised the blood knife. Since even the blood transformation ability has been used, it is natural to fight quickly. While Xia Tian was talking, the blood knife had already stabbed forward, and the blade scraped against the blade of Jian Luo Nanjiang, making a harsh friction sound, and then passed through Yisha's ribs, leaving a wound under Yisha's ribs. Shock wave. Yisha saw Xia Tian draw his knife and was about to sweep again, so he immediately reversed his grip on the sword and punched out. The invisible force surged forward and blasted Xia Tian away. Xia Tian's body floated back 3 or 4 meters, with his toes touching the ground, and he stabilized his body. In this life, Xia Tian's strongest ability is actually the ability to turn into blood? Yisha didn't know, but he understood what Xia Tian meant by that sentence. Blood transformation ability is a general term, or in other words, it is a category of fantasy abilities among the abilities sold by food trucks. Simply put, any ability generated by using one's own blood belongs to blood transformation ability, and Yisha's blood thorns also belong to this category. However, blood transformation ability cannot be used continuously or frequently. Although blood transformation ability is usually very strong, it has obvious sequelae. That is, weakness, because the amount of blood is limited. Just like Yisha's blood thorns. Although a drop of blood can form a blood thorn. If we look at the size of the blood thorns, 2 blood thorns will almost drain all the blood in Yisha's body. But in fact, not much blood is used. But no matter how little blood is used, one still needs his own blood as a medium. Therefore, if the blood transformation ability is used for a long time, the body will become weak, just like losing too much blood. If Xia Tian continues to use the blood transformation ability, he can only fight quickly. After a long time, Xia Tian will be finished without Yisha's help. Therefore, Yisha is not in a hurry. Although the martial arts supreme also has a time limit, Yisha has many trump cards. After one card is handed over, there is another one. Yisha doesn't care. It depends on whether Xia Tian can drag it out. This is the difference between the two people's length of time as flight attendants. Yisha and Jones were in the same period and became flight attendants together. To be honest, Yisha was earlier than Ganlin. He used his power to obtain resources and improve his strength for a longer time, so he naturally had more cards. Xia Tian was a flight attendant for a much shorter time, and before he could take advantage of the advantages brought by the flight attendant, he was destroyed by Yisha. Xia Tian had to fight to win against Yisha. Fighting blood freezing technique. Xia Tian shouted, "Blood ice gun." Xia Tian said nothing, and after regaining his balance, he thrust the blood knife forward again. The blood knife was covered with blood light, and then suddenly turned into a blood spear and stabbed towards Yisha. Yisha stepped on the 8 trigrams dragon step and easily avoided the stab of the blood spear. Then he reached out and took out the box in his waist bag and threw it out. The box fell to the ground and opened. 16 element alloy balls rolled out. Yisha's mind moved, and the magnetic control was activated. The 16 element alloy balls floated up and hit Xia Tian. "Ah!" Xia Tian roared, and directly stretched out his hand and swung forward. The blood from Xia Tian's wound spilled forward, and then a giant ice cone formed by blood rose from the ground. The ice cone did not stop the 16 element alloy ball from falling, but when the blood enveloped the 16 element alloy ball, it suddenly condensed into ice, directly freezing the 16 element alloy ball inside, and directly sealing the 16 element alloy ball. Yisha was still trying to control the 16 element alloy ball, but the blood ice was obviously not so easy to break through. The 16 element alloy ball was sealed in the blood ice and kept trembling. The blood ice was shaking, and cracks did appear inside. However, it would take more than a short time for the 16 element alloy ball to penetrate the blood ice. Moreover, Yisha did not have the energy to keep manipulating the 16 element alloy ball, because Xia Tian rushed over again. "Ah!" Xia Tian roared, his expression ferocious, and he was obviously much stronger than before. Attack without defense. Yisha could understand Xia Tian's change. He had to use the blood transformation ability continuously to fight quickly. And Xia Tian had no choice but to do this. Yi Sha seemed very calm. He half crouched and pressed on the ground. Then suddenly jumped back to distance himself from Xia Tian. And then at the moment when Xia Tian rushed over, Blood Thorn Bomb activated. When Yi Sha squatted down earlier, he buried a Blood Thorn Bomb in that place. A huge thorn ball exploded in front of Xia Tian, which startled Xia Tian. Yi Sha sneered, "Do you think you are the only one who can transform into blood?" Xia Tian's surprise came, and went quickly. He was cut by the blood thorns, and several wounds were left on his body. Then, with a stroke of the blood knife, he directly chopped the thorn ball condensed by blood and continued to approach Yi Sha at a high speed. Fighting blood freezing technique. Xia Tian shouted, "Blood Dance Ice Thorn." Chapter 1104 Fatal Attack. As Xia Tian slashed forward into the air, the ground trembled slightly, and bright red blood-red ice spikes continuously surged from the ground and stabbed at Yi Sha. Yi Sha still seemed extremely calm, using the ancient martial arts footwork recorded in the Martial Arts Supreme to constantly move his body to avoid the ice spikes that continued to appear from the ground. The speed at which the ice spikes surged from the ground was actually very fast. At first, Yi Sha was almost caught, but Yi Sha quickly adapted. Because the ice spikes are fast, but their positions are easy to identify. Before they appear, a little blood-colored frost will appear on the ground. As long as you look at the position where the blood-colored frost appears, you can identify the position of the ice spikes in advance. Beast Mimicry. At this time, Xia Tian sank his body again and said, "Swift Wind Leopard." Xia Tian's speed increased again, becoming very fast. When he rushed forward, his body was like a shadow, and he caught up with Yi Sha in the blink of an eye. Raised the knife and cut. Clang. When the blood knife fell, Yi Sha directly met Jianluo Nanjiang with the sword, and the swords clashed and trembled. But at this moment, Xia Tian's pupil shrank, and a trace of a treacherous expression appeared on his face. The blood knife suddenly turned into blood water and fell, and then Xia Tian's palm sank down. The scattered blood water condensed into a blood knife again, but it had avoided Jianluo Nanjiang's defense. Puff! Xia Tian raised the knife and stabbed it into Yi Sha's lower abdomen. The tip of the knife had penetrated the flesh for more than half an inch, but Yi Sha reacted very quickly. He threw away the evil eye sword and directly grasped the blade of the blood knife to prevent Xia Tian from stabbing forward. Blood quickly dripped from Yi Sha's palm. "Go to hell!" Xia Tian roared angrily, then stepped forward and charged, while constantly exerting force with his arms, trying to pierce Yi Sha's body with the blood knife. Yi Sha kept retreating. The two of them advanced and retreated, and after several meters back, Yi Sha gritted his teeth, raised his leg and kicked Xia Tian in the chest, while exerting force with his palm, and pulled the blood knife out of his body. Yi Sha looked down and saw that his palms and waist were bright red. This blow had injured Yi Sha badly. Ah! Xia Tian stepped back a few steps, stabilized his body, and rushed towards Yi Sha again. Fighting blood freezing technique. Xia Tian said coldly, "Big Red Lotus." Xia Tian swept forward with a knife, and when the blade passed forward, a half-moon-shaped frost appeared on the ground and condensed on the ground. Crack, crack. Then, the sound of frost condensing sounded, and countless blood-colored ice flakes suddenly rose from the ground, layered and connected, like blooming lotus petals, and hit Yi Sha diagonally. Bang! Yi Sha's chest was hit directly, and he was thrown out and hit the ground. He opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood to the side. Ah! Xia Tian screamed, ran on the ice, then jumped up, raised his knife with both hands, and chopped down. Fatal! Yi Sha shouted, "Kill this bastard." As you wish. The fatal voice emerged in Yi Sha's mind, and countless black liquids flowed out of Yi Sha's pores, covering Yi Sha's whole body, making Yi Sha enter a fatal form. He grinned, revealing shark-like jagged teeth, looking extremely ferocious. And then Yi Sha stretched out his hand fiercely. Black liquid gushed upwards, extremely viscous, directly wrapped the blood knife in Xia Tian's hand. And then Yi Sha swung his hand fiercely, throwing Xia Tian out with the knife and the man. Bang! Xia Tian fell to the ground on one side, but he didn't suffer much damage, and immediately turned over. At the same time, Yi Sha also rolled half a circle on the ground, but did not get up. He directly ran towards Xia Tian with all 4 limbs on the ground like a wild animal. Humans cannot use this running posture. But what is controlling Yisha's body right now is not Yisha's own thoughts, but fatal thoughts. This running posture is related to body coordination. But with Yisha's physical fitness, there is no possibility of poor coordination. It can only be said that as a human, he moves on his legs and cannot adapt to the running method of beasts. Or, it is a matter of habit. But fatal thoughts do not have this habit. It is undeniable that running on all 4s, like a wild animal, will definitely be faster as long as you adapt. Yisha arrived in front of Xia Tian almost in an instant. Yisha was going to counterattack. Yisha raised his right arm, and black bubbles kept coming out of his right arm. The black liquid was wriggling, turning Yisha's arm into the shape of a battle axe, and slashed towards Xia Tian fiercely. Bang! Xia Tian raised his blood knife to meet him, and the moment he collided with the battle axe, he clenched his teeth. He could clearly feel that after Yisha entered the fatal state, his strength was much greater. However, it can be barely defended. However, just when Xia Tian just thought of this, the black liquid in Yisha's chest squirmed and suddenly rushed forward, like a heavy hammer, hitting Xia Tian's chest hard and knocking Xia Tian out. When Yisha named it fatal, it was not completely meaningless, because the black liquid can condense into a shape at will, so that every part of the body can be transformed into a weapon, and every part of the body can kill people. So, fatal is full of weapons. This is how Yisha came up with the name fatal. Xia Tian was caught off guard and was blown away. The moment he landed, Xia Tian felt that his internal organs were churning, and he felt extremely painful. His throat felt sweet, and he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. He finally managed to hold it back. At this moment, Yisha had jumped up again, and this time he jumped to a height of 5 or 6 meters. Because at the moment of jumping up, black liquid suddenly appeared under Yisha's feet and rushed downwards, boosting and pushing Yisha to a higher position. In midair, Yisha swung his hand, and several black liquids about 2 fingers wide flowed out of his arm, quickly condensed, and the front end was extremely sharp, stabbing downwards. Xia Tian quickly stabbed the blood knife towards the ground, fighting blood freezing technique. Blood cross shield. The blood knife broke with a click, and after turning into blood, it quickly condensed and turned into a blood-colored giant tower shield 1.5 meters high, blocking Xia Tian. Bang, bang, bang. The long spikes condensed from the black liquid continuously hit the blood cross shield, but failed to break through the defense. The next moment, Yisha landed on the ground, then raised his arm and swept forward. Black liquid poured out to the side, quickly condensing into a black sickle that was 5 or 6 meters long, sweeping towards Xia Tian from the side. Xia Tian quickly turned the blood cross shield to the side. Bang! The blood cross shield was extremely solid, and after hitting the sickle, it blocked the sickle's attack again. However, at this moment, the sickle of the swung black sickle suddenly bent, bypassing the blood cross shield, like a pair of scissors closing, forming a very small angle, and slashed Xia Tian's waist fiercely. Chapter 1105 Stone Coffin. Puff! The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh was heard, and the sickle blade slashed across Xia Tian's waist, leaving a wound. This blow was a heavy blow to Xia Tian, and his clothes were completely cut open. On Xia Tian's waist, an obvious wound could be seen, and a piece of flesh was directly cut off. Bleeding profusely, Xia Tian's face, which had already turned pale due to the continuous use of the blood transforming ability, became even paler at this moment. Without any blood color, he covered his waist, and blood continued to seep out from between his fingers. Yisha had no intention of letting Xia Tian go. He kicked his feet, and black liquid gushed out from his soles again as a boost. Then Yisha's body flew out like a cannonball. Bang! Yisha's shoulders sank, hitting Xia Tian's chest hard, and then Xia Tian flew out directly. Bang! The second dull collision sound appeared, but Xia Tian was hit hard on the sarcophagus in the center after being hit by Yisha. With a click, because of the collision, the stone cover on the sarcophagus moved to the side and hit the ground, making a loud noise. There was a skeleton lying in the sarcophagus, wearing a python robe and flowery clothes, and there were many gold, silver and jewelry burial objects in the coffin, especially on the chest. There was a jade ruby. I think when buried, the jade ruby should be held by the hands of the corpse. Xiatian grabbed the edge of the sarcophagus and slowly climbed up. Suddenly, he felt a tightness in his chest where Yisha hit him, and he opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood that fell to the ground. Yisha stood up and walked towards Xiatian. I think you can prepare your last words now. Yisha raised his right arm, and the black liquid squirmed again, appearing extremely sticky, and twisted out a battle axe again between Yisha's fists. Xiatian stood up, watching Yisha approaching, and suddenly laughed, looking at Yisha. Don't you want to know what deal I reached with Gonlin? Yisha said disdainfully. Do you think it's meaningful to delay time at this time? It doesn't matter what deal Xiatian reached with Gonlin. The important thing is that Xiatian is going to die, and he is no longer able to fight. Xiatian didn't seem to think so. He suddenly laughed and took out a tube of medicine from his arms. The medicine was light green and strange. It looked like liquid or smoke. It seemed too thin to be liquid, as if it was floating in a test tube. It seemed too viscous to be gas, as if it was flowing mercury. Yisha's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly accelerated towards Xiatian. No matter what the medicine was or what effect it had, it was right for Yisha to stop Xiatian from doing anything. Ghost step. Yisha appeared in front of Xiatian almost instantly, raised his axe and chopped at Xiatian. He didn't chop Xiatian, but the tube of medicine. However, what surprised Yisha was that Xiatian didn't show any fear on his face, and even didn't do anything to stop Yisha. At this moment, Yisha suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Snap! The axe hit the tube of medicine, and the glass test tube immediately shattered. The liquid medicine inside scattered around, and most of it fell into the sarcophagus. Xiatian suddenly laughed and looked at Yisha. I know I am not your opponent, and the content of the deal between me and Gonlin is also very simple. She gave me a chance to kill you. The moment Xiatian finished speaking, he suddenly stretched his bleeding arm into the sarcophagus and let his blood spill on the bones in the sarcophagus. The moment Xiatian spilled his blood in the sarcophagus, the medicine liquid and blood quickly turned into mist when they came into contact, and spread in the sarcophagus. At the same time, as the light green mist gradually covered the bones, some flesh and blood gradually appeared on the bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yisha's pupils shrank, and the skeleton seemed to be coming alive. Xiatian's face was ferocious, and he growled at Yisha, You're dead. Yisha glanced at Xiatian. Do you still have time to worry about my life or death now? Poof! The sound of flesh tearing appeared, and Xiatian's pupils suddenly dilated, and he looked down at his chest. Xiatian felt a wet feeling, a little sticky, which made Xiatian feel extremely uncomfortable. And then a severe pain came from Xiatian's chest. Slowly, Xiatian's clothes tore open on his chest, and a hideous wound appeared, which went diagonally from his shoulder, almost passing through half of his body, and spread to his waist. It was Yisha who suddenly attacked, and that blow almost split Xiatian's body in half. Xiatian opened his mouth, and a lot of blood flowed out of his mouth. His back was against the sarcophagus, and he fell to the ground. Yisha sneered, I don't know whether I will die, but you will die. Xiatian grinned and said dryly, Killing me only once can't kill me. A layer of light green light appeared on Xiatian's body, wrapping her whole body, revealing a sense of vitality. The horrible wound on Xiatian's chest stopped bleeding almost instantly, and a trace of small buds appeared around the wound. The wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yisha was stunned for a moment, and then he was shocked. The 12 trials of immortality? Xiatian laughed. You also know this ability? Now you should understand. You can't kill me. I can still stand up again. And you are about to die, killed by the thing in the sarcophagus. This is Gonlin's deal with me. It is her promise to me. Xiatian was a little hysterical, and seemed to be a little excited because he saw the dawn of victory. However, when Xiatian looked up, he found Yisha looking at him with a pity expression. You have completed the 9th trial, the 12 trials of the immortal. Trial reward, frenzy. Yisha's ears heard the reminder of a mysterious voice. Xiatian's expression became extremely frightened. Obviously, the mysterious voice must have appeared in Xiatian's ears. Then, Xiatian lowered his head and looked at his chest with an expression of disbelief. The green light that enveloped Xiatian's body shattered like glass in an instant, turning into countless light green halos and dissipating. The newly grown small buds on the edge of the wound on Xiatian's chest withered and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into lifeless rotten meat. At the same time, the wound had already stopped bleeding. But at this moment, the bright red blood gushed out of the wound again like it was free. Cough. Cough. Xia Tian felt as if his throat was blocked by something. Coughing and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xia Tian looked at Yisha in horror. You? Yes. Yisha curled his lips. Coincidentally, I also have the ability of the 12 Trials of Immortality. Chapter 1106 Ancient Corpse. The 12 Trials of Immortality can revive. Yisha believes that Xia Tian must have been resurrected many times. This is probably one of the reasons why Xia Tian dared to fight Yisha head-on. However, if Yisha also has the 12 Trials of Immortality, it would be another matter. Because, when both of them have this ability, then Xia Tian is Yisha's trial mission target. Of course, if the conditions are equal, Yisha is also Xia Tian's trial mission target. As the target of the same trial mission, killing the other party will not trigger the resurrection effect. The pity in Yisha's eyes became stronger, and he squatted down in front of Xia Tian. It seems that your last support is gone. Yisha looked at Xia Tian's horrified eyes, raised his hand, and patted Xia Tian's cheek. Also, let me tell you something. Ganlin knows that I have the 12 Trials of Immortality. Xia Tian's pupils suddenly dilated, staring at Yisha. Yisha laughed. It seems that you have understood. What do you think you are qualified to trade with that woman? You are just a bait she used to lure me. She knew you would die in my hands. Ah! Xia Tian didn't know where the strength came from, and suddenly roared, rushing towards Yisha ferociously. Puff! The black liquid in Yisha's right arm surged, turning into a sharp sword, and then fiercely pierced into Xia Tian's chest. The muscles on Xia Tian's face hesitated, and he stretched out his hand to grab Yisha's shoulders, revealing an unwilling expression. Yisha sneered, stretched out his hand and pushed Xia Tian away, and pulled out the black long sword, bringing out a blood arrow to fly around. Xia Tian's body fell to the side, twitching constantly. He looked at Yisha with hatred, moved his throat, and wanted to say something, but he couldn't make any sound. Xia Tian's eyes gradually became blurred. His body began to lose strength, and his vision became more and more blurred. Yisha no longer cared about Xia Tian. Even if this guy was not dead yet, he was not far from dying. He only had one last breath left. It depended on how long he could hold on. What Yisha was concerned about now was the things in the sarcophagus. Xia Tian was obviously used by Ganlin. Ganlin probably told Xia Tian that he could kill Yisha by using the skeleton in the coffin. The liquid medicine was probably given by Ganlin, and Xia Tian's blood was needed to trigger the medicinal properties. Xia Tian was even prepared to pay a chance of resurrection as a price. But Ganlin obviously did not tell Xia Tian that Yisha also had the ability of the 12 Trials of Immortality. It is possible that Ganlin deliberately instigated Xia Tian to use the chance of resurrection to formulate such a plan, so that Xia Tian thought he could kill Yisha. In general, Xia Tian was just a chess piece of Ganlin, and it was the kind of chess piece that could be thrown away after use. Or in other words, it was decided to be thrown away before use. So, what was Ganlin's purpose? Yisha thought it should not be to kill him, because Ganlin knew very well that Xia Tian could not kill him. In this case, it could only be something in the sarcophagus. Yisha looked at the sarcophagus almost immediately after killing Xia Tian, and he didn't even have time to enjoy the joy of killing Xia Tian. The skeleton? No, there were no skeletons in the sarcophagus, but a corpse. The skeleton had grown flesh and turned into a corpse. The corpse's age could not be seen, because, although the skeleton had flesh, it was not alive, but flesh and blood. The skin was pale, the flesh was shriveled, and it was as withered as an old tree. Yisha did not hesitate at all, and directly raised the long sword condensed from the black liquid and stabbed it down with force. Yisha did not care what this thing was, and destroyed it first. Poof! The black long sword pierced the chest of the corpse, and went straight through it. Yisha tilted his head, feeling a little weird. Although the long sword pierced the chest of the corpse, it felt real. But Yisha didn't feel like it was piercing a human body. This was the same even when facing a corpse. It didn't matter whether it was a dead person or a living person. What mattered was the feeling. Soon, Yisha did find something strange. First of all, there was no blood. Yisha pierced the opponent's body, but no blood flowed out. Secondly, there was nothing but bones and flesh. The human body is not only made up of bones and flesh, but also meridians, internal organs, etc. But that corpse was just flesh and blood growing on the bones. Nothing else. Therefore, Yi Sha felt that it was empty after stabbing with a sword. Yi Sha thought about it. Since piercing the body seemed to be useless, he would use a more direct method. Puff! Yi Sha pulled out the black sword. And then the black liquid squirmed and quickly turned into a battle axe. Then Yi Sha raised the battle axe high and chopped it down towards the neck of the corpse. Yi Sha planned to cut off the head of the corpse directly, cutting off the flesh and bones. This is the best way to deal with zombies. Zombies without heads will not move. Yi Sha doesn't know whether this method is effective against the corpse in front of him, but at least he can try it. Anyway, there is no loss. The battle axe fell, and was about to hit the corpse's neck. But at this moment, Yi Sha's arm suddenly stopped, about 2 or 3 inches in front of the corpse's neck. Yi Sha frowned, and the reason why his attack stopped was because his wrist was held. At the moment when the battle axe was about to chop off the corpse's head, the corpse suddenly raised his left hand and held Yi Sha's wrist, stopping Yi Sha's attack. No, maybe it's time to call it something else. Since it can move, it shouldn't be called a corpse, but a zombie. Yi Sha twisted his wrist, struggled out of the opponent's wrist, and then raised the axe to chop again. Clang! The zombie actually picked up the jade rui on his chest, met the battle axe, and blocked Yi Sha's battle axe. The next moment, there was a sudden breeze around, and the python robe and flowery clothes worn by the zombie actually swelled up. And then Yi Sha felt a huge force coming, hitting his chest hard. Yi Sha took several steps back, then stabilized his body and looked at the sarcophagus. The zombie's body slowly floated up, then stood up, stood in the sarcophagus, slowly turned to Yi Sha, and suddenly raised his hand. The zombie's index finger and middle finger joined together, and then pointed in the direction of Yi Sha. At this moment, Yi Sha suddenly had a very bad feeling, as if there was some danger approaching. Almost instinctively, Yi Sha quickly moved his body to the side. Bang! Just when Yi Sha moved his body away, Yi Sha heard a loud noise behind him. Chapter 1107 Duel. Yi Sha looked back and saw that the floor where he was standing just now was completely shattered and lifted up, and a piece of it was dug out. Yi Sha looked at the ground, then at the zombie, and murmured, "Wind blade? Superhuman?" Yi Sha felt that the opponent's attack was a bit strange, and the damage caused seemed to be a wind blade. But Yi Sha was very sure that it was not the case. The opponent did not use any ability to manipulate the wind flow. Otherwise, as the controller of the 8 winds and rains, Yi Sha would not be unaware. So, is it a superhuman type? If it is a brain ability, it can do this kind of invisible destruction. But Yi Sha doesn't think so. When the zombie attacked, Yi Sha didn't feel the fluctuation of brain ability. At the same time, the zombie jumped out of the sarcophagus and swept forward with the same gesture of 2 fingers together. Crash! Crash! As the zombie raised his arms and swept, the stone slabs in front flew up one after another, flew into the air, and then pressed down in the direction of Yi Sha. Yi Sha retreated continuously, avoiding the falling stone slabs, then took a deep breath, slowly leaned forward, and lay on the ground, turning into the posture of a beast running again. The next moment, Yi Sha suddenly rushed forward. No matter what the zombie was capable of, the simplest and most direct method was naturally only one. That is, kill him. In a fatal state, Yi Sha ran in this posture again, at an astonishing speed, forcibly running sideways, avoiding the flying stone slabs, and coming to the side of the zombie. Yi Sha did not move closer, but the black liquid on his right arm surged and quickly condensed into the shape of a big knife. It looked ordinary, but the big knife condensed from the black liquid was really long, a full 10 meters. Ha! Yi Sha roared, and with a sudden force, the giant big knife swept out from the side and chopped towards the waist of the zombie. As long as it hit, Yi Sha was confident that he could cut the zombie's body in half. But at the moment of hitting, the zombie raised his arm again and slashed forward with both fingers. Dang! A crisp metal collision sound was heard, and the zombie was pushed back under great force. But the strange thing was that the big knife condensed from the black liquid seemed to hit something, and was blocked half a meter in front of the zombie. Yi Sha frowned, and always felt that the zombie's ability No. It should be said that the action seemed a little familiar. In a moment, when Yisha pushed the zombie to the corner of the round platform and was about to fall from the round platform, the zombie suddenly jumped up, pointing his fingers downward. Yisha suddenly felt a strong wind passing by his cheek. With a bang, a fist-sized hole exploded in the ground behind Yisha. Yisha suddenly thought of something and widened his eyes. Sword finger? Yisha finally knew why he felt a little strange when he saw the zombie's action. Because the other party was using a sword finger. The sword finger posture is to bend the ring finger and the little finger, so that the thumb is pressed on the nails of the two fingers, and the index finger and the middle finger are together and straightened. This is a hand gesture that often appears in ancient martial arts, and it is the finger shape of a sword. However, the sword finger is just a hand gesture, not a move in ancient martial arts. It is usually used in conjunction with sword moves. But the zombie in front of him uses the sword finger to attack. Maybe. Yisha raised his eyebrows. Is it because there is no sword in his hand? Yisha was thinking. And the zombie had condensed his fingers into a sword again and pointed in the direction of Yisha. Yisha finally figured out what the opponent's attack was. It was probably something like a slash in the air. Or it could also be understood as the so-called sword energy. If it was before the end of the world, this would be something mysterious. But in the end of the world, it is not so rare. Especially on the Doomsday train, where there are many abilities that can slash through the air. In fact, Yisha's 6 dragons flying in the sky and 24 bridges moonlit night are both abilities that can slash through the air. Yisha judged the attack position by the direction of the zombie's fingertips, and immediately dodged to the side and dodged again. Sword skills? Yisha sneered. I can do that too. As soon as Yisha's mind moved, Fatal understood what Yisha meant. The black liquid quickly dissipated, or rather, retracted back into Yisha's body, allowing Yisha to escape from the fatal state. The next moment, Yisha leaped into the air, turned his body in the air, and then took advantage of the momentum to slash at the zombie with a sword. 6 dragons flying in the sky. The sword came out, and the blood light overflowed. The blood light swung out by Yisha quickly condensed into a blood dragon and flew towards the zombie. The blood dragon bared its fangs and claws, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down on the zombie. However, the zombie resolutely did not move. When the blood dragon's huge mouth fell, it suddenly pointed its sword forward. The zombie's arms went straight into the blood dragon's mouth. And then with a snap, the blood dragon was suddenly shattered, and countless blood-colored sword lights slashed in all directions, falling on the ground, making continuous loud noises, leaving sword marks one after another. Yisha's pupils shrank, and he didn't expect that his blood dragon would be broken so easily. However, there were a total of 6 blood dragons in the 6 dragons flying in the sky, and this was only the first one. The second blood dragon also rushed out at the right time, came to the front of the zombie, opened its mouth and was about to bite the zombie. But the zombie's reaction was also very fast. And most importantly, it was very flexible. Ordinary zombies, even mini mutant zombies, have a sense of awkwardness when they move, because the muscles of corpses are different from those of living people. But this zombie, judging from its movements, is probably exactly the same as a living person. With a tap of the toes, the zombie's body leaped back, and then raised its fingers to become a sword, slashing forward. A crack appeared on the blood dragon's body, and then with a click, it was cut into 2 pieces by the zombie's sword finger. The next moment, the zombie did not retreat but advanced directly forward, rushing towards the third blood dragon. The zombie stretched out his finger and tapped, and the sword finger collided with the blood dragon again. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around the zombie's body. As the zombie continued to move forward, it actually cut the center of the third blood dragon. No, it should be said that it was pierced through. Snap! With a sound like glass breaking, the third blood dragon broke into pieces, turning into countless blood-colored sword lights that randomly slashed around, leaving sword marks on the surrounding ground. After the third blood dragon was broken, the zombie did not slow down, and came forward again, and then met the fourth blood dragon. Chapter 1108, A Glimpse of 1,000 Years. Yisha was really surprised at the moment. The zombie had easily solved 3 blood dragons. Although the sword finger was quite powerful, it was not enough to make Yisha feel scared. It was not necessarily as powerful as a king-level mutant zombie, But being able to block 3 blood dragons so easily was something that even a king-level zombie could hardly do. At this time, the zombie had already met the 4th blood dragon. The 6 flying blood dragons were more powerful than one. This time, the zombie was finally no longer safe and sound. The 4th blood dragon came to the zombie, and the sword-like barrier around the zombie's body was torn apart. And then a hole appeared on the zombie's shoulder. Although the 4th blood dragon was also offset, it finally hurt the opponent, which was barely good news. The 5th blood dragon rushed out immediately, passing through the air and coming to the zombie. The zombie retreated backwards, tapping his toes on the ground, and his body seemed to float up, until there was no escape. The zombie once again met the sword and slashed at the 5th blood dragon. Clang! The sharp sound of swords rang out at this moment. And then the ground below the blood dragon began to crack inch by inch, and the bluestone slabs exploded one after another. Boom! 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 The ground made a series of loud noises, and then continued to explode, and the dust flew up all around. In a moment, the dust dispersed, and the zombie slid out of the dust. There were more than a dozen wounds on his body. Not deep, about half an inch each, but there were a little more, making the zombie look quite embarrassed. But the zombie didn't have any time to breathe, because the 6th blood dragon had already arrived. The zombie kicked his legs hard, and before he could stand firmly, he rushed forward and directly hit the 6th blood dragon. At that moment, Yisha felt that the zombie was like a sword, a sharp sword out of its sheath, and his whole body felt extremely sharp. Boom! Almost in an instant, the zombie collided with the 6th blood dragon and pushed it sideways. The blood dragon seemed to hit a wall. Its body kept breaking into pieces. And then, starting from the head, its body was flattened bit by bit. However, the zombie was obviously not feeling well either, with many more wounds on its body. The python robe turned into a pile of claw strips hanging on its body. The blood on the zombie's body was torn apart, and the bones exposed under the wounds could be clearly seen. Boom! A loud noise suddenly appeared, and the 6th blood dragon was finally consumed. Although the zombie looked extremely embarrassed, its speed did not slow down, and it continued to rush towards Yisha frantically. Yisha's eyes were slightly cold, and he stepped back while holding the evil eye sword horizontally in front of him. Huh? Yisha took a deep breath and looked at the last evil eye from the corner of his eye, in order to learn the sword moves sealed in the 3 evil eyes. The evil eye sword would actually be abandoned sooner or later, since I have the sword falling in southern border. Yisha murmured, then let's learn the last move here. Looking at the zombies flying towards him, Yisha immediately activated the Cursed Sword Saint. Curse Sword Saint. Curse Sword Master. Summon the obsession of the previous owner and gain the power of the Curse Sword Master. The duration is 180 seconds. Each use destroys an evil eye. When all 6 evil eyes are destroyed, the curse of the evil eye disappears and breaks. 1/6. Some red and black smoke lingers on Yisha's body. Crack! A crack appeared on the blade of the evil eye sword. Although it has not broken yet, Yisha knows very well that with the end of the duration of the Curse Sword Master, the last evil eye will break, and the evil eye sword will eventually break completely. This sword will be the last sword of the evil eye sword. The zombie was right in front of Yisha, only 3 or 5 meters away. But Yisha closed his eyes. After closing his eyes, Yisha's mind sank into the illusion of the evil eye sword. Yisha soon found that he was on an ancient street, surrounded by people, and very lively. There were peddlers all around. The peddlers were shouting. The coachmen were driving the carriages hurriedly. And outside the restaurant, the waiter was laughing and greeting the guests to enter the store. Yisha stood there, but it seemed that no one saw Yisha. Everyone hurried past Yisha. Then, Yisha found that the pedestrians on the street gradually became sparse. The snow-white walls turned gray and mottled. The middle-aged man selling scallion pancakes on the street gradually aged. As spring went and autumn came, the sycamore trees by the river dropped their yellow leaves and soon grew new buds. Until one day, this ancient street was completely abandoned, desolate, overgrown with weeds, and no longer alive. At the end of the ancient street, Yisha saw a figure, a vague outline, and an indistinct face. The man stood there with a sword on his back, as if lamenting the rise and fall. In this world, there is no immortal emperor. In this world, there is no family that will never fall. In this world, there is no will that will last forever. Time flows, unstoppable, unstoppable, and unresistible. Then, at the end of the street corner, the middle-aged man turned all of this into a sword move and stabbed forward. This is an extremely simple and ordinary sword, but it is lamenting the rise and fall of the world, as well as the ruthlessness and cruelty of the passage of time. The name of this sword. Yi Sha suddenly opened his eyes. He saw spring, summer, autumn and winter in the illusory world. He experienced day after day, year after year. It was obviously a very long time. However, when Yi Sha opened his eyes, the zombie had just arrived in front of him. So, one glance for 10,000 years. This is the name of this sword. Yi Sha shook the evil eye sword and handed it forward. There was no sound of fighting. No sound of flesh and blood being torn. No angry roar. No scream of pain. Yi Sha took a step forward, and then brushed past the zombie, with their backs facing each other, about 3 meters apart. You learn the cursed sword move from the sword master's sword intent in the evil eye. One glance lasts for 10,000 years. A mysterious voice sounded at this moment, and Yi Sha looked down. Crack! The evil eye sword made a crisp sound, and the sword body finally couldn't support it anymore, and it completely shattered into a pile of fragments, falling to the ground, making a ding-dong-dong sound. In Yi Sha's palm, there was only the hilt of the sword. At the same time, puff, 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 puff. The zombie that had been standing still was making a series of sounds of flesh and blood being torn apart, and wounds kept opening on its body. Then, with a thump, it fell to its knees on the ground. The zombie's head dropped, and a thin line of cut appeared on its neck. Finally, the head fell to the ground with a click and rolled to the side. Chapter 1109 Gon Lin arrives. Finally killed this guy. Yi Sha breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little relieved, but it was only for a moment. Yi Sha raised his head sharply and looked at the headless zombie kneeling on the ground. This guy is not dead yet, because the mysterious voice did not prompt. If the other party died, the mysterious voice would definitely prompt. No, of course, means he is not dead. However, this guy's head has been chopped off, and his body is only bones and flesh, without even blood, let alone meridians and internal organs. Of course, there is no heart. So, if the head is not dead, how can this guy be killed? Yi Sha looked at the other party vigilantly, but found that the zombie was motionless, as if dead, but there was no mysterious sound to prompt. What happened? Just then, dang, dang, Yi Sha suddenly heard a sound of metal collision, and then looked at the ground in surprise. The fragments of the evil eye sword were shaking and hitting the ground, making a sound. The next moment, Yi Sha felt the hilt of the evil eye sword in his hand began to tremble, and it was out of his control and forcibly broke free from his hand. The hilt of the evil eye sword and the fragments of the sword on the ground suddenly began to fly towards the zombie. The headless zombie stretched out his hand to the side and suddenly grabbed the evil eye sword. Then the fragments of the evil eye sword all flew onto the hilt, spliced together, and reshaped the sword body, but it was covered with cracks. Countless black and red smoke surged around the zombie's body, and then the wounds on the zombie began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The zombie slowly stood up, picked up the head that had fallen to the side, and pressed it back to his neck. Yi Sha couldn't help but widen his eyes. What happened? The zombie didn't die, so Yi Sha wasn't too surprised. It was probably another abnormality. But the evil eye sword was reassembled, and it was held in the zombie's hand. This was obviously too abnormal. But at this time, a piercing eagle cry suddenly sounded. Yi Sha's pupils shrank, and he looked up suddenly. Suddenly, a ball of fire appeared in the air, burning fiercely, and fell down like a meteorite. Red Fire Eagle. Gon Lin's Red Fire Eagle. The Red Fire Eagle fell rapidly, and slammed into the zombie fiercely. The zombie was naturally unwilling to be outdone, and raised his sword without hesitation, slashing at the Red Fire Eagle. Bang! The Red Fire Eagle's body was extremely solid, and its spread eagle wings were like sharp blades. It collided with the evil eye sword in the zombie's hand, and it actually made a crisp sound of collision. At the same time, the howling of wolves suddenly appeared. Yi Sha looked back and saw the underworld wolf appearing on the rope bridge connecting the round platform, running towards the zombie. This was also nothing to be alarmed about. The appearance of the Red Fire Eagle naturally meant that Gon Lin had come. So the underworld wolf would of course also appear, because the underworld wolf and the Red Fire Eagle were inseparable from Gon Lin. Boom, boom, boom. The underworld wolf ran forward. And with every step it took, its body would grow larger. When it came to the zombie, the height of the underworld wolf suddenly soared to more than 2 meters. Even close to 3 meters. Bang! Waving its claws, the underworld wolf swung fiercely at the zombie. The zombie was obviously stronger than before, facing the attack of the red fire eagle and the underworld wolf. It was not at all inferior. The evil eye sword suddenly swung, and the sword light was several feet long, which shook the red fire eagle away and crashed to the ground and kept rolling. After the attack, the zombie's body twisted, and the evil eye sword slashed again. Yisha's eyes were extremely surprised. It turned out to be the 6 dragons flying in the sky. The zombie slashed with a sword, and the sword light turned into a blood dragon, which hit the underworld wolf fiercely, knocking it away. But the moment the underworld wolf stood up, the second blood dragon arrived and directly tore a huge hole in the underworld wolf's body. Black smoke was coming out around the wound, and black blood kept flowing out of the underworld wolf's body. The third blood dragon flew out and slashed towards the underworld wolf. At the same time, the zombie ran forward without hesitation and pounced on the red fire eagle that had climbed up again on the other side. But at this moment, puff! A crossbow arrow flew through the air and suddenly pierced the zombie's neck, driving half of it directly into it. The zombie immediately showed a look of pain, twisting its body constantly, struggling, stumbling and falling, and then climbing up again. Gradually, a light green mist emerged from the zombie's body. Yisha raised his eyebrows. He recognized the mist. It was the mist that Xia Tian had crushed the potion and dripped blood on it before, causing it to turn into mist. At the same time, it was also because of this thing that the skeleton began to grow new flesh. Sure enough, when the mist came out of the zombie's body, the flesh and blood on the zombie quickly shrank, peeled off piece by piece, and continued to shrink, and finally turned into something like meat residue. The zombie turned back into a skeleton, fell to the ground with a bang, and the bones were broken. Yisha carried a sword and said coldly, "I need an explanation." Yisha looked in the direction of the rope bridge. Gan Lin was standing there, holding a delicate crossbow in his hand. Yisha had not made a move because he did not know how to make a move. Should he attack the Scarlet Fire Eagle and the Underworld Wolf? Or should he attack the zombie? Attacking zombies was impossible. Yisha did not want to help Gan Lin do anything. As for attacking the Scarlet Fire Eagle and the Underworld Wolf, Yisha wanted to do so. But he was also very clear that the zombie might chop him down when he attacked. Gan Lin smiled and looked at Yisha. "Of course. As long as you want to know. I can tell you that everything is because of that sword." Yisha, Evil Eye Sword? Gan Lin, the owner of this dragon mausoleum, is the owner of the Evil Eye Sword, the cursed sword master. And I need to get something from him. It's easy to bring him back to life. Some new RTX zombie virus potions will do. That thing can even turn skeletons into zombies. Yisha watched Gan Lin walk towards the round platform, towards the corpse of the zombie, and picked up the Evil Eye Sword from the ground. Snap! When the zombie died, the Evil Eye Sword lost its luster again, and when Gan Lin picked it up, it broke again and turned into a pile of fragments. Gan Lin, next. I will use this sword. Only when this sword is destroyed in this place. Destroyed in front of him. And the legendary curse disappears. Can I get what I want? Chapter 11:10 Calculation. Gan Lin only said things, but didn't say what they were. Yisha naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to ask what they were. Since Gan Lin used the word things to refer to them, he naturally wouldn't tell Yisha what they were. Huh? Yisha exhaled. So, what you wanted to get from me at the beginning was the Evil Eye Sword? Gan Lin smiled. Yes. Yisha finally understood the whole process of the matter. Xia Tian was just a bait or a bargaining chip in Gan Lin's plan. Because Xia Tian was a bargaining chip that could make it easier for Yisha to make up his mind and come to Longling. Then, Gan Lin tested Yisha to test his attitude. The simplest and most direct method, of course, was for Gan Lin to get the Evil Eye Sword through a transaction, and then come to Longling in person to solve everything and get what he wanted. Unfortunately, Gan Lin used the little ancient cat to test, and was sure that even with favorable trading conditions, Yisha would not be able to trade anything in his hand with Gan Lin. This is Yisha's attitude. He would rather not make himself stronger through trading than let Gan Lin become stronger through trading. Therefore, Gan Lin could not trade the Evil Eye Sword from Yisha. Of course, This is not absolute. Maybe Yisha really wanted to get the sword and fell in Nanjiang. So he agreed to the trade? It's just that Gonlin didn't want to gamble. If Yisha refused, he would be alert. And Gonlin would never get the evil eye sword from Yisha again. Therefore, Gonlin used another trade to let Yisha come to Longling to help him get things. This is something Yisha will not refuse. Because it is not something in Yisha's hands. Even if Yisha does not agree, Gonlin will find a way to take it himself. Or make a deal with others. In this case, Yisha might as well agree to the deal. At least, he can get the sword falling in southern Xinjiang. Especially Gonlin also threw out Xia Tian as a bargaining chip. So Yisha naturally wants to come here. As for Xia Tian, Gonlin simply told him that there is something in this dragon mausoleum that can kill Yisha. Yisha will die here. And Xia Tian can continue to live with the 12 trials of immortality. In order to persuade or tempt Xia Tian to come here, Yisha couldn't help but stare at Gonlin. Calculated, Yisha never denied that the woman in front of him was difficult to deal with. She was best at using others to do things for her. This time, she succeeded again, and Yisha fell completely into her calculations. Yisha, so, are you so sure that I will use the last evil eye? From the situation of the battle, if Yisha didn't use the last evil eye, the zombie would not be able to take the evil eye sword from him. Because, I know you. Gonlin chuckled and kicked the broken bones. This guy is more difficult than I thought. You can't kill him without real effort. Seeing that he is proficient in sword moves, you will definitely want to give it a try to see whose sword moves are stronger. Yisha, what if? Gonlin chuckled but didn't answer. But Yisha already understood what he meant. If Yisha didn't use the last evil eye, Gonlin would definitely take action and force him to use it. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this is indeed a very likely thing. The king's holy sword will not be used easily. The side effects of adrenaline are too obvious. If he can't confirm that he has returned to the Doomsday train, Yisha will not use it. The martial arts supreme has already used it. The destroyer's heavy punch is slightly less effective against zombies. Although the area of the circular platform is not small, it is not enough for the arrow of divine punishment to exert its full power. Dragon transformation is not a problem. But after counting so carefully, the probability that Yisha will choose to use the last evil eye is very high. Thinking about it this way, Xia Tian may not only be a bait, but his role is also to force Yisha to hand over his trump cards one by one as much as possible. In the end, Yisha will definitely use the last evil eye. Congratulations. Yisha's eyes showed a hint of cruelty. And he said coldly, you succeeded? Gonlin smiled. You are not at a disadvantage. Because there is nothing here that I want you to find. So I violated the agreement. According to the transaction agreement in the boss's hand, you don't have to return the sword to me. Yisha still stared at Gonlin. And suddenly said, do you know what I want to do most now? Gonlin seemed very happy. Smiling, of course. Kill me. Yisha slowly clenched the sword. Gonlin glanced at Jianluo Nanjiang. You won't do that. Yisha narrowed his eyes. It is undeniable that Gonlin is really good at grasping people's hearts. Yisha's reason is indeed telling Yisha that he should not take action at this time. Gonlin dared to appear like this, and must have kept a backhand to prevent Yisha from getting angry. Taking action is indeed not a good choice. Yisha, but people are always impulsive. Gonlin smiled, and suddenly opened his hands. It's really useless to be impulsive this time. I think it's better not to take action. It's good for everyone. And you will also benefit. If you take action, it will be a complete declaration of war, which is not worth it. Yisha looked at what Gonlin was holding. And indeed, he had a backup plan. It was a palm-sized rag doll. A replacement doll that Xia Tian had used before. Yisha took a deep breath. Put the sword back into the sheath. Get lost. Gonlin smiled, turned and walked towards the cable bridge, and left quickly. Since Gonlin had a replacement doll in her hand, it meant that it was impossible to kill her this time. Taking action meant that after returning to the Doomsday train, the two sides would declare war completely. Weighing the pros and cons, Yisha had to admit that Gonlin was right, and it was not worth it. This woman. Yisha gritted his teeth. Sooner or later, I have to find a way to kill her. Yisha once again sighed that Gonlin had a good grasp of people's hearts. As long as Yisha was not a stubborn person, he would definitely not choose to take action. Even though it was really bad to be robbed of food and calculated by others. But if you often walk by the river, You will always get your shoes wet. Yisha glanced at Jian Luo Nanjiang. The only thing worth being happy about was that he had gained something after all. Take a deep breath. Yisha also walked towards the direction of the cable bridge and returned along the original road. It didn't take long for Yisha to leave Longling. Hello. After leaving Longling, Yisha turned off the headset. I'm back. Thank God. Du Lingling. The communication signal was interrupted before. Yisha, probably because of Longling. Du Lingling, are you done? Are you going back to Doomsday train? Yisha, you can stay a few more days if you want. Du Lingling thought about it. Then, no. I'll go back when you come back. Yisha didn't say much. This was a hurdle that Du Lingling had to cross. After agreeing, Yisha closed the communication. After leaving the Taoist temple, he did not encounter any trouble on the way back. Just some zombies entrenched in the city. Yisha went all the way back to Du Lingling's home. And after meeting up with Du Lingling, they left together and returned to the Doomsday train. Before leaving, Du Lingling set fire to her house, as if she was using this method to say goodbye to everything in the past.